Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Visitor. In the year 1510 of the Sea Round Calendar, in the month of May, in the Eastern Sea, a grand bridge lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow, spanning the ocean like a white spear thrusting into the boundless waters beyond sight. Here, winter reigned eternally, yet even the harshest of winters could not tame the tempestuous sea. The waves relentlessly battered the bridge's pillars, crashing against them with varying intensities, emitting a heavy sound akin to the roar of a ferocious beast, as it had always been. The bridge was evidently still under construction, one end connecting to an island, while the other stretched into the depths of the ocean. Scattered along the bridge were remnants of buildings, as if long ago, lives had flourished here. Now, they had collectively relocated to the construction site at the bridge's terminus to facilitate the bridge's creation, leaving their abandoned ruins untouched, shrouded beneath the snow. This was the kingdom upon the bridge, the land of laborers, known as Teklevolf. The attic windows creaked under the biting cold wind, accompanied by a sharp whistle, heralding the dawn of a new day in this kingdom. "Fool! Barrett, you've had your leg resting on mine all night. Do you wish to crush me?" The speaker was a youth of merely 12 or 13, with golden hair and azure eyes, a prominent nose, and a scattering of freckles adorning his youthful face. Due to prolonged lack of proper rest, his naturally curly golden locks appeared unkempt and dry, his complexion pallid and yellowed, and his frame was slender, his clothes wrinkled and disheveled. He presented a picture of untidiness and disarray. At that moment, he was impatiently slapping a thigh, considerably thicker than his own, as if seeking to vent his frustration upon the culprit. The owner of that leg, still bleary-eyed from sleep, raised his head in confusion, realizing something was beneath his left leg, and instantly jolted awake. He swiftly retracted his left leg, crossing it beneath him, sitting up straight, and murmured an apology. "Brother Vick, I am sorry. Barrett won't do it again." This individual sported a crown of golden hair, standing upright in a manner that suggested it had been cut haphazardly, resembling the aftermath of a dog's. Chewing, his thick brows framed large, expressive eyes, and his full lips complemented a square jaw, giving him an air of authority. Moreover, his tall stature enhanced his imposing presence. However, his current expression was far from formidable. Rather, it bore a pitiable quality as he repeatedly apologized to the diminutive figure across from him. The now upright youth wasted no time, delivering a playful punch to each of their heads. His own golden hair was similarly tousled and unkempt, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two, prompting them to instinctively retract their necks, before he resignedly remarked, "You two seem quite spirited today." Once the two settled into silence, he continued, "The plan commences today. Attend to your tasks diligently. Do not allow yourselves to be perceived as fools, nor be discovered this evening. We shall proceed as previously discussed. Do you understand?" Both boys' expressions grew serious as they nodded silently, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged pause, the larger boy quietly stated, "Brother Vick, do not worry, we will surely succeed." Vick's emotions were a tumultuous blend, for he was not a native of this world, but rather a visitor from the 21st century Earth, known as Chunwei. Like most ordinary individuals, Chunwei had led an unremarkable life. Upon graduating from university, he secured a satisfactory job. With his family's circumstances being neither lacking nor excessive, they possessed a car and a home, entirely free from the pressures of daily existence. After years of hard work, he managed to attain a modest leadership position, leading a fulfilling life, and he found great contentment in all that surrounded him. However, destiny, in its inexplicable manner, dealt him a tragic hand. Unfortunate Chunwei, merely walking the usual path home, decided to stop by a convenience store he frequented. As he opened the door, he was thrust into an unfamiliar room. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain seized his head, and he opened his mouth to utter a word, only to succumb to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, it was already night. Chunwei had to come to terms with the fact that he had become another person, bearing the identity of a slave or a prisoner, an identity that no one raised in a peaceful and free world could accept. How did he arrive at this conclusion? A glance at the door, forged entirely of black metal, heavy and unyielding, with a small window allowing only a feeble beam of light, secured with iron bars, resembling a prison entrance. Chunwei had earnestly studied that accursed door, attempting to open it countless times in hopes of divine intervention to return him home. Alas, his efforts were in vain. After thousands of futile prayers, he finally acknowledged the harsh reality. Chunwei was not a person prone to self-pity. Since his translocation had become an immutable fact, he resolved not to squander his energy on futile pursuits, but to strive to survive in this alien environment. Fortuitously, he inherited the memories of the Beauties' original owner. allowing him to navigate actions and language without issue. Although the memories were fragmented, they sufficed for Chunwei to glean the necessary information. The original owner of this body was named Hernande Vick, merely 14 years of age, born into a family of modest merchants, with connections to the nobility, and had received a basic education. He had even visited the local martial arts academy, epitomizing a blissful life in this world. Regrettably, this boy was also a tragic figure. First, his father perished at sea during a trading venture, followed by the death of his mother from illness. At only 8 years old, he was overwhelmed by the successive blows of misfortune, yet he had to muster strength to console his 2 younger brothers, aged 6, who were even more helpless. Sadly, at such a tender age, he was incapable of shouldering the weight of the family. Before long, the family's assets attracted a pack of predatory hyenas, leading to the sale of him and his 2 younger brothers, Fry and Barrett, to this place. This land bore a deceptively benign name, the land of laborers. In truth, its inhabitants were criminals dispatched from various countries, or citizens who refused to join the world government. The sole purpose of this nation's existence was to construct a bridge linking islands under the command of the celestial dragons. For 7 centuries, each time significant progress was made on the bridge, large-scale relocations occurred, leaving heaps of building ruins scattered across the structure. This country lacked a king. The highest authority was an official appointed by the world government, and the guards were composed of retired or discarded naval personnel. Upon their arrival, Vick and his 2 brothers were assigned to clear debris. This was one of the least demanding tasks at the construction site, yet proved to be quite challenging. The bridge was strewn with rubble, some pieces larger than Vick himself, necessitating a painstaking process of chiseling them down. Smaller fragments, no larger than a fingernail, had to be collected one by one and placed into buckets, which were then emptied into the ocean at the unguarded edges of the bridge. Due to the perpetual snowfall, one could never tell where the snow concealed shards of ice, leading to slips and falls, and with bad luck, one might plunge into the sea. In such instances, one could only hope for the best, as no one would venture into the water to rescue them. The guards would merely laugh heartily, taking amusement from the misfortune of the hapless fool. Initially, Vick attempted to teach his 2 brothers to read and write, but it wasn't long before the grueling labor forced all 3 to focus solely on survival. 6 years passed, and their work had devolved into the most arduous task of transporting stones. Vick and his brothers' physical conditions deteriorated, their spirits waning. Life had become a stagnant pool, devoid of ripples, and they were on the verge of forgetting the world beyond. Chapter 2, Crisis. After painstakingly sorting through his memories, Chunwei, or rather Vick, immediately recognized that he had entered the world of the popular manga, One Piece. The celestial dragons, the supreme overlords of the world government, had constructed the bridge linking islands for 700 years, yet remained unfinished, a unique existence. He recalled relevant plot points, particularly the narrative of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army liberating the kingdom upon the bridge, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. The optimal and most stable course of action was to await their arrival for liberation. However, Vick swiftly realized the folly of such a notion. If liberation were truly imminent, then everything would indeed be manageable. Yet, he was utterly ignorant of the current year in the sea-round calendar. Should he wait for an unknown span of years, whether it be a few, several, or even decades for salvation? Would he be able to endure in this dark, wretched place until that time? Seeking assistance from the Revolutionary Army was also a futile dead end. As of now, he had no knowledge of whether the Revolutionary Army had even been established. Even if it had, whether it had penetrated this area remained a mystery. Should they inadvertently reveal any signs of dissent, the Guard would undoubtedly put an immediate end to everything. It was essential to understand that the world government and the celestial dragons were merciless towards anyone or any entity perceived as a threat to their dominion. They would not rest until their enemies were obliterated, and one might even endure inhumane tortures before meeting their demise. To place one's hopes upon others, to await an uncertain outcome with a coward's resignation, was something Vick held in disdain. He certainly did not wish to remain here indefinitely. Merely functioning as a machine, he must find a way to save himself. At present, Vick faced an urgent dilemma. He needed to adapt to the life of Hernande Vick without revealing his true identity. Though Vick hailed from a peaceful society and was an ordinary individual, the immense upheaval he had endured did not leave him despondent or mired in the anguish of loss. Instead, he managed to maintain clarity and confront the situation with resolve, a testament to his composure. Yet, this calm individual was oblivious to the brutal reality of his surroundings, which was about to unveil its cruelty without reservation. At this moment, Vick had just resolved to acclimate himself to this new life and avoid arousing suspicion from Fury and Barrett when Fury burst into the room, flustered, and with a trembling voice exclaimed, "Brother, brother, Uncle Carter and the others have been captured. What should we do? Those red dogs will surely kill Uncle Carter. Woe is me, and what about Brother Neil? Brother Gaji, woe is me." As he spoke, he began to cry softly. Barrett, who was beside Vick, was equally startled, previously puzzled by Vick's peculiar actions at the door. He could no longer afford to dwell on that pale-faced. He muttered, "It's over, we're doomed. I've heard that for 700 years, no one has ever successfully escaped. All those who attempted to flee were killed." Fury suddenly ceased his weeping and, with uncertainty, asked, "Brother, Barrett, surely we won't be executed too? We were supposed to take part as well." As he spoke, he turned to Vick with a pleading gaze. At that moment, Vick found himself unable to provide an answer. He was completely unaware of the situation unfolding before him. Thus, he assumed a contemplative posture, striving to recall who Uncle Carter and the others were and what had transpired. Upon recollection, Vick was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Uncle Carter and the others were, in fact, from the neighboring house. They had organized a group of familiar faces from nearby dwellings, planning to seize the opportunity to escape during the monthly supply ship's arrival when the defenses relax. Coincidentally, this was the very night Vick had crossed over, and it appeared their plan had utterly failed. Before the three brothers could assemble, Vick had collapsed, unresponsive to their calls, leaving Fury and Barrett no choice but to abandon their rendezvous. Vick felt he had yet to reach the depths of misfortune. Such a hastily conceived operation, devoid of meticulous planning or secrecy, involving a disorganized mob attempting to escape from the watchful eyes of a trained armed force, was nothing short of madness. To face the prospect of being executed for a failed escape attempt upon his arrival was truly better to accept death. Contemplating this, Vick steadied himself and calmly addressed Fury and Barrett. "Do not panic." After scanning Fury and Barrett with a composed gaze, he continued, "Fury, describe to me in detail the situation outside. Tell me everything you saw and heard after I collapsed. Do not omit a single word." He then instructed Barrett, "Barrett, stand by the door, alert me immediately if anyone approaches, especially the guards." He could not afford to concern himself with the issue of exposure at this moment. In such an uncertain and perilous place, to have been part of such an incomprehensible escape plan was beyond his understanding. Vick felt that whatever perplexing actions he might take in the next moment were entirely justified. One might simply regard him as yet another madman. Barrett, now devoid of any plan, was inspired by Vick's composure and followed his instructions to guard the door. Fury, too, was somewhat awed by Vick's demeanor. He rubbed his eyes with his sleeve, recalling the events. "Brother, after you collapsed, Barrett and I were terrified. Remaining by your side, the time was drawing near, and everyone else had already left. Barrett suggested you must be too hungry to recover. So I let him watch over you while I ventured out to find something to eat. That big lug Barrett would surely be spotted." As he spoke, a sorrowful sigh escaped him. "I thought I might find something in the kitchen, but when I approached Uncle Carter's house, there were already many people gathered, far more than I had anticipated. I heard some commotion, but I couldn't catch what they were saying, so I went to look for food." He cautiously glanced at Vick, seemingly fearful of being reproached for not comprehending the situation. Before Vick could respond, Fury delicately retrieved an object from his pocket, cradling it in his hands as he presented it to Vick. "Look, brother, I found this. You must eat it. It surely tastes delightful." He swallowed hard. The item was a yellow fruit, somewhat resembling a pear, already devoured to a considerable extent, with only a small portion of flesh clinging to the core, now resting quietly in Fury's small palm. At this moment, Vick was primarily concerned about the possibility of being implicated due to the escape attempt, and had no desire to consume something that had been partially eaten and discarded by someone else. Nevertheless, seeing Fury's concern for him, he gently replied, "Fury, you eat it and tell me, did you see anything upon your return?" Fury, elated, lifted the fruit with care, relishing a small bite, savoring it for a moment before swallowing. His expression one of sheer satisfaction. He then carefully tucked the remainder back into his pocket and continued to recall, "Brother, I hadn't even reached the kitchen when I found this and hurried back. Uncle Carter and the others had already left. I saw you still sleeping, so I went toward the red dogs. I just wanted to see if they could escape." Fury paused briefly. "I saw the red dogs firing their gun. Someone was shot dead, and everyone was running. Some even jumped into the sea. But in the end, everyone was captured and no one managed to break free." As he reminisced about the scene, Fury was no longer as frightened as he had been at the time. He continued, "One of the red dogs said they were all going to die after finishing work tonight. Everyone would have to go and watch." Chapter 3. Resolution. Vick understood that there was an unexpected twist to the entire event. They had proceeded according to plan at the designated time, but due to a lack of organization, their intentions had been leaked. Upon gathering at the intended meeting place, Uncle Carter's house, they found that the number of participants was unexpectedly double, exceeding 100 individuals. Those who had come along to take advantage of the situation were naturally unwilling to be left behind, threatening to report them if they were not included. In a moment of desperation, they had no choice but to act in unison, embarking on a tumultuous journey of escape. There was neither division of labor nor collaboration, and they were oblivious to the route ahead, lacking sufficient force. Their sole plan was to reach the island at the far end of the bridge and seize a boat to flee. Unsurprisingly, the guards swiftly detected their presence, and after showering a few of the front runners with a barrage of bullets, this disorganized mob began to scatter in panic. Some, in a frenzy, leaped into the sea. Yet the remaining group was apprehended shortly after they exited the residential area, with none escaping their fate. Vick exhaled softly, noting that the guards had yet to arrive to apprehend anyone or conduct a search of the premises. In truth, the guards were well aware that they were dealing with a group of individuals who were, at their core, devoid of any wealth or worth. It seemed apparent that they had no intention of implicating anyone. After all, someone needed to repair the bridge, yet the necessity of making an example of others was inescapable. Given the geographical conditions, a minimal number of guards sufficed. Simply positioning the guards' quarters behind the slaves' living quarters ensured that they could not access the island at all, rendering their security measures infallible. Surrounded by the sea on three sides and experiencing a perpetual winter, the only escape into the ocean led to certain death. It was no wonder that, for over 7 centuries, no one had ever successfully fled. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting Vick to instinctively rise, only to realize it was the signal for work. He swiftly called Barrett over and admonished both Fry and Barrett with urgency. Do not utter a word. Do not take any action, and pretend you have seen nothing. Maintain a neutral expression, and should anything arise, you must consult me. Do you understand? After delivering this grave warning, he fixed a stern gaze upon the two. Fry and Barrett nodded like chicks pecking at grain, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. They understood that their only course of action was to heed their brother's advice and await the favor of fate. Vick stepped out of the doorway, greeted by a cobblestone path that sprawled before him. Flanking the road stood 2 guards, each wielding a whip to urge the crowd onward, dressed in vivid red uniforms. Their long-barreled rifles hung at their sides. One of them, clutching a bottle of liquor, took a hearty swig, swaying unsteadily as he leaned against the wall. The other, with an expression of palpable impatience, prodded the people to move forward, threatening to crack his whip at those who dawdled. 3 individuals, Vick among them, advanced in a line along the road, flanked by tightly packed houses with barely enough space for a single person to pass between them. Stealthily, he cast a sidelong glance at the 10 identical structures in his row, identifying himself as the 7th house when counting from east to west, proceeding eastward. Upon reaching an intersection, he ceased moving forward and made a right turn, heading south, continuing onward without pause at subsequent intersections. Eventually, the path opened before him, leading to the terminus of a grand bridge where a substantial construction site awaited. Overall, the residential area was divided into clusters, each comprising 5 rows of 10 houses, approximating a square shape, with all doors uniformly facing south. These clusters further formed larger groupings, symmetrically arranged on either side of the bridge. The guard zone lay at the northernmost edge of the residential area, controlling the ingress and egress. The kitchen was situated between the two, and within the guards' living quarters, there existed a small tavern. At this hour, still shy of 4 in the morning, Vick's day as a laborer was set to commence. Vick was driven by the guards to a colossal stone, towering at least several meters high, shaped like a rectangular prism, upon which rested a framework. A rope was draped over the top of this structure, one end tethered to a slightly smaller stone, while the other end lay not far from Vick. Alongside a dozen others, Vick grasped the rope, exerting every ounce of strength as they endeavored to inch the stone up to the larger rock. A task far less amusing than a game of tug-of-war. It resembled the toil of dockworkers hauling boats, their backs turned to the imposing stone as they laboriously advanced. There could be no moment of relaxation. A moment's inattention could send the stone crashing to the ground, earning the unfortunate soul a swift lashing from the guards without a second thought. Moreover, one could not afford to pause even briefly to catch their breath. Any delay would similarly result in punishment, along with the disparaging label of a sluggard. Vick felt utterly exhausted, his body aching all over. His shoulders were tightly constrained. But fortunately, the prison uniform was winter attire, providing some cushioning. His hands, however, bore the brunt of the suffering, marked with deep welts of blood. Yet, Vick did not falter. In front of him stood Fury, and ahead of him was Barrett. No one in the entire line dared to slack off. And Vick was no exception. He had already endured a lash across the back of his hand, luckily without significant bleeding. At last, they had managed to pull a section forward, and Vick felt as though he might collapse. The group of over a dozen could finally take a brief respite, and even the guard would need to sip some liquor to warm himself. Suddenly, a man from a neighboring line collapsed onto the ground. Yet not a single soul offered him assistance, as those behind trampled over his body in their relentless advance. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Vick stepped forward to assist the fallen individual. However, just as he grasped the man's arm, a whip struck from the side, cruelly lashing against Vick's neck, leaving a deep gash from which blood splattered, dotting the snow with crimson droplets. Vick winced in pain, yet dared not reveal his dissatisfaction, promptly returning to his original position. His teammates regarded him with a mix of bewilderment and a hint of schadenfreude. Fry and Barrett were equally taken aback by Vick's unexpected actions. They were perplexed, recalling how he had previously admonished them to exercise caution and avoid unnecessary risks. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. How could he, in a manner reminiscent of enchantment, have the audacity to grasp a lifeless body? Indeed, to everyone present, those who lay fallen in the snow were deemed as deceased. Nevertheless, their confusion did not diminish their concern for their brother. Barrett, observing the welts on Vick's back, furrowed his brow in uncertainty, struggling to find the right words. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to utter, "Brother Vick, it doesn't hurt." Barrett has felt pain too. He gazed earnestly at Vick, his eyes filled with sincerity. Fry, equally worried, glanced around before swiftly offering Vick a damp morsel when no one was watching. He carefully licked his palm, savoring the taste. Upon witnessing this, Vick immediately recognized what the item was. At that moment, however, he felt no repulsion towards the leftover pear core. He chewed it and swallowed it without hesitation. To be honest, the amalgamation of the fruit's flavor, the grit of dust, the bitterness of the seed, and Frey's perspiration rendered it quite unpalatable. Yet, Vick earnestly remarked to Fry, "It's very sweet. Brother feels no pain at all now." Frey's face immediately lit up with joy. Barrett's clumsy attempt at consolation and Frey's straightforward concern warmed Vick's heart. Yet, the thought of their predicament brought a pang of sorrow to him. Other individuals were mere strangers to him, and he cared little for them, especially since they did not share the same lineage. However, Fry and Barrett were truly brothers in spirit, making him feel that survival in this foreign world was not so burdensome after all. Now that their brother was gone, he resolved to assume the role of their guardian, guiding them away from this place toward a semblance of normalcy in life. Vick pondered deeply. Chapter 4. A harsh world. The guard, flushed from drink, boastfully cracked his whip, prompting the laborers to spring into action. Nearby, a small girl, no more than 6 or 7, had collapsed on the ground while toting a bucket of gravel, clad in an oversized blue and white prison uniform. Her innocent face lay pressed against the snow, and her withered yellow hair cascaded gently over her shoulders. Her tiny hands clutched the handle of the bucket, which had spilled its contents around her. A guard rushed over and viciously kicked her frail body several times, cursing, "Useless wretch. Thinking you can slack off? Get up and work." When she remained motionless, he finally halted, exasperatedly calling over a woman collecting stones. "Even in death, you make me exert effort, lazybones." 2780. "Yes, you. Come here, take that bucket away, strip her clothes off, and toss them into the sea." The woman approached numbly, her eyes devoid of life, and began to comply with the guard's orders. The water stirred with small waves as the little girl, pure and innocent upon her arrival in this world, departed with nothing. At last, she could rest eternally. The surrounding individuals displayed no reaction, and Vick found himself devoid of the energy to empathize with others. Having recently endured a lash for the same reason, Vick discovered that in such an environment, a person's moral threshold could plummet like a rocket. Although he still felt discomfort, this time he managed to restrain himself, busily attending to his tasks due to the tuition he had paid. Each day, lives were lost here. Individuals collapsed and could no longer rise. They perished from exhaustion, exposure, hunger, illness, or a combination of these afflictions. There was no shortage of grim fates. No one could predict whether they might be the next victim. In this brutal realm, morality was nearly non-existent, and the baseline of human decency had been inexorably lowered. To survive, or even to escape, Vick realized that he must completely abandon his previous beliefs and grow stronger. Lunch consisted solely of potato peel soup. Across from Vick, Fry sat despondently, murmuring, "Another bowl of potato peel soup." He gazed at the small wooden bowl on the table, which was scarcely filled and contained only a few strips of potato peel, resembling little more than watery broth. In fact, for 7 centuries, the laboring nation had subsisted on this single dish. Regardless of age or gender, everyone received merely a small bowl. Meals were served only twice a day, and one could only eat after completing their work. There was no custom of dining without having labored first. Though Fry complained, he savored his food in small bites. However, he soon paused, for to his left, Barrett had already finished his portion and had licked his bowl clean. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself. Stealing glances at the bowls of Fry and Vick, his head turned away yet his eyes fixated longingly on the food. It was evident he was making a considerable effort to divert his gaze. It was not surprising, given Barrett's heavy labor, at just 12 years old. He was in a rapid growth phase and had never been adequately fed. Sighing at the thought, Vick decided to share some of his food with Barrett. However, Fry was quicker to act. He hastily scooped a few bites and pushed his bowl to the left, feigning indifference. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Go ahead and eat." "Barrett, I'm already full, while you're still hungry and your stomach is growling. Having a brother as dim-witted as you is quite a challenge." After which, he extended his arm to tousle Barrett's hair, pretending to sigh and shake his head dramatically. Though Barrett was slow-witted and earnest, he was not foolish. He understood that his brother had not truly eaten his fill but merely wished for him to have more. Accepting his brother's kindness, Barrett's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he reverently said, "Fry, you're amazing." Fry instantly puffed up with pride, lifting his chin in satisfaction. Vick gazed upon the profound bond of brotherhood displayed before him, his heart brimming with emotions. Perhaps it was this precious camaraderie among the three that enabled them to provide warmth and support for one another, allowing them to survive in this merciless place until today. Recalling Frey's concern and dependence on him, along with Barrett's silent guardianship and clumsy attempts at comfort, Vick suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps the three of them could indeed escape from this harrowing situation. With newfound optimism, he sensed that his weariness had lessened, and the whip marks upon his neck no longer throbbed with such intensity. Gently, he tapped the table with the handle of his spoon, addressing Fry. "Do you know why you haven't grown taller? It's because you neglect your meals." As he spoke, he pushed Frey's bowl back towards him and poured half of his potato peel soup into Barrett's bowl. In truth, Frey's height was by no means short. Given the severe malnutrition he endured, reaching 1.6 meters by the age of 12 was indeed remarkable. Yet, his brother Barrett had seemingly been injected with growth hormones. Towering over 2 meters tall, Vick stands at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, yet in his recollections, his father has always loomed as a figure of great stature, rendering any comparison utterly irrelevant. Fry giggled softly as he bowed his head to partake in his meal, while Barrett obediently followed suit, refraining from any mention of the matter. The urgent whistle soon pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the afternoon toil. Dinner would not grace their tables until 10 o'clock that evening, after which they were herded en masse to the vacant lot in front of the construction site. This open space was encircled by guards, with 2 rows stationed on either side and watchful eyes scanning from a nearby tower. Armed with whips at their sides and guns firmly gripped, their expressions were grave as they scrutinized every passerby. In the lot, dozens of individuals were bound, each kneeling on the ground with hands tied behind their backs. Some bore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had foreseen their grim fate. Others appeared panicked, glancing around in desperate hope for a savior. A few wore resolute visages, seemingly prepared to meet their demise with dignity. Some displayed a blank countenance, their spirits utterly crushed. Among them, a handful gritted their teeth, their faces contorted with rage as they glared at the slowly approaching laborers, wishing nothing more than for their adversaries to perish. Vick remained oblivious to all that transpired around him. The taste of waiting for death was far from pleasant. These individuals had undoubtedly endured enough torment and simply yearned for a swift resolution. Empathizing with their plight, he realized he could hardly conduct himself any better. At that moment, a man clad in a guard's uniform approached, adorned with more embellishments than the others. He was the captain of the guards, frequently interacting with the laborers. And Vick recognized him. Blowing forcefully on his whistle, he waited for the crowd to fall silent before bellowing, "Silence." The throng quieted completely, as if muted, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the bridge pillars. The captain surveyed the gathering with satisfaction, nodding slightly, yet he did not linger. Instead, he walked towards a short, stout man in an officer's uniform, extending a respectful invitation for him to step forward and speak. This man, whom Vick had never encountered, was presumably the highest authority present. It was said he resided at the top of the special confinement tower, rarely descending to the laborer's vicinity unless absolutely necessary. The officer appeared to harbor a profound disdain for everything around him. Remaining stationary, he fanned his nose impatiently with a handkerchief, his brow furrowed tightly. Once the stench of the slaves dissipated slightly, he leisurely accepted a bag from his aide and extracted a document from within. His page-turning was executed with remarkable elegance. Yet his tone was laced with venom. You wretched criminals, denizens of villainy, failing to labor diligently and express gratitude for the great world government's mercy, daring to entertain the thought of escape. Truly, you are the very embodiment of ingrained wickedness, ungrateful and despicable. You deserve nothing less than execution. Chapter 5. Execution. The laborers bowed their heads in silence, and those bound dared not stir. He continued, although you all deserve death, I am aware that some among you do not wish to flee, but merely aspire to diligently repair the bridge for the esteemed celestial dragons, having been coerced by rogues. If you can persuade me of your sincerity, perhaps your lives may be spared. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew even more hushed. Suddenly, a man burst forth in tears, exclaiming, My lord, noble sir, I wish to repair the bridge. I promise to do it well. It is the wretched rogues who have coerced me. Upon hearing this, the entire square seemed to awaken. One after another, escaped slaves clamored to voice their innocence, recounting the malevolence of the rogues and their own helplessness. My lord, this is all part of the Carter plan. He must have been seduced by demons, cried one. A close associate of Carter, among the first to respond to the scheme. Woe is me, my lord, they threatened me. If I did not join them, my head would be severed and cast into the sea. I do not wish to die, lamented another, who had threatened to betray Carter if he was not included. My lord, I am but a victim of coercion. The surface of the bridge I carved is both smooth and swift. I can surely construct a fine bridge for the esteemed celestial dragons. He is a clever individual, striving to distance himself while simultaneously showcasing his value. Naturally, dissenting voices can be heard. You ungrateful wretches, have you forgotten the kindness extended to you by Brother Carter? Scoundrels, it is you who shamelessly chose to follow us, despicable creatures. That glutton will not spare you, fools. You credulously heed the words of a hunter. Alas, these sentiments were soon drowned out by a cacophony of curses and pleas for mercy. The commander observed the spectacle with great interest. Despite the participants' general lack of education and their repetitive justifications, he felt no annoyance. After listening for a considerable time, seemingly having had his fill, he raised his hand to signal the captain of the guards to restore order. The captain, adept at his role, whistled and then shouted, instantly silencing the crowd. The commander's frown finally eased, and with a smile, he surveyed the gathered assembly, pronouncing the decree that would determine their fates. Whoever can slay the leader shall be permitted to continue constructing the bridge. This was far more compelling than mere verbal assurances. To kill the very leader who had facilitated their escape would sever their ties to labor. Murder is no trifling matter. Those capable of taking the life of an acquaintance are exceedingly rare. It is not akin to casting aside one's dignity and uttering pleas or curses. Some dared only to hide within the throng, uttering biting remarks to console themselves that everyone behaved similarly. Yet, in this world, the number of those wishing to live far surpasses those desiring death. Unsurprisingly, the first brave soul emerged. He obsequiously addressed the commander, Noble sir, I am willing to slay Carter for you. How dare he attempt to escape rather than construct the bridge for your esteemed selves? He was an ordinary man, devoid of shifty eyes or a malicious demeanor. Vick believed he could be an ordinary man anywhere, including here, as a common traitor. The commander ordered him to be untied and handed him a knife. Trembling slightly, he accepted the blade and approached Carter. Throughout, Carter maintained an impassive expression, seemingly resigned and disheartened. Even the prospect of imminent death could not stir his emotions. He gazed calmly at the crowd, murmuring, I am not the first, nor shall I be the last. Others began to grow anxious. With only one chance at survival, if it were granted to another, would they not face death themselves? They all expressed their desire to slay the demon who had led the retreat, but alas, it was too late. With hopeful eyes, they gazed at the valiant one, wishing for a sudden pang of conscience that might cause him to show mercy, thereby granting them the opportunity to commit this heinous act. The brave soul, knife in hand, hesitated momentarily, his heavy breaths echoing in the stillness. With clenched teeth and eyes shut tight, he plunged the blade forward. The sharp edge effortlessly sliced through fabric and flesh, piercing the layers of fat and muscle and delving deep into the vulnerable organs of the human body. Carter finally let out a piercing scream, causing all present to shudder. Blood dripped steadily, seeping into the white snow, flowing into the bridge hidden beneath. After the first strike, he no longer hesitated. He withdrew the blade only to thrust it back in with renewed vigor, again and again, until he had stabbed countless times, and Carter finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The courageous one, hearing the commotion, discarded the knife and turned, opening his eyes to sit heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Yet, as if recalling something, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards the officer. He knelt respectfully on the ground, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "Sir, I have slain the villain." The officer regarded him with satisfaction, announcing the outcome. "Excellent. You have done well. I am very pleased." He then turned to his assistant, instructing him to prepare a reward. As he perused the files in hand, he recited the crossed-out numbers one by one, each name evoking an involuntary shiver from those mentioned. Suddenly, he paused, signaling to his assistant. Remarkably, 3 individuals resisted the villain's temptations and did not flee. They are indeed commendable workers and shall also receive a reward. Perhaps under normal circumstances, the officer would have dismissed these 3 insignificant ants or even punished them for their silence. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Yet at this moment, in a favorable mood, he paid no mind to such trivialities, indulging in his own delight. Once he had finished reciting the numbers, those named were immediately executed. They trembled as they knelt in the snow, and at a single command, a barrage of gunfire erupted. In that instant, tension enveloped everyone. Vick distinctly heard Frey's teeth chattering beside him, while Barrett bit his lip, his fist clenched tightly. Vick grasped Barrett's fist with his left hand while gently holding Fury's hand with his right, offering silent solace to them both. Fury instinctively reached out with his right hand to clutch Vick's arm, drawing close as if such proximity could bestow upon him a measure of security. Barrett, too, began to relax, shedding some of his earlier tension. Vick experienced an unprecedented realization. The opportunity for escape was but a fleeting chance, either success or death. Yet, he would not surrender. Rather, his resolve to flee grew ever more resolute. The gunfire reverberated for a quarter of an hour before finally ceasing. As the acrid smoke dissipated, the ground lay strewn with countless bodies, some fortunate enough to retain semblances of their former selves, while others had been reduced to mere heaps of flesh. Limbs were scattered everywhere, and Vick beheld a man with wide-open eyes, his face a tableau of shock and disbelief, as if unable to comprehend the finality of his demise. Brain matter oozed from a shattered skull, mingling with blood in a grotesque display of red and white. Others lay with their abdomens ripped open, intestines and entrails spilling forth in a ghastly exhibition. In the chill of the day, wisps of white steam rose, carrying an unsettling aroma that lingered briefly in the air before vanishing into the obsidian night. Somewhere amidst the carnage, an eye dislodged itself from its socket, rolling to the ground where it spun a few times before coming to a halt. One of the guards, with a booted foot, crushed it, producing a sound akin to a pop, and he let out a hearty laugh, gleefully trampling it a few more times, seemingly relishing this morbid amusement. The commander, having concluded his grim task, found the scene exceedingly dull. The intriguing drama had reached its curtain call, and he had little interest in the behind-the-scenes aftermath. Thus, he displayed an expression of impatience, signaling to his aide to remain and handle the subsequent affairs, while he, accompanied by his personal security detail, strode away with purpose. Chapter 6. The courageous traitor. The aide bowed respectfully as he saw the commander off, only straightening once the security detail had vanished from sight. He then produced a piece of chocolate and extended it to the brave one, stating, "This is your reward for your cooperation." The brave individual accepted it with both hands in a gesture of reverence, ingratiatingly replying, "Thank you, esteemed sir." The aide then consulted the files, reading aloud, 3926, 3927, 3928. Step forward. Vick was momentarily taken aback, realizing that 3926 was addressing him. Fry and Barrett quickly tugged at Vick, and the 3 of them nervously approached. The assistant produced 3 pieces of chocolate, stating, "This is a reward for you." After uttering those words, he closed the file and departed without looking back. As he walked further away, Vick could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Fry, believing his brother was delighted by the treat, chimed in, "It's chocolate." I've heard it's a wonderfully delicious confection. Brother, I am so happy for you. Vick was not amused. Rather, he caught a glimpse of the file held by the assistant. Within it, aside from the room number and personal identification number, there was naught but emptiness. No names, no ages, no places of origin. What could this signify? Even if they were to escape, it was likely that no one would know of their existence, merely assuming they had perished in some forgotten corner. Should they be discovered, there would be no way to trace them. The only individuals who might recognize them occupied the adjacent rooms, and they had just met their demise, leaving no trace behind. If only they could flee this place. They would evade any pursuit. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, Vick has finally experienced a stroke of fortune, grateful for the disdain the aristocracy holds towards the laborers. Unbeknownst to him, however, the situation was markedly different 7 centuries ago. At that time, management was exceedingly stringent, meticulously recording names, origins, and detailed physical characteristics, accompanied by upper body photographs. The numbering system was merely a means of efficient administration, designed to obliterate the slave's sense of self, causing them to forget their names, identities, and everything else, compelling them to labor until death. Regrettably, 700 years have elapsed, and with the passage of time, even the most meticulously crafted systems can decay due to the negligence of those in power. Today, the oversight has reached a point of superfluity, resulting in the absurdity of such trivial information being preserved as official records. Even if there are minor discrepancies, they are of little consequence, easily managed by simpler, more effective methods. Regardless of this unexpected boon, Vick harbors genuine gratitude towards the highest official. Whether this act of kindness stemmed from the exemplary behavior of Vick and his companions, or was simply a spontaneous gesture born of good humor, it has nonetheless provided Vick with a semblance of security. The guards were herding the laborers to clear the scene, and a heavy silence enveloped the workers as they toiled, their eyes occasionally darting in fear at the sight of dismembered limbs. This evening's brutal display, intended as a warning, proved remarkably effective. It seems that for a considerable time, there will be no need to worry about these restless and wretched laborers, allowing the captain of the guard to indulge in a night of revelry without concern. Vick, suppressing his revulsion, cast the final remnant of a severed limb into the sea. The guards had departed for the northern quarters designated for their living. In truth, they were also tasked with patrolling the laborers' residence at night, yet most of the guards stationed here were merely cast-offs from the Navy. Lacking prospects for advancement and driven by a dearth of ambition, they were a collection of idle souls, content to languish in lethargy, who would dare to brave the tempestuous night for a patrol. Furthermore, the geographical advantage and the absence of successful escape attempts for 7 centuries had rendered them even more complacent. To exacerbate matters, a recent execution of a batch of overconfident fools had emboldened these ruffians further. Their commanding officer, the chief of the guard, imposed no restrictions upon them. After all, he harbored similar sentiments himself. Vick was quite content with the current state of affairs, as it further facilitated his escape plan. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, shouting "Traitor!" All eyes turned toward a man, the earlier brave soul, who had been avoided by others during the cleanup, leaving a clear space around him, making him easily identifiable. The crowd erupted in condemnation of his heinous act of killing his comrades. Yet, this man showed no signs of remorse. With his head held high, he proclaimed loudly, "What have I done wrong? I merely wish to survive. I am not at fault. Unlike you fools, I am determined to escape. I am resolute in my escape." The crowd's anger intensified, with many pressing closer, seemingly eager to vent their fury upon him. Chaos ensued as some stumbled and fell, trampled underfoot amidst a cacophony of cries and curses, the scene spiraling into turmoil, teetering on the brink of uncontrollable mayhem. Suddenly, clutching the chocolate in his arms, he shouted, "I will never give this to you. Absolutely not." With that, he deftly maneuvered through the throng and dashed toward his dwelling, repeatedly chanting, "Absolutely not." Frey and Barrett were also stirred by the crowd's emotions, glaring furiously at the man. Vick swiftly tugged at their sleeves, urging them to regain their composure. "You two fools. Do you truly believe that many in this crowd genuinely sympathize with Carter? If they were truly so passionate, someone would have rushed to intervene when Carter was killed. They merely wish to demonstrate that they still possess a conscience, seeking a momentary solace, while simultaneously releasing their own fears." Vick paused momentarily, allowing the two of them to digest his dark musings. Then, unabashed, he resumed his insidious impartation of toxic wisdom to the impressionable youths. "Did you hear what he said at the end? Surely, there are those lurking in the shadows, eager to seize his chocolate at the opportune moment. What do you have nestled in your own arms? Perhaps some may even believe that we betrayed Carter and the others. Otherwise, why did we not flee with them when the moment arose, especially when they fortuitously met with failure while we were rewarded? Such individuals have no desire to uncover the truth. They merely perceive the outcome. Dear reader, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue. The tale only grows more riveting. Fry and Barrett shuddered in unison, momentarily forgetting their indignation at the prospect of being labeled traitors, their anxiety now fixated on the chocolate. Vigilantly scanning their surroundings, every passerby seemed like a thief. This was a matter of survival. Fry clutched his chest tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, let us return swiftly. There are too many people here. It is far too perilous." Barrett, even more dramatic, crossed his arms and nodded nervously in agreement. Vick observed the antics of the two with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "How do you intend to make your way back like that? Are you so concerned that others might not notice the treasures you conceal? Be more natural, just as you would ordinarily. Follow me, and let us circumvent them. Pay no heed to those ruffians." Vick glanced back and noticed that the two had ceased clutching their chests. Their expressions had relaxed considerably as they mirrored his movements. Stepping in unison behind him, Vick, weary of further corrections, felt a twinge of sorrow for the two inexperienced youngsters. The trio swiftly distanced themselves from the crowd, their minds focused and their pace brisk. As they approached the intersection leading to their dwelling, ready to exhale in relief, a sudden sound of soft, muffled sobbing emerged from the right side. Startled, they froze momentarily, and Vick, with heightened vigilance, peered into the depths of the adjacent road, exclaiming, "Who goes there? Show yourself if you dare." No response came, only the gentle whisper of the wind. The breeze intermittently carried faint voices, resembling distant murmurs. "I am sorry. I am sorry. Whoa, I do not seek your forgiveness. Whoa, there is no way out. What can be done? We shall suffer here until the end." It was the brave soul, whose figure remained obscured in the darkness of night. Gradually, he faded into the distance, and his voice was lost to the wind. Chapter 7. Conversations Beneath the Lamp. The mood among the three brothers was somewhat somber as they hurried back into the house, lighting a lamp and gathering around the table. The room was desolate, with only the three of them present, enveloped in utter silence. Until the arrival of the next batch of new slaves, this space would remain exclusively theirs. This suited Vick perfectly, as he desired this situation to endure a little longer. After all, the undertaking he was about to embark upon demanded utmost secrecy, and any slip could cost him his life. Fry, feeling somewhat lost, inquired of Vick, "Brother, is that person truly a villain? I find him rather pitiable." However, Barrett interjected promptly, "Fry, what are you talking about? He stabbed Brother Carter to death." Fry retorted defiantly, "So what? Brother Carter is already doomed. Red Dog will undoubtedly not spare him. But that man still has a chance to survive, provided he personally kills someone who is certainly doomed." Typically reserved, Barrett rarely contradicted his brothers, yet this time he exhibited an unwavering determination. Aware of his own verbal limitations and unable to best Fry an argument, he stubbornly repeated, "He killed Brother Carter." His gaze fixated on Fry, waiting for him to utter another word so he could respond with the same retort. Fry, of course, recognized his intent and disdainfully huffed, choosing to ignore him. Vick did not proclaim who was right or wrong. Having one's own perspective is commendable. After enduring the trials of life, they will cultivate their own reflections and develop distinct worldviews. As long as they refrain from being overly accommodating, Vick will not intervene. Vick observed the awkward demeanor of the two, amusement swelling within him. He rapped the table to draw their attention, his gaze sweeping over them. "Frere, Barrett, I pose a question to you both. Do you wish to remain slaves for all eternity?" In unison, they shook their heads. Though merely 12 years old, they had already tasted the bitter pangs of life. Since their enslavement, they had never savored a hearty meal, subsisting on nothing but potato peel soup, while enduring physically demanding labor that would overwhelm even adults. For a grueling 6 years, they were granted only 4 hours of rest each day, the perpetual construction of an interminable bridge looming over them like a relentless nightmare. Both Frere and Barrett understood that if this continued, they would only suffer and perish within this tormenting dream. Was it time to escape? Vick's expression turned grave as his gaze swept over the two once more, emphasizing his words. "Do you comprehend the implications of this? Allow me to elucidate. It signifies that we must stand opposed to the entirety of the kingdom across the bridge." The grave consequences articulated by Vick instilled a sense of unease in both individuals. The guards are our innate adversaries. They show no mercy towards laborers attempting to flee. Laborers themselves are untrustworthy. They display enthusiasm when opportunities arise that benefit them, yet scatter like birds at the slightest hint of trouble, readily betraying their comrades and, if necessary, striking a fatal blow. Each pair of eyes and ears could potentially be the source of betrayal. Should one escape detection, the next challenge lies in traversing the guard's active zones. Teaming with red hounds, where the armed forces are concentrated across the bridge, and any misstep could lead to exposure. Perhaps fortune would favor one, resulting in a swift death by gunfire upon discovery, thereby ending the wretched torment. Conversely, ill fortune may lead to capture in the square, bound securely and forced to kneel, displayed like a monkey for all to see, while the master might graciously offer a chance to either me, you, or you. His finger first pointed at himself, then traced over Baron and Fury. By killing his own brother, he would grant you a reprieve, should he find it amusing. He might even reward you with a piece of chocolate. Now, Fury, tell me, when that moment arrives, will you be able to kill us? For the sake of your own survival, knowing that either I or Barrett are doomed. And you, Barrett, can you forsake the immediate temptation of survival and unhesitatingly choose death? At this moment, Vick showed no mercy. Do you still wish to flee? Fry was brought to tears by his words, and Vick then turned his gaze towards Barrett. Rather than this, it would be better to live a life of servitude, to toil each day merely for sustenance. There exists no simpler occupation in the entire world. He offered a subtle smile. Perhaps it would not even take a lifetime. In a few years, you might find yourself lying peacefully in the snow. Just look at the fate of those who attempted to escape. Those fortunate enough might retain some semblance of form, while the less fortunate devolve into mere heaps of flesh. Of course, there is a peculiar exception. He is somewhat better off, at least he is still alive, albeit living like a rat in the gutter. The other laborers are undoubtedly far superior to their plight. Vick smiled, yet his gaze was exceedingly sharp, meticulously scrutinizing the expressions on the faces of the two individuals, leaving no detail overlooked. Vick decided to treat them not as mere children, but to engage in an earnest conversation. Although fate had stripped them of much, it had bestowed upon them a resilience that surpassed that of ordinary youngsters, an unwavering fortitude, and a maturity of thought. Their precocious understanding revealed a profound truth. In this world, no one would bear the consequences of their mistakes for them. The decisions they made were theirs alone to bear, and the repercussions could very well be life-threatening. Now, faced with a monumental choice that would shape their futures, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to make swift decisions. The harrowing plight of the escaped slaves lingered in their minds, yet the allure of freedom was intoxicating, impossible to resist. The balance between the two weighed heavily in their thoughts, leaving them uncertain of which would ultimately prevail. Frere did not believe he had erred in his previous words, yet a sense of shame washed over him. The probing questions from his elder brother pierced his heart like daggers, causing him immense anguish. He questioned himself. If truly confronted with such dire circumstances, would he, like that man, resort to harming his brothers to save his own life? No, that was inconceivable. He was not that person, and his brother was not Carter. Meanwhile, Barrett was consumed by different thoughts. His affection for his brothers was unquestionable, transcending even the boundaries of life and death. He pondered the possibility of escape. Despite the tranquility of recent years, he sensed his body growing weaker. Though he possessed a tall stature, he lacked substantial strength. As the strongest among the three, the frailty of his siblings was evident. The chill of winter was intensifying, and the three brothers were perpetually hungry, subsisting on mere snow to stave off starvation. The labor was grueling, and every day, someone collapsed in the snow, never to rise again. It could very well be their turn one day. Barrett was terrified at the prospect of such a fate. When Vick had collapsed that day, he was filled with regret, blaming himself for not having fled sooner, thinking perhaps his brother would not have succumbed to unconsciousness. He remained by Vick's side, terrified to leave even for a moment. Who would dare to escape, risking death, if they were not utterly desperate? No longer could they afford to hesitate. Escape was imperative. Barrett spoke first. Vick, what should we do? I want to flee. He then turned to Frere and declared, Frere, I will protect you. Chapter 8. We must escape. As Frere spiraled deeper into self-doubt, Barrett's words jolted him from his reverie. I am the elder brother, of course. It is my duty to protect you. He turned to Vick once more. Brother, I too believe we must flee, if this continues. I refuse to become like the other laborers, nor do I wish to await my demise in such a manner. A fierce glint sparkled in his eyes as he rapped his fist lightly yet resolutely upon the table. Barrett also gazed at Vick, feeling a twinge of anxiety. His lips pressed together, yet his eyes were filled with an unwavering resolve in the face of death. Vick smiled sincerely, as the long-suppressed discontent took root within both their hearts. They had initially contemplated escape, only to have their plans inadvertently disrupted by their own arrival. Although the failures of their predecessors left them shaken, they did not succumb to excessive fear. Rather, they gained a deeper understanding of the fragility of life. They felt akin to fish on a cutting board, vulnerable to the whims of others. Instead of languishing here, subjugated by fate and awaiting death in the harsh grip of toil and hunger, they resolved to wager everything for a chance at a future unencumbered by obstacles. Under the glow of the lights, Vick's eyes sparkled resolutely as he declared, "We shall undoubtedly succeed. The lessons of failure are sufficient with just one experience. We shall not perform a farcical spectacle for the esteemed gentleman." He leisurely unveiled to the two his contemplations on their escape, which had occupied his thoughts throughout the day. "Freddie, Barrett, I have been pondering our predicament all day and have concluded that we possess but one means of leaving this place. We must first reach the island and then depart by boat." Carter and the others were not entirely mistaken, merely misguided in their approach. The initial challenge lies in reaching the island. Swimming is out of the question. We remain oblivious to the distance separating us from the isle, and the vast ocean poses the risk of disorientation. The frigid waters would likely hinder our progress, rendering such an endeavor futile, a veritable dead end. Thus, our only viable path is to traverse the bridge. Our discussion must focus on how to cross the bridge to the island undetected, with the greatest difficulty arising from navigating through the guards' living quarters. He paused momentarily, ensuring that both understood his intentions before proceeding. "Freddie, you have ventured near the kitchen, adjacent to the guards' quarters. What can you tell us about that area?" Vick understood that fleeing was a shared objective among the three of them. He could not arrogantly disregard their contributions and treat his brothers as mere burdens. They had all resided there for several years, possessing a wealth of survival experience that far surpassed his own, a newcomer who had barely settled in. His advantage lay in having received systematic education, granting him broader insights. Yet when it came to life experiences, it was uncertain who held greater wisdom. Thus, he saw himself as the one to oversee the planning, providing a general strategy and directing them towards the right course. From the inception of the plan, it was imperative that all three participated collaboratively to increase their chances of success. This marked the first time Fry was involved in such an extraordinary undertaking. Previously, Uncle Carter's plans did not include them. The three of them had merely been categorized as auxiliary to the escape. Hence, he felt a surge of excitement. In an effort to impress his brother with his capabilities, he pondered earnestly for a moment before speaking. "Brother, the row of kitchens is quite sparse, with only a few kitchens, and there is a separate room designated for boiling water, which is not for our use but solely for the guards. They have a large bathhouse located not far from that room. That area is already within the guards' living quarters. Their accommodations are similar in size to ours." He gestured to indicate the dimensions. "Once, I was summoned to assist a guard with chores, such as washing clothes and tidying up. They have a small tavern over there, a place for drinking, where they spend their evenings, except for those on patrol." He scratched his head. "No, wait, those on patrol go there too. I have seen many of them standing at the tavern's entrance smoking." "Yes, the tavern and the kitchens share one side, while the other side is lined with houses, though not many people reside there. Numerous vacant rooms, their doors locked and rusted." Seeing him lost in contemplation, Vick chose not to disturb him and filtered the information himself. The situation seemed to be as follows. The Fry people were rather clever, spirited, and possessed a childlike nature, often meandering around the kitchen area. On such a frigid day, no one was particularly inclined to venture outdoors, and there were hardly any companions who shared his interests. He might have initially hoped to scrounge a meal, but that endeavor failed. Instead, he was caught by the guards and assigned menial tasks without compensation. Although Fry frequently referred to the guards as Red Dogs, he was nonetheless curious about their living quarters, treating it as an oddity to observe and remember. To the north of the residential area lay the guards' living quarters, with a kitchen situated between the two, on the western side, while the central and eastern sections remained vacant. To the west of the guards' living quarters were houses, taverns, and communal facilities such as baths. The central area was reserved for transportation routes, where guards stood watch, while the eastern side was entirely comprised of houses, many of which were unoccupied. The special detention tower stood isolated beyond the bridge, located to the west of the guards' area, having no bearing on the routes considered. Many guards spent their nights at the tavern, and from Frey's accounts, it appeared they had no families, which perhaps explained their irritable demeanor. In truth, their lives bore little difference from imprisonment. The patrolling guards were quite lax, frequently drifting toward the tavern, and the best passage route was through the vacant houses on the eastern side. With this in mind, Vick inquired, "Fry, do you have anything else to add?" Fry shook his head. "You have done well. Next time you head to the kitchen, as usual, pay attention to their conversations, remember what you hear, and report back to me." He then glanced at Barrett, who remained taciturn, ill-suited for the task of gathering intelligence. "Barrett, you are responsible for observing the easternmost part of the guards' area. Keep an eye on their patrols from the eastern side of the residential area. Don't foolishly wander over. Ensure your safety. If discovered, feign idleness. A few blows won't matter, but whatever you do, do not run, understood?" Vick's tone was exceedingly stern. "Do not provide them with any justification to open fire. I shall venture into the labor camp to gather information, although there are numerous shortcomings. They are bound to hear far more than the three of us combined." The two nodded in unison, acquiescing. Vick wished to inquire among the laborers to ascertain whether anyone had ventured to the island, particularly those of more advanced age. For 6 years, he had not heard of a single individual who had set foot on the island. According to the information available, there was no means by which laborers could reach the island. The monthly supplies were delivered exclusively by guards accompanied by horse-drawn carts, effectively eliminating any possibility of the laborers leaving the bridge. Vick continued, "Let us pause here for today. First, we must find a way to the island before we discuss the matter of the boat." He dipped his fingers into the melting snow. "Now, I shall teach you how to read. We are about to leave this place, and it would be imprudent to venture into the world without the ability to recognize words. How can one aspire to a respectable job otherwise? Fry, I recall your desire to travel the globe and pen a book. Surely, you do not wish to remain illiterate." Fry felt a flush of embarrassment, for indeed, his literacy was quite limited, and it would not be an exaggeration to label him as uneducated. "Barrett, do you not have a passion for painting? Where are your wooden boards? Bring them forth. Perhaps our little Barrett might one day publish a collection of artworks and become a world-renowned artist." Barrett, feeling bashful, rummaged through the clutter in the attic and unearthed a stack of wooden boards. Depicted on them was a grand house where a family once resided, likely painted during his childhood, and it appeared rather weathered. There were also a variety of fantastical creatures, all reminiscent of those illustrated in storybooks, alongside some islands born from Barrett's imagination. The yearning for the outside world had never waned among them. Chapter 9. Disposable tools. Time flowed amidst the joy of learning to read and the sweet dreams of the night. The following day, the scene unfolded as described at the beginning of this narrative. The trio of Vick continued their industrious day, each contemplating how to better accomplish their tasks that evening. Meanwhile, within the confines of the special detention tower, a guard clad in uniform ascended to the highest level, standing before the office of the nation's supreme authority. He gently rapped 3 times on the door. "Enter," came a middle-aged voice, tinged with a hint of impatience. The guard opened the door and bowed respectfully. "Apologies for the disturbance, sir, but I must address the recent delays in our schedule." The official in question was none other than Lord Ablas Siegfried, the one presiding over the executions that day. He resented being assigned to such a desolate location, rarely leaving his quarters. The only moments of solace he found were during his brief meals, yet even those were occasionally interrupted. Siegfried lounged languidly in his chair, utensils still in hand. On the corner of the table lay a pink telephone bug, soundly asleep. The center of the table was adorned with an array of food, a succulent steak, the provenance of which was uncertain, cooked to perfection, deep red and rich in flavor, meticulously sliced into small lattice-like pieces. Golden, crispy fries accompanied it, and 2 florets of broccoli offered a refreshing counterpoint, complemented by a slice of lemon for zest. To his right, a glass of fine red wine awaited. While such fare might be commonplace for any respectable individual outside, here it was a rare indulgence, truly a pinnacle of luxury in the land of labor. He should have been enjoying his meal, yet this trivial matter vexed him. "What is it?" he inquired. "Sir, our manpower has been increasingly strained, compounded by a recent escape of several individuals, all of whom have been dealt with. If we do not receive new personnel soon." At this mention, Siegfried's impatience flared. While he could delegate many responsibilities, the matter of labor replenishment fell squarely upon him. However, 7 centuries had passed, though initially there had indeed been an overabundance of inmates. The situation had since evolved. The number of offenders dwindled, yet their usability had diminished, often deteriorating before their term concluded. His predecessors had resorted to replenishing their ranks with slaves obtained through illicit means. Encountering such fortuitous opportunities, Siegfried was hardly one to shy away from profit. Yet, this led to a severe shortage of manpower. He remained unfazed, reasoning that if there were not enough hands, then each individual could simply work harder. Such trifles wasted his time. Indifferently, he declared, double the labor hours of the workers. But yes, sir, the guard replied, his face filled with concern. The workers were already toiling nearly 20 hours a day. How could their hours possibly be doubled? After the arrival of this officer, he has shown no interest in managing affairs, lacking even the most basic common sense. However, the previous officers were no different, and the guards have grown accustomed to this. He dares not point out the officer's faults and instead shifts to another matter. Sir, there is one more thing. The guard hesitates, as this issue is particularly difficult to broach. Gritting his teeth, he continues, the rations for this month indeed, this officer, in his insatiable greed, has not spared even the meager provisions allotted to the laborers, seeking to extract further gains. The guard internally laments, feeling that this officer is even more shameless than his predecessors. Yet, he displays no trace of his true feelings, adopting a facade of trepidation. Siegfried furrows his brow. Is this trivial matter truly worth discussing? 1 meal a day suffices. The guard, hearing this, is not surprised. However, he realizes he cannot simply remain silent this time. He hesitates, but, recently, there have been instances of escape. While the execution of a few has instilled fear in some, the morale among the laborers is deteriorating, and dissent against the bridge construction is escalating. If they are pushed too far, this guard is not motivated by concern for the laborers. Rather, he fears the repercussions should he follow the officer's orders. In the event of trouble, it is clear that the laborers would be unable to escape responsibility, a fact he does not doubt. His greatest concern lies in the potential blame from above. The officer can easily deflect responsibility, attributing any issues to his subordinates' misjudgments, leaving him to bear the consequences. Given this officer's avarice, which has already resulted in diminished shares for the guards, he is reluctant to become a scapegoat. Siegfried is displeased with his subordinates' objections, leisurely placing a piece of steak into his mouth. Relishing the flavors of the meal, his mood lightens slightly, and he patiently attempts to enlighten his oblivious subordinate. There are few rebels. They are incapable of significant action. If they attempt to flee, they can simply be executed. The guard cannot agree with this perspective. The officer, of course, may remain indifferent, and in fact, he might welcome any complications or mistakes. Such an occurrence could lead to his reassignment, which is precisely what he desires. Anywhere but here, as it cannot possibly get worse. Yet, if true Siegfried, however, was entirely oblivious to his concerns, observing the other party repeatedly uttering nonsensical remarks and casting him a peculiar glance, he wondered about the obsession with the laborers. Do you know any laborers personally? He even displayed a smile that any man would understand. If you fancy it, simply offer them some food and indulge in their company a few more times. The guard was left utterly dumbfounded, his face flushing crimson. He had never anticipated that his superior would entertain such thoughts. Indeed, such occurrences had transpired in the past. After all, those who ventured to this island, whether single or married, could not bring their families along. With only a few days of leave each year, they relied on magazines for entertainment, and only when the supply ship arrived would they bring along a handful of women. However, their numbers were limited and were quickly claimed. Consequently, some began to set their sights on the female laborers on the island. Yet, over time, this practice was gradually curtailed, not due to an elevation in moral standards, but rather because the women brought here were far from desirable. The women transported to this location were the remnants after careful selection. Youth and beauty signified greater profit. Thus it was unlikely they would be sent here to waste away. What remained were merely the less appealing, older women. It was not that the men had not seen women for years. With the supply ship arriving every month, they naturally held no attraction for these laborers. When Siegfried first arrived, he was filled with enthusiasm, but after a visit to the quarters of the female laborers, he returned disheartened. At that moment, he reflected on his own self-worth. The guard felt a surge of irritation. However, since the other was his superior, he could only suppress his feelings. Sir, you misunderstand. Such matters do not exist. I merely fear that continued reductions in food will accelerate the depletion of laborers, causing further delays in our timelines. Siegfried waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Do not worry. Laborers will always be available. He raised his goblet, stood, and approached the window, gazing down at the scene of laborers toiling below. Taking a slight sip of red wine, he continued, in any case, treat laborers as disposable tools. Chapter 10. Adding insult to injury. Vick was unaware that their wretched existence was about to take a turn for the worse. At that moment, he endured the burdensome toil of physical labor while seeking solace within himself. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals. Therefore, they must first endure the tribulations of their spirit, toil their sinews, suffer hunger, and experience deprivation, all to cultivate resilience and enhance their capabilities. Surely, the divine presence that brought him into this world must have a purpose. It could not possibly intend for him to languish as a bridge builder in a life of relentless despair, could it? Vick must contemplate something to distract himself from the torment he endures. At this moment, he leans forward significantly, exerting all his strength to barely keep pace with the entire group, gradually moving ahead. Sweat pours from his body like rain, while large flakes of snow fall upon his neck, melting into droplets that mingle with his perspiration and trickle into his clothing. His back is already soaked, sticky and clammy, yet his hands and feet remain icy cold. His vision blurs as beads of sweat cascade down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. Some linger on his eyelashes, compelling him to blink vigorously in an effort to dislodge the drops without impairing his sight. The air is thick with heavy breaths. No one dares to speak, let alone call out, fearful that a single breath might be the last. He must devise a strategy, at the very least find something to cushion his shoulders, Vick muses. Such days are unbearable. One cannot endure them for even a single day. Finally, they reach midday mealtime, and Vick finds that the repugnant potato peel soup is not so unpalatable after all. He is now ravenous, longing to devour a hearty bowl. The laborers eagerly make their way to the kitchen, yet they do so in an orderly fashion, still following the guards' commands as they proceed in an organized manner to receive their meals. Vick held a small wooden bowl in his hands, a meager possession carried by the laborers. Behind him trailed Fry and Barrett, the three of them selecting the shortest line, patiently waiting at the rear. For reasons unknown, the procession moved at a sluggish pace today, occasionally interrupted by the sound of commotion, swiftly quelled by the guards. Those who had already received their meals returned with expressions of bewilderment, some even wearing faces marked by anger. A foreboding sensation enveloped Vick's heart. It soon became apparent to him as he overheard the man serving food ahead proclaim, "There will be no food in the evenings from now on. Do not return." It was as if a thunderclap had struck. What nonsense about exhausting one's strength and starving one's body. Vick felt a surge of stars before his eyes. Consumed by an intense fury, he yearned to disregard all restraint and hurl the bowl at the indifferent face of the wretched messenger who had announced this news, wishing to smash his head in such a way that even his mother would not recognize him. Damned world government. Damned celestial dragons. Damned transmigration. Vick gasped for breath, quickly reaching a point of unbearable exhaustion. His body was already on the brink of collapse, having toiled through a day of arduous labor yesterday, with sustenance barely sufficient to sustain him. This morning, he had consumed neither food nor water and had continued to work relentlessly, leaving him famished and lightheaded. The relentless secretion of gastric acid burned within him, causing excruciating pain. He forced himself to regain composure. The more wretched his situation, the more resolutely he vowed to thrive and grow stronger, determined to make those scoundrels pay for their transgressions. Yet, damn it, this was pushing him to the brink of despair. How was he to remain calm? Perhaps he could lead these desperate laborers in a historic revolution, turning the tides from servitude to sovereignty. This tantalizing notion seized him with fervor. Just look at these workers. Their desperation and rage were palpable. Emotions that could transform into a formidable force capable of obliterating all obstacles. If they united and acted with purpose, even at the cost of some casualties, they could undoubtedly vanquish the guards and that gluttonous official. Vick was convinced that it was that man who had issued the orders. He envisioned hanging those scoundrels from the bridge pillars, allowing them to experience the bitter taste of freezing and starvation. However, their demise could not be swift. Now and then, a morsel of food would be necessary to keep their lives dangling precariously, enabling them to truly appreciate the deep affection of the laborers before they were cast into the embrace of the sea, into the belly of the sea beasts. Upon contemplating this, Vick's spirits lifted slightly. He pinched his thigh fiercely. The pain brought him back to clarity, making him acutely aware of how unattainable such fantasies were. He possessed neither overwhelming strength nor the commanding prestige to firmly establish himself among the laborers. Achieving a foothold among them in the short term was utterly implausible and demanded extensive strategizing. Furthermore, such a position would be precarious. These laborers were both sheep and wolves. What they sought was an invincible leader to guide them from one victory to another. A mere misstep could provoke skepticism. In plain terms, he felt no sense of distance from these laborers. Under ordinary circumstances, they were unlikely to hold him in awe. Even if a flicker of reverence were to exist, it would be feeble and unable to withstand the storms of adversity. To compel such a group to heed his commands and act with organization and purpose, he would require a cadre of loyal, trusted senior officials, as well as mid-level personnel who shared his vision and recognized his authority. Moreover, he needed to remain ever vigilant against those short-sighted individuals who might betray him for rewards. All of this was, for Vick, an existence that was tantalizingly out of reach. Vick is not a saint with the grand ambition of liberating all of humanity. He merely seeks to harness the strength of the people. However, when this power becomes unattainable and uncontrollable, Vick is left with no choice but to reluctantly relinquish his aspirations. Vick struggled to restrain his emotions, turning to glance at Fury and Barrett. Fury's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, a tempest of rage and despair flickering in his gaze, occasionally revealing a glint of malice. Barrett fared little better. He had only just begun to process the news. His eyes widened in shock, brows furrowed in agitation. A mixture of panic and resentment swirling within, culminating in an overwhelming fury that seemed ready to consume anyone in its path. Vick mustered what little spirit he had left, reminding himself to remain composed. He also needed to ensure that Fury and Barrett kept their cool. Any disturbance at this juncture could only lead to dire consequences. Just look at those vigilant guards, their watchful eyes betraying their awareness of the situation. They were undoubtedly already informed, now standing by, prepared to quell any potential unrest among the workers. Vick took a step back and forcefully kicked the toes of Fury and Barrett, causing them to gasp in pain, jolting them from their rage. They understood their brother's intent, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously lowered their heads, concealing the emotions in their eyes from others. With a composed demeanor, Vick stepped forward to collect his meal, humbly continuing to cue back to the quarters. Fury and Barrett closely followed their brother's lead without hesitation. The atmosphere that afternoon was oppressively heavy. The laborers' spirits were profoundly diminished, as if they were confronting the apocalypse itself, and even the guards' whips could not rouse their spirits. The captain of the guards was acutely aware that if he did not address this predicament forthwith, the commander would not bear the responsibility, leaving him to shoulder the misfortune. Thus, he promptly instructed the guards to inform the laborers that their dire circumstances were merely temporary. It was due to the previous batch of wretched rebels who had sabotaged a portion of the food supplies, leaving everyone on the bridge to suffer from hunger. He assured them that as long as they endured this month, the arrival of supplies next month would resolve all issues. Vick thought him quite shrewd, having found a scapegoat that would not expose him. As for what would transpire next month, that was a matter to be considered later. Upon hearing the explanation, the laborers' spirits lifted considerably. At least the majority returned to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with an air of despondency. The few who harbored lingering doubts could only swallow their anxieties along with the day's solitary meal. Chapter 11. Who was unfortunate? Since the food supply had been halved, shifting from 2 meals a day to just 1, the atmosphere at the construction site grew increasingly morose with each passing day. It is hardly surprising. When people transition from barely being able to satiate their hunger to frequently facing starvation, those who have been conditioned into compliance and dulled in spirit might continue to endure. After all, survival, in whatever form, remains a hope, does it not? However, if even this modest aspiration is shattered, and the struggle to survive morphs into a gradual descent towards starvation, the situation becomes entirely different. While some may adopt an ostrich-like mentality, waiting passively for death, the vast majority will exhaust their ingenuity in the quest to defy their fate and seek a path to survival. Yet, those accustomed to oppression often harbor more fear than hatred towards their oppressors. Many, unless utterly cornered, will not contemplate rebellion, but rather how to seize from their fellow companions. In this context, Vick and his companions, having recently received food, were particularly conspicuous. Fortunately, those who knew them were nearly all deceased. That day, over 100 numbers had been called, and few could remember them. In truth, it was the surrounding individuals who posed a greater danger, as they all resided nearby, with ample visibility in the open space. Nevertheless, the number of those willing to act against them was limited, as nearly everyone, once food was in hand, would consume it immediately. What resided in their bellies was theirs. Who could say what might happen to what remained in their hands? It is highly likely that the food has long been consumed. With such a common assumption, many laborers reach into the bowls of their roommates, as this approach is evidently more advantageous and accessible. Those who are robust do not hesitate to showcase their strength to their more frail companions. As for those from whom the food has been taken, they find themselves powerless. It is not that they lack the desire to resist. Rather, once the food is snatched away, it is swiftly devoured. Even if they were to fight back, it would be futile. The provisions have already vanished. One cannot resort to violence, as that would merely relieve their frustration while exhausting their energy, rendering them even weaker. Furthermore, the outcome of a confrontation is uncertain. No matter how begrudgingly they accept their fate, they must endure. In such moments, their gaze naturally shifts toward those even more vulnerable than themselves. Thus, the primal law of nature prevails. The big fish devours the small fish, and the small fish consumes the shrimp. Survival of the fittest is the order of the day. Although the likelihood of being outright robbed is minimal, Vick remains vigilant, for he understands that if something is possible, it is bound to occur. He recognizes the difficulty of evading danger. Thus, he quietly prepares himself to avoid panic when the moment arises, ensuring he is not caught unawares. Nevertheless, the trio does not abandon their original plan. They cannot forsake their escape efforts due to potential threats. Fortunately, during the day, everyone remains under the watchful eyes of the guards, deterred from taking rash actions. It is only after nightfall, when the laborers conclude their day's toil and are escorted back to their quarters by the guards, that those with ulterior motives find their opportunity. By this time, most guards have departed, and some laborers, utterly fatigued from the day's labor, fall asleep the moment they lie down. Others gather to engage in hushed conversations, seeking to unwind and catch their breath. In this atmosphere, certain undeterred individuals venture out, hoping to test their luck. On this particular day, Vick had just returned when he sensed that something was amiss. Due to the absence of an external lock, the door could only be secured from the inside, leaving it wide open for anyone to enter the moment one stepped outside. Vick discerned an unsettling discrepancy. The door exhibited subtle differences from when he had departed, and the room remained shrouded in darkness, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. Someone was inside, and it was neither Fry nor Barrett. Vick's eyes narrowed slightly as he deliberately intensified his stride, forcefully pulling open the door and stepping inside, the iron portal emitting a resounding clang. Vick feigned ignorance as he entered the door, closing it with a natural grace. He deliberately paused for a moment, enveloped in the profound silence of the room. Slowly and deliberately, he advanced towards the table in the hall, maintaining an air of stillness. Vick was perplexed. He had been well prepared and, with keen observation, had already discerned that the individual had concealed himself beside the door, standing against the wall. It appeared that the other party intended to launch a preemptive strike while Vick entered, his line of sight still clouded by a blind spot. However, despite Vick deliberately slowing his pace, the assailant remained utterly still, showing no inclination to act. Vick found himself increasingly perplexed by the intentions of his adversary. Could it be that this individual possessed such unwavering confidence? The desire for a face-to-face confrontation, to engage honorably rather than resorting to ambush tactics, was evident. As this realization dawned upon Vick, he understood why his opponent remained so remarkably unperturbed. After all, who would not be anxious? The unidentified intruder was already in a state of panic. The moment Vick intensified his footsteps, the intruder had sensed it immediately. He had intended to seek refuge, but in the vast emptiness of the hall, there was no place to conceal himself. Consequently, he stealthily approached the doorway, pressing his back firmly against the wall, hoping to slip away into the shadows when the other party entered and illuminated the room. However, to his dismay, the intruder opted to close the door first and proceeded to the table in darkness. What could he possibly do now? At this moment, Vick remained quietly vigilant, attentively observing every move of the other party. He illuminated the lights, instantly casting brilliance throughout the hall, rendering every corner visible. Vick swiftly turned and took a step back, immediately detecting the presence of the intruder. To his surprise, the individual remained pressed against the wall, not lunging forward as Vick had anticipated. Instead, their legs trembled with fear. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The person appeared somewhat diminutive, yet it was evident that they were an adult, seemingly in their 30s. Instead of fleeing upon being discovered, they stood there in a state of confusion. As Vick approached cautiously, the individual finally regained their composure and stammered. "No, please don't hurt me. I promise I won't do it again. I beg you." It was only then that Vick realized this was, in fact, a woman. Vick merely furrowed his brow as he gazed at her, maintaining a stoic silence. Unable to endure the tension any longer, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, lamenting her unfortunate circumstances. After listening to her lengthy tale, Vick was not surprised by her apparent fragility. This woman resided in a dwelling situated at a considerable distance from here, making her arduous journey all the more commendable, due to her frail physique. She was frequently subjected to bullying by her housemates. To compound her misfortune, within her abode resided an individual akin to a prison tyrant. Previously, this figure merely demanded a token offering of food and flattery from the others, and in fortunate instances, would receive priority for any desirable items. However, circumstances had recently taken a turn for the worse. What once was a nominal tribute had escalated into outright extortion. This unfortunate soul had been stripped of all her provisions. Driven by desperation, she ventured out in search of luck. Although she had experienced several fortunate encounters, none yielded any rewards. And her streak of good fortune had finally run dry, leading her to cross paths with Vick. Vick was contemplating how to deal with her when Fry and Barrett returned one after the other. Upon witnessing the scene, they were momentarily taken aback. After being briefly informed of the situation by Vick, both men were instantly engulfed in fury. Barrett managed to restrain himself, but Fry was less restrained. He exhibited no sense of compassion, striking the woman with a forceful kick. She doubled over, clutching her abdomen as she fell to the ground, letting out a pained scream and moaning pitifully. Damn thief. She deserves to starve, he thought, irritated by her incompetence and her attempts to drag others down with her. Fortunately, he had concealed the chocolate well. Had it been discovered, even killing her would have been futile. He was determined not to let his anger consume him. Observing that neither of the men showed any signs of mercy, Vick felt reassured. He was no savior. He had no obligation to rescue someone simply because they were suffering. Who in this place wasn't he suffering? Chapter 12. Let us have candy. Vick does not intend to let the adversary off so easily. Not for any other reason, but because displaying weakness among his companions would inevitably invite a relentless stream of troubles in the future. In this realm, kindness is not a commendable trait, nor is it a virtue to be celebrated to show sympathy for the weak. Such actions signify but one truth, that weakness invites exploitation. Therefore, when confronted by invaders, one must adopt a resolute stance. Vick surveyed the surroundings, momentarily finding himself devoid of any formidable weapon. Even if he were to break off a leg from the table, it would serve merely as an inadequate makeshift club. This woman, perhaps accustomed to being oppressed, appeared genuinely timid. Throughout their encounter, Vick had not laid a finger on her, nor did she exhibit any inclination to flee. At this juncture, witnessing Vick's menacing demeanor, she showed no signs of resistance. Quite the contrary, she harbored a rather peculiar notion. In a tone feigned to be delicate, she sweetly implored, "Brother, Brittany is truly famished. Do spare a morsel for me, and I would be willing to do anything you desire." Vick turned his head slowly, almost rigidly, to look at her. Barrett, startled by her tone, stumbled backward several steps. Fry was not faring much better. He stared, wide-eyed and mouth agape, at this woman who was shamelessly flirting with his elder brother, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This woman remained utterly oblivious to the profound psychological impact her actions were having on the three of them. Oh, no. Rather two minors. In truth, she failed to recognize that the three young men before her were mere children. After all, they were all disheveled, their faces obscured, yet tall in stature. Yet, she continued to cast flirtatious glances at Vick, who was clearly the leader among them. Vick closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. The food here was exceedingly precious, and he could not afford to waste it. However, the veins on his forehead continued to throb. Upon noticing Vick's gaze, Brittany felt a surge of joy and flashed him a flirtatious smile, seemingly intent on disrobing. Vick, no longer composed, hastily intervened. "Stop. Don't move." Startled by Vick's thunderous command, Brittany remained frozen in her position, uncertain of how to proceed. As Vick observed the woman before him, who had obediently ceased her movements, he exhaled a sigh of relief and took a moment to compose himself, finally scrutinizing her for the first time. Previously, he had regarded her merely as a thief, a pawn in a game of intimidation, and had little inclination to truly see her. What did it matter that she was a woman? In this place, the notion of chivalry held no significance. Brittany appeared to be in her 30s. However, not all women of that age exude grace and mature allure. At least, this one did not. The harshness of her years spent laboring in the biting cold had rendered her skin quite coarse, and she bore 2 patches of ruddy complexion on her face. As for her features, they were somewhat difficult to articulate, leading him to refrain from comment. Unlike other working women who often possessed a robust physique, she seemed rather frail. Yet, This frailty did not embody the delicate beauty often associated with femininity. Instead, it was simply a manifestation of malnourishment. In summary, if she possessed any redeeming qualities, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Vick was perplexed. How had she managed to survive in such an environment with her frail physique? Those lacking physical strength had perished long ago. Unbeknownst to Vick, Brittany noticed her scrutiny and deliberately puffed out her chest. Her face radiated with an exuberant smile, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Vick averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight before her. The reason she had refrained from fleeing earlier was the realization that escape would be futile. There was no food to sustain her. Without nourishment, starvation would inevitably ensue. As fate would have it, the individual who had captured her was a robust-looking man, presumably not suffering from hunger himself, and would likely not resort to thievery. Rather than await her demise, she decided to take a chance, hoping that perhaps they could cultivate a lasting relationship. At the very least, she needed to endure this challenging period. Without hesitation, she resolved to employ her body as a means of persuasion, having engaged in such acts before and thus becoming quite adept. In the past, laborers would have eagerly pounced at the opportunity. Yet, something was amiss with this man. Confused, she took a firmer stance, subtly revealing a bit of her relatively smooth skin at the neckline. At this juncture, Vick could discern the intentions of her captor, who seemed to regard her actions with indifference, letting out a deep sigh. It would be unfair to categorically deem Brittany's actions as erroneous, after all. They were both striving for survival. If a life of comfort were attainable, who would willingly debase themselves and flaunt their allure? Vick's gaze toward her was rather intricate, devoid of disdain or contempt, yet lacking in any semblance of lust or avarice. In her quest for survival, one might consider this a viable strategy. However, regrettably, she had misjudged her target this time. Vick is remarkably rational. Unlike other laborers who merely drift through each day, he is resolutely determined to escape. Thus he refrains from engaging in superfluous actions. Furthermore, in his current precarious situation, how could he jeopardize his own interests to bestow charity upon a stranger? Even if confronted by a striking beauty, Vick might, well, hesitate momentarily before ultimately declining. Moreover, nearby, Fry and Barrett, who daily navigate such an environment, are well acquainted with the idle chatter of guards and laborers, absorbing a mixture of truths and fabrications. Yet, given their youth and the novelty of the situation, particularly with an elderly woman involved, they are likely engulfed by fear rather than contemplative thoughts. Hence, Brittany's theatrical display is utterly futile. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for it shall unveil even more enthralling developments. Most importantly, Vick will not allow this minor incident to distract him from his true purpose for being here. Vick seized Brittany by her hair, lifting her up to meet her terrified gaze, and let out a cold laugh. Aren't you hungry? Allow me to treat you to a sumptuous meal. He rolled up Brittany's sleeve with a swift motion, casting a glance at the lit lamp on the table. She appeared to sense Vick's intentions, her eyes brimming with a plea. No, please, I beg you. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Vick's heart was as hard as iron. One must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. He removed the lampshade and, gripping Brittany's arm, dragged her towards the exposed flames. Vick acted swiftly, leaving Brittany utterly terrified and momentarily unresponsive. By the time the searing pain radiated from her arm, compelling her to scream, no sound escaped her lips. Fry, with remarkable agility, swiftly covered her mouth, while Barrett's robust arms restrained her frantic struggles. Before long, the air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Her skin erupted with blisters, which, upon bursting, used a viscous liquid, transforming her skin into a vivid crimson, with signs of charring evident. Satisfied with the outcome, Vick withdrew her arm from the flames. Observing the scorched flesh on Brittany's arm, Vick gestured for Fry to release his grip. Although Brittany's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, she was not gravely harmed. Nonetheless, the excruciating sensation of burning pierced her to the core, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Vick disregarded her entirely, forcefully expelling her and slamming the door shut. Once the person departed, only Vick and the two others remained. Fry and Barrett simultaneously swallowed hard, and Fry weakly uttered, "Brother, I am quite hungry." Barrett nodded in a pitiable manner. Vick placed a small piece of chocolate in the mouths of each of the two individuals. Be good and obedient. Let us indulge in sweets. Chapter 13. A crimson turnaround. The three of them endured their days with the meager reward of chocolate. Fry would wander around the kitchen daily, eavesdropping on the guards' gossip, occasionally returning with injuries, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. Barrett, in accordance with Vick's instructions, meticulously observed the patrols of the guards. Every day, Vick mingled among the crowd engaged in casual conversation, subtly interjecting a few words here and there, with the hope of gleaning some valuable information. Upon returning home, he would study a handful of commonly used characters, relishing the prospect of the future. Thus, a week passed, and at long last, a turning point arrived. The events unfolded the previous evening. Vick and Fry had already returned and waited for quite some time, yet there was no sign of Barrett. Judging by the pattern of the preceding days, he ought to have returned by now. Vick sensed that something might be amiss, a foreboding feeling that swiftly materialized into reality. Just as Fury and Vick were about to venture out in search of others, Barrett stumbled back in. He was covered in dust, with numerous footprints marring his clothing. Upon entering, he sank to his knees, clutching his left ear, his shoulder trembling slightly. Although Fury was deeply concerned for Barrett, he first approached the doorway. Scanning the surroundings for any signs of trouble and finding none, he quickly closed the door. He then hurried back to Barrett, intending to assist him to his feet, but found himself unable to move him. Step by step, Vick approached Barrett, each stride weighing heavily upon his heart. He gradually knelt down, gently parting Barrett's left hand. To his dismay, where the ear once resided, there lay only a shattered wound. The severed edge revealed that most had been cruelly sliced away by a blade, with the remnants violently torn asunder. The blood had begun to congeal, surrounding the ear, the side of the face, and the neck in patches of crimson. Some areas already crusted with dried clots. His golden hair was also tainted with blood, matted into clumps. Vick remained silent, yet his inner turmoil was anything but tranquil. His fists cracked ominously as he clenched them, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Fury ignited in Frey's eyes as he beheld the horrific wound. What has happened? How could this be? Who did this? I shall avenge him. He paced the hall, his fists tightly balled at his sides. At this moment, Vick had managed to restrain his emotions and had forced himself to achieve a semblance of calm. He temporarily set aside any concerns for Fry, as the latter still retained a modicum of reason and had not yet contemplated causing a scene, which provided Vick with a measure of relief. He endeavored to soften his voice and moderate his tone. Little Barrett, does it hurt? Come here, brother will blow on it. A gentle breath will ease the pain. Although Barrett could not see due to his lowered gaze, Vick earnestly blew twice in his direction. This was a cherished ritual from their childhood, as the three brothers, often mischievous, frequently sustained minor injuries and would console each other with gentle breaths. Under Vick's soothing words, Barrett gradually began to relax, showing signs of response. Vick gently brushed off the dust and footprints from him. Barrett, you have been the most obedient. Your brother understands that you have endured some grievances. Come, share with me. The expression on Vick's face turned impeccably cold, yet his voice remained gentle. Who did this? At this moment, Vick was engulfed in self-reproach. He lamented that he had sent Barrett to surveil the guards instead of taking on the responsibility himself. Perhaps, had he been present, his charm and quick thinking might have helped him avert disaster. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him. For the guards were not equipped with knives. Such a weapon was strictly forbidden in the kingdom of the bridge. Moreover, he had never heard of any laborer being harmed by a blade, let alone having an ear severed. Barrett was merely a 12-year-old child, though he had endured countless beatings. He had never faced the grim reality of permanently losing a part of his body. The loss of his ear, in the eyes of others, would render him disabled. In truth, he felt little resentment at that moment. The anger and fear he had experienced during the horrific incident had been exhausted. Instead, he felt a profound sadness at no longer being whole. Upon hearing Vick's gentle words of comfort, Fry became infuriated, feeling a surge of frustration as Barrett appeared less tormented. He no longer felt helpless. He was not alone. In a soft voice, Barrett remarked, Vick, it was an adult I have never encountered before, and added, do not seek vengeance. His expression seemed remarkably composed, exuding a serene acceptance that, in itself, was the most unsettling aspect. Fry, however, was incensed by Barrett's attempt to suppress his emotions. Having witnessed the horrifying wound, he had been filled with rage, as if the injury had been inflicted upon himself. Now, seeing Barrett endure such suffering while feigning indifference, Fry felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He placed his hand on his chest, making a solemn promise to his younger brother, Barrett, rest assured, I will avenge you. That scoundrel must pay with his life. Vick remained silent, yet his eyes reflected an even colder hue. Never before had he so profoundly grasped the essence of his own insignificance. This, indeed, is what it means to be small. In a previous life, Vick once heard a saying, Those who harm you are either stronger than you or weaker. If they are weaker, forgive them. If they are stronger, forgive yourself. Vick can now only weakly forgive himself. How tragic it is that weakness is the original sin. This world belongs to the strong. Who would care about the life and death of an ant? Yet that ant is my brother. Vick gently caressed Barrett's spine, each stroke filled with tenderness. He murmured softly, "It is my inadequacy as your brother that has allowed you to endure such suffering. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Do not be angry. The one who caused you pain shall feel my wrath in return. It is all right now. It has passed. With your brothers by your side, there is nothing to fear." At last, Barrett could no longer contain himself. Tears cascading down to the ground. I was so frightened. Brother, I thought I would never return. Vick fell silent, gently soothing his brother's back. Barrett, I assure you that your sins shall not go unpunished. Fry, too, remained quiet, lost in contemplation over his brother's wounds. The two tended to Barrett's injuries, only to discover that his other hand was tightly clasping an ear. Vick placed it in a mound of snow adjacent to the attic window, maximizing the possibility of its preservation for an extended period. In truth, Vick harbored hopes of eventually finding a doctor to retrieve Barrett. After all, this is the realm of fervent anime. Perhaps there exists some extraordinary technology. Once the arrangements were complete, Vick allowed Barrett to rest upon the bed. He inquired of Fry, "Have any newcomers arrived on the bridge recently? I overheard someone in the kitchen mention that a new gentleman had come, one who was not favored by the commander, and has been assigned to reside in the sparsely populated Eastern District." Fry hesitated momentarily before responding. It is said that he has been cursed by a demon, requiring him to consume several times the amount of meat than an ordinary person. Everyone is skeptical, deeming him to be boastful, for no one has actually seen this individual. And the kitchen has not prepared meals for him, as all the guards dine there. However, he claims that his sustenance is provided by the commander's exclusive kitchen, which further fueled disbelief. Fry himself harbored some doubts. Brother, as you know, that kitchen caters solely to the commander. There have never been exceptions. It is said that there are over a dozen chefs employed therein. Victor pondered. That must be correct. That individual undoubtedly possesses a unique status, prompting him to avoid offending yet simultaneously refrain from forging a friendship. Fry, as if struck by a sudden recollection, added, just today, I overheard complaints from the hot water room regarding the need to transport several barrels of hot water to the Eastern District, both a lengthy journey and a frigid one. They mentioned it would result in penalties. A flicker of realization crossed Vick's mind. It was now evident that the newly arrived gentleman was indeed the architect of Barrett's suffering. Perhaps the key to their escape lay within him. Chapter 14. The Capable Ones. The unfolding circumstances were beginning to tilt favorably in his direction. Firstly, the local commander regarded him with trepidation, making it improbable that the lackadaisical guards under his command would seek to curry favor with this newcomer. Moreover, he had been assigned to reside in the sparsely populated Eastern District, a crucial juncture on their potential escape route. As a newcomer in an unfamiliar locale, devoid of subordinates at his disposal and surrounded by a scant number of residents, he presented an opportunity. Should they manage to ingratiate themselves with him, being spotted while traversing the Eastern District would pose little consequence. Furthermore, as an outsider, he could offer valuable insights that might prove beneficial, even if his demeanor were cruel. Such considerations were secondary in the face of survival. Vick felt a burgeoning resolve. He would even stoop to polish the soles of his boots, only to eliminate him afterward. Having made his decision, Vick hesitated no longer. He addressed Fry and Barrett. Fry, refrain from venturing out tomorrow. Stay here and keep Barrett company. And Barrett, do not presume that your injuries grant you the luxury of idleness. Both of you must diligently review the characters you have learned. Do you understand? With that, he produced a piece of chocolate, breaking it into two and placing a morsel into each of their mouths. I shall venture to the waterhouse tomorrow. Hoping for a stroke of fortune, our prospects for escape now rest upon him. Fry and Barrett were taken aback, and Fry quickly interjected, Brother, have you lost your senses? That man is a lunatic, cursed by demons. Just look at what he did to Barrett. Vick quickly reassured the two by gently patting their shoulders. I am well aware of that, yet this is our sole opportunity. The pair fell into a contemplative silence. Over the past few days, I had gathered intelligence, discovering that the laborers had never been taken to the island. If we could manage to gain his favor, at the very least, we would encounter no obstacles in entering the northern district of the guards. Moreover, with a stroke of good fortune, we might even have the chance to survey the island's situation. A confident smile adorned Vick's face. "Trust me, Fury, Barrett. I know what I am doing. We will succeed." He cast an unwavering gaze over the two, who, recognizing their brother's resolute determination, could only nod in agreement. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable resilience of the human body in this world. Perhaps it is also due to Barrett's ongoing growth spurts, for by the following morning, his wounds began to show signs of healing. A day of unrelenting toil left one yearning for the ethereal. As night descended, Vick made his way to the vicinity of the hot water room. There, not far from the kitchen, he observed a few tenacious souls lingering, hoping for the door to yield a bounty of food, a warm meal to soothe their empty bellies. The individuals at the water room, as Fury had asserted, were indeed incompetent, yet they did not apprehend Vick. He dared not to volunteer himself to attract attention, departing instead in disappointment, hoping for better fortune the next day. Regrettably, luck eluded Vick for several days, during which more rumors about the newly arrived gentleman began to circulate. This gentleman was known as Haki. He claimed to have once been a steward for the celestial dragons, sent by his master to oversee the construction of the bridge due to concerns about its progress. He even showcased his mark, the celestial dragon's hoofprint, as proof of his identity. What a peculiar individual he was. Most despised the slave mark, fearing its exposure. Yet, he wore it like a badge of honor. This was not without reason. Technically, the laborers here were also slaves of the celestial dragons, as they were tasked with building the bridge for them. However, unlike Haki, who bore a distinct mark, a central circle with 3 small triangles above and 1 below, resembling an animal's hoofprint, every laborer's mark consisted solely of a circle with a triangle above and below, indicating ownership by the celestial dragons, but lacking personal care. In blunt terms, it represented the difference between domesticated and free-range. Thus, Haki considered himself superior. Moreover, those who had been apprehended brought forth various intriguing tidbits about this gentleman. For instance, it was said that Haki had an enormous appetite, consuming meals 7 to 8 times a day, much to the discontent of the kitchen staff. His cruelty was notorious, with those who had encountered him bearing varying degrees of injury. Whispers of a curse from a demon also circulated, evidenced by his peculiar bathing habits. He never filled the tub completely and could not soak for too long, lest he risk drowning. Imagine that, someone drowning in a bathtub. How absurd. Was this not a clear indication of a curse? A profound shock surged through Vick's heart. Could this truly be the legendary devil fruit? Consuming it would bestow upon one otherworldly powers, yet it comes with the curse of the sea, rendering one a landlubber, unable to immerse oneself in water for prolonged periods lest one be left utterly weakened. To think that such a phenomenon actually exists in reality, Vick felt a surge of heat within, only to have it swiftly extinguished. Though the devil fruit lay tantalizingly close at hand, it could not be acquired simply by vanquishing its wielder. It would manifest randomly upon the vast ocean, and even if he were to eliminate Haki, the fruit would remain beyond his grasp. Such aspirations were futile. The rumors circulated by the laborers undoubtedly contained elements of embellishment, yet they were largely credible. As for the esteemed Haki, having once served as a steward to the celestial dragons, his integrity was beyond reproach. He lacked the audacity to fabricate such matters, although he likely exaggerated his role as a mere overseer of the bridge's construction progress. Who among the generations that followed would remain so devoted to a decree issued 7 centuries prior? This elucidates why the commander neither fawned over him nor overtly antagonized him. Rather, he was wary of Vick's status as a wielder of the devil fruit. Vick hesitated momentarily. The formidable power of the devil fruit was indisputable, and the peril of his plans had escalated exponentially. Should he continue to approach it? Yet, he quickly found solace. The adversities of life had fortified Vick's spirit, instilling within him a reckless determination. He thought nonchalantly, life and death are but fleeting moments. Must I truly toil until my last breath? Recent rumors had rendered the vicinity of the waterhouse desolate, and Vick's presence there became strikingly conspicuous. At long last, he was effortlessly captured as he had wished. Upon his first entrance into the guard's living quarters, Vick felt a tinge of curiosity. However, he refrained from casting his gaze around aimlessly. Instead, he obediently followed the guard with a water bucket in hand until they arrived at the residence of Vick. As Fry had described, Vick's abode bore no distinction from the laborers' quarters, both constructed in a uniform architectural style. The only notable difference was the absence of a small window for peering in, and an enveloping silence surrounded them. Upon entering the door, the interior revealed itself in splendid opulence. The floor was adorned with exquisite woven carpets, and directly ahead stood a warming fireplace, its flames dancing gracefully. To one side of the room, A set of leather sofas was meticulously arranged, while the opposite side featured a grand dining table with but a solitary chair. The walls were embellished with sconces and decorative paintings, creating an atmosphere befitting a reception room. Illuminated as if it were day, the guard, without pausing, gestured for Vick to proceed left into another chamber of equivalent size to the reception area. It appeared that the officer had indeed been generous with Feach, having combined 2 adjacent rooms into a suite. However, Vick quickly dismissed the thought. He had not heard of any recent laborers undertaking renovations, suggesting that this was likely an older residence now being put to use. Chapter 15. Ingvar Feach. The guard signaled for Vick to halt. Vick stood with his head bowed, as he heard the guard cautiously say, "My lord Fiki, here is your hot water for today." Perhaps Fiki nodded, for the guard promptly instructed Vick to pour the water into the bathtub. Vick dared not raise his gaze. Hurriedly and carefully pouring the water, ensuring not a single drop was spilled. The guard seemed to exhale in relief and asked, "My lord, may I take my leave now?" Fiki responded with a cold grunt, prompting the guard to retreat with the urgency of a fire at his heels. Vick, however, was not yet able to depart. He needed to fetch water several more times to fill the bathtub halfway. Only after Fitch completed his bath and he dealt with the used water and tidied up the room could he finally leave. After filling the cup with water, Vick respectfully stepped back and said, "My lord Fiki, please allow me a moment. I shall fetch a few more buckets of water right away." He bowed slightly, awaiting Fiki's response. Fiki felt a twinge of surprise. This laborer appeared to be unlike the others. The previous workers had trembled with fear at his presence. One particularly foolish individual had even spilled water all over the floor. After merely administering a slight punishment, that wretched soul had been so frightened that he soiled himself, tarnishing Fiki's carpet, a true travesty. The one from yesterday had been even more outrageous, kneeling upon entry and pleading for his life. What a farce. How dare he utter such disrespectful words to the esteemed Lord Fiki? At that moment, Fiki had contemplated hanging that despicable scoundrel. Yet fortune favored him, for just then, a call from the telephone insect interrupted, allowing Fiki to generously dismiss him. In contrast, Vick spoke with clarity and composure, exuding an air of calm assurance. His slightly bowed physique and exceedingly respectful demeanor evoked a sense of nostalgia for the grandeur of the Dragon Lord's estate, where he had once been an elegant and commanding gentleman. This feeling was delightful, almost making him forget the myriad unpleasantness he had encountered in this crude environment. Fiki's expression softened considerably, and with a restrained nod, he thought of the obedient laborer, whose lowered gaze concealed his face, and said aloud, "You may go." Upon hearing the command, Vick promptly grasped the bucket and bowed slightly as he exited the room. Vick found himself uncertain about how to approach the esteemed Lord Fitch. He could only regard him as a stern employer and superior, striving to demonstrate utmost respect and avoid any missteps. Fortunately, from the noticeable shifts in Fitch's demeanor, it was clear that he was somewhat pleased by such deference. After several exchanges of this nature, Vick finally filled the bathtub halfway. He reached out to test the water temperature, which was just right. "My lord, the water temperature is perfect. You may bathe now." Upon hearing this, Fitch rose, and Vick cautiously began to scrutinize his new superior. He stood at an average height of around 5 feet 7 inches, with a build that was neither imposing nor slight. His thick, golden brown hair was meticulously combed back, unruffled, indicative of his meticulous nature. His head bore a resemblance to that of a hippopotamus, with distinctive folds of flesh that nearly obscured his eyes. His gaze held a hint of melancholy, while his nose was a moist, flattened sphere of a deep black hue. His mouth was rather broad, reminiscent of a Shar-Pei dog. In summary, he presented as an unattractive oddity, with an overall appearance that was rather unremarkable. He donned a clearly formal shirt, yet it was left unbuttoned, revealing a chest devoid of muscle and a belly that jiggled with each movement. On his lower half, he wore exaggerated shorts, presenting an image that was disheveled and at odds with his otherwise neat hairstyle. Vick could hardly fathom that the terrifying wielder of the devil fruit would present such an appearance. It was utterly disillusioning. However, he dared not reveal his sentiments, remaining quietly in the corner, biding his time. Meanwhile, Feichi had already reclined in the bathtub, or more accurately, seated himself, with his upper body entirely above the water's surface. Leisurely, he picked up a newspaper from the nearby rack, perusing it with a casual air, perhaps offering a few remarks. Vick's eyes glimmered with a green light as he fixated on the newspaper. What could possibly provide him with a clearer understanding of the outside world? He concentrated intently on the newspaper, straining to catch every word uttered by Fiki, even if they were nothing more than meaningless drivel. The sea train from Tom's studio had been completed, and the inaugural railway was now operational. Alas, he pondered whether the adults would venture to the city of Seven Waters. While he sighed in contemplation, Vick swiftly grasped the crucial information. The sea train was now in service, and it was the year 1510 of the sea round calendar. It seemed that any hope for rescue had completely evaporated. He would have to rely on himself. "What is your name?" Vick was startled, his heart racing as he quickly composed himself. "Sir, they all refer to me as Little 13926. I possess no name of my own." Vick erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing. "My name is Ingewald Vick, bestowed upon me by my master." Vick was quick to understand, immediately casting an envious glance at Vick. "My lord, you are truly fortunate." Vick felt even more elated. In this day and age, possessing a surname is indeed a matter of great honor, especially when the one paying him compliments is someone without even a name. Vick let out a sigh of relief. However, Vick's expression quickly darkened, and in a fit of exasperation, he struck the reflection on the water's surface with a fist, sending droplets splashing everywhere. "Damn Carl. If it weren't for his manipulation of the master, if it weren't for him, how could I have consumed that wretched fruit and transformed into? The atmosphere was so oppressive that even Vick dared not speak. Surely, my master would not forget me. Damn that Carl. Let me ponder how to punish this insufferable wretch. My dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story grows ever more captivating." He resumed his solitary musings, delighting in his thoughts. Vick is truly on the verge of being frightened into a state of illness by this lunatic, whose temperament is nothing short of capricious. Fortunately, he appears to be engrossed in fantasies of vengeance against his adversaries, thus momentarily oblivious to other matters. At this moment, Vick finally steadied his emotions and contemplated the words spoken by Vick. It appeared that Vick had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by his peers, resulting in his consumption of a devil fruit capable of transforming one's image. Based on his rather indescribable demeanor, Vick surmised that it must be the zoan-type Inu no Mi, specifically in the form of a Shar-Pei. Furthermore, it seemed he had only recently acquired this fruit, leading to an inability to master its powers, which could drastically alter the appearance of the user. In any case, his glaringly unappealing visage had undoubtedly garnered the disdain of the celestial dragons, allowing his rivals to ascend while he was cast aside to the kingdom of the bridge. It was likely that his personality had also been influenced by the devil fruit's effects. Vick could sense that he was certainly not as capricious as he is now, and he might have even exhibited a semblance of aristocratic habits in the past. At this moment, Vick was consumed by concern. Since Vick had consumed a zoan-type devil fruit, his physical abilities were undoubtedly far superior to those of an ordinary person. With the feeble strength of his three brothers, could they possibly subdue and eliminate him through conventional means? The odds seemed exceedingly slim. The only solution Vick could conceive involved the use of sea stone and seawater. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds erupted, and Vick appeared somewhat distressed. He was hungry again, famished, in fact. Just then, a knock resonated at the door, prompting Vick to snap back to reality with excitement. "Come in. My feast has arrived." He stepped out of the bathtub, droplets of water cascading from his garments as he exited the bedroom, while Vick dutifully tidied the aftermath. Outside, the clattering of dishes ensued, followed by the unmistakable sounds of enthusiastic chewing. The aroma of meat wafted into the bedroom, causing Vick to salivate uncontrollably, his stomach protesting audibly. He attempted to hypnotize himself, convincing his senses to disregard the delectable scents. By the time he had completed the tidying of the room, Vick was nearly finished with his meal. His manner of eating was remarkably uncouth. He grasped a large bone in his hands, tearing chunks of meat with fervor, chewing only briefly before swallowing. His clothes splattered with grease. The table was already littered with scraps and gnawed bones, making it difficult to fathom how such a small stomach could accommodate such a vast quantity of food. The two chefs standing nearby were merely there to clear away the dishes, and as soon as Vick finished, they approached to tidy the plates. However, one of the chefs suddenly lost his grip, sending a dish crashing to the floor, shattering into several pieces, with one shard fortuitously splattering onto Vick's calf. The atmosphere instantly felt as though it had been suspended in time. Vick and another chef held their breaths, fearful of inciting wrath. Chapter 16, Capriciousness. The unfortunate chef trembled like a leaf, his legs resembling strands of noodles, unable to support him. Yet, he mustered his courage and, with trembling voice, offered his apologies, hoping for forgiveness. "I am truly, deeply sorry, Lord Vick." Haki remained silent, his face as dark as a soot-covered pot, fingers toying with the silver fork he had just used. The fork danced and glimmered in the fluorescent light, casting a faint, cold glow. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. The abruptness of his movement toppled the chair behind him, producing a loud clatter that echoed unsettlingly in the palpable silence of the hall. The three of them instinctively flinched. Vick and another chef managed to endure the situation, albeit with difficulty. However, the unfortunate soul was in a dire predicament. He appeared as if he had lost his very spirit, his face ashen. It seemed as though every bone in his body had been siphoned away, leaving him limp on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his cheeks like a torrential downpour, and he paid no heed to wiping them away. His hands were lacerated by shards of porcelain strewn about, blood oozing from the wounds, yet he felt no pain. Meanwhile, Haki remained impassive, advancing towards him step by step. His pace was excruciatingly slow, and with each movement, his adversary trembled. A piercing gaze, devoid of mercy, bore into his face, locking eyes with him. The psychological pressure on the chef intensified with each passing moment, teetering on the brink of collapse. At last, Haki stood before him. "The shards have cut me. Do you intend to harm me as well?" Yet, the other man could scarcely muster a response, paralyzed by fear and reduced to mere whimpers. Vick was taken aback, utterly bewildered by this twisted logic. Was it a case of paranoia? Yet, Haki remained resolute, convinced of his own righteousness, observing the audacity of the chef to disregard him. His brows knitted tightly in disapproval. With a swift motion, he seized the chef by the neck, lifting him off the ground with a firm grip. The act of dragging was necessitated by the chef's impressive height, slightly surpassing Haki's own. Though rendered physically weak, the scene was somewhat comical as he was hoisted aloft. The chef, grasped by the throat, initially squirmed in discomfort, but soon began to asphyxiate, producing a series of wheezing sounds reminiscent of a struggling bellows. His hands futilely clawed at Haki's fingers, proving to be an exercise in vain. His complexion deepened to a shade of crimson as he neared the brink of unconsciousness. It was only then that Haki let out a chilling laugh. "Why the silence? Do you look down upon me?" With unyielding determination, he plunged a fork into the chef's arm with a brutal precision. The chef, unable to vocalize his agony due to the constriction of his throat, emitted a sound that was hauntingly pitiful. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of Haki's mouth, revealing a sinister satisfaction. "Dare to underestimate me, will you?" He twisted the fork mercilessly, inflicting further torment. The unfortunate victim, now unable to scream, was slipping into unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back in despair. Vick bore witness to the unfolding scene, feeling a chill run down his spine. Beside him stood the unfortunate companion of the chef, whose dread was palpable. He was drenched in cold sweat. Though his hands were concealed beneath his sleeves, it was evident they trembled incessantly, causing the fabric to quiver slightly. To Vick's astonishment, this fearful elder surprisingly found the courage to speak at such a moment. "Lord Haki, it is all the fault of the petty men. Please, grant us your magnanimity and forgive us." Initially stammering, he gradually overcame his trepidation as he spoke on behalf of his companion, his words flowing more smoothly with each utterance. Despite his clumsiness and awkwardness, this chef had the distinction of being favored by Lord Siegfried for his creamy mushroom soup. The elderly chef discreetly cast a glance at Haki, noting that although the latter's expression was grim, he did not seem inclined to retaliate immediately. Despite his injuries, which he acknowledged were deserved for offending the powerful, he was relieved that they were merely superficial and would not hinder Lord Siegfried's dining experience. Although his thoughts remained unspoken, the implication was clear to all present. This chef proved his worth. A few blows for venting frustration would suffice, but any further violence, especially to the point of death, was unacceptable. It was crucial to remember that these chefs were the personal property of the esteemed Lord Siegfried, not mere slaves to be disposed of at will. Fortunately, Haki retained some semblance of reason, recognizing the need to avoid further antagonizing the chef. Though his countenance was exceedingly grim, he finally released the unfortunate man, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and erupting into a fit of violent coughing. He had indeed come perilously close to being choked to death. As he gasped for breath, a series of shimmering lights danced before his eyes, reminiscent of a carousel. The thought of his companion daring to speak out for him filled him with a wave of gratitude. Once Haki relinquished his grip, the silver fork still held in the chef's right hand was wrenched from his left arm. What had initially appeared to be a minor injury now looked exceedingly grave, exacerbated by Haki's relentless manipulation. A cavity had formed in his arm, the flesh around it torn and blood staining his garments. The wound was a ghastly mess, with bits of flesh spilling onto the fabric and the ground. The silver fork bore remnants of flesh, with droplets of blood falling from it onto the floor. Although Fiki had relented, he still sought to maintain an air of authority. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more riveting. Now you understand my might, don't you? I shall spare you for today. Observing the wretched state of his adversary, Fiki burst into raucous laughter. Though tinged with regret, it was still deemed sufficient. Mid-laughter, his harsh mirth abruptly ceased. Feichi himself stared wide-eyed, fixated on the front without moving. This situation was utterly bizarre. Vick cast a furtive glance and was immediately taken aback. He observed Fiki's expression fluctuating unpredictably. At one moment, he appeared somewhat reserved and haughty, while at another, he reverted to his previous cruel and frenzied demeanor. Yet, almost instantly, a look of deep remorse washed over his face, as if he regretted his earlier neurotic behavior. This expression did not linger for long. As he gazed at the weapon in his hand, his eyes took on a reddish hue, before his emotions could spiral into a violent rage. He shook his head with restraint, forcing himself to regain a semblance of rationality. In that brief moment, it was as if his countenance had transformed entirely. Vick was taken aback. Could this be a manifestation of multiple personalities? Or perhaps the influence of a Zoan-type devil fruit on its user? Fitch's expression fluctuated between distress and confusion as he glanced at his hands, his frustration culminating in him hurling the fork aside. Damn it! At that moment, he could hardly care about the reactions of the three individuals present. He hastily strode into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. The silver fork clattered onto the table, droplets of blood splattering onto the pristine white plate, strikingly beautiful yet jarring. The three onlookers, though puzzled by his bizarre behavior, felt a sense of relief at the departure of the ticking time bomb and collectively exhaled. The unfortunate soul on the floor finally dared to rise, his anxiety overshadowing any concern for his own wounds, fearful that the harbinger of doom might return for a second strike. The trio exchanged knowing glances and instinctively resumed their tasks. Chapter 17. Opportunity. The two chefs, unwilling to linger any longer, swiftly cleared the dishes and departed. Vick was left alone to tidy the table, a task he welcomed. He worked quietly and diligently, showing no aversion to the remnants left by Fitch. Anything that could bolster his strength and enhance his chances of escape was worth its weight in gold. After delivering the wooden barrel back to the water room, Vick returned to the house with food in hand. Fry and Barrett, feeling exceedingly anxious and unable to sleep, immediately approached Vick upon his arrival. Fry scrutinized Vick several times before feeling reassured, exclaiming, "Brother, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Barrett also cast a concerned glance in his direction. Vick said little, pulling out several tattered pieces of meat from his pocket, remnants he had torn from the bones. Had the bones not been too large to conceal, he would have preferred to bring back the entire carcass. It was meat. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Fry's eyes, while Barrett sniffed eagerly. "Let us eat. And eat heartily to regain our strength. There remains much to be done." The trio indulged in their meal without a shred of decorum. After days of hunger, Vick felt as though the acids in his stomach had been searing him. Today, at long last, he experienced the sensation of fullness, feeling revitalized. He would have welcomed a fork's jab without a second thought. Thus, after several more days, Vick became a servant of Fetchy, dutifully preparing bathwater and tidying the house each day, now commonly referred to as Fetchy's attendant. Vick approached each encounter with Fetchy with utmost diligence and vigor. Remarkably, he never made a single mistake, thus escaping any form of punishment. However, Vick did endure some hardships. Fetchy, when in a foul mood, exhibited a complete lack of rationality and was prone to venting his frustrations on those around him. Nevertheless, Vick bore it all silently, never expressing regret or complaint, fully aware that Fetchy represented his sole opportunity amidst the uncertainty. Moreover, he cleverly utilized Fetchy's disdain for solitary labor as a pretext to enlist Fry and Barrett in fetching water alongside him. To Fetchy, he justified that his own pace was too slow, and that having two additional helpers would better serve their esteemed master. Fetchy, indifferent to the matter, acquiesced, finding the arrangement more impressive. Vick, fearing that the two might inadvertently face punishment, instructed them to remain in the living room, positioned on either side of the bedroom door. As the time for the arrival of the supply ship drew near, Vick finally seized the opportunity he had been longing for. Having just concluded his duties as a servant to Fetchy, he found himself gathered with his brothers around the flickering candlelight. "Frere, Barrett, tomorrow I shall set foot on the island. and I may even board the supply ship. Despite Vick's usual composure, he could hardly suppress the excitement coursing through him at that moment. Frere and Barrett, on the other hand, were even more animated. Facci had placed a call to the commanding officer in Tali this evening, expressing his intent to visit the supply ship and indicating that he wished to bring Vick along. However, the reality was far more complex. Facci's visit was motivated by a desire to procure valuable items from the Navy, and the monotony of the bridge had become unbearable for him. He needed to devise a means to escape this place and return to Marie-Joie. The phone call was merely a request for a carriage, and bringing Vick along was simply a gesture of appreciation for his diligent service over the past weeks, deeming him a somewhat adequate servant for the occasion. Siegfried, on his part, remained indifferent to these matters. In his view, a slave could only associate with other slaves. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Facci's request, enthusiastically dispatching 2 guards to ensure the safety of Lord Facci. Tomorrow evening, most of the guards would be occupied with transporting supplies to the island and attending the festivities, and the commanding officer would also be present on the island. This would be our chance. Vick clenched his fist tightly. The general and Fiki were not on amicable terms, and the likelihood of Fiki remaining on the island overnight was minimal. He would most likely return after completing his business. However, this represented the most favorable scenario. None of us knew the true state of affairs on the island, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Vick whispered, I shall devise a means to ensure that Feach returns that very night. When the time comes, we shall proceed according to our plan. The 2 individuals opposite him nodded in agreement. The subsequent discussion revolved around the vessel we should embark upon for our departure. Stealing a boat was clearly out of the question. We lacked both the skills to navigate and the necessary charts or knowledge of the waterways. Adrift upon the vast ocean, we could easily encounter storms or whirlpools, and without provisions of food and water, it would undoubtedly lead us to our demise. Our only recourse was to board another ship. The most prudent option would be a supply vessel, which would rest for the night and set sail the following morning, inevitably returning to the coastal town housing the naval base. Thus, we would find ourselves in a populated locale. Vick harbored no fear as the vessel ultimately approached the naval base. In his hazy recollections, the East Sea Naval Base was nestled within the town, and the docks were shared by both military and civilians. Even if they were to enter the military port, what could be worse than the current predicament? Only by departing from this place could boundless possibilities arise. Should I manage to board the ship tomorrow, I shall endeavor to locate a suitable hiding place beforehand. In any case, let us proceed according to plan. Until my return, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from any rash actions. Do you understand? Vick's demeanor was unusually grave. Fry and Barrett immediately responded in the affirmative, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Vick's heart was filled with trepidation. He tossed and turned throughout the night, and just as he finally drifted into slumber, the blaring whistle echoed through the air. However, today was unlike any other for him. He felt an unusual surge of energy, eagerly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. By afternoon, as the sky remained shrouded in a dull gray light, some guards began to saunter away from the construction site, their arms casually draped over one another's shoulders. The 2 guards beside Vick remained motionless. One of them irritably exclaimed, Damn it, those scoundrels. I wonder if there are any Strand cigars on this ship. They'll surely devour everything, leaving us with nothing. Damn, the other replied indifferently. Come now, didn't you just restock last time? That type of tobacco has an overpowering flavor. Not many will desire it. Besides, the rest of the banquet. Today, the alcohol flows freely. Let us hope they drink themselves into oblivion. We have our own tavern, and next month it will be our turn. I only wish to catch a glimpse of Miss Shelley's photo collection. That is a coveted treasure. The first guard chuckled. Ha, what a delightful thought. Those rascals will undoubtedly indulge in it multiple times before it reaches you. They want to be sleeping tonight, I assure you. The 2 exchanged amused glances, chuckling to themselves. The supply ship has finally arrived, Vick thought. In the distance, a guard shouted, 3926, 3926. Upon hearing this, Vick immediately abandoned his task. Casting a reassuring glance at his younger brothers, he signaled to the 2 guards by indicating the number on his attire and hastened towards the guard who had called out to him. The guard regarded Vick with mild curiosity, but wasted no time with pleasantries. Follow me. Lord Feach wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Vick felt a sense of relief wash over him. The moment had finally arrived. He followed the guard to the accommodations area, where a luxurious 4-wheeled carriage awaited in the spacious transport corridor, with 2 white horses snorting at the front. Another guard sat at the reins. skillfully managing the carriage while Fitch was already inside. The ground was marked with tracks and footprints, indicating that the main force had already departed. The guard stepped forward and announced, "My lord, the person has arrived." Despite the respectful tone, Vick noted the disdainful glint in his eyes as he glanced towards the carriage. While another guard exchanged knowing looks with him, Vick hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "My lord Haki, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Regardless of whether those inside the carriage could see him, he maintained a posture of respectful deference, standing attentively in anticipation of orders. Haki, catching a glimpse of Vick's demeanor through the narrow opening of the window, nodded in satisfaction. "Let us be on our way." Chapter 18. Lieutenant Lipper. The carriage commenced its journey, with 2 guards seated on either side of the yoke. Vick was not afforded such favorable treatment. He trotted alongside the carriage, maintaining a parallel position with the window, while the biting cold wind lashed against his face, causing sharp discomfort. Were it not for the meager remnants of food provided by Haki that had somewhat replenished his strength, Vick genuinely worried whether his weary body, after a day of toil, could endure the run to the island. The 2 guards were relentless. Their fear of Haki mingled with disdain, compelling them to uphold a facade. They were far less courteous to Vick, often pointing and whispering derisively, and would even spit to the side with a scoff. Vick has become completely immune to the antics of these children, free from any psychological burdens. Since his traversal, he has endured countless hardships and suffered immeasurable trials, shattering his worldview into fragments. Such minor setbacks, which pale in comparison to the tribulations he has faced, cannot possibly incite his ire. At this moment, he is attentively observing the path ahead, with one eye still vigilant. The bridge's design remains identical, and the vast ocean on either side shows no discernible difference. Vick has lost all sense of time. Every so often, he encounters large heaps of architectural debris, providing ample cover for his escape. After passing approximately 20 mounds of ruins, he finally glimpses the outline of a small island. Indeed, it is a diminutive landmass, sparse and barren, devoid of any vegetation, with several small hills blanketed in snow. It is no wonder that this place cannot sustain itself and must rely on external supplies. The conditions here are utterly inhospitable for food production. What purpose does it serve to construct such a grandiose bridge on an island like this? Who would choose to inhabit a place that endures perpetual winter, reliant solely on external provisions? This is not a contribution to the world. It is merely an endless and relentless punishment without a time limit. As Vick set foot upon the land of the small island, his heart was devoid of joy. He felt as though he had merely transitioned from one prison to another. Enveloped in an overwhelming sense of oppression, the carriage continued its journey until it halted at a modest wharf. At that moment, the dock was bustling with activity. Guards were preoccupied with the transportation of goods, while others engaged in trivial dealings with the Navy. Nearby, in the carriage shed, the horses had been unloaded and were leisurely grazing in the stables, poised for their significant roles to be played the following day. Meanwhile, a few inebriated revelers had eagerly pried open crates, indulging in the barrels of wine, their heads buried within. Those nearby offered no reprimand, instead joining in the raucous cheer. For it was a night when all could drink to their heart's content. The sounds of laughter from women echoed from some of the rooms, stirring an unbearable yearning within. 2 guards dismounted from the carriage, observing the jubilant scene around them, their spirits ignited with anticipation. Fitch alighted from the carriage, impeccably attired in an opulent suit, adorned with rings of various sizes, and wielding a black cane embellished with jewels. To the unknowing observer, he might have appeared to be on his way to a soiree of the elite. He cast a disdainful glance over the gathering, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of reserve that starkly contrasted with the menacing demeanor he had displayed when inflicting harm. Addressing the 2 guards, who stood foolishly by, he commanded, "Take me to meet the officer of this warship." Although the guards were reluctant, they dared not openly defy him. Thus they escorted him to the captain's quarters. Vick's heart raced as he hurriedly followed behind Haki. The vessel was modest in size, and the highest-ranking officer aboard was merely a second lieutenant. At that moment, he was leisurely seated on the sofa in the captain's quarters, reminiscing with Siegfried, the ruler of the labor nation. This second lieutenant, named Lipa, lacked any notable background, possessed average abilities, and had rather unfortunate luck, which was why he had been assigned to oversee the Bridge Nation, a post devoid of substantial rewards. However, he was determined not to toil in vain, leading to a profound friendship with the esteemed ruler of the labor nation. Lieutenant Lipa produced a bottle of red wine, an exquisite new release, a Pinot Noir from the kingdom of Gaia, which he fortuitously had brought along. He retrieved a corkscrew, inserting it into the cork and gently twisting. With a soft pop, the bottle released a fragrant aroma. Lipa casually inquired, "Shall we proceed as usual?" "Certainly." "Everything should unfold as agreed," Siegfried replied, a connoisseur of fine wines, as is the custom among nobles and distinguished individuals. "Do you have any concerns on your end?" He grabbed a decanter and slowly poured the wine into it, gently swirling the liquid. "I have no issues on my part. However, I have heard some troubling rumors. The situation seems rather precarious on your side." Lipa ceased his statement. The deep crimson liquid clinked against the transparent glass, producing a melodious sound. Its enticing aroma intensified by its exposure to the air. "Do not fret. It is merely a minor inconvenience that has already been resolved," Siegfried replied, focused on aerating the wine. "A minor inconvenience? If laborers fleeing counts as trivial, then I suppose so," Lipa responded with a hint of sarcasm. Siegfried remained unfazed. "Come now. You are making too much of this. Such occurrences have happened numerous times in the past. This is neither the first nor the last," he remarked nonchalantly. "Simply eliminate the insurrectionists." "Ah, Siegfried, let us not forget that the last incident of this nature occurred quite some time ago. Moreover, I have heard whispers regarding some of your methods. Should a rebellion ignite, it would be disastrous," Lipa cautioned. Siegfried's movements halted as his piercing gaze fixed upon Lipa. "I have done nothing. It was all merely an accident. Be careful with your words, Lieutenant. Remember, this is not a naval barracks." In the face of Siegfried's veiled threat, Lieutenant Lipa remained composed and unafraid, even allowing a cold smirk to escape his lips. "And let us not forget, this is Tequila Wolf." Siegfried remained silent. While disturbances elsewhere might be inconsequential, should chaos erupt here, even one of noble birth would find it challenging to manage, a fact you must surely grasp. "I certainly hope you do not drag me into this predicament, although it is indeed a challenge to find another partner after such a hard-won agreement. And one may not encounter another with such harmonious rapport. The thought of the consequences of losing control is daunting. My efforts to persuade you with kindness and reason have reached their limits." For a moment, both men fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Siegfried revealed a satisfied smile, producing a goblet and pouring a drink for both of them. "I genuinely appreciate your concern," he remarked. "However, your claws have extended a bit too far." Yet, the other party's words held merit. While interest in this place has waned, the matter involves the celestial dragons. If someone were to undertake a serious investigation, it would be wiser to devise another means of departure from this location. Lieutenant Ripa displayed little inclination for wine tasting, raising the cup to his lips and taking a sip. "No need for formalities. We are indeed close partners, and I cannot disregard your well-being," he replied with a chuckle. Siegfried, however, took his time before indulging. He grasped the stem of the goblet, gently swirling the liquid within, admiring its crystalline beauty. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, allowing the fragrant aroma to fill his senses before taking a delicate sip. Once the flavors of fruit and subtle oak burst forth on his palate, he savored the rich texture before swallowing. He raised his goblet in a toast to Lieutenant Ripa, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 19. The intruder. Just as Lieutenant Ripa lifted his cup to his lips, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Frowning slightly, he and Siegfried both wondered who could be interrupting them at such a moment. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a figure clad in blue and white prison garb, marked with a number. The individual stood sideways, bowing respectfully, one hand gesturing as if to invite them in. A mere slave. Under the command of Vick, Vick hesitantly opened the door, compelled to obey. A man adorned in opulent attire entered, exuding an air of aristocracy, unfazed and seemingly at home, momentarily stunning both of them. Vick strode into the room without courtesy, plopping down on the vacant sofa, cheerfully greeting, "What a coincidence. Gentlemen, I am Ingewolf Vick, and this," as he glanced at the insignia on Lieutenant Lipa's shoulder. "The young lieutenant is truly remarkable." As the two men exchanged glances, their expressions soured. Lieutenant Lipa, still uncertain of the intruder's identity, refrained from expressing his irritation. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow, revealing his displeasure, and shifted his gaze to Siegfried. Given the man's dignified appearance and presence, it was evident he was not a member of the Navy but belonged to the Kingdom of Bridge. Siegfried, too, was taken aback. He had presumed that Vick was merely visiting the island for leisure, as transitioning from the bustling Mary Geos to this desolate locale was jarring for anyone. It was natural to seek relaxation and relief from such a stark change. However, he never anticipated that the visitor would be so brazen as to confront them directly. Clearly, This individual was not merely a pleasure seeker. His intentions were directed towards Lieutenant Lipa. Though Siegfried felt a twinge of displeasure, he recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum due to Vicky's status. Yet, there was no need to overly flatter him. This Mr. Vick once served as the steward to the Celestial Dragon. He has come to inspect the bridge construction progress, having arrived recently without the chance to inform you. Siegfried refrained from mentioning that Vick was a user of a devil fruit. In his view, while Lieutenant Lipa was currently an ally, their relationship was merely a transient alliance of convenience. Lipa remained a relatively inexperienced officer, possibly unaware of the nature of devil fruits, which would require Siegfried to explain further. Siegfried, hailing from the Grand Line, felt a sense of superiority over the Navy of the Four Seas. He held a noble lineage, while Lipa was merely an obscure junior officer. Were it not for their exchange of supplies, who would know of his existence? Thus, he held a somewhat condescending view of these Four Seas naval officers. In truth, however, Lieutenant Lipa was not entirely ignorant of devil fruits. As the Navy frequently contended with various pirates, it was imperative that they remain informed, for there may come a time when they would have to engage with those possessing such powers. Upon hearing of the intruder's identity, Lipa felt a sense of indifference internally, though he displayed no outward signs. After all, this was a person associated with the Celestial Dragons. Should he utter any indiscreet remarks, the repercussions would be dire for him. He presented himself with a demeanor of reverent admiration. To be in the presence of a Celestial Dragon's esteemed associate. What an honor it is to encounter such a noble figure. I must admit my previous ignorance of your identity was rather discourteous. Siegfried immediately discerned the misunderstanding and contemplated his next move. Although he had no intention of interjecting, he feared that the other party might unknowingly exacerbate the situation with Vick. The esteemed individual was quite uneasy about matters here, and Mr. Vick was expected to remain in this vicinity for an indeterminate duration. Lieutenant Ripa's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor, feigning nonchalance. I see how it is. He has been dispatched here. Although the reasons remained obscure, it was evident that he was in a dire predicament with little hope of redemption. He promptly altered his tone. Mr. Vick, while your status is indeed illustrious, this slave has offended me, and I cannot simply overlook his transgression. Without waiting for Vick's response, he rudely pointed at Vick and commanded, "Get out, and throw this offending slave into the sea." He deliberately emphasized the word slave. Vick's face turned a deep shade of anger, realizing the other was merely using veiled insults. Lieutenant Ripa was merely venting his prior indignation at his own subservience. Though he held little reverence for the Celestial Dragons, he certainly respected power and genuinely sought to curry favor with the other. He remained oblivious to the fact that Vick was also a slave and was likely indifferent to the offense he had just committed. Even if he were to learn of it now, Vick himself was well aware that his status as a slave was hardly esteemed, despite wielding his master's authority with impunity. He was rarely regarded with respect. At that moment, the insufferable lieutenant was merely casting aspersions. He felt compelled to retaliate. That is unnecessary, after all. He is my cherished servant and quite obedient. Lieutenant Ripa scoffed dismissively. Having reached this juncture, he likely felt emboldened to display his bravado. Vick sensed the disdain directed at his position, as if the lieutenant were mocking, a slave deserves another slave. However, as he had matters to address, he chose to endure this slight and gestured for Vick to follow him. Remain outside. I expect to see you when I exit. Observing that Vick no longer contested his authority, Lieutenant Ripa refrained from pressing the issue further and personally poured a glass of wine for Vick. The group resumed their conversation as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Vick had exited the captain's quarters, while the two escorting guards had long since disappeared into the distance. The surroundings were devoid of crew members, and Vick, of course, would not remain obediently waiting outside the door. He needed to seek a suitable hiding place. This presented quite a dilemma, for the vessels in this world were remarkably primitive, and naval warships were no exception. The ship before him was a complete relic of Earth's past, bearing no resemblance to the modern ships he recalled, which were multi-tiered and compartmentalized, allowing for myriad hiding spots where one could easily evade detection. This vessel was merely an ordinary Navy ship, a multi-masted, pointed, small-cabin sailing craft. The cramped quarters were further constricted by the presence of several cannons flanking both sides. Aside from the captain's cabin and the sailors' quarters, the remaining space was divided into a kitchen and a storeroom. Due to the frequent transportation of supplies, the storeroom had been simply partitioned into two compartments. one designated for the ship's provisions and the other for miscellaneous items and supplies from the bridge. Vick stood at the stern of the ship, gazing at the storeroom door, which bore the marks of time and, most importantly, lacked a lock. To be precise, the lock had been rendered inoperative, its surface marred by rust stains formed from relentless seawater erosion. Vick descended the stairs and entered the storeroom, where he observed that one chamber was still filled with boxes containing citrus fruits, wine, and the like. The other room was in disarray, cluttered with various items such as mops, buckets, and rags, accompanied by several empty boxes whose previous contents remained a mystery. It seemed that this would have to suffice as a hiding place. The location was far from ideal. Its sole advantage lay in its profound darkness. Apart from the entrance, there was no source of light, and venturing further inside required navigating in complete obscurity. Vick cast a few more glances before turning to leave. Chapter 20, Unexpected Fortune. At this moment, within the kingdom on the bridge, Fry and Barrett sat in the attic, staring blankly at a pile of ice blocks. These were no ordinary ice blocks. They were hard-won treasures. The brothers had first pilfered a sufficiently long rope from a construction site, tying it together. Then, they rummaged through the attic's clutter to find several watertight wooden boxes. Under the cover of night, when no one was around, they tied a tattered blanket, left behind by a deceased housemate, to the rope and tossed it into the sea. Once thoroughly soaked, they would haul it back up. Embracing the dripping blanket, they would sprint back to their dwelling against the biting cold, squeezing the seawater into the prepared, empty wooden boxes. This process was repeated over several days, allowing them to accumulate a significant amount of seawater. Each wooden box contained only a single layer at the bottom, and after opening the attic window and allowing them to sit for a day and night, they would freeze completely. Their task for the day was to extract the ice blocks from the bottom of the boxes and break them down into sizes small enough to fit within their jackets. As the moment approached, Fry felt a twinge of nervousness and turned to Barrett, asking, "Barrett, do you think that hideous creature, Fitch, truly fears seawater?" Before Barrett could respond, Fry eagerly interjected, "He certainly does. He is afraid even of bathwater. How can such a peculiar person exist in this world?" Barrett cast a silent glance at him, realizing that his brother's assertions were undoubtedly correct. Ever since their last brush with execution, Fry had undergone a profound transformation. Uninterested in Barrett's musings, Fry distantly remarked, "So many have perished. If we continue to drift aimlessly like before, we too shall meet our demise." Barrett readily agreed, nodding in affirmation, "We have all grown stronger. You, brother, have grown even more formidable." Fry, unwilling to yield, replied, "Of course, the brother is always superior to the younger sibling, just as I surpass you." Barrett. On board the naval supply ship, Vick intended to approach the captain's quarters, but as he passed by the crew's dormitory, he contemplated entering. Amidst the chaotic assortment of boxes strewn across the floor, he discovered several naval uniforms. The garments included a white sleeveless blouse with a standing collar, blue trousers, and a white coat adorned with 2 blue stripes on the sleeves. The clothing bore some stains, a mingling of perspiration and the briny scent of the sea, suggesting they were in need of laundering. Vick, unfazed, selected 3 sets of clothing that barely fit the physique of the 3 brothers. He shed his prison garb and donned 2 of the outfits with a swift motion. The remaining set was tightly wrapped around his waist, with the prison uniform draped over it as the outermost layer. Fortunately, his slender frame complemented the sack-like design of the prison attire, which lacked any semblance of a human silhouette, being a mere straight cut from top to bottom. Once dressed, he appeared only slightly bulky, with no discernible flaws in his disguise. Vick did not linger and hurriedly exited the room. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, Fitch attempted several times to steer the conversation towards the towns of the East Sea, only to be subtly diverted by the 2 men. They spoke either of the quality of the red wine or critiqued the flavors of the steak, which greatly vexed Fitch. He had long envisioned securing high-quality slaves or rare treasures from the East Sea to present to the esteemed celestial dragon, seeking a promotion in the process. To achieve this goal, he needed to temporarily depart from the Kingdom of Bridge and travel to the towns of the East Sea, where he believed the nobleman would be inclined to assist him. However, this endeavor hinged entirely on the cooperation of Lieutenant Ripa. Lieutenant Ripa and Siegfried were oblivious to Fitch's true intentions. They merely assumed he sought to interject himself into the profits of the town. The lucrative opportunities had already been thoroughly divided among the powerful, and should an individual recklessly plunge into this arena, unforeseen troubles would inevitably arise. They could not afford such risks. Left with no alternative, Fitch had to be forthright. The East Sea, vast and abundant, could yield high-quality slaves or rare treasures to please the esteemed celestial dragon, who would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Unfortunately, the two remained unmoved. Fitch misjudged the situation. Having spent considerable time in Mariehua, surrounded daily by sycophants of the celestial dragons, he assumed that everyone shared such an attitude. In truth, most Navy and government officials held a rather indifferent view of the celestial dragons, not particularly fearing them, and even ordinary citizens would mutter curses in private. If they were to act upon Fitch's request, and setting aside the question of whether they could find satisfactory slaves or precious treasures for the celestial dragons, the significant repercussions of such actions were beyond the influence of two low-ranking officials like themselves. Dipping into such murky waters, with no guarantee of profit, they risked being overwhelmed instead. Moreover, only Fitch would stand to gain from this venture, while they would derive little benefit. The celestial dragons were a distant concern, not their immediate superiors. Particularly for Siegfried, he was increasingly displeased with Fitch's restlessness and resolved to send him back to the Kingdom of Bridge that very night. He feared that if Fitch lingered aboard the ship, he would find further excuses to restrict his movements in the future. The prospect of Fitch stirring up trouble in the towns, with no assurance of personal gain, would only lead to reprimands. With this thought in mind, Siegfried beckoned his secretary to approach. "It is late, and undoubtedly, Lord Fitch is weary. Ensure that you escort him personally to the carriage, accompanied by 4 guards for protection. It is imperative that he returns to his residence safely." Having said this, he disregarded Fitch's loud protests and resumed savoring his wine. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The secretary approached Vick gracefully, offering him a courteous bow and gesturing for him to proceed. Vick glared fiercely at Siegfried, and with no alternative, could only console himself with the thought that time was on his side. He struck his cane forcefully against the floor several times, then rose and exited the room. Thus, rather fortuitously, through Vick's own efforts, Vick's objective was effortlessly achieved. At this moment, Vick stood by the door. After Fitch stormed out in a fit of rage, Vick, bewildered by the unfolding events, could only follow closely behind him. The secretary escorted Fitch to the carriage and then signaled for 4 guards, instructing them to ensure the gentleman's safe arrival at his residence. Although the guards were reluctant, they understood the authority the secretary represented and dared not defy him, silently cursing Fitch in their hearts to relieve their frustration. At that moment, Vick realized that it was indeed the governor who had ordered Fitch to be sent back. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, he merely assumed it was a display of rivalry among the prominent figures, secretly marveling at his own fortune. The swift progression of events filled him with both astonishment and joy. He hurriedly trotted alongside the carriage, perhaps invigorated by his elation, and hardly felt fatigued as he swiftly returned to the guard's living quarters. The night had completely enveloped the sky. After spending the journey in the carriage, Fitch's anger had subsided. He understood that such matters could not be resolved overnight and acknowledged his own impatience. Upon entering the room and changing into his usual loungewear, he appeared somewhat weary. Vick promptly spoke up. "My Lord Fitch, I have prepared a bath for you to relieve your fatigue." Fitch responded with a faint acknowledgement. Vick immediately dashed outside, his heart ablaze with excitement as he sprinted nonstop from the guard's living quarters back to his own dwelling. It was already deep into the night, and the streets were utterly deserted. The laborers needed to conserve ample energy for the toil that awaited them on the morrow. Occasionally, he encountered guards, who, clutching bottles of liquor, were inebriated and boisterous, accompanied by the raucous sounds emanating from the nearby tavern. Chapter 21. You are all conspiring against me. As Vick entered the room, Fury and Barrett were anxiously awaiting news. Hearing footsteps, Fury cautiously peered from the attic staircase, glancing towards the door. Upon recognizing his brother, he eagerly called out, "Brother, come up. We have everything ready." As Vick ascended to the attic, he beheld a pile of ice blocks strewn across the floor. Each block was approximately 2 fingers thick, with dimensions just right to fit snugly against the chest. Frey's were slightly smaller, while Barrett's were somewhat larger. Vick was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He hastily removed his prison garb while the 2 others looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Freddy, this is yours. Put it on first, then don the prison uniform over it." He deftly unwrapped the outer garments he had tied around his waist and handed them to Freddy. "This set is for you, Barrett. See if you can manage to wear it. If it doesn't fit, force it on." He then removed another set from his body and passed it to Barrett. The 2 swiftly complied with their brother's instructions, changing their attire as Vick explained. "These are naval uniforms. When the time comes, we will discard the prison clothes and don these instead. If we are seen, they will merely assume we are sailors, thus increasing our chances of boarding safely. Freddy, being petite and slender, found the uniform to be somewhat oversized yet manageable. Barrett, however, struggled significantly. He puffed and huffed for quite a while before managing to pull the jacket on, though it was already showing signs of tearing at the sides. The trousers, though ample, fit him, while the jacket was only barely suitable, unable to be fastened. Once both had completed their transformations, Vick wasted no time. He instructed Freddy and Barrett to each tuck 2 ice blocks into their chests. He too placed 2 ice blocks against his own chest, grateful for the barrier of fabric, yet still feeling the biting cold. The trio strode briskly through the snow, their appearances betraying no signs of their concealed garments, though the chill made them shiver. In such ghastly weather, who wouldn't? Upon reaching the water house, they found it mostly deserted, save for one unfortunate soul tending the fire. Vick is acquainted with him. He serves as a kitchen assistant and, due to being marginalized, is frequently assigned to tend the fire in the water room. Due to his occasional assistance in boiling water at the water room, Vick had made a few acquaintances with the man before and exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, upon recognizing him, Vick approached with an ingratiating tone and said, "My lord, you truly bear an arduous burden. It is quite late, yet you remain here tending the fire. Lord Fiki requires bathwater. We can fetch it ourselves. Why not retreat to a tavern for a drink to warm your spirits? I shall keep watch here. So you need not worry." These words resonated perfectly with the man's sentiments. He harbored grievances about being left alone while others were likely reveling in the tavern. How infuriating. Thus, hearing Vick's perceptive suggestion, he readily acquiesced. Moreover, at this late hour, it was unlikely anyone else would come seeking hot water. Most importantly, Vick was a familiar face, known to all at the water room for his daily service to Lord Fiki. The man harbored no suspicions and departed without hesitation. Once he was out of sight, Vick hurriedly summoned his 2 brothers, instructing them to place ice blocks into 2 buckets and pour hot water over them to expedite the melting process. Vick took charge of the buckets filled with seawater, while Fry and Barrett each fetched 2 buckets of ordinary hot water. The trio then hastened towards Lord Fiki's residence. Vick entered the bedroom, where Fitch was seated on the bed, engrossed in a newspaper. With an air of nonchalance, he placed 2 wooden buckets in the corner and instructed Fry and Barrett to fill the bathtub with water. Once the temperature was deemed suitable, he respectfully addressed Fitch, saying, "My Lord Fitch, the water is prepared, and you may commence your bath." Fitch, still clad in his loungewear, stepped directly into the bathtub. Reclining comfortably and exhaling a contented sigh, Vick timely handed him the newspaper and then gracefully positioned himself in a quiet corner behind. Soaking in a bath had always been a favored means of relaxation for Fitch, as it mirrored the habits of his master. The celestial dragon indulged every evening at a designated hour, luxuriating in the bathtub. At such moments, he would hold a newspaper in hand, engrossed in its contents, occasionally emitting soft sighs that hinted at either astonishment or a pleasurable release of relaxation. Meanwhile, Fitch stood poised behind him, ever ready to fulfill his commands. This scene exuded an undeniable air of aristocracy, prompting Fitch to unabashedly adopt the entire experience. Of course, the opulence of the celestial dragon's bathing ritual extended beyond this, as there were also female slaves at his disposal for amusement. Yet, in his current circumstances, Fitch chose to disregard this aspect entirely. Despite having consumed a devil fruit and becoming an empowered being, he understood that as long as he did not immerse himself fully in water or remain partially submerged for too long, he would not succumb to debilitating weakness. Thus, in this enclave of safety, he maintained his accustomed practices. As Fitch attentively perused the newspaper, he heard his young attendant, 3926, inquire, "Master, the water has grown somewhat cool. Shall I add more?" Fitch instinctively nodded, as this had become routine. Vick picked up the bucket from the corner and, as he had done countless times before, moved forward. One step, then another. He approached, drawing ever closer. Vick felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if he had entered a state of profound immersion. Although a hint of tension lingered within him, his movements were remarkably composed. His expression was strikingly natural, akin to numerous occasions past. His steps were steady, scarcely disturbing the adults engrossed in their reading. His hands executed their task flawlessly, not a single drop of water spilled. It was as if the balance of the universe had been momentarily disrupted. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Vick could distinctly hear the sound of snowflakes brushing against the ground. The anxious movement of Fury's Adam's apple at the doorway, and the seemingly amplified breath of Fitch, who was evidently caught off guard. Vick abruptly lifted the bucket, directing its opening towards Fiki's head, and doused him with a deluge of seawater. Outside, upon hearing their brother's inquiry, Fry and Barrett, who had been poised for action, immediately rushed in at the sound. Barrett, tall and robust, swiftly approached and pinned Vick's shoulders, while Fry, undeterred, seized another bucket of seawater and poured it over Fiki, allowing it to cascade down into the bathtub. Soaked with a bucket of seawater, Fiki felt his strength drain away instantly. As the two men roughly forced him into the water, he found himself too weak to resist. Fry poured yet another bucket of seawater, adding an extra layer of assurance. At that moment, the filled bathtub became Fiki's nemesis, and the plan unfolded seamlessly. "Let me go. You three wretched bastards will meet a terrible fate," he shouted. His features contorted with rage, utterly unprepared for the audacity of these lowly laborers to act in such a manner. "Why are you attempting to murder me? I am your master." He could not comprehend why, despite his kindness, they would betray him in such a way. "You all conspire against me. I will surely skin you alive and make a carpet to tread upon." His voice faltered into a whimper. Vick initially intended to listen to what he had to say, hoping for some intriguing insights. However, witnessing him consumed by anger, resorting only to incessant curses, Vick grew weary of idle chatter and promptly silenced him. Chapter 22. I am most fond of assisting others. Vick remained somewhat apprehensive about the potency of the weapons in the barrel. Grasping Fiki's hand, he forcefully bent the middle finger back towards the back of the hand, producing a sharp, cracking sound. Fiki's eyes widened in shock, a muffled groan escaping his lips, his gaze brimming with animosity, yet rendered powerless to resist. Vick set his mind at ease. He gazed at Fiki's grim expression and said softly, "How does it feel? Comfortable?" He smiled as he met Fiki's eyes. "Did you ever consider that this day would come when you punished my brother?" A hint of confusion flickered in Fiki's eyes as he stared intently at Vick. "Is severing ears amusing to you? Would you like me to provide you with a similar delight?" Vick's gaze was icy. A flicker of memories passed through Fiki's eyes, only to be replaced by a veil of confusion after a moment's pause. He had forgotten. Vick observed everything keenly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly broke into laughter. "Lord Fitch, esteemed as you are, it is only natural for you to overlook us insignificant ants." Vick's hand glided across Fitch's cheek. "However, I am inherently kind-hearted, and my greatest pleasure lies in assisting others. Do not fret. I shall aid you in recalling your memory shortly." His hand lingered upon Fitch's ear. At that moment, Fitch too discerned Vick's intentions, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he perceived this man to be unhinged, and thus ceased his fierce glare at Vick. Yet, he maintained his air of superiority, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of supplication, instead casting a menacing stare at the other two individuals. Fury ignited within Fry upon realizing that Fitch had completely forgotten the harm he had inflicted upon Barrett, witnessing Fitch's audacity to glare back at him. He returned the gaze with equal intensity, not neglecting to showcase his clenched fist. Although Barrett felt a tumult within, he was somewhat reticent in expressing his emotions, appearing largely unresponsive. Nevertheless, he silently vowed never to be disregarded by these so-called adults again. Vick observed that, even at this moment, he remained obstinate and unyielding. Without further hesitation, he expressed his gratitude for the care bestowed upon his brother, promising to repay the kindness. No sooner had the words left his lips than his subordinate exerted a forceful pull. With already fragile ears, he could hardly withstand such a violent tug. A resounding tear echoed as Fiki's entire ear was brutally ripped from top to bottom. The pain was excruciating, causing tears to stream down his face, while muffled sounds of anguish escaped his throat. The tearing action had also drawn surrounding skin, leaving a portion still attached. His ear dangled precariously from his jaw, with droplets of blood falling into the water, instantly diffusing into a crimson hue. Gradually, the water in the entire bathtub transformed into a pale shade of red. Vick's expression remained unchanged as he regarded the bloodstains upon his hands with disdain, washing them in the water. Time was of the essence, and for the moment, he had to compromise. "Frere, come over and hold him down. You two must remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down, and ensure that his body does not escape the water. Even if he can barely move a finger, you must keep him restrained." Frere took Vick's place. Vick's tone was exceedingly stern, pulling the two from their exhilaration of subduing the formidable figure. They promptly composed themselves, nodding with solemnity. He retrieved a rope from his pocket and tightly bound Fiki's legs and feet. Although uncertain of its efficacy, it provided a measure of reassurance. Subsequently, Vick began to rummage through the spoils. He chose to spare Fiki for the time being, wary of encountering some password or similar conundrum. It must be said that the swiftest routes to wealth in this world are inscribed within the penal code, a stark truth indeed. At this moment, Vick was profoundly immersed in the exhilaration of robbery. A mere 2 months of servitude as a steward for the celestial dragons had bestowed upon a slave a considerable fortune, leaving the seasoned bandit Vick nearly awestruck. There were over 20 extravagant gemstone rings, each comparable to a pigeon's egg in size. Various gem-encrusted and diamond-studded canes, crafted from extraordinary materials, adorned the room. A handful of exquisite timepieces were also present, alongside countless other treasures radiating an enchanting luster that made Vick's mouth water. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time to indulge in greed. With great restraint, he pocketed a few small items and swiftly sought out other valuables. The living room boasted a collection of exquisite knives, all genuine and unsealed. Vick selected 3 short daggers that could be easily concealed on his person. Though there were several Bailey notes, he merely took a few at random. Astonishingly, there were no safes or similar contraptions. These were mere material possessions. Vick diligently continued to search for the true object of his desire. After thoroughly scouring the living room and bedroom, he finally stumbled upon a locked drawer. In a matter of moments, he procured a key from Fiki's pocket and, after a few attempts, successfully unlocked it. Inside the drawer lay a watch-like object, its face adorned with a needle resembling a compass encased beneath a transparent dome. It was a recording pointer. Vick was astonished to discover the drawer was completely barren, devoid of nautical charts and compasses, yet it contained a recording pointer. This instrument was indeed an indispensable tool for the Great Sea Route. While he felt a sense of elation at this unexpected find, it was not the life-saving item he urgently required at that moment. If given the choice between the recording pointer and the nautical chart with compass, Vick would undoubtedly opt for the latter without hesitation, for survival was paramount for future endeavors. Although he had not procured the desired items, time was of the essence. Over 10 minutes had elapsed since Fitch had been subdued. Vick cautiously tucked the recording pointer into his bosom and approached Fitch. It seemed that Fitch understood Vick's intentions, and he could no longer maintain his composure. With wide eyes, he gazed at Vick in desperation, his face smeared with tears and mucus, emitting pitiful whimpers. Vick showed no mercy and had no time for idle chatter. He softly said, "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." With that, they sprang into action. Fry and Barrett exerted their strength together, completely submerging Fitch's face in water. Bubbles erupted from his nostrils, and small bubbles escaped from the corners of his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that this was indeed his ultimate fate. Helpless to struggle, he gradually ceased to breathe under the watchful gaze of the 3, just as the legends foretold, drowning in his own bathtub. Vick stood silently by, observing the unfolding events with quiet intensity. He noticed the thrill of vengeance gleaming in Fury's eyes, a confusion born from witnessing life ebb away at his own hands, and the lingering excitement from his first act of taking a life still resonating within him. Barrett, seemingly possessing remarkable psychological resilience, exhibited little change. He gently caressed the scar on his left ear, letting out a sorrowful sigh. Vick comfortingly patted his shoulder. Vick realized that he had been tormented for quite some time, and had ultimately cast that ear into the vast ocean. Vick untied and stowed the rope, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "You two should tuck a few of Fiki's shirts into your pockets. Should we encounter pirates, the naval uniforms would be a death warrant." Each of them pocketed several shirts, and the trio prepared to embark on their journey. Vick suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. His body felt weightless, as if his very spirit had been drawn out and concentrated in a singular point. In his mind's eye, he perceived a luminous orb. Yet when he attempted to scrutinize it closely, a hazy mist obscured his vision, rendering it indistinct. Vick, though not the most astute, was acutely aware that this situation was rather unusual, likely the manifestation of what is commonly referred to as a golden finger. However, this particular golden finger was not only conspicuously out of place, but also shyly veiled, as if it were modestly cradling a lute. At such a critical juncture, Vick had neither the inclination nor the time to ponder its implications. Fortunately, his earlier reaction was merely fleeting, and he felt no discernible abnormalities. His strength and stamina remained intact. One could only speculate whether fate, observing the smooth progression of events, deemed it necessary to present Vick and his companions with additional trials. As the trio stepped outside, they unexpectedly collided with a guard. Chapter 23, The Perils of Greed. The 4 individuals momentarily stood in stunned silence. The 3 individuals were momentarily taken aback, as they had just concluded a most audacious endeavor and were poised to escape as renegades. Encountering the guards at this juncture inevitably filled them with a sense of trepidation and anxiety. Their hands instinctively gripped the hilts of their daggers, their expressions betraying their heightened vigilance. Fry whispered anxiously, "What shall we do, brother? What shall we do?" Certainly, they could not allow him to depart unimpeded. A trickle of cold sweat emerged on Vick's forehead, yet he remained relatively composed, meticulously observing the individual before him. The guard, likely having indulged excessively in alcohol, reeked of liquor and appeared disheveled, precariously balancing with a bottle in one hand while bracing himself against the wall with the other. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and he seemed somewhat disoriented, squinting and shaking his head as if attempting to grasp his surroundings. After a moment, it appeared as though he suddenly noticed several figures emerging ahead, causing him to jump in alarm. His body swayed precariously, almost toppling over, but he managed to steady himself just in time. The attire of the three individuals before him was strikingly familiar, prompting the guard to instinctively place his hand at his waist, searching for his whip. However, after a prolonged search, he found no trace of it, only feeling something cold and hard beneath his fingers, leaving him puzzled about what he had encountered. Vick regarded the guard as he reached for his waist, casting a wary glance at the firearm in the man's grasp, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Although the guard appeared to be inebriated, the three of them were already exposed within his line of sight. They had lost the element of surprise, and Vick felt uncertain about their ability to strike decisively. Moreover, the group had grown somewhat careless. After the act of violence, their emotions had fluctuated, and they had neglected to scout the area beforehand. Should a gunshot ring out amidst the scuffle, Vick could scarcely fathom such a scenario. There was no need to strike down several individuals. Merely the sound itself had roused the crowd, sealing the fate of a few. Furthermore, there was no possibility of allowing him to escape. The adversaries had already encountered 3 individuals here, and over time, these 3 had become familiar figures in the Eastern District. Even if he failed to recognize them now due to his intoxicated state, it was uncertain whether the impression would linger once he regained his sobriety. Vick was exceedingly anxious, his mind racing as he pondered how to resolve the predicament at hand. The guard opposite him was quite inebriated, oblivious to any danger. Yet he was growing increasingly agitated by his inability to grasp the whip. His cognitive responses were somewhat delayed. He raised his right hand, clutching the bottle, and pointed it at Vick and his companions. You, how? Suddenly, his words faltered, as if something had ensnared his gaze, which drifted downward. His chin gradually lowered, freezing in place. He noticed something had fallen to the ground from the arms of an individual across from him. There, on the pure white snow, lay a gleaming golden object. This, gold. The guard instantly became alert, his mind sharpening slightly. Although his steps remained unsteady, he staggered closer, taking 2 or 3 faltering steps until he stood before Vick. He could not possibly be mistaken. The resplendent hue of the gold, reflecting a mesmerizing glow in the moonlight, was indisputably gold. In such a substantial piece, his breathing grew heavier, and his eyes ignited with fervor. There he stood, still swaying slightly, utterly incredulous as he faced the laborers. You. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Vick swiftly picked up the items scattered on the ground and presented them to the guard. The guard, who had been resting his left hand on his waist, no longer hesitated. He reached out and seized the object from Vick's grasp, examining it meticulously in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a gold watch, adorned with a myriad of dazzling gemstones, exquisite and resplendent. This had been Vick's deliberate ploy. His demeanor was one of utter panic, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. Please, sir, do not harm us. We shall never dare again. We saw treasures aplenty within the room, scattered all over the floor, and this is merely. The guard's gaze, already entranced by the golden timepiece, ignited with insatiable greed as he absorbed Vick's words. In that moment, he was oblivious to his surroundings, staggering towards the treasure-laden chamber. Although his mind felt foggy and his thoughts sluggish, he was overwhelmed with delight, fixated solely on the notion of riches. The incongruities and all that was amiss were far from his mind. This was precisely what Vick had hoped for. As the guard entered the room, he had yet to commence his search when Vick stealthily approached from behind, gripping the hilt of his knife and striking fiercely at the back of the guard's head. The guard was suddenly engulfed by excruciating pain, his head spinning, ears ringing, before he collapsed limply to the ground, losing consciousness. Vick then slowly sheathed the hilt of his knife. At this moment, Fury and Barrett also came to their senses and hurriedly assisted Vick in carrying the individual into the house. Vick pondered for a moment before speaking. Fitch is already dead. It is merely a matter of time before he is discovered. If fortune favors us, we have already set sail, but what if it does not? His tone bore a weight of seriousness, mirrored by the tense expressions of both individuals. We cannot place our hopes on luck. This unfortunate soul has strayed from his path. We cannot afford to leave him alive. Instead, let him assist us by buying some time. Having said this, Vick, with a commanding demeanor, instructed, Freya, fetch me a long knife. Barrett, let us carry him into the bedroom. Upon arriving in the bedroom, Vick turned to Barrett, the strongest among them, and inquired, My lord, can you crush his throat? Without hesitation, Barrett stepped forward, crouched down, and seized the guard's neck with his right hand, exerting force. A sharp crack resonated as the guard awoke from the excruciating pain, his eyes widening in shock. Yet, that was the extent of his response. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in his gaze, ultimately crystallizing into the chilling visage of Barrett's hardened countenance. His head drooped limply as he succumbed to the loss of breath. Vick nodded in satisfaction as he took the long knife from Fury's hand. He instructed the two men to prop up Fiki's lifeless body, then plunged the blade into his back. The tip emerged from his chest, and blood gushed forth, staining the water, resembling a blooming rose that transformed the already tinged liquid into a deep crimson hue. They then positioned the guard's corpse over the edge of the bathtub, clutching Fiki's clothing, with jewels spilling from his pockets onto the floor. Fiki's eyes bulged, his hands gripping his opponent's throat, reflecting a visage of unyielding defiance. His gaze fixated on the guard's firearm. Though the weapon was a rapid-fire gun, it possessed significant lethality for Vick and his companions, augmenting their strength considerably. However, lacking a silencer, it proved somewhat impractical for their current situation, rendering the short knives they wielded more advantageous. Additionally, it was a long-handled gun, unsuitable for single-handed operation. The guard was just right, maintaining a certain deterrent effect, but for personal use, it became quite cumbersome. Reflecting on this, Vick could only lament the unfortunate circumstances. However, he was not one to hesitate when action was required. He quickly composed himself and surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. While these tactics might not deceive the astute, they would sufficiently divert attention. He was confident that the legacy of Fiki would attract considerable interest and ignite significant controversy. Thus affording the three of them more time that was all they needed. Chapter 24. A bold and reckless plan. The trio quickened their pace, and this time everything proceeded smoothly, without encountering any patrolling guards. Upon reaching the easternmost edge, they swiftly discarded their prison uniforms into the sea. Each of them bore traces of blood, the uniforms reeking of its scent. Fortunately, their garments beneath remained untainted. Silently, they pressed against the bridge railing, moving forward as they distanced themselves from the guards' living quarters, undetected. Vick finally exhaled in relief. They exchanged glances, and a shared smile broke across their faces. The first step of their long journey had been accomplished. The three of them sprinted forward, disregarding the risk of slipping and falling. Their time was limited. The Navy would set sail at dawn, though the biting cold wind still lashed against their faces like knives, causing discomfort with each breath. They pressed on. Flurries of snow fell incessantly upon Vick and his companions, landing on their faces, hair, and eyelashes, melting slightly in the warmth of their bodies and becoming even more frigid with the wind. Yet, at that moment, Vick seemed oblivious to the chill, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of joy that washed over him, dissipating the pent-up frustration he had long endured. Fry and Barrett were no exceptions. Fry wore a joyful smile, his features relaxed and open, unlike his usual facade of indifference that barely concealed his inner turmoil. Barrett, typically serious and stoic, now displayed a rare softness, a slight smile gracing his lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The warm breath escaping their lips formed swirling white mist in the frigid air, resembling serpents gliding through the night. Unrelentingly cast behind them, it vanished within moments, leaving no trace. It seemed to herald that these three young souls, having broken free from their confines, would not look back. They ran without pause, feeling discomfort in their lungs, their throats dry and scratchy, yet they persevered. After an indeterminate duration of running, they finally approached the island, and Vick signaled for them to halt. Breathe. Let us rest a moment to regain some strength. Here lies the island. Vick, undeterred, scooped up the snow from the roadside and placed it in his mouth, hastily soothing his throat. The other two were equally exhausted, beads of perspiration trickling down their foreheads, disregarding the need to wipe them away. They swallowed several mouthfuls of snow before feeling a semblance of relief. It was quite unsightly. Nothing like I had imagined. We had finally escaped. Fry disdainfully curled his lip, scrutinizing the island with a critical eye. The island was indeed unimpressive. A barren expanse. Could it possibly be appealing? Brother Vick, why don't I see any boats? Barrett was solely preoccupied with the matter of the vessel, paying no heed to the island's aesthetic. There's a small dock over there. A boat is moored there. Let us hurry over. It seems no one is around now. They must be asleep. Hearing the absence of the cacophony of voices, Vick hurriedly urged his younger brothers to stay close behind him. Vick had visited once before and now approached the dock with familiarity. In the night, the warships lay quietly moored, their decks shrouded in darkness, devoid of any human presence. Alongside the dock stood several rows of houses. Some emitted a warm glow, accompanied by the clinking of bottles and raucous shouts. Others were enveloped in complete darkness, echoing with intermittent loud calls. Additionally, some houses resonated with discordant sounds, contributing to the lively atmosphere. The three individuals did not arouse any suspicion. Even when a naval officer emerged to relieve himself, he merely cast a glance and then returned to his preoccupations. Vick glanced at the naval uniforms worn by the three individuals, reminiscing about the chaotic naval dormitory. The cramped space housed nearly 200 hammocks. However, the contingent delivering supplies this time surely numbered less than 200, with the highest-ranking officer being a second lieutenant, commanding a mere 100 personnel at most. Was it conceivable that each of these 100 individuals was acquainted with one another? Vick was unaware of the impending consequences. He devised a bold and audacious plan to masquerade as a naval officer and return to port alongside the sailors. If successful, this venture would surely be far safer than hiding in the storage room. However, a layer of trepidation lingered in Vick's heart. He was acutely aware that the discovery of their escape by the authorities was merely a matter of time. Vick feared that should the kingdom's governor, in an effort to ensure security, instruct Lieutenant Lipper to conduct a thorough search of the ships, their fate would be sealed. After all, Vick could not accurately gauge the governor's perspective on the demise of Feech. If Lieutenant Lipper were to meticulously scour the vessels, it would surely lead to their undoing. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Vick steeled himself and said to Fry and Barrett, "Do not rush onto the ship. Remain here and feign the need to relieve yourselves if anyone approaches. I shall venture inside, as hiding in the storage room poses too great a risk." Without awaiting their response, he strode purposefully toward a bustling room. The two brothers, placing unwavering trust in their elder sibling, though perplexed, did not doubt Vick's intentions and complied obediently. Fry remained alert, vigilant of the surroundings, while Barrett, being more straightforward, unfastened his belt and lowered his trousers slightly. Feeling the chill of the wintry breeze, Fry, observing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, yet he too gritted his teeth and loosened his trousers. The brothers, exposed to the biting wind, felt a profound sense of frustration for being unable to assist their brother. "Vick, take a few swift steps closer as you approach. The room is filled with a cacophony of noise, and the air is saturated with the pungent aroma of alcohol." Vick picked up a bottle of wine at the door, still containing a small amount of liquid. He stood at the entrance for a moment, listening, then staggered inside while clutching the bottle. With his other hand, he patted the shoulder of a boy with pink hair. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. KB, I have yet to concede defeat. Let us go again." Although the boy was quite intoxicated, he still remembered his name. "You. Who are you? Who is KB? I certainly do not bear that name." Vick widened his eyes and leaned closer, playfully pinching his cheek. "Indeed, it is you, Kirby." Feeling the sting on his cheek, the pink-haired youth became flustered and irritated, swiftly swatting Vick's hand away. "I am truly not Kirby, Brother Neil. Please pull him away." The man referred to as Neil, with his short black hair and stubbled face, was at that moment holding a bottle of liquor in one hand while wrapping the other around another sailor who was merrily indulging in drink. Rather than intervening, he erupted into laughter at the scene. "Dylan, he's merely a drunken fool who has wandered into the wrong room. Indulge him in a few drinks, and he will surely recall your name." "Ha ha." The others nearby joined in the raucous cheer. "Dylan, drink with him. Bring him down. Ha ha ha. Make him crawl under the table. Little Dylan, you aren't afraid of losing, are you? Ha ha." Amidst the cacophony of encouragement, Dylan, fueled by a surge of excitement, engaged in a spirited drinking contest with the other. Although Vick had often been tormented by alcohol in his previous life and possessed a fair tolerance, this current body was a veritable novice, having never touched a drop of alcohol. While he presented a facade of bravado, wielding the bottle with an air of dominance, he was consumed with trepidation, fearing that intoxication might lead him astray. Seizing every opportunity, he resorted to various tactics, ultimately discarding more than he consumed. However, this was not a sustainable strategy, and Vick felt a deep-seated anxiety. Fortunately, Dylan was not much of a challenge. Prior to this, Dylan had already partaken of considerable libations. And given his youth and moderate tolerance, it was not long before he succumbed to the effects, slumping drowsily onto the table. Vick finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a triumphant smile. Chapter 25. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks. Vick deliberately selected him, having overheard a few remarks by the wall outside. Vick discerned that this Dylan was merely a novice embarking on his maiden voyage. Moreover, it appeared he had recently joined the Navy. In truth, the circumstances of the other individuals were largely similar. They were all quite youthful and lacked substantial experience. Most of the seasoned and elite naval personnel had been dispatched to the Grand Line, a veritable meat grinder. Newly recruited sailors, after a period of training, were sent out to accumulate experience at sea. Although this particular route offered little in terms of riches, the pirates encountered were merely inconsequential figures, with no formidable pirates present. It was well suited for neophytes. Furthermore, their conversations revealed that many among them were unfamiliar with one another prior to tonight, having only forged connections over the dinner table. Even those who were acquainted shared nothing more than a mere nod of recognition. Vick had bested Dylan, presenting himself with an air of triumph as he brandished a bottle of liquor, surveying the room with a sense of pride. A hint of provocation lingered on his face. In truth, only a handful of individuals remained conscious. Scattered across the floor were numerous souls, soundly asleep. Yet, those still awake were brimming with enthusiasm. Witnessing Vick's expression of victory, they eagerly approached, ready to engage in a drinking challenge. Vick initially indulged in hearty drinking, but before long, he pretended to be unable to continue, yet refused to concede defeat verbally. This group of boisterous young men, emboldened by their libations, would not easily let him off the hook, relentlessly pursuing him one after another. Vick seemed to be at his wit's end. He smashed the wine bottle in frustration and exclaimed, "Are you ganging up on me because you outnumber me? Just wait, I will bring someone." Ignoring the crowd's attempts to stop him, he nimbly slipped out the door like a fish escaping the net. The onlookers assumed he had fled in defeat and began to jeer. However, to their surprise, he soon returned, accompanied by two individuals. This time, you are surely doomed. Fry, Barrett, turn them over." One of the newcomers was tall and robust, his clothing straining against his muscular frame. The other, while similar in height to Dylan, was somewhat leaner but possessed an astute glint in his eyes. Both appeared somewhat awkward, clearly new recruits, and unfamiliar faces. Yet aboard this vessel, there were hardly any familiar companions, as most had been hastily assembled before departure. Although the route was deemed safe, it offered little reward, and few were eager to join. The seasoned veterans preferred to remain at the base, enjoying their retirement. As the crowd indulged in merriment, they readily pulled the newcomers into their revelry, pouring drink after drink. After several bottles, the new recruits had loosened up. They had received explicit instructions from their leader to blend in seamlessly, ideally exchanging names with a few comrades, all while maintaining their cover. Neither of the two was foolish, yet their prolonged isolation from the outside world had rendered their experiences somewhat limited. Fortunately, their fellow recruits were young as well, with equally modest exposure to the world, which facilitated conversation among them. Before long, Fry had struck up a camaraderie with a lad named Ed, their arms draped around each other as they drank heartily. "Hey, Ed, do you happen to have any of Miss Shelley's photo collections? I've heard someone brought them along this time." He chuckled lewdly, mirroring the demeanor of his supervising guard. It was a clear case of imitation. Ed, in contrast, was less brazen, his face flushing crimson. "Fry, isn't it a bit inappropriate to look at those? What's the big deal? You can't possibly have never seen them before." His disdain was palpable. At that moment, Ed could not afford to back down. "Of course I have. I secretly looked at my brother's stash. He has plenty hidden under his bed." Fry's eyes lit up with excitement. "Good buddy, you must lend me a peek. I don't have the complete set." He noticed a slight stiffness in the other's expression. "Why don't we watch together? Miss Shelley is truly..." Freddie, in his attempt to grasp the snippets of conversation he longed to hear, subtly adapted them to fit his own narrative. Meanwhile, he could hear Ed's constant exclamations of admiration, tinged with a hint of insecurity. Yet, he refused to be outdone. He endeavored to weave tales of his brother's exploits into his own persona while striving to uphold his image in front of his new acquaintance. In mere moments, the two nearly forged an unbreakable bond. In truth, Freddie was oblivious to the complexities of such interactions. He merely understood that uttering these phrases could foster deeper connections and enhance camaraderie, and without hesitation, he spoke them. Barrett, though not particularly loquacious, possessed his own methods. Barrett, you seem quite strong. Care for a match with me? A burly man known as Scarred Hunter was eager for a challenge, having never lost in arm wrestling within this room. He felt a surge of excitement upon encountering a new opponent. Barrett responded with a shy nod. The two clasped hands, their gazes locked. And at the signal from a bystander, the contest commenced. Onlookers gathered, cheering enthusiastically. Come on, kid, give it your all. Hunter is quite formidable. Hey, look, this kid's not bad. Barrett seized the advantage right from the start. Hunter, put some muscle into it. You're not faltering, are you? Barrett, get your act together. Just like before, have you not eaten? However, the favorable tide did not last long. Mere seconds later, Barrett found himself overpowered by Hunter. Oh dear. Hunter has triumphed again. This is rather dull. Although Hunter emerged victorious, he too was visibly fatigued. He regarded Barrett with a peculiar glint in his eye. Well done, Barrett. Let us have another round. I nearly lost just now. Barrett found his brother's words to be quite insightful. Games are only engaging when there are wins and losses. Initially, he had harbored concerns about facing a strong opponent, but as the match progressed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, allowing for a fair exchange of victories. Hunter reveled in the back and forth. And the two, along with the surrounding spectators, drank and played, growing increasingly familiar with one another. Vick feigned his maiden voyage, engaging in casual banter with Brother Neil. When shall we return? He inquired, taking a swig of liquor and feigning nostalgia. Neil, unsuspecting, replied, missing home. Are we? During my first voyage. I too long to return swiftly. Approximately 10 days until we reach Shell's town, though it depends on whether the commander has any special operations planned. Vick displayed a look of perplexity. Special operation? Neil feigned a glance around, and Vick, influenced by him, instinctively shrank his neck. After a moment, Neil beckoned Vick closer with a subtle gesture of his hand. Vick promptly leaned in cautiously, their heads nearly touching. Neil covered his mouth with his hand, lowering his voice, while Vick held his breath. Indeed, it is a special operation. He signaled with a gesture resembling the act of counting money. Vick, hee. You will know when the time comes. Every time those newcomers step aboard, they are utterly terrified. You must perform well. Vick initially believed that he would elaborate on the specifics of the special operation, but instead, he was merely left in suspense by the enigmatic nature of his words. Vick expressed his astonishment and concern, inquiring, are we to confront pirates? However, this is my maiden voyage, and I have yet to slay a pirate. What if Neil, upon hearing this, patted Vick's shoulder reassuringly and replied, do not fret. At least half of the crew shares your inexperience. Even if we do encounter pirates, they are likely to be mere underlings, who will tremble in fear at the sight of us. Ha. With this, he became animated, recounting tales of how pirates had wept and begged for mercy upon encountering him, and how he had engaged in fierce battles, vanquishing those marauders after a grueling contest of 300 rounds. Vick occasionally expressed admiration, lavishly extolling the valor of others, greatly satisfying Neil's vanity. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Special Operation. As dawn broke, the ground was strewn with naval personnel, and Vick and his companions were no exception. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Vick instinctively sat up, and as he beheld the scene before him, his memories began to resurface. He realized he was no longer on the bridge. Why was there a cacophony of whistles everywhere? Was this a naval tradition? Fry and Barrett, too, were startled awake, sharing Vick's confusion. Fry, nursing a slight headache, voiced his complaints, lamenting, my head hurts terribly. What has happened? I cannot afford to fall ill. There is still work to be done. His words abruptly ceased as he took in the unfolding spectacle, his recollections returning. He quickly comprehended his surroundings and prudently sealed his lips. Barrett, equally troubled, rubbed his temples, for they were both merely 12 years old, still children at heart. Though they appeared to be adolescents, the indulgence of alcohol was far beyond their ken. Around them, the sounds of rustling filled the air. The sailors, sluggishly nursing their hangovers, grumbled incessantly yet begrudgingly began to prepare themselves, for they were on the brink of departure. Vick effortlessly picked up 3 hats, donning them upon the heads of himself and his 2 companions, closely trailing behind Neil. Neil, I entrust the care of these 2 to you. Upon turning around and recognizing Vick, Neil's face brightened with a smile. Ah, it's you, Vick. Worry not. I shall take full responsibility for this journey. He glanced inquiringly at the other 2, prompting Vick to blush slightly and chuckle. These are my younger brothers, Fry and Barrett. May I also entrust them to you? He looked at Neil with eager anticipation, as if fearing a refusal, and quickly added, "Since our childhood, we have lost our parents and struggled to survive. Which is why we have joined the Navy. Those cursed pirates." A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a burning hatred. "For some reason. After meeting you last night, I felt an inexplicable closeness, hence my request for your care." Neil's expression conveyed understanding. He knew that the plight of the three siblings was not uncommon within the Navy. Many, driven by a desire for vengeance against pirates and a longing for a new life, ventured toward the sea, ready to face the battlefield. Indeed, it was no exaggeration to call this an era of chaos. With pirates rampaging and unrest prevailing on various islands, survival of the fittest was the harsh reality. Having lost their parents at such a young age, it was easy to imagine the hardships they had endured without the protection of adults. The mere fact that they had survived to this point was a testament to their extraordinary fortune. Yet, it would be untrue to say they were entirely unscathed. Neil's observant gaze discreetly swept over Barrett's left ear, which was marred by the absence of an entire auricle, leaving only a piercing and a grotesque scar. Barrett seemed to sense Neil's scrutiny, slightly shifting his body. Before Neil could respond, a boisterous voice interjected. "Ha ha ha, Neil, it's you again. Were we drinking together last night?" The speaker scratched his head, struggling to recall. Barrett seems quite impressive. These inexperienced lads often lack confidence. This was none other than the burly man known as Scarface, whose real name was Hunt. Though his appearance was unremarkable, marred by a prominent scar on his face that lent him a fearsome air, he was, in truth, a generous and straightforward fellow. Having shared a few voyages with Neil, a bond had formed between them. Barrett, taken aback by such unabashed praise, smiled shyly. Pressing his lips together, Neil had no intention of declining the offer. The likelihood of encountering danger on this journey was minimal. Even if they did encounter pirates, they would likely be cowards eager to flee upon spotting a Navy vessel. The truly formidable adversaries capable of standing against a Navy ship would never venture into this desolate stretch of ocean. It was merely a matter of courtesy. What is there to worry about? Let us all work together. Ha ha ha. Don't fret. After a few more experiences, you won't be considered novices anymore. At that moment, a look of gratitude flickered across Vick's face. Nearby, a somewhat juvenile male voice interjected. What about me? Don't forget me, Brother Neil, Brother Hunter. You can't leave me out. A small figure squeezed in, revealing Ed, who had been engrossed in conversation with Fry, with his short brown hair and round eyes. He appeared quite astute. Fry, visibly delighted, brightened at the sight of him, wrapping an arm around Ed's neck and whispering conspiratorially. The two shared laughter and playful banter, their camaraderie evident. Observing this scene, the older sailors, Neil and Hunter, exchanged amused glances and shook their heads. These young folks are truly vibrant, Hunter remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, let us hope we encounter no peril on this journey, Neil replied lightly. Hunter, with a complex expression, considered the notion of the special operation. While it has its merits, should the commander demand a direct confrontation, one's luck could run out, leading to grave consequences. This is no trifling matter. His tone grew more earnest as he glanced around, lowering his voice further. Moreover, engaging in such endeavors repeatedly can weigh heavily on one's conscience. Neil, however, seemed unfazed, wearing a resigned expression. Come now, Hunter, this isn't like you. I'm aware of all that, but don't you want to seize the opportunity when Bailey isn't biting? After a moment of silence, Hank touched the scar on his face, a flicker of fear crossing his features as he spoke solemnly. While Bailey may be appealing, my life holds greater significance. You ought to exercise caution. I learned this lesson only after having faced death. Neil, evidently still dismissive, countered, such wisdom is common knowledge. Yet those who have never faced mortality can never truly grasp the weight of such words. Vick stood by, his heart brimming with perplexity. What could this special operation be that drew Neil in with such fervor, while simultaneously instilling a profound unease in Hank, even provoking a pang of conscience? With these questions swirling in his mind, Vick, accompanied by his two younger brothers, boarded the vessel alongside the sailors. Once all the naval personnel had embarked, Lieutenant People, the captain, shouted with fervor, "Weigh anchor. Set sail. Let us embark." Vick stood on the deck, momentarily setting aside his troubling thoughts. Gazing at the boundless ocean and the old prison that gradually faded from sight, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He inhaled the crisp sea breeze, listening to the calls of the seabirds. This was the essence of freedom. It was only at this moment that Vick found the opportunity to explore the Golden Finger. Vick returned to the cabin. Since the cabin lay beneath the deck, it was dimly lit, The air was damp and ventilation was lacking, causing most sailors to avoid lingering within. At that moment, aside from a few weary sailors resting on the hammocks, emitting loud snores, only the three Vick brothers remained. He instructed Fry and Barrett not to allow anyone to disturb him, and thus, he immersed himself in contemplation. It was an extraordinarily remarkable sensation. The instant Vick contemplated entering, all his focus coalesced into a singular point, manifesting as a luminous orb. Just as he intended to approach and discern the nature of this entity, the orb surged towards him with great velocity. Vick was momentarily blinded by a sudden flash of white light, but as his sight gradually returned, he began to discern the scene before him. Chapter 27. An unprecedentedly useless golden finger. He found himself in an expanse of pure white. An endless vista of whiteness surrounding him. At the center stood a shelf, or rather, a display rack. It was remarkably minimalist, devoid of any adornment. The material resembled a silvery metal, emanating a chill reflective sheen. Upon closer inspection, it possessed a certain translucence, akin to crystal. Vick surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of only 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 formation, quietly suspended in the air. He refrained from further investigation and instead politely called out, "System, greetings. May I inquire if you're present? Is this the main god space or the infinite paradise? I wish to withdraw my account. Space Sprite, can you hear my voice? Intelligent robot? Are you online? Damn it. Customer service, show yourself. Regardless of your identity, did you bring me here without my consent? Hurry and send me back. This is a crime. Is there no respect for human rights? I wish to file a complaint." The space remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence, which only intensified Vick's anger, akin to striking a fist against cotton. He felt like a mere fool. Do you have any idea what kind of life I have led? I am worse off than a beast. I am on the verge of dying from overwork. What grudge or animosity could warrant such a calculated attempt on my life? Still, there was no sign of any anomaly. Vick's fury morphed into a sense of grievance. I can no longer endure another day in this hellish place. Let whoever desires to come here do so. My life in reality was perfectly fine, devoid of any regrets. What will become of my father and mother if I leave? Is there anyone out there? He felt somewhat defeated, utterly bewildered by his misfortune. Since his journey through realms began, Vick had been exceedingly cautious. Even with close companions like Fry and Barrett, he dared not reveal any secrets regarding his travels. Having vented some of his frustrations now, he felt a measure of relief in his heart. Vick was never an unreasonably optimistic individual. Rather, the various experiences he encountered during his journey through time and space instilled within him a profound sense of vigilance towards his surroundings. He understood that this journey was a one-way street, and no amount of transgression would allow him to return. Yet, he maintained a semblance of optimism, for he had, at the very least, regained his youth by several years, and was now presented with the tantalizing possibility of touching the extraordinary. Before him lay a mysterious realm, a potent key and a bastion of safety, a secret that he, as a traveler of dimensions, was determined to guard with his life. With renewed vigor, he began to meticulously explore this compensation for all that he had lost. On the display rack, 8 spaces were conspicuously empty, save for a hazy area in the upper left corner. Vick pondered upon discerning what lay within. Suddenly, it seemed as though the mist had been parted, retreating in an instant to reveal the object at the center. Vick stared blankly at the object before him, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. This item resembled a banana. In fact, it was indeed a bunch of bananas. There were 3 in total, albeit with a green skin. It was evident that they were not unripe, for the spiral patterns adorning their surface distinctly revealed their identity as devil fruits. How could there be devil fruits here? He had never encountered such a thing before. Could it be that this cabinet sprouted them on its own? Wait, when did this space appear? It seems to have manifested after he killed Fiki and was preparing to flee. Yes. Fiki. It must be Fiki's devil fruit. Could it be that the devil fruit consumed by a user he had slain would reappear here? No, that wasn't the case. He hadn't personally ended Fiki's life, merely been present at the moment of his demise. It appears that the devil fruits consumed by users who die in proximity to him materialize upon this display. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of this spatial limitation. Vick fixed his gaze upon the devil fruit, his heart ensnared in a web of conflict. Having fortuitously acquired this enigmatic fruit, he now grappled with a pressing dilemma. Should he consume it? This was indeed a significant quandary. Firstly, Vick was already cognizant of the nature of this particular devil fruit, leaving no room for uncertainty or chance. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that deepened his internal struggle. For the fruit's essence was rather difficult to articulate. While Vick harbored no prejudice against zoan-type fruits, this one was undeniably peculiar in its form. His resolve to grow stronger remained unwavering, and his need for power was palpable. However, he also took great satisfaction in his current appearance. The mere thought of Feiqi sent a shiver down his spine. Moreover, he had never subscribed to the notion that all devil fruits were equal. It is true that a strong individual remains formidable regardless of the fruit they encounter. Yet Vick firmly believed that the fruits themselves possessed varying degrees of potency, especially when comparing this fruit to a Logia type. Without hesitation, he would choose the latter if given the option. Yet, the stark reality remained. Vick had no alternative but to confront this solitary choice. For the sake of the safety of those around him, sacrifices must be made. As he stood as the trusted pillar of strength for the two of them, since Vick possesses the absolute authority, he must also take on the responsibility for the safety of the trio, standing resolutely at the forefront. He inhaled deeply, compelling himself to contemplate the merits of the situation. Indeed, the zoan-type fruit has its own advantages. While the mythical zoan ancient species is undeniably impressive, the concern lies with the ordinary variety. What of the ordinary type? Even if it is merely an ordinary species, it still retains the inherent characteristics typical of zoan types. Although immediate transformation into an overwhelming force is not feasible, it does bestow a robust physique, enabling one to maneuver in the face of danger, and at the very least, serve as a formidable shield. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Yet, the image of the Shar-Pei is rather. What of the Shar-Pei? Has it offended you in any way? Just look at the profound depth of its folds and the melancholic expression it bears, tinged with a sense of profound sentiment. Well, all right. However, it is not a large dog, and even among ordinary breeds, it lacks any significant advantage in size. Such superficiality. Only fixating on size. Is there a direct correlation between size and combat prowess? Is there not? Though it may be diminutive, it is still a fighting dog. Do not underestimate the valiant little warriors. After considerable mental preparation, Vick finally extended his hand with a resolute expression. Then, alas, he found it too heavy to lift. He decided to try once more. Perhaps his previous posture was incorrect. With this thought, Vick attempted to retrieve the Inu no Mi once again. To no avail. Vick was utterly bewildered. What on earth is this situation? It can only be deposited, but not withdrawn. What purpose does that serve? What was the point of my earlier turmoil? Vick, undeterred by the supernatural, attempted various methods repeatedly, all in vain. Even more frustrating was the fact that this space contained nothing but display racks. Vick attempted to place other items into the space, yet it proved utterly futile. It could not even function as a mere storage area. He had never encountered such a useless golden finger. This display rack truly lives up to its name, embodying simplicity and authenticity, devoid of any ostentation. Vick entered with great enthusiasm but emerged filled with frustration, feeling as though fate had once again dealt him a merciless blow. He vowed to himself that he would never subject himself to such torment again. However, in the following days, he earnestly made repeated attempts, only to ultimately concede defeat for the time being. Chapter 28. The unquestionable annihilation. On the first day of departure, the sea was tranquil. Vick and his two companions, along with many new recruits, busily cleaned the deck with buckets of water. This task, relatively safe aboard the ship, was nonetheless exceedingly monotonous. Yet, for Vick and his companions, who had engaged in a singular activity day in and day out for several years, it was merely a trifling matter. Moreover, a sumptuous lunch awaited them at noon. With the ship still close to shore, an abundance of fresh meat was available, and the bread was delightfully soft, accompanied by fresh apples and a cup of ale. It was nothing short of a heavenly indulgence. For the first time since his arrival in this realm, Vick savored a meal that resembled a proper lunch, devouring it with fervor, entirely disregarding any notions of decorum. Fry and Barrett were equally engrossed in their repast. However, the naval personnel exhibited a myriad of peculiar eating habits, rendering the trio rather inconspicuous. Through their conversations with the sailors, Vick ascertained that the current year was 1510 in the era of the sea, a mere 12 years prior to the commencement of the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates. GOLD, Roger had met his demise, and Fisher Tiger had only recently ascended the Red Line, causing an uproar in Mariewa and liberating countless slaves. In that moment, he found himself amidst the tumultuous tides of an epoch marked by upheaval. The great pirate era had dawned, with innumerable souls setting sail, fueled by dreams and ambitions. The number of pirates surged to unprecedented levels, leaving ordinary citizens to suffer under their tyranny. What fate awaited him in this chaotic world? The tranquil days did not linger for long, as Vick soon encountered his inaugural naval skirmish. At that moment, the three brothers were diligently scrubbing the deck when a shout from the lookout tower pierced the air. Pirate ship spotted ahead. An uproar ensued aboard the vessel, with the sailors eagerly gazing into the distance. Vick also strained to gaze ahead, and indeed, there lay a pirate ship. The vessel appeared remarkably weathered, its hull adorned with a conspicuous black flag emblazoned with a white skull. From such a distance, its true size remained obscured. Captain Lipa commanded his crew to advance at full speed. "Pursue it. Sink it," he bellowed. The entire ship was engulfed in flames. Perhaps it is in a man's nature to possess an innate fervor for combat. Vick was no exception at that moment. His heart surged with excitement as he envisioned himself wielding a curved blade, bravely leaping onto the pirate ship, dispatching foes one by one, from bow to stern. However, Vick was unprepared for the ensuing battle, which unfolded with remarkable simplicity and swiftness, devoid of any hesitation, a one-sided annihilation. Indeed, this pirate vessel was merely a small craft, with perhaps a mere 20 members in the entire crew. The captain was acutely aware of his own limitations and, upon spotting the naval warship, promptly turned to flee. Alas, his vessel's speed could not rival that of the Navy's ship. The more he attempted to escape, the closer he drew to the warship. Ultimately, they seemed to abandon all hope, surrendering to despair and lowering their sails. Before long, they found themselves within cannon range. Lieutenant Lipa, gazing at the isolated and defenseless pirate ship, let out a chilling laugh and bellowed, "Fire!" The signalman, receiving the command, echoed the order with fervor, "Fire!" And then came the gunners, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" In an instant, the ship erupted with the sound of cannon fire, stirring the spirits of all present. The thunderous booms reverberated as cannonballs tore through the smoke, reducing the entire pirate vessel to splinters. The shattered hull caught fire, billowing thick clouds of smoke, while flames licked the bodies of some pirates, forcing them to leap into the sea. Those pirates who had intended to abandon ship in haste were met with calamity. Splintered wood shot through the air, impaling them, and the sea was soon stained crimson. Large pieces of timber floated on the surface, bobbing with the waves. As the cannon fired, the ship trembled violently, causing Vick to lose his balance and fall onto the deck. Fortunately, Fry was quick-witted enough to grasp the mast for support. Barrett stood firmly in place. They quickly helped Vick to his feet, and as he regained his balance, the sea was left with only remnants of wooden planks and a few fortunate pirates who had managed to survive. The damaged hull had completely sunk beneath the waves. The surviving pirates lay prostrate on the debris, calling out for help, some even waving scraps of cloth in a gesture of surrender. Alas, Captain Ripa, with a heart of stone, paid them no heed. The surrounding blood attracted a relentless swarm of predators. Some, more cautious, lingered on the periphery, while others, still hungry, eagerly descended upon the vulnerable souls in the water. Their fate, it seemed, was nothing but death. Having endured such a foregone conclusion of annihilation, Vick felt a twinge of despondency. Yet, the majority of the naval crew wore expressions of exhilaration, with only a few seasoned sailors appearing unfazed by the spectacle. Though these naval recruits had heard tales of the cannon's might, they had only recently enlisted and were still novices, having never witnessed such power firsthand. Now, despite lacking the opportunity to engage directly, they beheld just a handful of shots that obliterated an entire ship of pirates. The once feared marauders, notorious for their brutality, were rendered utterly impotent. Each sailor brimmed with newfound confidence in the strength of the Navy. In his previous life, Vick had witnessed grand spectacles in various films and dramas. Although it was his first time witnessing cannon fire in reality, he was not the target and was positioned at a considerable distance, thus he felt little impact. Unbeknownst to him, as the pirate ship began to sink, a Navy officer stationed outside the captain's quarters approached Lieutenant Lipa's side. Inside the captain's quarters, Lieutenant Lipa strode in confidently, followed closely by his trusted confidant, who closed the door behind them. The telephone bug rang persistently. Lieutenant Lipa picked up the receiver and chuckled at the image mimicked by the bug. "Oh, it's Siegfried. I thought it was someone else calling while I was cleaning up. By the way, didn't we just part ways a couple of days ago? Is there something on your mind?" Siegfried's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, a blend of joy and annoyance. Faithfully captured by the telephone bug. "Lipa, my friend, I've encountered a bit of trouble, though it may not all be unfavorable. It seems our collaboration might be coming to an end." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Lipa furrowed his brow, immediately recalling the matter of the other party's excessive rationing of laborers' food, which was intended to incite a riot. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. While the individual was somewhat hasty, he was not foolish. What do you mean? Has something unexpected occurred, or have you done something? What could I possibly do? It's merely the favor of the heavens. Though it might bring a bit of a bad reputation, once I leave this place, everything will be fine. Feeling this cryptic response was rather unsatisfactory, Lieutenant Lipa, being a clever man, quickly thought of the celestial dragon as steward. As there was little else of significance in Bridge Nation, we should speak plainly. What do you mean by the favor of the heavens? Let me guess. Is it about that fellow, Vick? Is he causing trouble again? Siegfried's voice carried a tone of resignation. It concerns him, indeed. You remain as perceptive as ever, Lieutenant. However, you haven't guessed entirely correctly this time. It's not his doing, nor is it about any schemes of his. Rather, the telephone bug took a deep breath, its expression turning grave. He is dead. Chapter 29. They have all disappeared. What? Lieutenant Lipa nearly dropped the receiver. How could this be possible? He has been responsible for supplies for several years and considers himself fairly knowledgeable about the nation across the bridge. It is indeed true that laborers perish daily, which is nothing to be alarmed about. However, there has never been a recorded history of other deaths, particularly one of such a unique identity. Siegfried's voice bore traces of fatigue and resignation. You heard correctly, my dear Lieutenant. Nothing is impossible. I was equally astonished when I received the news. It occurred that very night. Ripa momentarily calmed his mind, carefully weighing the situation, concluding that it had no bearing on him, and managed to regain his composure. What could have transpired? Surely, it cannot be suicide. Regardless of who the perpetrator is, be it those guards or the laborers, you are bound to have a headache for a while. Speaking of which, Siegfried's expression was equally grim. The investigation has been concluded. That night, a drunken guard, with a muddled mind, audaciously dared to invade his quarters while Vick was absent. It is said that this individual is not known for his cleanliness. Siegfried smiled coldly. He detested such acts of disrespect towards superiors. If one dares to act thus towards Vick today, who was to say he wouldn't do the same to himself in the future? He was rather unfortunate to have encountered someone in the room. Perhaps it was greed that drove him. You know, Vick's attire that day was somewhat. He paused, seemingly at a loss for words. Extravagant and ostentatious. Upon discovering this, Vick took matters into his own hands. Well, this individual is rather crude. I have heard he is typically irascible, with some rather unsavory hobbies, and he enjoys taking matters into his own hands. From Siegfried's perspective, this was an exceedingly unwise and pointless course of action. However, considering the individual's background, he was less concerned. Ultimately, the result was that both individuals perished. In truth, when Siegfried first heard the news, he felt more perplexed than shocked. After all, he was well aware that the other party was an ability user. How could he be easily slain by a guard? Moreover, without the use of a firearm. Yet, upon recalling his subordinate's report that the individual was likely indulging in a bath at that time, he felt a sense of relief. Well then, I am now informed of this matter. I must congratulate you, with some good fortune and maneuvering. It may not be impossible for you to depart this, as you are aware that any matter associated with the celestial dragons is never trivial. It is truly exasperating. Even in death, they manage to complicate my life. Lieutenant Lipa fell into a brief silence, his tone shifting inexplicably. However, your prompt communication with me cannot merely be to discuss such mundane matters. On the other end, Siegfried chuckled ambiguously. Of course not. You do not believe this situation bears no relevance to you, do you? A sense of unease gripped Lieutenant Lipa's heart. He understood the other party would not utter such words without reason, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance. What does this have to do with me? We have only just met, after all. A light chuckle resonated from the other side. There are 3 laborers who consistently assisted Vick, one of whom you encountered, the individual you wished to deal with on the ship that day. Following Vick's demise, they vanished. Lieutenant Lipa felt a jolt within, yet he feigned indifference. So what? Perhaps they are merely hiding out of fear? I am indifferent to whether their disappearance is linked to Vick's death, as you suggested. It could simply be a matter of fear. I have searched thoroughly, and not a single shadow remains. Lieutenant Lipa sensed the gravity of the situation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone turned stern. What do you mean by that? Are you implying they could be aboard my ship? Damn it, that is utterly impossible. For 7 centuries, no one has ever escaped. If those 3 wretched slaves indeed intend to flee via my vessel, I would surely be impaled upon the pillar of shame. Siegfried, noticing Lipa's tension born from anger, chuckled reassuringly. Do not be alarmed. Should this information leak, it would be detrimental to us all. Rest assured, I have completely erased any trace of those 3 little mice. Huh. I have no desire to be the one who shatters the record. Lieutenant Lipa exhaled a sigh of relief. What a stroke of misfortune. Why must such incidents occur while I am delivering supplies? Not only was Fiki murdered, but 3 slaves seized the opportunity to escape. I could have merely watched Siegfried's misfortune, yet now we are intertwined in this predicament. Damn it. I hope I do not encounter them. Otherwise, I shall crush those 3 little pests. The voice continued, however, if they are alive, there remains a risk. It would be best for them to vanish entirely, causing me such considerable trouble. I cannot simply let them go as if nothing has transpired. Lieutenant, this chapter still has more to unfold. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. At this moment, Lieutenant Lipa regained his composure. Though the other party claimed to have found no one, could it be certain they are aboard my ship? Perhaps not. It is far easier to conceal oneself on the island and the bridge than aboard this vessel. He is well aware of the guard's nature. It is utterly inconceivable to expect them to diligently brave the biting cold in search of anyone. Furthermore, there are several auxiliary boats on the island that usually go unnoticed, and the disappearance of one would hardly raise any suspicions. Once one ventures into the vast ocean, it becomes nearly impossible to be found. With these thoughts, his heart settled. Nevertheless, he resolved to conduct a thorough search on his end. While contemplating this, he could not afford to show any signs of concession. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant on my side, he said with a smile, though upon further reflection, he acknowledged the low probability of discovery. Considering the size of the ship and their status as the Navy, he then added, with a hint of implication, Your Excellency, is your side truly foolproof? It seems you are not entirely attentive to your subordinates. At that moment, Siegfried felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Before he could respond, Lieutenant Lipa reminded him, You should focus on how to address the inquiries from above. Anger flickered across Siegfried's face, and he could scarcely muster the energy for further conversation before abruptly hanging up. Lieutenant Lipa, having grasped the situation, no longer felt an urgent need for action. However, a thorough search was still imperative, and he instructed his attentive subordinate. Go and ensure a comprehensive cleaning over the next few days, lest any undesirable elements infiltrate. The individual, a trusted aide of Lieutenant Lipa, comprehended the situation well and had his own plans in mind. A cursory search would suffice. He promptly acknowledged the command and swiftly departed. Chapter 30. The Great Cleanup. At this moment, Vick heard a sharp whistle, capturing the attention of all the sailors, who ceased their activities and turned toward the source of the sound. There, several sailors were scanning the crowd, 2 of whom were surrounded by others. One of them, sensing the time was right, exchanged a glance with the other and stepped forward. Lieutenant has ordered a thorough cleanup of the ship. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, puzzled. As they had been engaged in such cleanups almost daily, what warranted an announcement? Some seasoned sailors remained indifferent, choosing not to partake in the gossip. Despite the directive for a cleanup, the atmosphere felt distinctly uneasy. The 2 did not assign any tasks to the crew but merely lingered in place. They then proceeded with several others directly toward the storeroom kitchen, causing Vick to break out in a cold sweat. This was no mere cleanup. It was a guise for an inspection. Thankfully, he had acted decisively at that moment. Had he truly followed the original plan to hide in the storeroom, the consequences now would be dire. Vick could scarcely fathom the consequences, which were certainly beyond the endurance of mere mortals. A tumult erupted aboard the vessel. What is happening? I am uncertain. Is it not merely a thorough cleaning? Yet, no tasks have been assigned to us. Is it so wrong to do nothing? If there are no orders, we might as well remain idle. Indeed, I care not for the intentions of those above. I merely wish to hasten back to the town. Is something amiss? Could there be danger? What is there to fear? We are all aboard the same ship. We shall heed the elders' counsel. Amidst the clamor outside, those individuals rummaged through the warehouse and kitchen, emerging in a flurry. Once outside, they paused not for a moment, making their way directly to the crew's quarters. Vick furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, an unsettling anxiety gnawing at his core. His entire body tensed in anticipation of unforeseen events. Fry and Barrett, standing on either side of him, mirrored his trepidation, their lips pressed tightly together, worry evident in their expressions. Fortunately, the naval recruits appeared bewildered, their anxiousness rendering them oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, their faces reflecting a shared confusion. The rookie, Ed, initially maintained a facade of calm. His eyes filled with curiosity as he observed their movements. What were they doing? What were they searching for? Neil, with an enigmatic smile, alluded to their intentions. Naturally, they were seeking what they desired. Ed, however, failed to grasp the underlying implication of Neil's words, his expression one of bewilderment. What could they possibly want? Beside him, another sailor, albeit a novice himself, displayed a sharper wit than Ed. Fool. They are after Bailey, of course. Ed's composure shattered, panic overtaking him as he realized they had already arrived at his quarters. He attempted to pursue them, but the quick-witted scarred man, Hunter, swiftly intervened. Ed, unappreciative of the interruption, wore a look of desperation. Don't hold me back. What should I do? I left my belongings behind. The others cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Hunter remained steadfast, denying Ed any chance of escape. Ed, don't act rashly. Look around. Has anyone else made a move? At this, Ed temporarily ceased his struggle, scanning the area. Indeed, he noticed that most remained unresponsive, and those who shared his intentions were similarly restrained by their companions. Tears welled in his eyes, for those were his hard-earned savings accumulated over a long period. Neil's tone bore a hint of weariness. Claiming to seek individuals under the guise of a thorough search was merely a facade. It was inconceivable that anyone could infiltrate their ranks. This excuse served only as a pretext for a genuine cleanup, their tactics growing increasingly elaborate. However, the trio of Vick were acutely aware that this was not merely an excuse, but rather a genuine mission to locate someone. Observing the movements of those individuals, Vick felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, causing him to furrow his brow unconsciously. Elder Neil, noticing his distress, compassionately inquired, Vick, is there something you failed to bring with you? Vick's heart jolted with surprise, and he quickly composed himself. A hint of pain etched upon his face as he nodded slowly. Perhaps they did not intend it that way. Hearing his words, Ed's expression brightened with hope as he looked towards Brother Neil. With a sigh, Brother Neil acknowledged the situation. This had become customary aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Hant offered words of consolation. Do not dwell on those things that will soon be beyond your reach. Do not let them perceive your thoughts. Ed's face fell, filled with disappointment and indignation. Does the lieutenant not care at all? Brother Neil swiftly tugged at Ed's sleeve, signaling him to temper his speech, glancing around to ensure there were no outsiders present before lowering his voice. Although the captain dismisses these trifling gains to his crew, they represent a small fortune. This is something he has tacitly accepted. You must refrain from such remarks. Hant interjected. They dare not overstep. Such occurrences are rare. And it is typically those inexperienced recruits like you who suffer the most. Most individuals do not leave their belongings unattended in their quarters. They carry them at all times. Though Ed remained somewhat dissatisfied, a glance at Vick revealed a shared misfortune, which somewhat eased his spirit. Vick observed that the crowd did not genuinely suspect that anyone had infiltrated the ship, merely considering it an ordinary thorough cleaning, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, Lieutenant Lipa, despite having issued orders, had come to the conclusion that the likelihood of anyone being aboard his vessel was exceedingly slim, thus dismissing the matter from his mind. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Upon hearing from his subordinates that a thorough search had revealed no anomalies, he completely cast aside the concern. Following the sudden attack, Vick and his companions, gripped by anxiety, dared not relax, remaining perpetually on edge. Yet they could not betray any signs of their distress. Instead, they joined the oblivious naval personnel in what was, quite literally, a comprehensive cleaning effort. While Vick and his companions were fraught with apprehension, in the distant land of the Bridge Kingdom, they had inadvertently escaped peril. On that day, after Siegfried ended the call, he paced restlessly in his office. He was somewhat aware of the capabilities of his subordinates, and his call had been a precautionary measure. To his surprise, Lieutenant Lipa had brusquely rebuffed him. As he simmered with frustration, there was a knock at the door. Come in. What is it now? Did I not instruct you not to disturb me unless it was of utmost importance? The guard entered, his demeanor awkward, unable to raise his head after being reprimanded. And after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Sir, there has been a new discovery. Siegfried, seated in his chair, displayed evident impatience. Speak quickly. The guard wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, my lord. We have just found torn prison garments along the coastline, stained with blood. According to the codes, they belong to one of the 3 missing individuals. What? Siegfried exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. Does this not imply? The guard hastily interjected, Indeed. My lord, it is presumed that the 3 were devoured by sea creatures, and one of their garments has washed ashore. Upon receiving this delightful news, Siegfried was certainly taken aback, yet he retained his composure. If there were no developments on the Leppen side, then matters would indeed proceed as expected. It is truly astonishing how foolishly oblivious to the perils of the ocean one can be, harboring thoughts of escape, only to find oneself devoured by the very beasts of the sea. Chapter 31. The Cat and the Mouse. Meanwhile, Vick and his companions remained blissfully unaware of these events, consumed by their own concerns, until 2 days later when they once again encountered a pirate vessel. This ship was markedly larger than its predecessor, a standard 3-masted sailing ship. The bow was designed to resemble a shark with its jaws agape, its eyes painted a menacing red, and its mouth filled with an array of sharp teeth, creating a truly fearsome visage. This was a sizable pirate crew, capable of accommodating at least 100 individuals on board. The sails of the pirate ship were lowered, leaving only the mast and a tangle of ropes, while the flag, depicting a shark's teeth intertwined with a skull, fluttered ominously in the wind, strikingly conspicuous. At this moment, the pirate ship lay anchored near a populated island, where its crew was engaged in a familiar enterprise, plundering. The small village by the island bore little distinction from many other coastal fishing hamlets, consisting of perhaps a few dozen households. Even if all the able-bodied men in each home banded together, they would stand no chance against such marauders. Their fate was already sealed. Vick could not hear the anguished cries of the residents from the ship, yet he could faintly discern the flicker of flames and the columns of smoke, which undoubtedly did not signify the tranquil beauty of cooking fires. Vick had anticipated that Captain Rapasso would command a thunderous assault on the vile pirates, much like he had done previously. After all, the earlier encounter had merely unfolded upon the ocean's surface, whereas this latest transgression occurred under the watchful gaze of unyielding naval officers. To Vick's astonishment, however, the captain instead commanded the anchor to be dropped, selecting a remarkably strategic position that was visible to the pirates aboard their vessel, yet concealed from the village. Vick suddenly comprehended. At this moment, Vick finally comprehended the special operation that Neil had alluded to. However, the new recruits aboard the ship remained in a state of bewilderment, grappling with their confusion. What was happening? Why had they halted, and why here? Why wasn't he the lieutenant engaging the enemy? Indeed, why linger? Were they not meant to rescue the villagers on the island? Alas, smoke was already rising in the distance. It was a tragic sight. The flames had grown so fierce that even if they rushed over now, they would be unable to extinguish them. How unfortunate it would have been had they arrived sooner. Those accursed pirates deserve to be hanged. Let us hurry. What are we waiting for? Why hasn't he, the lieutenant, given the order yet? The captain must have his own considerations. After all, he is a lieutenant. I believe the captain intends to wait until all the pirates are aboard before striking them down in one fell swoop. Yes, just like that previous occasion, when the ship was reduced to splinters. But what of those residents? Yes, one cannot help but wonder about their fate. It is truly pitiful. You know not of what you speak. The captain must have his reasons for acting thus. Indeed, if we were to sink the ship now, the pirates, in desperation, would surely slaughter the villagers. Precisely. If we wait a little longer, perhaps they will merely seize some belongings and depart. Then we can open fire. Yes. If we do not eliminate them all, more will suffer in the future. For the greater good, this village may have to endure sacrifice. Your argument holds some merit, yet. Listening to the discourse of the new recruits, Neil and Hunt exchanged glances, silently agreeing to divert their gazes elsewhere. Yet, Neil's expression bore a hint of excitement, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. He unsheathed his dagger, meticulously polishing it with a cloth while checking the gunpowder in his firearms. In stark contrast, the robust and formidable Hunt wore no semblance of joy. Instead, his brow was furrowed in deep contemplation, his gaze upon the village laden with unspoken complexity. One hand gently traced the scar on his face, while the other gripped the hilt of his knife tightly. Vick observed the starkly contrasting behaviors of the two individuals, narrowing his eyes slightly as he discreetly distanced himself from Neil, gradually shifting to a position not far behind Hunter. Fry and Barrett closely followed their brother's lead, feeling somewhat dazed by the naval discourse, uncertain of which side held the truth. Brother, is what they say true? Does the captain truly think this way? Fry inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, as he sensed something amiss. I can't pinpoint what feels wrong, but I believe they are mistaken, Barrett asserted confidently about his judgment. Vick let out a sigh. Among the Navy personnel, aside from those who blindly believed in Lieutenant Lipa, there were numerous youths who harbored concerns for the villagers. He wondered how they would feel about the impending events. He endeavored to convey the forthcoming situation to the two in a gentle, yet vivid manner, allowing them to mentally prepare themselves. Freya, Barrett, are you aware of the relationship between cats and mice? The two looked puzzled by this inquiry. After all, were not cats and mice eternal adversaries? Surely, there must be another layer to their relationship. Freya understood that since his brother posed such a question, it was not merely a casual remark. Vick inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before articulating his thoughts with eloquence. In a certain household, a granary became infested with mice, prompting the family to acquire a cat to catch them. Initially, the cat performed its duties with diligence and earnestness. However, it soon realized that this endeavor brought it little benefit and that the mice would soon vanish. At that point, would the household continue to keep it? Fry furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Barrett bit his lip, caught in a web of indecision. Vick smiled faintly, and thus he became wiser. Occasionally, he would catch 1 or 2 mice to appease his duties, and at times he would intentionally let them escape. He realized that the amount of grain consumed by the mice was but a trifling matter, and the household remained oblivious to his negligence. Even believing that the rodent population had diminished, Fry gasped softly, and a look of suspicion flickered in Barrett's eyes. Vick glanced meaningfully into the eyes of the two individuals, his tone imbued with a hint of ambiguity. This cunning feline gradually devised a more ingenious stratagem. He initially allowed the mice to pilfer the grain, only to subsequently emerge and slay them, thereby claiming the glory for himself. Not only did this method yield a more succulent and richer feast of mice, granting him a considerable inheritance, but it also afforded him even greater accolades, for he had bestowed upon his prey an abundance of misdeeds. After Vick finished speaking, both Fry and Barrett appeared somewhat dazed. Barrett, in confusion, inquired, "Does the master not care?" Fry shot him a disdainful glance. "Fool," he retorted. "The master can only perceive what the cat wishes him to see. Unless the granary is ablaze, he is oblivious to the trivialities. You are as foolish as Ed." Vick inadvertently cast a glance at Fury. Fury, evidently struck by the stark reality, appeared somewhat disheartened, however, despite his despondency. He accepted the truth with remarkable ease and even demonstrated the ability to draw inferences. The experiences of the past few days had catalyzed his rapid growth, and now, with just a slight nudge from Vick, he transformed entirely, no longer the anxious child he once was. Barrett, the large man who harbored a simple yet profound existence, seemed unable to accept the situation, his expression tinged with bewilderment. One could only hope that the unfolding events would awaken him to the harsh truths of reality. Even without a view of the village, Vick could vividly imagine the unspeakable tragedies occurring there at this very moment. Chapter 32. A significant assistance. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, Captain Sharkskook of the Shark pirate crew was not preoccupied with the plight of the villagers. His concerns were solely for his own safety. He had certainly noticed the gleaming naval vessel and was acutely aware of its implications. Captain Skook had no time to ponder why they had not fired upon him. Instead, he seized the opportunity to secure his escape. He could only grasp this chance and pray for a stroke of good fortune to evade these ferocious hounds. Although he was infamous for his cruelty, audacity, and greed, Skook's wits had not entirely abandoned him. He harbored no intentions of confronting the Navy directly, a privilege reserved for certain notorious pirates. Were it not for the dire lack of supplies on board, he would never have lost his senses and attempted to replenish them in this accursed spot, only to encounter the rabid dogs of the sea. At this moment, he forced himself to remain calm, grateful that the navigator had not joined the pillaging. His loyal subordinates, having charged ahead, had occupied several establishments close to the shore and were now gradually returning to the ship. Those who lagged behind were still far from the coast, yet most had begun their return. As for the remaining crew members, they could only delve deeper into the village or feast upon the remnants left by others. This required greater patience and more time, for without sufficient spoils, these greedy scavengers would not return. Captain Skook had no intention of waiting any longer. Observing that the majority had begun to return, after a brief consultation with the navigator and a few trusted men, he resolved to set sail immediately. No one objected. All the pirates who had glimpsed the naval vessel were filled with anxiety, eager to flee the scene. United in purpose, the crew began to hoist the sails. Those pirates who had not yet boarded and were nearing the dock were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. In their confusion, they spotted the distant naval ship and immediately broke into a sprint, shouting, "The Navy is coming!" The sound that erupted was akin to water splashing into a hot frying pan. The remaining pirates in the village were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Yet the pirate ship was unyielding in its departure. As the crew observed the vessel leaving the island, dread gripped their hearts as the naval ship began to move. Strangely, the Navy did not pursue them but instead headed towards the small island. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew, believing their commander to be timid and reluctant to engage in battle, preferring instead to assuage the suffering of the civilians, thus sparing them from peril. However, their relief was premature. Meanwhile, aboard the naval vessel, Lieutenant Ripa directed the ship towards the dock. Once anchored, he led his men ashore to the village, which bore the scars of recent pillaging and destruction, yet remnants of its former prosperity were still discernible. The surviving pirates, having lost both their means of escape and their leader, were unable to mount an effective resistance, succumbing to the onslaught of the navy, each one falling swiftly in defeat. Some pirates, unwilling to accept their fate, ruthlessly took the lives of nearby civilians. The navy, bound by the imperative to eliminate pirates, found themselves powerless against such actions. As there were no regulations concerning hostage situations, most pirates, upon realizing their impending defeat, knelt in surrender, but this did not save their lives. The remnants of the pirate crew were entirely eradicated, while numerous survivors remained in the village. In truth, most pirate crews would not engage in the senseless slaughter of an entire village. Their modus operandi typically involved eliminating the most fervent resistors and seizing treasures and supplies, often leaving behind a portion of the spoils. Years of plundering had instilled in them the wisdom of not exhausting resources. However, their treatment of young women was far less benevolent, with many facing dire fates. Some pirates, working part-time, would even abduct young women, subjecting them to torment before selling them as valuable commodities. The survivors did not feel particularly fortunate to have been spared. Indeed, they had lost loved ones, and the women were unable to escape their misfortunes. Their possessions had been nearly stripped bare, leaving only the supplies that had not yet been loaded onto the ship. They gathered at the dock, their emotions a tumultuous mix. At this moment, Lieutenant Ripa sat comfortably in an extravagant armchair, the origins of which were unknown. With his right ankle resting upon his left knee, he leaned back, savoring a cigar, occasionally exhaling smoke rings. Draped in a navy cloak adorned with golden tassels, the word justice was obscured from view, shrouded in darkness. Under his watchful gaze, his men busily moved in and out of the village, transporting various supplies to the dock, while an officer diligently recorded each item. Almost all of these goods had been recently pilfered from the village, with the only exceptions being a few wooden crates used for storage. Satisfied with the haul, he signaled for the remaining sailors to load the registered supplies onto the ship, clearly indicating his intention to keep these items rather than return them to the villagers. Having just endured a harrowing raid, the villagers were left destitute. Yet the Navy intended to seize whatever few resources remained, though still shaken and fearful of the heavily armed sailors. The villagers summoned their courage to fight for their property and quality of life. Soon after, a small, plump old man with graying hair was pushed forward. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. He is probably the village chief or an elder of this place. After stepping forward, the chief appeared quite uncomfortable. It was evident that he was reluctant, yet he forced a smile and approached Lieutenant Lipa, due to the latter's seated position. He bent at the waist, allowing the lieutenant to look down upon him. A sycophantic grin adorned his face, with wrinkles gathering in a cluster. Honorable Chief, you have done us a great service by driving away those ruthless pirates. His hands were clasped together over his chest, and he gazed at the naval officers with reverence. All of us in the village admire you and your soldiers' gallantry. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to invite you to the tavern at the village entrance for a drink, and of course, your brave soldiers are welcome to join as well. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Lipa seemed somewhat intrigued. He was unperturbed by the notion of the pirate ship escaping, relishing the idea of a small libation to unwind. It would also afford the pirates some time to attend to their own affairs. I appreciate your hospitality. Once we conclude our business here, I shall accompany you, he replied. So please, go ahead and make preparations. The chief's smile grew even more obsequious, his tone excessively ingratiating. Sir, you have just driven off the pirates, and your soldiers have fought bravely. They deserve a moment's respite. He discreetly observed the lieutenant's expression, and upon detecting no sign of discontent, he ventured further. There is no need to trouble you gentlemen with the small matters of transporting and accounting for the goods. I will instruct the villagers to retrieve their belongings. Noticing the lieutenant's expression shift to one of sardonic amusement, he immediately grew anxious and hastily added, of course, the pirates' loot will be properly documented and transferred onto the ship. Chapter 33, A Second Heist. The chief had never harbored any illusions about retrieving those items. Having lived many years, he understood that the extent of damage inflicted upon the village was not confined to the titles of pirates or navy. The villagers, however, were still foolishly dreaming of snatching gold coins from the dragon's grasp. Those who scavenge upon the seas care little for the original owners of the goods. What they seize becomes theirs, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Now, the chief merely hoped that these naval officers would not be overly greedy, and at the very least, could mitigate some of the villagers' losses while fulfilling their responsibilities. As soon as the chief's words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. An officer engrossed in recording glanced up at the chief with a disdainful sneer before returning to his task, entirely indifferent. The Navy personnel, lacking orders, were too apprehensive to cease their labor, and their reactions varied. Some seasoned individuals regarded the chief with derision, their gazes laden with hostility. Meanwhile, the inexperienced recruits felt a pang of shame, avoiding the villagers' eyes but dared not act against orders in the face of their superiors' authority. Vick remained undeterred, continuing to transport the supplies. Fry was entirely unfazed, grinning as he observed the village chief's plight. To him, it seemed merely a matter of enduring some arduous days. A trivial challenge indeed. Barrett had also come to terms with the reality, yet he was more considerate, muttering that taking away half was already quite substantial. Lieutenant Lipa, as if having overheard something amusing, chuckled heartily and remarked to the village chief, "These items are the spoils of pirates. We are cataloging them to return to the base for the greater good." Upon hearing this, the village chief realized the situation was irretrievable. Understanding that the items would not be reclaimed, he had no desire to continue risking his life over the matter and thus fell silent. Noticing the chief's silence, Lieutenant Lipa kindly offered reassurance. "Rest assured, once we have registered these items, not a single belly will be touched. They will be transported back to the Navy base intact." He then spoke with a tone of certainty. "It is certain that not all of these are possessions stolen from your village. Some may belong to other villages or merchant caravans. However, we cannot simply take your word for it regarding which items belong to the pirates and which are your village's property. We must ascertain the facts." He sighed lightly, seemingly exasperated by the villagers' lack of understanding regarding his duties, and patiently explained, "Once we have apprehended the shark pirates and thoroughly investigated, you will naturally be able to reclaim your belongings." Observing that his counterpart was at a loss for words and appeared to be receptive, Lieutenant Lipa nodded in satisfaction. He then adopted a more formal demeanor, his expression serious. "Of course, you will need to retrieve them yourselves. The Navy must ensure the safety of the realm and its citizens. We cannot act as your transportation service. If you're uneasy, you may also send someone to accompany us to the base." The village chief certainly would not believe his nonsensical claims. Nor would he dare accompany the ship to the naval base, for who knows if they might encounter pirates along the way, resulting in his own demise. The villagers could only send an old man to negotiate on their behalf, naturally too afraid to resist. Those brave enough to stand against such tyranny had perished during the initial wave of pirate raids. At this moment, the remaining villagers could only endure their grievances in silence while preparing provisions for these brigands. Once the naval officers had satisfied their appetites, they boarded their warship contentedly and set sail into the distance. They quickly pursued the shark pirate crew, albeit without revealing their presence. Slowing down to trail behind at a safe distance, the Navy indulged in the spoils of the pirates, drinking the stolen ale. Although the captain and the officers claimed the lion's share of the treasures, each sailor still received a considerable portion, amounting to several times their usual wages. With valuable items nestled in their pockets, the new recruits experienced an unprecedented thrill. This exhilaration derived from plunder and unearned gain seemed almost inscribed in the very fabric of humanity, with few able to resist its allure. Most of the new recruits gradually reconciled themselves to the situation, believing it to be their rightful reward for the perilous struggles against the pirates. Only a select few struggled to overcome their moral shackles, yet it was believed that after a few more encounters, even they would come to relish this unconventional windfall. In truth, such opportunities were rare along this maritime route. Naval expeditions were subject to regulations, and chances to profit seldom fell into their hands. This fortuitous occasion was hard-won, prompting Lieutenant Lipa to hope that the shark pirate crew would persist in their nefarious activities, thus granting him more opportunities to fulfill his duties. Lieutenant Lipa's hopes were soon to be realized, as he anticipated another moment of significance. Aboard the shark pirate ship, Captain Skur had already forgotten the encounter with the Navy 2 days prior. Such occurrences were commonplace at sea. He merely lamented his misfortune for a moment before dismissing it from his mind. At present, he wore his captain's hat askew, his thick beard unkempt and wild, and a gruesome scar marred his face. Skur toyed with an exquisite golden pocket watch, adorned with jewels. The inner cover bore a photograph of a family of 3, clearly a relic of some unfortunate soul. As he puffed absently on a pipe, he surveyed the officers gathered in the captain's quarters, finally inquiring with a furrowed brow of the officer responsible for the ship's supplies, "How many days can our provisions last? I mean at most?" The officer scratched his head in response, his expression troubled as he replied, "We have enough for 2 more days." During our last resupply, we hardly managed to load anything aboard. Many crew members caught wind of our arrival and boarded without contributing much, and considering we had little left beforehand. We must replenish our supplies by tomorrow at the latest, and it must be done swiftly. Skew set down his pipe, stowed his pocket watch, and drew his sword from his waist, meticulously polishing the blade as he spoke with a stern countenance. What if we were to reduce the rations for the ordinary crew? The reflection of his face glinted ominously off the blade, accentuating the scar that marred his visage. The officer was taken aback, and the other officers and navigators gazed at him in astonishment. Captain, that is simply untenable. The sailors' provisions are already scant. To diminish them further, especially after a recent plunder, would undoubtedly incite tremendous discontent. Those sailors are indifferent to the ship's supply levels. They will only perceive that, having just completed a laborious task, they are left hungry. It is crucial to remember that a mutiny aboard a ship is no trifling matter. Those reckless sailors, in their ignorance, would not contemplate the consequences, and ultimately, it would lead to mutual destruction, perhaps even allowing a rival to seize the opportunity. The other officers chimed in with urgency. Indeed, Captain, we are not yet at that juncture. We still have some provisions and can endure for a few more days. We merely need to acquire supplies beforehand. With this time, we can reach the next small island. We have not yet arrived at such desperate measures. I recall there is a small island ahead. Let us venture forth and seize from it once more. We scarcely brought enough liquor aboard last time, and my stock has dwindled by at least half these past few days. The supply officer shot him a disapproving glare. Captain Skew was startled by his own words. How could he have uttered such a suggestion? Nevertheless, he was not inclined to ponder it further, and upon hearing the consensus, he nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed to the island ahead with haste. Let us aim to arrive before noon. Chapter 34. Our fate hinges upon this gamble. The pirates showed no mercy this time. The shadows cast by the Navy's recent actions had yet to dissipate, and they transformed their fear into violence, unleashing their wrath upon the unfortunate villagers. The village lay in ruins, with every factor detrimental to their plundering endeavors ruthlessly eradicated. Even the most bloodthirsty pirates spared no living creature in their path. They anticipated reaping bountiful rewards following their bloody feast, but the thunderous roar of cannons shattered their dreams. On board the naval vessel, Lieutenant Pipa did not allow for silence. He first commanded the gunners to fire a few symbolic shots into the waters near the pirate ship, greeting the adversaries in this peculiar manner. The pirates, undoubtedly in a state of panic, scrambled towards their ship, setting sail before all had boarded. Despite their attempts to retaliate, their shots found nothing but empty air, proving futile. Lieutenant Pipa, seemingly incensed by their defiance, retaliated with a cold demeanor, severing one of the pirate ship's masts. The pirates, terrified, dared not retaliate further and fled with all their might, while the naval ship pursued them for a brief moment before the tattered vessel vanished from sight. At that moment, Lieutenant Pipa was unconcerned with the fate of the pirates. He was content to collect his rewards at the dock. This village was far worse off than the previous one. The village chief and several able-bodied men had been slain as soon as the pirates landed, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. They showed no intent to resist, still engulfed in grief over their lost kin and fear of the pirates. Now, confronted by this new horde, more numerous and better equipped, no one dared voice their discontent. Lieutenant Pipa felt no moral burden. The pirates had done the heavy lifting for him, and the remaining tasks were exceedingly simple. Soon, the work concluded. Although there was no celebratory feast this time, Pipa was quite satisfied to board his ship, especially given the significant increase in treasure. Having garnered such gratifying results, he was even less inclined to abandon the shark pirates, viewing them as a lucrative asset. At the very least, he intended for them to yield greater value before their demise. He ordered the ship to sail at full speed, knowing the pirates had gone without adequate supplies twice and would be desperate to raid the next village with greater urgency. Aboard the pirate ship, although they had evaded the Navy, Captain Sharkskew felt an ominous premonition. He sensed that he was akin to a small insect ensnared in a spider's web, struggling desperately yet powerless to escape. He hurriedly summoned his trusted first mate, who approached the captain's quarters. "Ox, have you heard the rumors circulating across the sea?" The shark was relentlessly pursued by the hyenas of the sea, driven away as they sought to feast upon its prey, seizing every opportunity to snatch its catch before it could retaliate in a desperate bid for survival. "Ugh, Ox, I fear we have been targeted," Captain Skull remarked with a stern countenance, articulating his apprehensions. Despite the lookout's failure to detect a naval vessel trailing behind them, he was gripped by a profound intuition that they were indeed being followed. First Mate Ox, though sensing something amiss, was reluctant to accept the gravity of their perilous situation. "Captain, surely it cannot be. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence?" He failed to recognize the wavering uncertainty in his tone. "Coincidence?" The captain scoffed. "The sea has never been governed by chance. I, Skull the Shark, have survived to this day without ever believing in coincidences. Summon the navigator. Our actions must involve him." First Mate Ox promptly complied. The navigator, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion named Quintana Fritzen, bore little resemblance to a pirate, instead resembling a scholar, save for the absence of spectacles. Indeed, his initial aspirations had not been those of a marauder. Fritzen had once served in a renowned merchant fleet, dedicated to a noble lord, and he had been quite content with his life, indulging in fine wines, white bread, steaks, and caviar for the first 32 years of his existence. Alas, fate took a cruel turn. Following the downfall of his noble patron, he found himself bereft of support, ultimately reduced to a life aboard a pirate ship, surrounded by the very scum he had once scorned. Upon receiving the captain's summons, Fritzen arrived without delay, exuding an air of calm. This was not due to ignorance of the unsettling events of recent days, nor was it a testament to his extraordinary composure. Rather, he understood that whatever plans the captain harbored would inevitably involve him. Once inside, he seated himself with an unruffled demeanor, awaiting the captain's discourse. "Our ship, when intact, could scarcely outrun a naval vessel, yet they have spared us on 2 occasions, indicating we still hold some value. With one of our masts now broken and our proximity to Shellstown increasing, our worth is rapidly diminishing. We must flee." He cast a scrutinizing glance at the navigator. Navigator Fritzen then spoke, affirming the captain's assessment. "This route is the only one we have traversed. The Navy is likely following the same course to Shellstown. We must either alter our course immediately and hope the Navy does not pursue, or resort to scattering in small boats and test our luck." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling narrative. The captain, with his eyes shut in a pretense of slumber, obscured his expression from view. He replied resolutely, "We cannot alter our course. Those naval forces are undoubtedly trailing closely behind us. The moment we reveal any intention to change our route and flee, they will pounce upon us like ravenous wolves, tearing us to shreds." Abruptly, he opened his eyes, drew forth his dagger, and forcefully drove it into the table, the blade piercing through the surface, leaving only a slight quiver of the hilt and edge. "Ox, tonight, take 2 men and discreetly damage the small boats, rendering them unseaworthy. We only need to keep 2 intact." His gaze was as sharp as a knife, causing Ox's heart to tighten, and he immediately acquiesced. The captain's eyes swept over the faces of the 2 men, ultimately resting on Fritzen, who lowered his gaze under the scrutiny. "We must swiftly raid the next village. Do not stray far. Gather ample supplies near the dock and return to the ship without delay. The Navy will likely mount a token attack, and we shall seize that opportunity to set sail and escape. When the Navy is occupied with securing supplies, we will leave discreetly at night in the small boats." He paused briefly, adding, "I possess a nautical chart for an alternate route, and do not disturb the provisions aboard. They are to remain for those on the ship." His decision not to relocate all the supplies was not born of compassion, wishing to afford his men a greater chance of survival. Rather, it was to ensure that those remaining on the vessel would not descend into despair and surrender in dire straits. He aimed to preserve a flicker of hope that an escape might still be feasible, thus enticing the Navy's attention and granting the captain precious time. As he spoke, his expression remained impassive as he withdrew his knife. It was a matter of life or death, and this would be their defining struggle. Chapter 35. What use is treasure when one's life is at stake? The events unfolded in a manner that was meticulously orchestrated by Captain Skew. As they arrived at a modest island, although 2 setbacks had left the pirates disheartened, their fervor for plunder remained undiminished. Piracy at sea is inherently fraught with uncertainty. At times, after enduring considerable hardship to seize a vessel, one might find it laden with nothing but refuse and detritus. Profitable ventures are rare, and such frequent failures encapsulate the true essence of piracy. The pirates, in a cacophony of shouts, descended from their ship, charging towards the modestly sized town. The second mate, Ox, and his crew scoured the coastal fringes near the dock, while Navigator Fritzen personally transported provisions aboard the ship, as this constituted the primary source of hydration for the marauders. Some pirates, however, were already impatiently racing toward the heart of the town, eager to seize the most delectable portions of the bounty. The town was rife with sporadic skirmishes. The houses flanking the road bore varying degrees of damage, and liquor and provisions lay chaotically strewn across the ground, mingling with the dirt to form a filthy mess. A group of pirates hurriedly passed by an open tavern at the town's entrance, where second mate Ox was diligently searching within, aided by 2 lackeys who were assisting in the transportation of liquor. The leader of the group halted, his robust physique and broad features accentuated by a hawkish nose, his sunburned skin giving off a reddish hue. A hefty axe dangled from his waist, and he exuded a blend of boorishness and malevolence. With a sardonic tone, he addressed Ox. "Ha, Ox, you truly excel. No wonder you are the captain's most trusted aide. Instead of hastily filling your own pockets, you are so concerned about the ship's provisions. Rest assured, once I have my fill, perhaps I shall remember to prepare something for you." Ha ha. With that, he and his minions strode towards the town's center, their raucous laughter echoing behind them. What a fool. What does it matter if he has become the second mate? He is still utterly lacking in progress. He could never compare to you, Lord Crabbo, with your vast experience. After all, you are the first mate. The captain, that wretched old man, surely intended to vex me by promoting him to the second mate. A true lapdog of the captain, destined to be a dog for life. His followers, hesitant to engage, merely showered him with flattery. How formidable you are, Lord Crabbo. It is precisely because of your strength that we fear you. We dare to unite only to face you. The lackey transporting the liquor dared not utter a word, while Ox's subordinate was about to charge forward but was halted by Ox himself. He had no time to entertain the delusions of this arrogant fool, thinking bitterly, "Let him see who the true fool is when the navy hangs him from a gallows and severs his head." The pirate who is at odds with the second mate. A UX is the ship's first mate, Crabbo. He wields a long-handled axe with considerable skill and was among the earliest crew members to board, often flaunting his contributions to provoke the captain's authority. Due to the sentiments of his crew, the captain reluctantly promoted him to first mate, inadvertently fueling his ambition further. Consequently, the captain appointed his trusted confidant, AUX, who also had significant accomplishments, as the second mate to counterbalance Crabbo's growing influence. The departing group remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil, lost in fantasies of countless berries, gleaming gold coins, and youthful, beautiful women. Among them, however, was one exception. He was dark and thin, with short black hair and still a mere boy, his lips just beginning to sprout fine, soft fuzz. His eye bags were pronounced, bearing deep, dark circles, as though he had not slept for several nights. His slightly thick lips were now tightly pursed, reflecting a deep-seated worry. His name was Akin, originally a fisherman from the seaside. After losing his parents to a storm, he had been left to navigate a small, dilapidated boat on his own. The coastal fishing village was teeming with fishermen, and competition was fierce, making life for the fishermen exceedingly challenging. In recent years, pirates had become increasingly brazen, while land-based thugs and fishing tyrants were no less ruthless, frequently extorting vulnerable, ordinary fishermen. Following an incident where the shark pirates commandeered his small fishing boat, the isolated Akin found himself compelled to join the pirate crew. He had long sensed something was amiss. The seasoned pirates avoided venturing deep into the town, while the captain's confidant, second mate AUX, lingered only at the town's entrance. Most suspiciously, when Akin checked on his small fishing boat as was his custom the previous night, he discovered the second mate conspiring to sabotage it, leaving only 2 spare vessels. This led Akin to entertain a horrifying possibility. The captain and his crew intended to abandon ship, unwilling to take many with them. From Crabbo's demeanor, it was evident he was oblivious to the unfolding events. Since boarding, Akin had maintained a low profile, cautious and reserved, fearful of drawing attention to himself. He had once been an ordinary fisherman, lacking any formidable skills, possessing only a measure of strength. The pirate world was rife with betrayal and abandonment, and as a newcomer, he could only bide his time and adapt to the pirates' rules for self-preservation. He had been singled out by the first mate as one of the minor crew members, typically tasked with moving supplies and serving as cannon fodder. Now that he had uncovered a monumental secret, he realized that in order to escape being discarded and to prevent becoming a pawn in the Navy's schemes, he must flee. Years on the sea had not only weathered his skin but had also hardened his character into one of cold ruthlessness. He had no desire to save those pirates who had reduced him to nothing, yet confronting the captain alone seemed a perilous endeavor. Not only would he likely be denied the chance to board, but he would also risk being silenced permanently. One must secure a substantial backing. The foremost choice is undoubtedly the first mate, Crabbo. After making a resolute decision, Akin strides purposefully towards Crabbo. "Crabbo, we cannot proceed any further," one of the subordinates exclaimed in fury, shoving Akin forcefully. "Who are you to speak to Lord Crabbo in such a manner? Do you wish for your demise? Step aside. We are preoccupied with the search for treasure." To his astonishment, Akin remained unmoved. Despite exerting all his strength for a second push, Akin stood firm, leaving the subordinate feeling humiliated and enraged. Damn! A mere newcomer dares to obstruct Lord Clabo's path and speaks so audaciously, with a flash of malice in his eyes. He raised his fist to strike. Akin, in a state of desperate urgency, was unconcerned with the subordinate's intentions. He was tormented by the dilemma of how to make the first mate Clabo take a small fry like him seriously. Just then, the assailant's fist came crashing down, leaving Akin with no avenue for escape. He took the blow squarely, his head twisting to the side, and staggered a few steps aside, clearing the path. Fortunately, the assailant's strength was lacking, likely relying on flattery to gain favor. The punch was feeble, resulting merely in a slight swelling on Akin's cheek and a small cut on his lip. The other subordinates erupted in laughter, failing to comprehend the fool's folly. The town's defenses had been thoroughly breached. There was no longer any danger. Akin, disregarding the pain on his face and the mockery of the others, fixated his gaze on Clabo. As Clabo prepared to leave, Akin, in a fit of urgency, called out, "What use is treasure if one's life is at stake?" Chapter 36. I wish to consult you regarding the captain's plans. Clabo, having ascended to the rank of first mate, possessed more than mere brawn. His intellect was certainly more profound than that of his subordinates. Observing Akin's serious demeanor, he gestured for his men to halt and stepped aside to converse with him. "You should be aware of the consequences of mocking me," Clabo warned. Akin, undeterred by Clabo's admonition, pressed on. "The navy is closing in. The captain and the others must escape." Without further preamble, he unleashed the bombshell. Clabo, not one to be easily swayed by others' words, regarded Akin with skepticism, remaining silent. Akin could sense Clabo's disbelief, his urgency escalating, and beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I speak only the truth. Clabo, consider this. Every time we eliminate our foes, the navy immediately pursues us, claiming all that we have acquired. We have hardly managed to transfer anything onto the ship. The captain has long since realized this. This marks the third occurrence. We shall soon see if the navy comes again." Clabo pondered deeply and realized the truth of the matter, his expression shifting dramatically. Observing Akin's anxious demeanor, which seemed genuine, he became increasingly convinced. Akin, noticing the change in Clabo's countenance, continued to elaborate, "We cannot persist in this manner. When the navy decides to depart, our fate will be sealed." Clabo's complexion fluctuated between hues of crimson and pallor, a striking display of emotion. He had scarcely registered the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Akin, seemingly intent on exacerbating Clabo's distress, divulged a grave revelation. The captain had ordered the second mate to puncture all the reserve small boats, leaving only 2 remaining. Clabo's face darkened ominously, as if he could weep with despair. It appeared he was nothing more than a forsaken target. "How do you know? Speak forth all that you are aware of." Faced with a predicament that threatened his very existence, and being so woefully uninformed, he began to lose his composure. Akin promptly relayed the details of his discovery regarding the damaged small boats. Clabo ceased to inquire further, simply addressing Akin, "You have done well. Do not worry. I shall remember your contribution." Yet, he did not even bother to inquire about Akin's name. To Clabo, Akin was merely a fortunate underling who had stumbled upon a significant secret. Even if he possessed some abilities, what of it? A calamity loomed, and at such a moment, loyalty to oneself was paramount. This newcomer, who had allied himself for the sake of survival, could not possibly compare to the long-standing companions by his side. However, he had no intention of severing ties immediately. He instructed his subordinates to gather some supplies and promptly return to the ship. Though his subordinates were puzzled by his decision, none dared to defy him. They simply gathered some provisions and fruits. Clabo waved his hand, beckoning his subordinates and Akin to accompany him back. Before they could reach the dock, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted nearby. The pirates around them shouted that the navy had arrived, sprinting towards their vessels as if they regretted not being born with 2 extra legs. An undeniable sense of foreboding welled up within Clabo. He and his companions abandoned their supplies, discarding what they held, and raced towards the ship. Fortunately, they were close enough to catch up. The cannons did not target the pirate ship. Having learned from previous encounters, the captain chose not to retaliate and set sail to escape the dock. On board the pirate ship, in the first mate's quarters, Clabo, with a stern countenance, commanded his subordinates, "You shall split into 2 teams. Each team will consist of 2 individuals, tasked with monitoring the small boats. Should there be any unusual activity, alert me immediately." Once his trusted four departed, he turned to Akin, saying, "You shall remain by my side." As twilight deepened, the sky darkened, and the ship anchored in a sheltered spot for a brief respite. With the night fast approaching and no word yet received, Clabo found himself increasingly restless. He was acutely aware that time was slipping away and that the Navy could be closing in on them. His naturally impatient disposition had already been tested by the lengthy wait and the meticulous arrangements he had previously made. It was time for him to take decisive action. Suddenly, Clabo sprang to his feet, startling Akin, who was nearby. Without a word, Clabo strode purposefully out of the room, leaving Akin uncertain of his intentions, yet compelled to follow. Clabo made his way directly to the navigator's quarters. At the threshold, he took a moment to steady his racing heart, inhaling deeply before knocking 3 times on the door. Inside, the navigator, Fritzen, was diligently examining the nautical charts entrusted to him by the captain. Fritzen understood that Captain Skoo's prompt handover of the new navigational charts was not a testament to his trust in him, but rather a reflection of the captain's belief that he was utterly inept among the pirates, posing no threat of leaving the ship on his own. Upon hearing the knock, Fritzen snapped back to attention, swiftly tucking the charts into the inner pocket of his coat. He then placed a half-finished chart on the table, pretentiously holding a pen and ruler as if engaged in serious work. Once he was prepared, he nonchalantly inquired, "Who is it, disturbing me at this hour?" "Clabo." Upon receiving a response, pushed the door open without hesitation. Upon entering, he found Fritzen seated at the table, looking up with an expression of annoyance, as if he had just been interrupted. Clabo couldn't help but smirk. "Fritzen, you seem quite diligent, still working at this late hour." Fritzen felt a surge of displeasure at Clabo's tone but prided himself on his composure, choosing not to express his irritation. He furrowed his brow, set down his pen and ruler with precision, and finally met Clabo's gaze. "Oh, it's you, Clabo. What brings you here at such an hour?" Clabo, ignoring the question, leaned casually against the door, a forced smile on his lips, and replied, "Well, of course, it's me. Who else would it be?" He had approached Fritzen closely, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "The captain?" Fritzen's heart raced at the mention, yet he maintained a calm facade, scrutinizing Clabo for any hidden motives. What did Clabo truly know? Fritzen dared not relax. He simply wished to dispatch this individual swiftly. "What is it you want? Just say it plainly. Why mention the captain? This roundabout approach is unlike you." Clabo rested a hand upon Fritzen's shoulder, causing Fritzen to feel as though his entire body had stiffened. "Of course I have matters to discuss, Navigator," Clabo intoned, his voice laden with an ominous chill. Unbeknownst to Fritzen, a knife had been stealthily placed against his throat. By the time he sensed the cold steel and sought to resist, it was already too late. The blade had barely breached the skin, sending a sharp jolt of pain through him, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Fritzen found himself subdued, though his heart raced with trepidation. Suspecting that Clabo may have uncovered something significant, he maintained a fade of anger. "What are you doing? Clabo, let me go." Clabo, unmasking his pretense, let out a derisive laugh. "What am I doing? I'm here to inquire about the captain's plans." "Humph. Do you not intend to explain yourself properly?" Chapter 37, A Desperate Gamble. Although the navigator holds a position of paramount importance aboard the ship, wielding considerable power, second only to Captain Sharkskew, Fritzen, having switched careers midway, was a mere bureaucrat lacking in martial prowess. Though he had undergone some training, his primary responsibility lay in ensuring the ship's safe and smooth passage across the seas. He had wielded a knife before, but only against subordinates of minimal capability. In essence, when it came to combat prowess, Fritzen was only slightly more capable than an inexperienced novice, rendering him no match for Clabo. He had confirmed that Clabo had somehow learned of their plans and remained silent, hoping to stall until the captain's arrival. Clabo then declared, "I know your plans. Come with me now, or I shall kill you, and we shall all perish together." Fritzen fell silent, realizing his indispensable role as navigator. With whom could he escape? He had been closer to Captain Skew, believing that together they would stand a greater chance. Yet in this moment, with his life hanging precariously in Clabo's hands, what mattered more than survival? Akin observed as first mate Clabo emerged mere moments later with navigator Fritzen, the three of them making their way toward the small boat. However, the course of events seldom unfolds smoothly. Upon their rendezvous with the four watchers, just as they were preparing to launch the small vessel into the water, the captain and his crew arrived post-haste, clearly having dispatched spies to monitor the situation. The sky had darkened considerably. The pirates, weary from days of relentless toil and recently routed by the Navy, were utterly exhausted. At this juncture, as the ship finally came to a halt, the pirates were either seizing the opportunity to rest in the cabin or indulging in gambling and revelry. In the dim light at one corner of the vessel, two factions stood opposed, the atmosphere thick with tension. Both parties understood that only 2 escape boats were available for so many individuals, and the ship was laden with supplies that could not accommodate them all. Inevitably, one party would become the sacrificial pawn. At this moment, Captain Screw took the initiative to speak. "Clabo, my dear brother, what are you doing? Why must we contend in a life-or-death struggle?" Clabo remained unfazed, scoffing dismissively. "Dear brother? Your dear brothers have all turned into drifting corpses upon the sea. I cannot accept such a title." Screw's expression darkened momentarily, and he ceased to squander time on him. What value is there in recalling the past? At present, we are all bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. Should one of us cause a stir, none shall fare well. Would it not be better to collaborate? First Mate Clabo understood that a significant conflict between them at this juncture would be disastrous, as it would alarm the crew, leaving no escape for either. Captain Screw was acutely aware of this consideration, which prompted him to speak kindly. More importantly, he possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that he was no match for the captain. Thus, the willingness to negotiate was most welcome. "How would you propose we collaborate?" Screw inquired with a smile, gesturing towards the 2 vessels with his knife. "This ship can accommodate 4 individuals, while this one, laden with more cargo, can only hold 3. There are a total of 7 spots available." Noticing Clabo's gaze linger on the barrels and crates, he amiably explained, "We do not know when we shall reach land on another route. If we carry too few supplies, none of us will survive. These items must remain untouched." Observing Clabo avert his gaze, warily scrutinizing him, Screw offered a slight smile and proposed, "The navigator must surely board the ship. Thus, we would have 3 spots on our side. What say you? It is quite fair." As the words fell, he took the initiative, thrusting his blade into a fellow pirate who was utterly unprepared. The victim collapsed silently, scarcely making a sound. He then slowly withdrew his knife, blood trickling down its length. Dispassionately, he wiped the blade on the fallen man's clothing and nonchalantly turned his gaze towards the first mate, Clabo. Another pirate nearby was torn between fear of the captain's mercilessness and relief at his own fortunate survival, casting a conflicted glance at the captain before lowering his head. Now, only the captain, the second mate, Okays, and 3 lackeys remained, their numbers perfectly aligned. Clabo, witnessing the captain's ruthless demeanor and lack of mercy towards his own, felt a chill run through him and cast a wary glance at Skew. The lackeys trembled in fear, with Akin's expression taut with anxiety. They all dreaded becoming one of the 3 extraneous individuals, causing them to distance themselves from Clabo and from one another. Akin, unable to trust anyone, was tense and gripping his club, on high alert for any aggression from the first mate. Upon seeing the captain strike first, Clabo did not hesitate, making a swift decision. He signaled to 2 of his lackeys, who felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. The remaining 2 went pale, while Akin remained composed. Having anticipated this turn of events, in an instant, the 3 from Clabo's side faced off against Akin and his companions, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. The 2 lackeys, suddenly reduced to pawns, were psychologically shattered, especially since their own leader had callously abandoned them. One of them, eyes filled with confusion and hatred, transformed into a frenzy, swinging his knife towards Clabo. The other, seemingly defeated by the sudden tragedy, dropped his weapon and sank to the ground, weeping and muttering incoherently. "How could this be happening? Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." Akin had already come to a realization when the first pirate was slain, when one of the assailants charged at Clabo. He had no intention of teaming up against Clabo, nor did he glance at the approaching lackey. Instead, he launched an immediate assault, swinging his wooden club at the navigator standing idly by. Indeed, in this dire situation, he saw almost no hope for survival. If he could not escape death, he would rather perish fighting. The navigator, Fredson, had been standing relaxed, detached from the chaos, watching the deadly conflict between Clabo and his lackeys with keen interest. He awaited the emergence of the ultimate victor to join in the flight across the sea. To him, it seemed that regardless of who it was among them, none would dare to turn against him. After all, his presence ensured the safety of their voyage. Who would be foolish enough to seek their own demise? He had not anticipated that, in the face of imminent demise and the crushing despair of having no escape, he would resolutely contemplate a mutual destruction, taking these scoundrels down with him. The sudden appearance of a seemingly unremarkable stick brought about the immediate shattering of the navigator Friedson's skull, splattering brain matter across the ground in a gruesome display of crimson and ivory. The stick snapped in 2 under the force of Akin's blow, with one fragment still clutched in his hand while the other twirled through the air before landing with a faint thud. It bounced a couple of times, swayed momentarily, and then lay still. Wooden splinters erupted from the break, scattering in all directions, some cutting across Akin's ghastly visage, leaving behind delicate trails of blood. He merely grinned with a wicked indifference. Akin had long since reconciled himself to death since becoming a pirate. After dispatching the navigator, he swiftly turned to brace for the impending storm of retaliatory attacks. However, he was met with a shocking scene. Chapter 38. The treacherous Captain Sharkskew first mate Clabo lay in a pool of his own blood, still gripping his beloved axe. Yet, his head had been severed from his body, lying 2 paces away, eyes wide open in a final, unblinking stare. It turned out that while one of the underlings charged furiously at Clabo, drawing everyone's attention, Akin seized the opportunity to ambush the navigator. And Captain Skew did not let this fortuitous moment slip by. At that moment, Clabo was preoccupied with fending off the dying underling's vengeful strike. His back turned to Captain Skew. Seizing the moment, Skew wasted no time, brandishing his long knife and delivering a swift, decisive blow to the back of Clabo's neck. Who was unprepared for such a lethal strike? The situation had become rather intricate. Akin had slain Navigator Friedson, Clabo had killed the underling, and Captain Skew had taken the life of first mate Clabo. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Akin surmised that the captain had likely never intended for the first mate to board the ship, but had instead orchestrated a ruse to lower his guard, exposing him to an easy defeat. Yet, he had not expected Akin, a seemingly inconspicuous lackey, to possess the audacity to take down the most crucial navigator. Now, with the situation reached its climax, everyone was left in a state of shock. Killing Akin would undoubtedly provide a sense of vengeance, yet it would be futile. Without the navigator, drifting on the ocean would be akin to courting death. Just as uncertainty enveloped them, the captain began to chuckle. How foolish of me to consider myself cunning and treacherous, only to be bested by the very prey I sought to haunt. Did he not fear the furious and brutal retribution that awaited him? Akin sneered, his already terrifying visage rendered even more grotesque by the fresh bloodstains. Captain Skew, I initially intended merely to escape, yet you have chosen to eradicate me entirely. He cast a glance at the other surviving subordinate, who knelt beside him. Staring blankly at the unfolding scene, his face still marked by traces of tears. Did he truly expect me to weep and wail like that coward? Captain Skur narrowed his eyes slightly, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing. The knife in his hand dripped with the blood of first mate Clabo. Very well. You possess courage. Now, none of us can escape. Your objectives have been achieved, and you find joy in that? Despite the opponent's apparent rage, Akin dared not underestimate him. With Clabo's fate as a cautionary tale, who could predict what other schemes he might have in store? But what of it? Since you intended to kill us from the outset, let us all perish together. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd. Several subordinates wore expressions of anger and panic, deeply concerned about their impending fate. With the path ahead seemingly blocked, they directed their animosity squarely at the instigator, Akin. Second mate Oakes was equally at a loss. Though he had some skill, he lacked decisiveness and had always followed the captain's lead. Faced with such a predicament, he was utterly helpless. Looking to the captain in hope that he might devise a solution. The captain had previously promoted Oakes for this very trait, yet now he found him utterly useless. A collection of inept individuals, not a single capable one among them. At this moment, he turned his gaze toward the young man who had ensnared him in this predicament. What is your name? I never anticipated that my ship would harbor someone like you. You are indeed a figure of interest. Akin merely scoffed. Do you think I wish to board your ship? You have left me with nothing. This can be considered my revenge. Ever since the day I embraced piracy, I have never entertained the notion of surviving to disembark. Captain Skur refrained from commenting on his bold declaration. Although the situation was dire, he was not a man who would easily concede defeat. He had persevered to this point for a reason. Let us not hasten toward death, young man. You are quite remarkable. His gaze lingered momentarily on the corpse of first mate Clabo, clicking his tongue in disappointment. What a pity, Clabo was a fool. Had he chosen you, the outcome might have been different. Alas, that would have posed a headache for me. Captain Skur lifted his head, fixing Akin with a sincere gaze. Thankfully, he was indeed a fool. So, what do you say? Would you consider joining me? Observing Akin's hardened demeanor, which seemed poised to mock him, he leisurely presented his proposition. I possess some knowledge of navigation. While I am not an expert, escaping would not pose a problem. As for the nautical charts, I have committed them to memory, ensuring absolute certainty. The onlookers stared at him in sheer astonishment, especially second mate Oakes. Among those present, he had followed the captain the longest and believed he understood him well. He never anticipated that Skur harbored such depths. Indeed, The captain has concealed this for no less than 2 decades, unbeknownst to anyone aboard the vessel. He has always been a person lacking in conviction and saw nothing wrong in the captain's actions, feeling only joy for the newfound hope of survival. The others, too, came to a realization, their hearts swelling with relief and excitement, exclaiming their good fortune. Akin, however, remained uncertain. Even if Captain Skoo represented a glimmer of life, he had no desire to ally himself with the man. Those who traverse the seas are well aware that the cannon fire ahead is not the most daunting. The treachery from behind is far more perilous. As he contemplated how to decline the captain's offer for a safe retreat, one of his subordinates, who had collapsed to the ground earlier, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! Deserved it. Let them all perish. The young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. He abruptly sprang to his feet. The others nearby were startled and swiftly turned to face the pirate, retreating in a defensive posture. The captain remained still, visibly annoyed at the interruption. Akin gripped the wooden stick tightly, his body tensed in readiness. Yet, the man did not charge at them. Instead, he approached the fallen first mate, Klabo, and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his lifeless form. As he hacked away, he muttered, "You abandoned me. You sought to kill me. Die, die." His face was a mask of madness. Although Captain Skoo had shown no mercy in dealing with Klabo, his heart is unyielding as stone. He could not bear to witness the humiliation inflicted upon the corpse of a once feared adversary, a look of disdain crossing his features. "Cease this, you fool. It's disgraceful." At this moment, the pirate's demeanor had grown increasingly deranged, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, solely focused on venting his rage upon Klabo's remains. "I said to stop." No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold steel flashed. A blade pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, impaling him entirely. After a brief pause, it was ruthlessly withdrawn. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the knife in the pirate's hand remained lodged in Klabo. He slumped beside Klabo, excitement lingering on his face even in death. Captain Skoo, with a look of disdain, flicked the blood from his blade. Trash is merely trash. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted from him, Akin seized the opportunity, running while shouting, "The Navy is coming. The captain is fleeing. Everyone, run." Chapter 39. The boarding battle. The captain was taken aback by the audacity of his crew's actions, his fury surging uncontrollably. However, Akin had already fled far from sight, and the others did not dare pursue him. As Akin shouted, pirates began to appear on deck, some quick-witted ones already making their way toward the small boats. The startled officers, realizing they had been forsaken, wore expressions of dismay. They hastily gathered their men and moved toward the lifeboats. Many pirates were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Yet they were not entirely foolish. They understood that if even the captain was fleeing, they were undoubtedly facing insurmountable peril. At this juncture, to delay in seizing some treasures and making their escape would be foolishness akin to awaiting death. Thus, the abandoned officers rallied their subordinates while the remaining pirates formed alliances, looting their comrades and converging on the lifeboats. Each sought to outmaneuver the others and secure their own escape. Yet, some pirates roamed the ship, navigating through various compartments. Some were genuine novices, disoriented by the sudden upheaval, flailing about like headless chickens. Others were ensnared by insatiable greed, clinging to the hope of unearthing more valuables and refusing to depart prematurely. Captain Skull found it impossible to leave the vessel amidst the pandemonium. Meanwhile, on the naval warship, it lay poised behind them, ready to strike. Had Captain Skull's original plan been executed under the cover of night, perhaps they might have evaded capture. Alas, it was now too late, and the pirate ship was engulfed in turmoil. Flickering flames ignited across the deck, a clear indication of destruction rather than illumination. Lieutenant Ripa had intended to sell this rather commendable pirate ship for a handsome sum. Witnessing his property being ravaged for reasons unknown by those wretched pirates, he immediately issued a furious command. "Everyone, do not fire. Approach the pirate ship. Prepare for boarding." The naval forces received their orders and swiftly maneuvered their ships alongside the pirate vessel. Some intrepid sailors, undaunted by the distance, grasped the ropes and swung across. The majority of the crew cast their grappling hooks, drawing the two ships closer together. Once they were sufficiently near, they hastily laid down planks and charged onto the pirate ship, initiating a fierce boarding battle. The pirates, who had moments ago been locked in a deadly internal conflict, were taken aback as numerous naval officers emerged from their midst, leaving them in a state of shock. They ceased their infighting, uniting against the naval forces. Although the pirates had just endured a bout of infighting, their captain, Sharkskew, remained at the helm, and several officers were still intact, resulting in minimal loss of overall strength. On the naval side, while some who first boarded the ship claimed to possess considerable skill and showed no fear of the pirates, many were merely overzealous novices, emboldened by their previous encounters with fleeing pirate crews, unfamiliar with organized combat. They erroneously believed that all pirates were of the same ilk as those they had previously encountered. The outcome was all too predictable. Before more naval personnel could board the pirate ship, lacking numerical superiority and without the advantage of seasoned captains and officers, the pirates swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing the Navy to retreat. It was only when faced with the specter of death that some naval officers began to comprehend the reality of their predicament. This was not a straightforward naval game where victory was assured. Rather, it was a brutal struggle where a single defeat could result in the loss of everything, even their very lives. Observing the Navy faltering, Captain Li Pa, the ensign, urged his men to board the ship promptly, leading a contingent of officers to confront Shark Skew. At this moment, Vick followed the subsequent naval forces aboard the pirate ship. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. Although he had gleaned a few fundamental techniques from the naval soldiers over the past few days, these were merely the most basic exercises. His physical condition had not yet fully recovered, and neither had Fry nor Barrett. The trio was, in fact, somewhat inferior to the average naval recruits. Barrett, relying on his exceptional strength, was slightly more formidable, yet his capabilities were still limited. Fry, who had previously been eager to charge ahead, was restrained by Vick. Upon witnessing the dire situation of the Navy, he sheepishly scratched his head. The three refrained from acting recklessly. Vick stood at the center with his blade drawn, while Fry and Barrett flanked him on either side, only advancing to engage in combat when they spotted isolated pirates. Seizing this opportunity, Vick honed his martial skills, with both he and Barrett alternating in their assaults, while Fury stepped forward in turn. This repetitive strategy was devised by the trio during their previous encounter with pirates in the village. To swiftly acquire a measure of self-defense and survive the brutal clashes with the pirates, they realized that making effective use of real combat was their sole avenue for improvement. To call their skills martial would be an overstatement. The three relied entirely on their own explorations in the heat of battle, resembling little more than street brawling. As the surrounding combatants were of a similar caliber, their adversaries were not much more formidable, allowing the trio to barely navigate the perilous path of life and death. As the Navy forces swarmed in numbers, the henchmen were on the brink of collapse, with only a few still managing to resist. And it was evident that their endurance would not last much longer. The officers were also in dire straits, with only the first mate and one other still standing, both severely injured. Captain Shark Skew, aware of the dire situation, refused to admit defeat. The Navy had suffered losses as well. The fleet commander before him was of mediocre strength, having only managed to achieve a stalemate after several exchanges. Had it not been for the intervention of other officers, the outcome might have been even less favorable for the enemy. With this thought, Skew fortified his resolve, parrying a strike from Lipa before delivering a diagonal slash to his lower abdomen. An officer nearby quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story gets even more thrilling. Skew silently scoffed at the distraction, feigning an attack on Lipa but instead shifting slightly to the left and continuing his diagonal strike. Blood spurted as half of the officer's arms severed and fell to the ground, the officer collapsing in agony. Having succeeded with his strike, Skew showed no hesitation and retreated immediately. Just as he did, a blade sliced his hat in two, which fell to the ground. His thick, dark curls cascaded down, a few strands drifting slowly as he broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of his situation. Lipa and Skew eyed each other warily, blades raised in confrontation. So, you are Shark Skew, captain of the Shark Pirates? Look around. Your defeat is inevitable. If you surrender, I might grant you mercy. Skew, observing his wretched subordinates and the encroaching Navy, dismissed the offer with a laugh. These tricks might fool others, but they are utterly ineffectual against me. His gaze was laced with contempt as he regarded his opponent. You think I don't know your Navy? You are far greedier than us pirates. My head is worth a pretty penny. Do you truly believe you would let it go? A fleeting shadow crossed Lieutenant Lipa's eyes, yet he remained undeterred. Continuing with a smile, your head is indeed valuable, but I desire even more. If you reveal the location of your treasure, I might just let you go. What do you say? His eyes were filled with a glimmer of greed. It is reasonable to assume that after all these years, you have amassed a considerable treasure, sufficient to compensate us for our toil. Some possessions, which hold no value for you now, could be traded for your life, a most advantageous bargain. Chapter 40. The essence of the pirate world indeed. Lieutenant Ripa sought not only the bounty and military achievements of Captain Skur, but also the entirety of his life's savings. The ocean is dotted with islands, each uninhabited, all serving as a natural treasure chest. Pirates typically select a deserted island to bury their riches, meticulously charting a map to their hidden trove. The Shark Pirate crew is a seasoned band of marauders that has navigated these waters for years. Lieutenant Ripa firmly believed that Captain Skur's hoard was anything but insignificant. As long as the other party complied and satisfied him, he would show a measure of mercy, allowing for a swift end. A flicker of hesitation crossed Skur's face, revealing a glimmer of interest in the proposition. Do you truly mean what you say? If I hand over my treasure, will you spare me? Ripa, sensing the bait had been taken, maintained an impassive facade while inwardly chastising Skur for his naivety. Of course. My word is my bond. It is well known across the seas. Skur continued to waver, a struggle evident upon his countenance. But ultimately, he seemed to resolve himself. Very well. But you must not deceive me. Under Ripa's encouraging gaze, Skur hesitantly discarded his weapon and cautiously approached. Ripa's face began to bloom with a sense of triumph. As Skur drew nearer, his adversary appeared unguarded, and a cold smirk crept across his lips. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a dagger from his waist and lunged fiercely at Ripa. Caught off guard, Ripa felt the blade pierce his abdomen, and his expression of triumph froze in place. However, Skur's smile soon faltered as well. Instead of the anticipated sensation of steel meeting flesh, there was merely a resounding clang, metal striking metal. What is happening? Lieutenant Ripa was now drenched in cold sweat, rapidly retreating a step. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, he lunged at Skur with his own blade. The surrounding officers, momentarily stunned, finally began to react. Skur, quick to recover, realized he had not slain Ripa and swiftly evaded several strikes before retreating. He deftly scooped up the long knife from the ground, now firmly in hand. Having temporarily escaped peril, Lieutenant Ripa, still shaken, touched the steel plate beneath his clothing, feeling a surge of relief wash over him. Thank goodness for my protective measures. Otherwise, I would be in grave danger today. With this thought, he glared at Skur like a venomous serpent, gritting his teeth as he spat out, "You are seeking your own demise." Skur had retrieved his weapon, and upon hearing Ripa's words, merely chuckled derisively. Do you think everyone is a fool? Do you believe I would fall for your deceit? Captain Skuku gazed upon the disarrayed deck of the ship, a blend of melancholy and astonishment evident in his demeanor. Having roamed the seas for over 2 decades, he had garnered a certain reputation, yet he found it astonishing that he was to meet his demise here today. What a life it has been. His gaze shifted to Lipa's face, revealing a look of disdain. It is regrettable that the one tasked with my execution is nothing but a pitiful wretch. I cannot help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Without awaiting Lipa's response, he immediately re-engaged in battle. Even if defeat was inevitable, surrender was not an option. Lipa seethed with fury. How dare this mere pirate look down upon him? He struck with unrelenting ferocity, targeting the vital points with precision. After a prolonged skirmish, Skuku gradually regained the upper hand, beginning to dominate the clash. Observing their commander falter, one of the officers drew his pistol and shouted, "Shark Skuku, surrender at once. Otherwise, I shall fire." This action was, in truth, quite foolish, for in the heat of battle, unless one possessed exceptional marksmanship, few would dare to fire recklessly. A hasty shot could not only miss the intended target but also inadvertently harm one's own comrades. The officer, caught in a moment of desperation, had committed an act that might well incur the wrath of his superior. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Lipa shot him an incredulous glance amidst the chaos. Yet he had little faith that the officer would actually pull the trigger, choosing instead to focus entirely on the pirate captain before him. Unbeknownst to Shark Skuku, he was unaware of whether the threat was more bluster than genuine intent. Thus, he became increasingly cautious in his movements, fearful that one misstep could afford his adversary the opportunity to shoot him. This illustrates that sometimes the power of intimidation can be far more effective than the act of aggression itself. Seeing this opportunity, Lipa's spirits soared as he seized the moment to launch a fervent assault. Another officer promptly supported the commander, and it was not long before Skuku, exhausted and gasping for breath, found himself at a disadvantage. After all, he had just endured an internal strife and had been relentlessly pursued by Lipa's naval soldiers, depleting his stamina. The outcome was inevitable. Lipa successfully captured Shark Skuku. At that moment, the pirates aboard the ship were all apprehended, and the Navy celebrated a resounding victory, their cheers echoing through the air. Vick observed the entire battle between Lieutenant Lipa and Shark Skuku, both of whom possessed no extraordinary abilities. Their clash was merely a spectacular exhibition of strength and skill. Vick gazed in rapt fascination, his eyes wide, unwilling to miss a single detail. Perhaps due to the circumstances of his transmigration, Vick had always possessed a remarkable memory in his previous life, and this ability had only been enhanced after his arrival in this new realm. Though he had yet to attain photographic memory, he could swiftly memorize information with precision, albeit with some details remaining somewhat hazy. This battle would significantly enrich his repository of knowledge, further augmenting his combat prowess. Major Ripa had endured a grueling struggle and was fatigued. However, the capture of Captain Sharkskew and the acquisition of an entire pirate ship invigorated his spirit. This chapter is not yet concluded. Turn to the next page to continue reading. He was indifferent to the loss of numerous naval personnel, merely instructing his subordinates to gather the bodies and place them on the deck of the pirate ship, while he commanded an officer nearby to document the spoils before retreating to rest, typically in coastal waters. The corpses of naval personnel would be transported back to the base for a proper burial, while those further from the station would receive a sea burial. Compared to mourning the loss of comrades, the Navy was more elated by this hard-won victory. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of the pirate world. Most individuals, be they Navy or pirate, are acutely aware of the ever-present specter of death looming over them. Yet, before death befalls them, they extol it, celebrating its inevitability. When death does arrive, some may even greet it with open arms, embracing its finality. The Navy cast the pirates' bodies into the sea while neatly arranging their own fallen comrades upon the deck. Vick discovered with a sense of familiarity that one of the corpses was none other than Neil. He lay there, utterly oblivious, on the frigid deck, his tattered clothing marred by multiple stab wounds, each capable of proving fatal. Beneath him pooled a congealed mixture of his own blood and that of his adversaries. In his hand, he clutched a small artifact, akin to a trinket, evidently seized from a pirate or a deceased naval officer, still stained with blood, as if he had not yet had the chance to conceal it within his garments. A sharp-eyed naval officer noticed it and swiftly snatched it from Neil's grasp, carefully wiping it on his clothing. Neil's hand remained poised in a grip, as if he were still reluctant to relinquish it. Observing his tranquil state, Vick was reminded of Neil's eager expressions and aspirations when he had mentioned special operations, as if it were merely yesterday. He sighed softly. Let us proceed. Chapter 41. Pirate Akin. Subsequently, the naval officers commenced a thorough search of the entire ship. After this exhilarating voyage, even the most inexperienced novices had garnered some experience. Most of them gravitated towards the captain's quarters and the officers' cabins. At the very least, there were the crew members' quarters to explore. As for the storeroom, the captain would ultimately dispatch someone to manage the transport of supplies. Moreover, it was uncommon for valuables to be stored there. Besides a few staple provisions such as fruits, grains, vegetables, alcohol, and miscellaneous items, it was nearly impossible to find anything of worth. Nevertheless, some individuals remained undeterred in their exploration. This pirate ship had previously been driven like a cornered dog, its supplies nearly exhausted, leaving the storeroom barren enough to host a rat. Only a handful of empty crates and a few worthless fruits remained. They cast a cursory glance before hurriedly departing, muttering under their breath about their ill fortune. Vick had no intention of contending with the naval personnel over lucrative territories, for such riches could never find their way into his own pockets. Ultimately, they would be recorded and surrendered to the captain. These sailors merely harbored a flicker of hope, seeking to pilfer a trinket or two. Even if they momentarily succeeded in their petty theft, they would inevitably face the captain's wrath and be held in contempt, rendering their gains not worth the peril. Yet, the allure of wealth is a potent force. It is not only the greenhorns who falter, but even seasoned veterans cannot resist its temptation. Vick was not covetous of such treasures. If one were to speak of riches, he possessed some of his own, undoubtedly more precious than Captain Sharkskew's collection. He led his two brothers to the storeroom, intending merely to wait for a while, to pass the time. When the moment was right, they would move a couple of crates of fruit to feign activity and conclude this tedious scavenging. The trio made their way towards the storeroom, the surroundings desolate and devoid of any presence. The door to the storeroom stood wide open as they were about to descend the steps and enter the chamber. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within, abruptly silenced, as if someone had grasped the throat of the source. Vick immediately became vigilant as fury and Barrett approached. There were people inside, presumably pirates. The storeroom was devoid of illumination, enveloped in darkness, with the entrance serving as the sole source of light. It was still nighttime, and the flickering flames aboard the ship illuminated only the area near the doorway, leaving the depth shrouded in obscurity, where only vague silhouettes could be discerned. Vick was uncertain about the number of individuals inside. Although it was unlikely to be many, 2 or 3 could easily be concealed. The thought of entering recklessly with just the 3 of them filled him with apprehension, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to summon reinforcements. After a moment of reflection, Vick tentatively called out, "Young one, we have discovered your presence. If you emerge and surrender, there may still be a chance for your survival. What purpose does hiding alone serve? You may have slain one sailor, but can you vanquish the entire crew aboard?" Inside, there was only silence. With no indication of any willingness to engage with Vick, Vick furrowed his brow and addressed Fury and Barrett, saying, "Fury, please step a little to the left, and Barrett, you take your position on the right. I shall soon toss the lantern inside. Do pay attention to what transpires within." He positioned himself in the center, speaking without any regard for the volume of his voice. The individuals inside could hear him perfectly well, yet they remained utterly silent. Vick waited for a while, and seeing no movement, he no longer hesitated. He signaled for the 2 to pay attention and forcefully hurled the wind lamp inside. The wind lamp, a small device commonly equipped by the Navy, featured a transparent top opening and served as a source of illumination. However, it was uncertain what fuel it consumed. For when thrown, it did not extinguish. Typically, it would be covered at the top to allow it to extinguish itself through lack of oxygen. Vick hurled the lantern with great force, unperturbed by the possibility of it shattering. The wind lantern struck the wall opposite the door with a resounding thud, before plummeting to the ground, bouncing twice before rolling a short distance and finally coming to rest, still swaying gently in place. It had far exceeded its intended purpose. Vick quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, an object flew through the air, obscuring the lantern. It appeared to be a spare canvas from the ship. The white fabric draped over the lantern, blocking most of the light, yet faint rays still seeped through the seams of the cloth. In the left corner stood a figure, indistinct in appearance, clutching what resembled a stick. Beneath his feet lay a dark mass, presumably the unfortunate sailor who had been screaming. Excellent. There was only one person. Vick did not avert his gaze, remaining fixated on that spot. He extended a hand forward, beckoning the 2 individuals to charge in, and took the lead. Descending the steps with determination, the pirate, realizing that the 3 were about to invade his domain and that he was cornered, refused to remain passive. He surged ahead of Vick to the entrance, brandishing a wooden club that whistled through the air as it swung towards them. As Vick witnessed the adversary's initial assault, he remained composed and sidestepped to evade the attack, thrusting his blade with precision. Having endured numerous battles, Vick had grown adept at dispatching foes with a steady demeanor. However, as the wooden club drew nearer, the pirate who had launched the assault was fully illuminated, revealing his form in stark clarity. Unlike the previous obscurity where only vague outlines were discernible, this figure stood before Vick in vivid detail, clad in a dark green vest, a light gray long-sleeve jacket with a standing collar, and matching gray trousers adorned with blue stripes on the sleeves and collar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to an elderly gentleman's sports attire, especially with the 2 red serpentine motifs emblazoned across his chest. Tall and gaunt, with short black hair and a gray-blue striped bandana atop his head, his sunken cheeks and slightly thick lips were accentuated by pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Were it not for his menacing expression and the palpable aura of violence surrounding him, one might mistake him for a consumptive wretch indulging in excess. In a moment fraught with peril, Vick found himself scrutinizing the man's attire and features, overwhelmed by the shock of his presence. If there were no other pirate in this world who donned such peculiar garb and exhibited such distinct characteristics, it was abundantly clear that the person before him was none other than Akin. In his previous life, Vick held a profound admiration for this minor character, whose presence, though limited, left an indelible impression. The mercilessness of the sea endowed him with formidable strength and a character marked by cold ruthlessness. Yet, what is most remarkable is his possession of noble qualities that elude the vast majority of humanity. He embodies loyalty and courage, remaining steadfast even after being forsaken by his captain. He harbors a deep sense of gratitude, cherishing even the smallest acts of kindness. When faced with the arduous choice between loyalty and righteousness, he resolutely decides to sacrifice himself, thus achieving a delicate balance between the 2 virtues. Throughout history, individuals with such qualities are exceedingly rare, each one immortalized in the annals of time. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that he is a pirate. Amidst a cohort notorious for their brutality and pillaging, Akin's virtues shine all the more brightly. Vick's mind was in turmoil, and he had not even managed to strike with his blade before being unable to evade Akin's relentless blow. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively raised his left arm to block, exclaiming, "Akin, As soon as the words left his lips, a searing pain shot through his left arm, accompanied by the faint crack of bone. Vick was propelled backward by a tremendous force, stumbling 2 steps before falling onto the steps with a thud. Upon witnessing his brother being struck down and injured by the pirate, Barrett was instantly filled with rage, lifting his leg to unleash a powerful kick at the pirate's chest. Akin, hearing Vick's shout, was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend how this unfamiliar naval officer knew his name. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated, his offensive stance wavering. Caught off guard, he was struck in the torso by Barrett's kick and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. At this moment, Akin was not yet the formidable individual capable of besting Sanji. He had only recently embarked on his pirate journey and possessed limited skills. The impact of Barrett's kick had broken 2 of his ribs. Lying on the ground in a pitiful state, he attempted to push himself up twice, barely managing to sit up and vigilantly gaze at the entrance. Barrett strode over with determined steps, intent on finishing him off. Chapter 42. Because you are Akin, Vick urgently shouted, "Do not kill him." He added, "Bind him up." Fry had not had the opportunity to act earlier. Now, he cautiously helped Vick to his feet, gazing at him with concern. Vick carefully examined his left arm. It appeared not to be fractured, but merely cracked. It seemed that Ajin had instinctively braced himself at the last moment. As he felt the pain radiating from his arm, he cursed inwardly, lamenting his useless golden finger that lacked even a basic healing skill. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his consciousness was drawn into that expanse of pure white space. Before Vick could fully comprehend the sudden transformation, he was astonished to observe that the devil fruit displayed on the shelf was subtly emanating a soft white glow. From that luminous radiance, a multitude of glimmering particles coalesced, forming a diamond-shaped, translucent crystal-like entity that radiated a gentle halo, exuding an aura of purity and beauty. Vick was astounded, bewildered by the sudden transformation of the space around him. He gazed vacantly at the crystal floating before him, slowly extending his hand to gently touch it, which revealed a line of information. Nightingale's focused care, capable of healing all living beings from any non-fatal wounds within a short duration, restoring the body from ailments and adverse effects, and to some extent reviving the spirit of the recipient. However, it cannot regenerate limbs. There is a failure rate of 2. In that moment, Vick felt as if his thoughts were fragmented. He had never anticipated such unexpected fortune. Was this not the elixir of universal healing? Vick felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. If the devil fruit could produce one, surely it could yield more. He had just witnessed the dense white light emanating from the fruit. Merely a combination of a few tiny specks had resulted in such a potent healing elixir. Was this not a divine combat skill, a means of resurrection at the touch of a button? His face flushed with excitement as he silently implored for more, yearning for additional instances of Nightingale's focused care. Yet, the devil fruit remained unresponsive, and the faint white light surrounding it gradually faded away. Vick was profoundly disappointed. After several fruitless attempts, he dared not linger any longer in that realm and hastily returned to reality. In the tangible world, Vick remained silent, clutching his left arm. Fry, believing that his brother was in considerable pain, cast a fierce glare at Akin, who was bound hand and foot and sprawled on the ground nearby. Upon regaining his composure, Vick patted Fury's arm to signal that he was unharmed, then instructed him to keep watch at the door. He approached Akin, crouched down, and asked directly, "Do you wish to live or die? Spare me your words. If you intend to kill, do it swiftly. I shall not utter a plea for mercy." Akin glared fiercely at Vick, the naval officer who had previously called his name, now doubting whether he had misheard. At that moment, Akin was still a youth, his features bearing a somewhat youthful innocence. Vick was amused by his audacity. A vanquished foe, a captured prisoner still so brazen? He casually sat down on the ground, his legs crossed nonchalantly, his left hand resting upon his thigh. That was a despicable ambush, Akin accused with indignation. Vick and his banner. It was you who launched the first strike. Akin scoffed disdainfully. Who told you to be distracted during the battle? How can that be considered a sneak attack? Vick retorted with a mocking tone. Oh, so you take your battles quite seriously, do you? The captive, Akin, flushed momentarily, his eyes glimmering with defiance. Yet he refused to bow to Vick. Enough of your prattle. Go ahead and kill me. Vick did not engage with him at all. Instead, he pointed to his own arm and gave him a wicked smile. Hey, you scoundrel, having injured my arm, how do you intend to compensate me? Akin was utterly bewildered by his sudden leap in thought, unable to fathom how the conversation had shifted to compensation. However, Vick disregarded his confusion and continued speaking. I shall punish you by forbidding you to die. Shortly, I will untie the ropes, but do not act recklessly. Eugene was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this naval officer would utter such words. Are you pitying me? Let me assure you. Even if I were on the brink of death, I would not accept your compassion. Vick gazed at him with a sense of helplessness. Pity? Do you truly require my sympathy? He chuckled. I merely wish to prevent your untimely demise. Images of Akin and Sanji's spectacular duel flashed through his mind. Is it not preferable to live? At such a tender age, you have ventured into the treacherous seas as a pirate, yet you remain a mere underling, poised to meet your end in some shadowy corner, perhaps even here. Akin's expression shifted subtly, yet he remained silent. Your captain, Sharkskew, has a bounty worth a considerable sum of berries, while you, your lifeless form would scarcely draw a glance on the deck, destined to be cast into the sea to feed the fish. Vick feigned a sigh, lamenting the brevity and tragedy of life, a life so utterly mundane and ordinary. Akin's face bore an expression of unwillingness. It is only through the act of living that one can witness the dawn of a brighter tomorrow. To perish like this. Vick deliberately prolonged the tune. Are you content with that? Vick never truly contemplated bringing an end to Akin's life. At this moment, noticing that Akin no longer bore the same fearless demeanor as before, he exhaled in relief. Very well, bear it. Release him. What is your name? Akin replied, somewhat dazed. Akin nodded in acknowledgement and directed the already standing Akin. You must adhere to my commands without any dissent. Do you understand? Akin felt a surge of resistance within and retorted rather bluntly, you want me to be your subordinate? Although you have spared me, you are far too feeble. I aspire to become a renowned pirate across the seas. Upon hearing these words, Vick felt an overwhelming urge to bind him once more and deliver a few kicks. He was insufferably infuriating. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and impatiently remarked, who would want to take you, a novice, as a subordinate? If you wish to avoid demise, hasten to strip off your garments and don the attire of that unfortunate soul. He gestured towards a naval officer who lay lifeless on the ground. Follow us obediently onto the ship and do not reveal your true nature. Once we reach Shell's town, you may depart. Akin could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, observing the earnestness in the other's expression, he realized the intent to rescue him was genuine. In the throes of tension, he had felt none of this. Now, however, with the weight of relaxation settling in, a wave of dread washed over him, followed by a pang of sorrow. He had been living a perilous existence, dancing precariously between life and death, and the betrayal of first mate Clabo, along with Captain Skur's duplicitous nature, filled the youthful heart with fear and unease. He could only stand guard alone in silence. Had anyone ever shown him such unreserved kindness? Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face as he sobbed while changing his clothes, uttering, why would you save me? I thought I was doomed. Truly believed I was about to perish. With that, he fiercely wiped away his tears. It was all too humiliating. Vick gazed at him, deeply moved, unsure of how to offer comfort. It seemed his reflexes were rather sluggish. After a considerable pause, he had only just begun to react. Vick regarded him with a complex gaze, as if peering through him to envision the formidable and ruthless captain of battle he would become a decade later. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Because you are Akin. Chapter 43. The birth of ambition. Fry and Barrett were perplexed by their brother's willingness to take risks for the sake of this pirate. Nevertheless, they complied with his actions, muttering quietly to themselves but harboring no dissent. However, when confronted with Akin, their demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Akin, unfazed by their attitude, closely trailed behind Vick, effectively pushing Fry, who had been nearest, aside, exuding an air of determination that he would always claim the foremost position, regardless of who approached. Though Fry maintained a cheerful facade, his eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity. Barrett's expression darkened with anger, deeming Akin exceedingly audacious. Ignoring the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the three individuals, Vick busied himself with lifting a crate filled with cantaloupe-like fruits. However, as soon as he hoisted it, the bottom of the wooden box unexpectedly gave way, causing the melons to tumble one after another onto the ground. Vick hastily set down the box, muttering a curse under his breath, too indifferent to retrieve it, and was about to lift the box beneath. However, one particular fruit within that box immediately captured Vick's attention. Vick found this to be truly enigmatic. A remarkably rare and extraordinary devil fruit. Could it be destined to be intertwined with his fate? Having vanquished a user of a devil fruit, and with his own extraordinary abilities closely linked to these fruits, he now encountered yet another one. It resembled a purple cantaloupe, nestled among a cluster of green melons. Its surface, adorned with intricate spiral patterns, was both mysterious and exquisite, exuding an irresistible allure beneath the soft glow of the light. As a treasure of the sea, it lay quietly in the neglected storage room of the pirate ship, likely unknown to anyone aboard. For most had never even heard of devil fruits, and the occasional whispers merely regarded them as fanciful tales. Vick took a deep breath, compelling himself to maintain his composure. It was unequivocally impossible to entrust this to the Navy, as there was absolutely no advantage to be gained. Moreover, he could not store it in the spatial realm, currently. It only allowed ingress, not egress. Trading a devil fruit for mere medicinal supplies would be an utter loss. The only option was to consume it immediately. The three companions behind him also caught sight of the peculiar fruit within the box. Akin, unfamiliar with it, inquired, "Is this fruit? It looks rather strange." However, Barrett and Fry, having heard Vick speak of it before, recognized it instantly, though they could scarcely believe their eyes. Could this be a devil fruit? No way. Wasn't it said to be exceedingly rare? How could it possibly appear here? Vick's gaze remained fixed upon it as he calmly declared, "Indeed. It is a devil fruit. I shall consume it." In the presence of the devil fruit, Vick harbored no intentions of yielding. His objectives were unmistakable. He aimed to maintain his leadership within the small group at all times. Thus, strength was imperative. To show deference at this moment would be sheer folly. The other three had no objections. Fry and Barrett were, after all, united as one. As for Akin, he was entirely oblivious to its significance, and since it was Vick who had uncovered it, it rightfully belonged to him. Fry, with a hint of disdain, curled his lips. "Is that what that ugly dog is feasted upon? It hardly seems impressive." Vick explained, "It is different. He was an ordinary person before and has not practiced since. It is his own issue. In any case, regardless of what this devil fruit truly is, it serves as a miraculous elixir for my current self." Barrett never opposed his brother Vick's decisions and resolutely declared, "Brother Vick, I will learn to swim well to protect you." Akin, however, was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend what they were discussing from beginning to end. Vick, unwilling to delay, immediately brought forth his hands and, without peeling, took a direct bite. Ugh! Vick immediately covered his mouth, forcing himself to swallow. The intoxicating flavor was so exquisite that even those with an iron will could lose their desire to survive. Vick remained uncertain whether the real world truly required only a single bite to attain complete abilities. He was unwilling to take any risks, thus. He compelled himself to consume everything entirely. Vick could hardly muster the courage to chew. With each bite, he immediately swallowed, nearly choking several times. Yet, he dared not waste a single morsel. Upon finishing, he swiftly retrieved his flask and took several hearty swigs, feeling somewhat better. By this time, Vick was drenched in sweat, having never imagined that eating could be so exhausting. Observing his brother's distressing state, Fry swallowed hard and thought, "How unbearable must this be? Even my resilient brother has been brought to such a state. I would rather perish than endure this." Barrett was also taken aback by the exaggerated process of Vick's consumption. Stammering, "Vick, are you all right?" He promptly offered his own flask. Suddenly, a multitude of foam enveloped Vick's body, nearly submerging him entirely. Having just consumed a devil fruit, he struggled to control this newfound power. Yet, encased in the foam, Vick found the sensation oddly pleasing. Since his arrival in this world, he had never harbored thoughts of challenging the 3 admirals or the 4 emperors, for he lacked the audacity to do so. A mere ordinary individual in human society, he had randomly traversed into a pirate world as an inconspicuous background character. Could one truly expect this character to possess extraordinary talent or be favored by fortune? Able to contend with the formidable figures of this realm? Vick believed he was not quite that foolish yet. Vick once consoled himself with the notion that the world is filled with both conventional geniuses and those who achieve greatness through sheer effort. However, some matters are best left unexamined. Haki and Shaolin merely possess a lack of talent in ninjutsu. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. Their innate abilities are entirely devoted to physical prowess, coupled with a reckless training regimen that has propelled them to fleeting glory. While passionate anime depicts an idealistic sweetness, reality often presents a stark contrast. The harshness of innate talent can be truly brutal, much like during one's school years. There are always individuals who, despite relentless effort, cannot surpass those who achieve success with minimal exertion. In the world of pirates, Vick fears that he too may be the one who, no matter how diligently he trains, finds himself unable to contend with formidable adversaries. Ultimately, he might toil his entire life only to remain a mere small boss in the novice village, awaiting the challenges posed by future generations. One day, he may either fall to an unknown challenger, thus cementing their fame, or become a stepping stone for an ambitious Navy officer. Each time he reflects on this, despair envelopes him. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. As his latent potential gradually reveals itself, he has fortuitously become a wielder of a devil fruit power. Vick senses his ambitions beginning to flourish, no longer content with merely existing in this splendid world. Nevertheless, he remains grounded, aware that he is on the cusp of liberation from his confines. Without a substantial accumulation of strength, he knows he lacks the right to be arrogant. Reflecting on the protagonist Luffy, one cannot overlook his exceptional aptitude. From a young age, he was rigorously trained by the heroic Marine, Garp, and by the age of 17, he set sail, facing various powerful foes along the Grand Line. Vick harbored doubts regarding whether his modest qualifications could surpass those of the protagonist. However, he now possessed a flicker of confidence. With diligent training, he hoped to uncover new surprises in the vastness of space. If that proved futile, he would seek the fabled devil fruits, convinced that this great ocean would ultimately offer him a place of significance. Chapter 44. The Nine Tails of the Cat. At this moment, Vick was filled with fervor, no longer regarding Akin as an inconsequential presence. The fact that Akin had honed his remarkable combat skills through relentless perseverance was a testament to his innate talent and resilience. Now that Akin had chosen to follow him, and Vick himself had attained the qualifications to become a formidable force, he would no longer cast Akin aside. The brothers who now ventured forth together were his natural allies. The sight of Vick, covered in a myriad of bubbles, astonished them all. Fry and Barrett recognized the power of the devil fruit, gazing curiously at the frothy spectacle. However, Akin, oblivious to the phenomenon, looked at Vick with a mixture of shock and reverence. After several attempts, Vick had already mastered the art of manipulating the bubbles with ease. He recalled Feichi's appearance, pondering whether it was he who was suited for this fruit or if the Zoan type was inherently more challenging to control. This particular devil fruit was the Paramecia type bubble fruit, which was ultimately consumed by Karifa in the original narrative. Upon ingestion, it granted the ability to generate bubbles capable of washing away anything, while also rendering anything they touched exceptionally smooth. Vick was quite pleased. As this fruit held immense potential for development, several ideas were already swirling in his mind. However, it was not yet the time for practical application. He and his companions had lingered here for quite some time, and he feared that someone might arrive shortly. Vick glanced at the lifeless body of the Navy soldier on the ground, his brow furrowing at the sight of the unfortunate soul stripped bare. He had now become a mere identity token for Akin, and it was unacceptable to allow him to remain here. Vick draped a canvas over him. Fry, Barrett, you two carry him out and cast him into the sea. He then chuckled at Akin, saying, fold away your clothes. You'll need to change once we disembark. Do you wish to remain clad in a naval uniform while mingling with us ordinary civilians? Having observed them engaging in a game of charades earlier, Akin had already felt a pang of ignorance, as they seemed to possess a wealth of secrets unbeknownst to him. Now, hearing Vick openly disclose his identity only deepened his astonishment at their enigma. Vick, are you not part of the Navy? Vick smiled mysteriously. This is a secret, Akin. Akin promptly adopted a serious expression and nodded earnestly. Vick was amused by his own appearance and proceeded to introduce his companions. There's no need to be so serious. Haha. Akin, how old are you this year? I was born in the year 1496 of the sea round calendar, making me precisely 14 years old. His gaze shifted towards Barrett and the rather displeased Fury. Do not be deceived by Barrett's tall stature. Both of those fellows are merely 12 years old, and they are my younger brothers. Akin was further astonished. When Vick had compelled him to reveal himself earlier, he had displayed a thoughtful demeanor, a meticulous and calm judgment, and the courage to act decisively. Although Vick's face bore a hint of youthful naivety, Akin attributed it merely to his youthful visage. He had never anticipated that Vick was actually a year younger than himself. Nevertheless, Akin did not regard this with disdain. Rather, it intensified his resolve to follow Vick. I will keep it a secret, Boss Vick. I am already 15. And it is truly embarrassing to have been defeated by that little scoundrel Barrett. It was merely a sneak attack. Let us quickly move some things back. Akin, you walk behind me. Do not arouse the Navy's suspicion. At that moment, aboard the naval warship, adjacent to the captain's quarters, Sharkskew was confined beside the captain's room under strict guard. Ensign Ripa was diligently attending to his own tasks. Captain, why must you be so obstinate? At this moment, the man bore several bloodstains and appeared quite disheveled. It was none other than Captain Sharkskew. He had lost the imposing aura he possessed while adorned in his fringed cloak, now clad in a blue and white striped prison uniform. Bound firmly to a chair in the center of the room, He hung his head low, obscuring his expression, observing his silence. Ensign Ripa sneered and plunged a blade into Skew's thigh. Ah! Skew cried out in pain, his head snapping up, eyes bloodshot and bulging. Sweat dampened his hair, clinging to the side of his face. The short knife remained embedded in his thigh, blood already soaking through his trousers. After a considerable pause, he began to chuckle softly. Heh, you desire my treasure? Perhaps in your next life. Ensign Rippon narrowed his eyes and approached Skew, slightly bending down to draw closer. You truly value your life less than your treasure. I have encountered many pirates like you. Do you believe I am powerless to act? He scoffed, one hand resting on Skew's shoulder while the other pressed against the knife's hilt. Skew furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of struggle. Yet, upon seeing the detestable visage of the Navy ensign, he was filled with loathing. He took a deep breath. Just those methods. Feel free to try. However, Ensign Ripa did not twist the blade as Skew had anticipated. Instead, he forcefully withdrew the short knife. Before facing such an ordeal, many believed themselves to be indomitable. He observed the crimson droplets trickling down the blade, landing steadily upon Skrew's leg, and with an impassive demeanor, he delivered another strike to the same spot. Once one truly experiences such agony, most individuals come to a sobering realization of their own limitations. Lieutenant Lipa, without the slightest hesitation, withdrew his knife and casually flicked it a couple of times. Skrew, weren't you quite bold? Let us see just how bold you truly are. As the narrative unfolds, he plunged the blade into Skrew's thigh once more, the tip piercing the skin and slicing through fat and muscle. This was merely an appetizer of torment. The true ordeal had yet to commence, and he should not underestimate it. The captain, Lieutenant Lipa, deftly extracted the knife and carelessly discarded it onto the floor. The blood that stained the blade splattered upon the wooden surface, small crimson droplets quickly seeping into the grain. I await your response. Yet, despite this bravado, Skrew felt an unsettling uncertainty within. Although he considered himself a man, the repeated pain caused him to grit his teeth, tears of anguish escaping, and saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth. Nonetheless, while these sensations were indeed distressing, they were but trifles that would not shatter his resolve. He understood that his adversary, exhibiting such calmness, was undoubtedly seasoned and prepared for any eventuality. He could not ascertain whether he would endure this trial. Lieutenant Lipa retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his hands, his impatience evident as he scoffed. What a bother. Encountering individuals like this is merely a waste of time. Their laughable tenacity leads to the same outcome in the end. He let out a cold chuckle and instructed a nearby trusted officer. Use that one who attended to him. I believe this esteemed captain is familiar with it as well. Upon hearing this, the officer promptly produced a peculiar implement, a whip unlike the ordinary variety, consisting of 9 braided strands, coated in tar and robust, the ends bore fishhooks. This was a common instrument of punishment aboard pirate vessels, known as the 9-tailed whip, named after the legendary beast with 9 tails. It symbolized the notion that even possessing 9 lives, akin to a cat, would not suffice to escape its lashes, frequently employed to discipline disobedient crew members. Its effects were terrifying, with records of it having killed outright, leaving corpses as if subjected to dismemberment. Skrew's expression shifted dramatically upon sighting this device. Lieutenant Lipa offered a subtle smile. Do enjoy yourself, Captain. I have even added a touch of seasoning you will find most agreeable. Chapter 45. The Terrifying Naval Training Method. At this moment aboard the naval vessel, many sailors had concluded their plundering. Although a few struggled to conceal their delight, the glimmer of triumph was unmistakable, indicating a bountiful haul. Lieutenant Lipa, the captain, appeared to be in high spirits. Wearing a subtle smile and showing no concern for those sailors who had pilfered a portion of the treasure, he commanded an immediate return at dawn, clearly eager for the impending rewards of Bailey and Merritt. The following days unfolded peacefully. With numerous eyes aboard, Vick refrained from revealing his abilities as a devil fruit user, choosing instead to diligently hone his physique within the confines of his quarters. Vick also endeavored to inquire about the information regarding the Navy's 6th style. Unfortunately, many of these inexperienced sailors had never even heard of it. Only a few seasoned sailors had caught wind of it in fragments. Yet they were equally oblivious to the specifics. In fact, Vick possessed far more knowledge than they did. Not even during the battle with 2nd Lieutenant Lipa was there any trace of the 6th style evident among the naval forces. Vick initially found himself perplexed. Wasn't the 6 forms of the Navy a martial art practiced by all naval personnel? Otherwise, why would it bear the name Navy 6 forms? After much contemplation, he recalled the comic book lore from his previous life, grateful for his significantly enhanced memory. Otherwise, he might have struggled to remember the fleeting details he had once glimpsed. It turned out that the 6 forms of the Navy were originally developed by the secretive organization CP9 of the world government. Practiced from a young age as 6 extraordinary techniques. These martial arts transcended the limits of human physical capability, exhibiting immense power. Mastering all 6 techniques could even grant a formidable combat ability against those endowed with the powers of devil fruits. Although rigorous training was essential to acquire these skills, there were a few rare individuals who could grasp the essence after just a single observation, due to their practicality. Some naval officers had also mastered 1 or 2 of these techniques. In his previous life, Vick had merely glanced over the concepts, but now, in his pursuit of practice, he has finally grasped the profound implications of this system. Essentially, the 6 styles of the Navy were specifically crafted for the government's intelligence agencies. And those who could enter such clandestine organizations are, at the very least, extraordinary talents or possess some unique expertise. This martial art was never intended for the common populace. Its widespread adoption was simply not feasible. The term Navy 6 styles arose only after naval officers, recognizing its practicality, learned a few techniques, thus allowing this martial art to gain notoriety. Undoubtedly, those who ascend to the ranks of naval commanders stand out among the thousands of sailors. Their exceptional qualities of both aptitude and perseverance establish a formidable threshold for mastering the 6 styles. In this era of burgeoning genius, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to secure their place. Fortunately, I possess an advantage and am privy to a wealth of information. Vick consoled himself. Although his brother was not a prodigy, he realized that since the Navy's 6 styles imposed no other restrictions apart from rigorous training to surpass human limits, he had nothing to fear. As long as he could endure the training, he would push himself to the utmost. However, the Navy's 6 styles belonged to the realm of advanced martial arts, and without a solid foundation and a robust physique, he lacked the prerequisites for mastering it. Even the mightiest admirals of the Navy had started as mere foot soldiers, progressing step by step. Given that a thoroughly developed system already existed, Vick resolved to directly adopt the foundational training methods of the Navy. After all, the protagonist had also undergone specialized training from a naval grandfather, and Kobe had become powerful through Navy training. With determination, Vick subtly inquired about the Navy's training subjects, only to be met with results that left him utterly astonished. Vick initially presumed that the training for naval soldiers, who seemed to possess a rather inconspicuous presence in the world of pirates, would not be particularly arduous. Vick was mistaken. It remains uncertain whether the robust physique of those in the pirate world or the harsh conditions of the Navy contribute to this reality. In any case, training commences the very moment one joins the Navy. Initially, enlisting in the Navy is quite straightforward. One merely needs to register, with no requirements for birthplace, life experiences, or political affiliations. However, this does not imply that the Navy indiscriminately accepts anyone. On the contrary, they maintain rigorous standards. Upon joining, recruits face the first hurdle, completing 2,000 push-ups, indeed, 2,000, not merely 200. Furthermore, these are not conventional push-ups performed with palms flat. Rather, they are executed on the knuckles, significantly increasing the difficulty. This is a non-negotiable requirement with a straightforward purpose, to filter out those lacking physical stamina or mental fortitude from the outset, thereby avoiding the waste of time for all involved. Failing to meet this standard results in immediate dismissal. The ink on the registration form scarcely dry before one is expelled. Upon learning this, Vick felt a chill of trepidation. He struggled to shift his mindset from his previous life. It dawned on him that the entire crew of the Navy had the capacity to perform 2,000 push-ups in one go without any prior training. Yet, recalling their prowess in combat against pirates, Vick found solace in the realization that he was not the most unfortunate. Should he find himself clad in uniform, it would not merely be a challenge of human limits but an endeavor that transcends species boundaries. If one successfully passes the push-up test, the path ahead becomes considerably safer, with minimal risk of expulsion. Nevertheless, the grueling training truly begins here. First, one must complete 2,000 push-ups in a single breath, maintaining proper form without prolonged pauses. Next, recruits must climb a rope back and forth 100 times. The rope is strung between 2 buildings, with only a mat on the ground for protection. Using both hands and feet, they ascend and descend, testing their endurance, coordination, and psychological resilience. A fear of heights indicates insufficient willpower and necessitates further practice. Following this, recruits must run 200 laps around the naval base, completing the task within 1 hour without stopping. failure to do so results in an additional penalty of 100 laps. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ultimately, practical combat exercises ensue. These are not typical sparring sessions. Instead, the Navy's combat drills are exceptionally intense, requiring one side to be rendered unconscious. The victorious party is then subjected to relentless challenges until they too succumb, with the cycle continuing ad infinitum. Upon realizing this, Vick found himself perplexed. If the Navy were indeed undergoing such rigorous training, they would undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength and formidable willpower. How, then, could so many sailors falter in battle, succumbing effortlessly to the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki? It is crucial to acknowledge that while Conqueror's Haki is indeed powerful, it is primarily effective against mere foot soldiers. If these arduous training regimens were executed with both quality and consistency, the outcome would surely yield the elite of the elite. Vick's thoughts were not misplaced. This training content merely serves as an elite training objective, a conventional standard. Regrettably, even after undergoing a rigorous selection of physical and mental fortitude, the majority of individuals find it exceedingly challenging to persevere through such training. At this juncture, training is tiered according to personal circumstances. The per one's performance. The lower the intensity of the training, until one can effortlessly complete the regimen, at which point consideration for advancement may be entertained. Only a select few naval soldiers who can complete the training in its entirety receive this specialized attention, ultimately evolving into formidable forces within the Navy. While the standards may be more stringent within the Great Line's relentless arena, in the comparatively tranquil waters of the East Sea, these training benchmarks remain merely that benchmarks. Over the years, those who manage to fulfill these requirements and are sent to the naval headquarters for further training are invariably destined to serve there. Coupled with the inevitable vices that arise within various systems, this standard has become little more than a legend. In summary, the methodology is laid out before them. Yet the number of individuals possessing the heart of a champion and the perseverance to become truly strong is scant. Vick, amidst his exclamations, resolved with a fierce determination to adhere to the standards set forth in his training. However, he did not feel the urgency in these days. He planned to seek a serene and tranquil village after disembarking. Given the current capabilities of his small band, it was essential for them to settle down and diligently cultivate their skills for several years. Chapter 46. The pirate captain's demise. The weather today is splendid. If they continue on this course, they shall soon behold the naval base. Vick stood upon the deck, marveling at the extraordinary weather of this world. Just a fortnight ago, in the kingdom of Bridge, Tequila Wolf, snowflakes danced in the air, and the landscape was blanketed in ice. Yet, after traversing a mere stretch of land, he found himself in a place of sweltering heat. It is worth noting that their mode of transportation was a sailing vessel, whose speed was largely dictated by the whims of the wind, relying entirely on fortune. "Captain Vick, where shall we venture once we disembark?" Akin inquired. "Well, let us first procure some clothing," Vick replied, chuckling. "Look at Barrett. He seems positively suffocated." Vick chuckled ungraciously. The recent heat had compelled him and his companions to shed their jackets, donning only light sleeveless tops. The sole exception was Barrett, who, due to the unfortunate circumstance of having torn his shirt, was left sweating profusely while wrapped in his coat, prompting others to speculate about his peculiar preferences. Observing the other's cool attire only intensified Barrett's discomfort, as he incessantly wiped the perspiration from his brow. At that moment, Fry exclaimed, "Look! The naval base, the fortress." They were now quite close to the shore, and it wasn't long before they reached the dock. Vick gazed upon the town before him, exclaiming, "At last! We have arrived at the naval base town, Shells." This town, situated on a peninsula, may not rival the grandeur of modern metropolises in size. Yet it exudes a unique sense of majesty. The shops and residences are meticulously arranged in tiers along the peninsula, with the terrain rising towards the center, where the naval base stands proudly. It occupies half the town's expanse, surrounded by formidable battlements and defensive walls, with two robust fortifications of varying heights at its core, each crowned with watchtowers capable of swiftly detecting any approaching threats. Beneath the fortifications lie naval offices and additional structures, the entire base resembling a steadfast pillar of stability, instilling both fear and reassurance. Lieutenant Ripa commanded the anchor to be dropped, signaling the ship's arrival at port, allowing the crew to disband and make their way to the base independently the following day. This half-day was designated for the crew to attend to their spoils. Lieutenant Ripa, having amassed considerable rewards, hastily departed after leaving a few trusted men to guard the pirate ship. The sailors, eager to return home, busied themselves with exchanging their possessions for belly, intent on treating themselves and their families. Where there is joy, there is often sorrow. Such is the nature of existence. What about Brother Neil? Inquired a pink-haired youth, Dylan, who had formed a bond with Neil. Throughout this journey, he had gradually shed some of his youthful naivety, adopting a more composed demeanor. Though he and Neil had met over drinks and had only shared this voyage, Neil's presence had become significant to him during his inaugural expedition, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Hant, bearing several new scars, sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. It was an unavoidable reality. Since Neil had chosen to join the Navy and venture into the sea, he and his family must have been mentally prepared for such outcomes. Ed, typically lively, now appeared somewhat despondent, his excitement about returning home diminished, and a shadow of fear lingered on his youthful visage. I truly cannot believe that Brother Neil is gone, he murmured, his voice wavering, emphasizing he was undeniably skilled, far superior to us newcomers. Indeed, who could have anticipated such a fate for him? Despite our apparent weakness, we have survived, Dylan murmured softly. Among the group, aside from Hunter, Neil possessed the highest combat prowess. After all, he could be considered a seasoned naval veteran, rich in experience. However, his excessive greed and overconfidence led to his current predicament. This explains why Hunter would rather be mocked as a coward than recklessly charge forward like Neil. A trace of sorrow mixed with relief flickered across Hunter's face. In battle, the fate of life and death often transcends mere strength. I was even more fearless than Neil in my youth. Hunter reminisced about his younger days, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. He always felt invincible, desiring more than was prudent, and then, alas, a scar marred my face. I thought I was doomed. His tone was melancholic, tinged with both lament and caution. I was merely fortunate to have escaped with my life. Regrettably, Neil was not as lucky. One must not always presume that fortune will persist. The group fell into contemplative silence, recalling Hunter's cautious demeanor, which was starkly at odds with his usual boisterous nature. And some had even mocked him for it. Yet, with Neil's fate as a cautionary tale, no one deemed such prudence a flaw. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Hunter rallied their spirits. All right, everyone, let us not wear such despondent expressions. Fortunately, we have finally eradicated the pirates, thus avenging Neil. Fry dismissed the group's sentiments with a roll of his eyes, privately remarking to Vick and the others, it is no surprise that such greedy fools met their demise. Although Frey's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. Among them, Neil was indeed the wealthiest. In his previous raids on villages, he had always been at the forefront, consistently among the first to plunder. Naturally, he had amassed a considerable fortune and prided. Previously, pirates often faced overwhelming odds, and those left behind were merely inexperienced underlings who had recently boarded the ship. He was fortunate to have sustained minimal injuries. After several encounters, his initial vigilance waned, leading to a sense of complacency. During the boarding battle, Neil was among the first to storm the pirate ship in pursuit of the treasure amassed by the pirates. His audacious advance naturally attracted the fiercest retaliation. Despite being surrounded by his naval comrades, the eyes of the sailors were far from blind. His considerable wealth inevitably sparked envy among them. Within a mere few days, their moral compass had been thoroughly compromised, and their ethics had plummeted. They needed only to refrain from offering timely assistance when he found himself in peril, or, more callously, they could intentionally obstruct him at a crucial moment. Such thoughts made it all too likely that the treasures would fall into their own hands. With this mindset, how could Neil possibly escape his fate? Death would bring an end to all. Not only would there be no compensation, but his valuables would be completely divided among them. This is the grim reality of the era. The sailors fared somewhat better. At least they could retrieve your body from the vast ocean, providing a semblance of solace for your family. Vick gazed upon the neatly arranged rows of naval corpses on the deck. Despite having undergone rudimentary embalming, a faint odor still lingered. They lay in serene silence, awaiting the somber recognition of their loved ones. Vick gazed upward once more at the headless corpse suspended from the mast of the pirate ship. It belonged to Shark Skoo, the captain of the shark pirate crew, who had been left to dangle there for several days. Exposed to the elements of wind and sun, the body had begun to desiccate. The severed head, however, had been preserved separately by Lieutenant Lipa in order to facilitate the identification of the deceased. Vick turned away, no longer glancing back, but instead directed his gaze towards the bustling town before him. He addressed the three companions behind him, saying, "Let us proceed." Chapter 47. The town of Shells. The group entered the lively town of Shells, which was teeming with activity. Numerous fruit and fish shops lined the streets, alongside a variety of restaurants and clothing stores. Vick also noticed several tavern signs, though they were not located on the main street. The group, all clad in naval uniforms, garnered respectful glances from passers-by. With little to occupy their time, Vick deemed it unnecessary to change into ill-fitting attire. Instead, he resolved to head directly to a clothing store to procure several new outfits for them. In his previous life, Vick had cultivated a penchant for the finer things. Thus he was acutely aware of his appearance. However, over the past month, he had alternated between donning tattered prison garb as a laborer and neglecting his attire aboard the ship. Each day was consumed by concerns over sustenance or the threat of violence. The sanitary conditions were abysmal, far inferior to those of primitive societies, leaving him bereft of opportunities to improve his situation. Observing the three companions beside him, he could detect the unpleasant odors emanating from their bodies, a result of prolonged neglect. The mingling scents of blood, smoke, and sweat created a peculiar olfactory concoction. Their hair was matted into disheveled clumps, lying limp against their scalps. Their garments were filthy beyond measure, with no means for cleansing available aboard the vessel. Anyone who laid eyes upon them would immediately recognize this as a group of naval soldiers recently returned from arduous battles. Vick, not one to be overly discerning, stepped into a nearby clothing store, which appeared to be of considerable size. The shopkeeper, with his back turned to the customers as he organized the shelves, immediately turned around upon hearing the door chime, instinctively welcoming the patrons with enthusiasm. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please feel free to peruse. We have an extensive array of styles available." His voice resonated with genuine warmth, devoid of pretense. However, his mind was preoccupied with the business at hand, and he momentarily set aside his current task. Upon turning to face the newcomers, the smile on his face faltered slightly. "Ah, esteemed guests, this humble establishment operates on a modest budget, and our quota for the month has already been met, might I suggest." Noticing the indifference in their expressions, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He then observed their disheveled attire, stained with remnants of blood, which only intensified his trepidation. The lingering aura of menace surrounding them instilled a deeper fear within him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take action. With a forced smile plastered across his face, he ingratiatingly suggested, "Esteemed guests, it must have been quite the journey for you. Perhaps you would like to relax in the reception room with a drink? I shall soon present you with some local delicacies." Vick casually surveyed the surroundings, only to be taken aback by the elaborate fantasies conjured by the individual before him. He then fixated his gaze upon the person opposite him, scrutinizing him closely. Clad in a casual white uniform paired with black trousers, he sported a red bow tie and wore a sycophantic smile that exuded an air of obsequiousness. However, his violet hair was styled with a center part, with a small tuft cascading down, while his eyebrows were thick and unruly, resembling two plump caterpillars. At that moment, his hands were clasped together, and he slightly bent forward, presenting a rather ludicrous sight. Vick scrutinized him, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery. It seemed that despite the apparent prosperity of this place, the Navy had certainly engaged in its share of machinations. Everywhere was much the same. "Boss, do try not to be so tense. In our current state, what would be the pleasure in drinking? It would be best to indulge in a bath and unwind. Though I am at a loss as to where one might find such a facility nearby. Ugh, clearly, there is no establishment of that kind around here. You are unmistakably hinting at something. Cursed parasites, insatiable hyenas." Though the proprietor's inner thoughts were laced with disdain, he revealed none of it outwardly, maintaining a facade of unwavering cheerfulness. "Ah, my esteemed guest, how could you possibly say such a thing? We happen to have an unoccupied guest room right behind our establishment. If it pleases you, I invite you to step this way, where you will find a brand new bathrobe awaiting you." Vick did not hold back, casting him a knowing glance that conveyed his understanding. A few individuals followed him as they made their way to a small building at the back. Vick indulged in a refreshing shower, shedding the disheveled appearance of days past. Upon his emergence, he found the other three already gathered in the small living room. Barrett sat upright in a chair, exuding a sense of discomfort, having likely been focused on Vick's direction all along. The moment Vick appeared, Barrett's eyes brightened, as if he had just released a breath he had been holding. Akin fared slightly better, despite just having emerged from his bath clad only in a bathrobe. He remained ever vigilant, his weapon close at hand, with a pistol resting beside him and a hand casually resting upon it. His gaze was fixated on the intimidating figure of his boss across from him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The boss, under Akin's intense scrutiny, appeared to stiffen, his smile faltering under the pressure. In stark contrast to the palpable tension of the others, Fury embodied an aura of calmness. He lounged on the sofa as though in the comfort of his own home, casually crossing his legs, nibbling on snacks, and sipping a drink. Several empty plates littered the table before him, and his eyes wandered restlessly, scanning the surroundings. As Vick made his entrance, the others approached him. And Fury swiftly set down his bottle, flashing an innocently cheerful smile at Vick. Vick shook his head in resignation and pointed a finger at him. The other party nodded obediently, appearing to have learned a lesson. The shopkeeper quickly discerned that Vick was indeed the one in control. Noticing that Vick's expression was somewhat satisfied, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He approached Vick with a few brisk steps and deftly presented a beautifully packaged bag. "Sir, this is a complimentary gift from our store. It holds little value. Please, enjoy it with your drinks." Vick came to purchase clothing, not to solicit bribes. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At this moment, if he were to accept, would it not complicate his future purchases? The garments in this establishment are far from inexpensive, and Vick has a considerable list of desires. The proprietor is unlikely to offer anything for free. Although the owner harbors a certain apprehension towards Vick and his companions, this stems from a desire to avoid trouble. Nevertheless, they are merely ordinary soldiers. And as long as he can conduct business here peacefully, he has no fear of conflict. He certainly would not set a precedent by giving away merchandise. Vick gently pushed it away, refusing to accept it. The shopkeeper's expression instantly soured. The smile on his face became somewhat forced, as he assumed the other party found the offering insufficient, cursing inwardly. Despite his efforts to maintain a facade of composure, he was clearly irritated. He had no desire to engage with such an avaricious subordinate. Who did he think he was? Easy to bully? My good sir. Although we are merely a small branch, our proprietor has some connections with the esteemed gentlemen of the Navy. He paused, seemingly pondering how to phrase his next words. There are predetermined quotas each month. We subordinates cannot take liberties, as everything hinges upon the decisions of our superiors. This sentiment could not have been clearer. If you desire more, you must communicate directly with the higher echelons of the Navy. A mere soldier, receiving a token of appreciation, would be quite honored. The others were not foolish. They understood the implications of his words. Though their affiliation with the Navy was a facade, curiosity still lingered. Vick chose not to comment on his words, nor did he harbor any displeasure. He merely offered a calm explanation. "We certainly do not lack for Bailey, haha. This acquisition can be deemed quite bountiful. I simply wish to purchase some clothing. You are overly concerned." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's demeanor softened, revealing the merchant within. It was as if he had never uttered certain words, displaying no embarrassment whatsoever. With a warm, professional smile adorning his face, he appeared exceptionally polished. With that in mind, the patrons were free to browse. The quaint shop was replete with an array of items in diverse styles and models. Every fashion imaginable was available. The quality was superb, guaranteed, and there were discounts for bulk purchases. Chapter 48. Here, I possess not only gems but also bullets. Frere was the first to try on clothing, exhibiting the most enthusiasm. At present, he donned a French shirt and a double-breasted, matte brown leather vest, with only the lower half of the buttons fastened, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. He paired it with form-fitting black trousers and leather shoes, accentuated by a wide, deep brown belt that housed a readily accessible handgun, an acquisition from a naval vessel. He often turned to the side, admiring himself in the mirror with unabashed delight. Frere had a handsome visage, crowned with beautiful, short, wavy golden hair. Dressed as he was, he resembled a charming rogue. With great enthusiasm, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "What do you think?" Naturally, the shopkeeper lavished him with praise. "Absolutely perfect. This ensemble suits you splendidly, elegant, noble, and incredibly dashing. However, it seems to lack something." He pretended to ponder for a moment before clapping his hands in exclamation. With this, it would be even more perfect. He produced the most expensive black long-haired cloak, draping it over Frere. Though it appeared heavy and substantial, the fabric was remarkably exquisite and unique, providing no warmth when worn. On the contrary, it offered warmth in winter and coolness in summer, a true marvel of attire. Frere had never encountered such a wondrous garment. He was enamored and struck a pose, asking Akin, "What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Akin, still clad in his gray-blue jacket, did not even glance at the clothing. With a discerning eye, he scrutinized Frere, snorting disdainfully. His demeanor spoke volumes about what cool truly entailed. Frere retorted, "You scoundrel, what does that look mean? Speak clearly." Akin merely replied, "Do you have the funds to pay?" Frere was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the price tag with a twinge of guilt. He was unaware of the true value of the jewels, yet reassured by his brother's confidence, he no longer felt anxious. Barrett had also changed. And he did not share Frere's penchant for vanity. He wore a black windbreaker emblazoned with the letters pirate on the front and a white skull design on the back. His lower half was clad in loose gray trousers and practical leather boots suitable for movement. Vick casually donned a relaxed shirt, paired with loose trousers and sturdy Martin boots. He gathered an assortment of ordinary t-shirts and pants and proceeded directly to the checkout. The shopkeeper swiftly tallied the items, his expression brimming with excitement. "Dear customer, is this all you wish to purchase? The total comes to 145,000 berry." Upon hearing this, Fry leapt up in astonishment. 145,000 berry. Are you attempting to rob me? How could it possibly be that expensive? Please, grant us a discount. The shopkeeper, feeling unjustly accused, waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "Oh dear customer, our store is renowned as the high-end fashion brand Dosco Panda, extremely popular across the East China Sea. Every bustling town boasts a branch. And the quality of our garments is unparalleled. Each t-shirt costs over 10,000 berry, and you have no less than 20 here." He gestured towards Fry's cloak. This cloak is crafted from premium materials unique to the Grand Line, painstakingly produced through 108 intricate processes. At 30,000 berry, it is already quite a bargain. Fry hesitated, glancing at his coat, torn between removing it and his reluctance to part with it. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper added, "This is a one-of-a-kind luxury item on the entire island. Wearing it guarantees that you will capture everyone's attention." Vick no longer paid attention to Frey's jest, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the counter. "We have only just returned, and it is impractical to carry such a substantial amount of cash. However, fortuitously, I possess a singular gem." He produced a striking red gemstone, placing it delicately upon the tabletop. This gem was notably large, its facets exquisitely cut. And as it shifted under the light, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary value. It was indeed one of the precious items Vick had acquired from Haki. Just as the shopkeeper was about to retrieve it, Vick pressed his hand down. Gazing intently into the other's eyes with a smile, "This is not merely a trinket of inferior quality. It is a rare treasure we unearthed from the captain's quarters of a formidable pirate ship." He seemed to drift into a reverie, his eyes momentarily vacant. "When we discovered it, it was ensconced within a remarkably ornate box." Ah, what a splendid box it was, truly. Vick appeared somewhat troubled, struggling to articulate his thoughts until he finally managed to utter, "It is extraordinarily beautiful." He continued to shake his head in awe. The box was adorned with a line of text crafted from fragmented gemstones, "Tears of the Mermaid." The shopkeeper's eyes widened instantly. He had heard tales of the merfolk. He was aware that this enigmatic race resided solely on Mermaid Island within the Grand Line, nearly extinct from the outside world. They are a truly mysterious and beautiful species. According to legend, the mermaid princess wept tears of blood after the tragic loss of her beloved, and her sorrowful tears transformed into gemstones. Carried by the sea to a fisherman, he caressed the gem with a serious demeanor, earnestly emphasizing, "This is no ordinary red gemstone. It is the crimson hue of blood. The very tears of the mermaid princess. Not a ruby, but a tearstone. A one-of-a-kind tearstone." The shopkeeper, witnessing his fervor, nodded in agreement repeatedly. Vick smiled contentedly. Subsequently, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Eastern Sea, where he fell into the clutches of a pirate captain. Regrettably, that exquisite box was snatched away by another individual. He sighed deeply, a visage of regret adorning his face, as if he bore the heavy burden of guilt for the unique blood tear stone having no place to call home. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he exclaimed, "Ah, this little chapter has yet to conclude. Kindly turn to the next page to continue relishing the splendid narrative. You are indeed fortunate. This could serve as your payment." Although the shopkeeper feigned agreement, he harbored deep skepticism regarding the young man's fanciful tales. The notion of a blood tear stone sounded compelling, yet he was not convinced. Nevertheless, regardless of its origin, the quality of the gem itself promised substantial value. More importantly, while he remained dubious, he couldn't help but admire the young man's storytelling prowess, which could easily be utilized to entice those willing to believe. In these times, there were countless naive souls with ample wealth. He envisioned his prospects favorably, unaware that Vick had no intention of allowing him such a seamless triumph. Vick maintained his grip, his other hand slamming the handgun at his waist onto the counter. Locking eyes with the shopkeeper, his tone grave. "Greed is a ravenous beast. This gem is worth at least 3 million berries to acquire it. You must part with an additional 1 million berries." Observing the shopkeeper's pained and reluctant expression, Vick remained unmoved. Furthermore, if fashioned into jewelry or auctioned, its value could potentially double. Do not presume you are the only astute one here, were it not for a temporary lack of funds. I would not so readily part with it. After a pause, he added in a low voice, here, I possess not only gems but also bullets. The shopkeeper, taken aback by this sudden threat, turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even with his previous profits, he dared not contest further. The man before him appeared fearsome, his gaze akin to that of a predator. Though he felt a measure of confidence, he could not gamble on the mercy of his adversary. See, customer, let us discuss this calmly. This is a naval-based town, he faltered under Vick's smirk, suddenly realizing that the individuals before him were indeed naval officers. Thus, he quickly amended, esteemed gentlemen, my momentary oversight failed to recognize the true value of this gem. It is indeed worth 3 million berries. I shall prepare the 1 million berries for you at once. With that, he hastened to gather the funds. Chapter 49. The Pirate Tavern. 1 million berries may sound substantial, yet for a brand-name chain clothing store, it was hardly noteworthy. Before long, he had assembled the required amount, large denomination notes of 10,000 yen, a mere small stack of 100 bills. Vick casually divided the money into 4 portions, handing one to each person. Upon witnessing this, Akin was inclined to refuse. I? What do you mean by I? Do you expect me to trail behind you at all times to settle the bills? Vick interrupted him without hesitation, and Akin had no choice but to accept it. The few of them took their respective garments and exited the shop. Indeed, Fry garnered a multitude of gazes, a mixture of envy and jealousy. Several other shops, noticing his elegant attire, presumed him to be affluent and approached him to solicit business. Vick turned to Akin and inquired, where can we find the most reliable news around here? Ideally, a tavern where we can also enjoy a meal, as we must all be quite famished. At that moment, Barrett's stomach audibly reminded him of their hunger, prompting an awkward smile. Akin pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding, this town is home to a naval base, so the information flow is typically quite robust. However, the regulations are rather stringent. If you wish to hear the latest news, you will need to visit the underground pirate tavern. It dawned on Akin that he still did not know the true identities of Vick and his companions. Given their audacity to impersonate naval officers, it stood to reason they would not fear pirates. A pirate tavern, indeed. Ever since the legendary pirate King Roger ushered in the era of great voyages, this world has belonged to pirates. He glanced at the group with a faint smile. I too aspire to become a great pirate and carve out my own place upon the seas. Vick emerged from his confinement, exuding an air of exuberance. Several individuals gazed at him in astonishment, particularly Fry and Barrett, who were taken aback by the sudden determination their brother had seemingly established. Fry, however, regarded the notion of becoming a pirate with a hint of disdain, chuckling as he remarked, brother, why aspire to be a pirate? Pirates are truly pathetic. He gestured animatedly with his fingers, presenting his arguments to Vick. He recounted the pirates' plight, being relentlessly pursued by the Navy, losing their ships, and facing the grim fate of execution for their captain. With a sidelong glance at Akin, he added that even surviving by sheer luck would only lead to captivity. Fry harbored lingering resentment towards Akin, the inexplicable subordinate who had chosen to follow his brother, especially since Akin seemed to ingratiate himself with Vick more than Fry did. His disdain was further fueled by Akin's arrogant demeanor, which only ignited Fry's desire to confront him. Akin, momentarily darkened in expression, feigned ignorance. Barrett nodded in agreement, stating, Vick, those pirates are ruthless marauders, and when they encounter the Navy, they scatter like mice before a cat. They are truly scum. Akin furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of interjecting but ultimately refraining, pursing his lips in silence. He yearned to convey that pirates were far more complex than they appeared, and the ones they encountered were merely minor rogues from obscure waters. The true pirates, worthy of the title, were undeniably formidable, possessing extraordinary strength and unparalleled charisma. These pirates were anything but contemptible, they were incredibly impressive. Yet, Akin could only speak from hearsay, having never witnessed such prowess firsthand. As Fry articulated his points, Akin found himself at a loss for words. Vick listened to the words of the two with a non-committal expression. Casting a sidelong glance at Akin, he smiled and remarked, Barrett, Fry, if that is the case, do you not aspire to be pirates? Do you wish to join the Navy instead? Fry was the first to respond, his disdain palpable. What is so appealing about the Navy? A bunch of uniformed pirates bound by countless restrictions. The rewards are barely within reach. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, struck by a revelation. Upon reflection, it seems far more advantageous to be a pirate. How disappointing. Vick smiled and said, well, we are currently oblivious to all kinds of information. Let us first have a meal, peruse the latest newspapers, and then contemplate our future endeavors. His tone was resolute. Freddy, I believe not all pirates are as inept as they may seem. Vick asked Fry to temporarily stow away his flamboyant fur cloak to avoid being mistaken for an easy target. Akin led the way as they ventured into a secluded alley. There stood an underground bar, its sign hanging askew, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Descending the staircase to the lower level, they were greeted by two large wooden doors adorned with an array of colorful little bottles. The passage was illuminated, and a few individuals were seen smoking. Unmistakably pirates by their attire. The cacophony of voices could already be heard, punctuated by the occasional boisterous cheer. Akin pushed open the door, and Vick strode in confidently. The bar was permeated with the pungent scents of smoke and alcohol. The counter was situated to the right of the entrance, while the left side housed several tables and chairs. In a corner, a small gambling table was occupied by two players, with a crowd of onlookers cheering them on. The bar was overseen by a burly man who appeared to be the proprietor. As there were no waitstaff to be seen, self-service was the order of the day. Hearing the tinkling of the wind chimes at the entrance, he lifted his gaze and observed Vick and his companions entering in single file. Despite their youthful appearances, they were not the sort of law-abiding citizens one might expect. Their age was inconsequential. What caught his attention was that they did not resemble typical pirates who often traveled in loose groups. Although there were only 4 of them, a distinct hierarchy was evident. The blond man at the forefront was clearly the focal point, with the other 3 closely trailing behind him. He wore an expression of calm assurance, revealing little of his thoughts. Upon noticing the proprietor's gaze, he briefly furrowed his brow before quickly composing himself and offering a smile in this direction. Intriguing. As Vick entered, he immediately sensed the weight of several gazes upon him, yet one by one, the others gradually dissipated. Only one individual remained, fixated on him with an intensity that felt almost voyeuristic. While the others at least attempted to mask their scrutiny, this person exhibited a complete disregard for subtlety. The appraising look in their eyes was profoundly unsettling. Vick furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the source of the sight, which came from the direction of the bar. However, he quickly relaxed his expression and offered a faint smile. There stood a brawny man behind the bar, who also slowly returned a smile. Yet, perhaps due to the man's somewhat menacing appearance, the smile lacked any semblance of goodwill, instead carrying a hint of malice. It seemed he was aware of this, as he promptly subdued his expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This individual appeared to be in his 40s. In the prime of his life, with a robust physique. His skin was notably coarse, likely a testament to a lengthy tenure at sea. His unruly brown hair was adorned with a blue bandana, from which several strands had escaped. He sported a pair of hoop earrings and wore a rather ordinary short-sleeved shirt, white with black trim. Nevertheless, he was bedecked with numerous metallic adornments, necklaces, armlets, chains, and the like. At that moment, while he polished the drinking vessels, he also keenly observed Vick and his companions, ensuring that the barware was meticulously arranged before greeting them. When he spoke, his voice was not the deep rumble one might expect from his appearance. Rather, it possessed a somewhat piercing quality. "Welcome to the pirate bar. Ah, for unfamiliar faces. How delightful." He exaggeratedly chuckled. "Haha, be cautious, lads. This is no paradise." Chapter 50. I will certainly venture to the Grand Line. Vick remained non-committal to his boss's warning. For in this world, where is there an absolutely secure place? The boss's greeting signified the conclusion of their conversation, and he no longer paid any attention to the group. He neither inquired about their food preferences nor asked what beverages they desired. It was entirely self-service, embodying an exceptionally laid-back attitude. Vick surveyed the surroundings and found but a single vacant seat. A few individuals settled down, while Fry volunteered to place an order. The others were in no rush. Vick attentively listened to the casual banter of the pirates nearby. At the adjacent table, a diminutive fellow took a sip of his drink, his tone filled with awe. "Mr. Fisher Tiger is truly remarkable." He managed to scale the red Earth continent with his bare hands and even ignited a fire in the den of the celestial dragons. Haha. Those celestial dragons must be beside themselves with rage. Upon hearing the words celestial dragons, Fry and Barrett immediately perked up. However, the burly man beside them dismissed the notion with indifference. And what of it? The celestial dragons are still quite well off. If it were me, I would have slaughtered those foolish pigs. The small man scoffed at the bravado of the burly figure. You only dare to boast here. If you had the guts, you'd act on it. You wouldn't even dare to speak so brazenly outside. Mr. Tiger has rescued so many slaves. The burly man, momentarily taken aback by the straightforward retort, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He glared at the small man, yet he recognized the truth in those harsh words, and with a huff, he fell silent. Then, A menacing-looking man adorned with gold hoop earrings spoke up. "I've heard he formed the Sun Pirates. How I wish I could join them." The man beside him, bearing a ghastly scar across his face, chuckled derisively. "Don't be ridiculous. The Sun Pirates are entirely composed of fishmen. They only accept their kind. You'll have to wait for another life to join." The man with the gold hoops was aware of this fact, yet he couldn't suppress his fantasies. It wasn't that he yearned for the Sun Pirates specifically, but rather that every pirate dreams of joining a renowned and formidable crew. Though the perils encountered would be greater, the companions would be equally formidable. With a powerful captain safeguarding them, the relative safety was assured. Most importantly, the treasures and rewards would multiply exponentially. How could one not long for such prospects? Yet, when faced with reality, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, and his tone grew increasingly resentful. It's so unfair. Those fishmen possess strength and physical attributes tenfold that of humans. Their lives are far too easy. The burly man, who often held a low opinion of the gold-hooped man for his cowardice and danger while charging headlong at the sight of treasure, interjected rather rudely. "How do you know? Who has to say they don't have some special training methods? Have you ever seen a fishman? There are none in the East Blue." He continued. "Do you think these fishmen achieve victory merely by lying around? Even if one were 100 times stronger than a human, relentless practice remains essential. Take the Golden Ring Man, for instance. Even transformed into a fishman, he would still struggle against his own capabilities." Before the Golden Ring Man could voice his thoughts, the diminutive figure could no longer contain himself. Due to his slight stature, he held little admiration for the robust bearded man. He often focused on intellectual pursuits, where he could glean a modicum of confidence. With a scoff, he remarked, "That's all just what the newspapers say. You never truly listened when the navigator spoke. Did you?" The bearded man, growing increasingly irritated by the repeated provocations, retorted, "Who says I was paying attention? I merely forgot momentarily. I even know that Fisher Tiger's bounty is 230 million berries." At this revelation, his eyes sparkled with envy and longing, for he was certain he had not erred in his recollection. 230 million berries. At that moment, Fry had just returned with food and drink. Upon hearing this figure, he could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, 230 million berries. If I were to capture him, I would be set for life. Fry had never engaged in such dealings before, and he had nearly forgotten what berries even looked like. However, after a recent purchase, he had come to appreciate the allure of wealth. It dawned upon him that a life devoid of berries was utterly untenable. Hearing such an astronomical sum naturally filled him with exhilaration, as he yearned for those riches to be within his grasp at that very moment. Almost instinctively, he uttered these thoughts aloud, causing the atmosphere to fall into an abrupt silence. The revelry elsewhere in the bar became strikingly pronounced. The pirates, who had previously been at odds, momentarily forgot their disputes and burst into laughter. You think you can capture Fisher Tiger? Huh, that's laughable. It will never happen in this lifetime. You'll have to wait for the next." The scarred man, incredulous, could hardly believe that someone would dare utter such a preposterous statement. Even the boastful bearded man would blush at such grandiloquence. This curly-haired lad spoke with an audacity that suggested he believed victory was within his reach. The Golden Ring Man finally encountered someone with even grander dreams than his own. While he merely aspired to join the Fishman pirate crew, this young man dared to dream of defeating the crew's captain, an awe-inspiring and fearsome figure with a bounty. Good heavens, what audacity! Did he even remember that he was a pirate? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ha ha ha. Pirates aspiring to capture other pirates for their bounties. How utterly ridiculous. The bearded man shook his head in resignation, feeling as though he had encountered someone even more avaricious than the Golden Ring Man. At least the Golden Ring Man understood that life was more precious than wealth. This young man seemed utterly deranged. A group of novices, willing to risk their lives for berries. The diminutive figure stood at a height akin to that of Fry. Observing the boy's vacant expression, he discerned that the other party was likely oblivious to the implications of his own words. A fool, utterly ignorant, casually spewing forth his nonsensical bravado. Indeed, possessing ample knowledge proves to be the most invaluable asset. Otherwise, one remains a mere source of amusement for others amidst their own ignorance. With a triumphant elevation of his tone, he proclaimed, "Do you, young lad, have any notion of where the Grand Line lies?" Noticing the other's silence, he grew increasingly audacious, his voice almost melodious in its arrogance. "That is the Grand Line, the graveyard of pirates. Few who venture forth from the East Blue ever return alive. Should you grasp the gravity of my words, cease your foolishness." Fry, having detected the flaw in his opponent's argument, felt a surge of opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Seizing the moment, he retorted, almost. That implies there are indeed those who return safely. I too shall journey to the Grand Line and return unscathed. The others erupted into laughter, dismissing the delusions of this fanciful boy entirely. When had there not been a multitude of ignorant pirates spouting grandiose claims? Such boasts from a novice, unfamiliar even with the Grand Line, had long ceased to be novel. Akin to him, Akin knew little as well. He too was merely a fledgling in the realm of piracy, aware only of the name of the Grand Line. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Barrett chewed his meat in silence. Fry, his face flushed, glared at the table as if intending to bore a hole through it. Vick was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that he, a connoisseur of plot twists, would be looked down upon by a group of mere native pirate lackeys before he had even settled in. It seemed the moment had come to invoke the wisdom of the Vick Encyclopedia. Chapter 51. This is the era of great pirates. Observing the dismal expressions of his companions, humiliated by their disdain, Vick could no longer retreat into silence. Well, Vick's voice was calm, entirely unaffected by the mockery of the pirates. Regarding the Grand Line, I happen to possess a modicum of knowledge. Noticing the gazes of several individuals directed towards him, he refrained from withholding information. He had only encountered snippets of information in newspapers, uncertain of their accuracy. Yet, he pondered, could the creator's design truly be erroneous? Even if it were, it would be the world that is at fault. The realm in which we reside is a sphere's surface, comprised of vast oceans and islands of various sizes. Akin hesitated, uncertain whether to interject. Upon noticing Vick's awareness of his indecision, he inquired, "Is the town of Shells where we currently are also situated on an island?" This island is extraordinarily vast. I have never heard anyone mention it before." Victor pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. "Indeed, it is an island, or more precisely, a peninsula. On the other side of this landmass, there is a section that directly connects to the Red Earth continent." Akin's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated this answer. Barrett and Fry, however, appeared utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the concept. Fry, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired eagerly, "What is the Red Earth continent? Is it an island where the soil is entirely red?" Vick was amused by his jest. "It is not entirely inaccurate. Indeed, the soil of the Red Earth continent is red. However, it is not an island, but rather a ring-shaped landmass that divides the oceans of the world into two halves at the center of the globe. Well, one could argue it is a global island." Ha! Fry felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing Vick was teasing him. Yet, he quickly feigned indifference and asserted himself with confidence, insisting, "It was you who just stated that the world is composed of oceans and islands." With a smile, Vick waved his hand and said helplessly, "Yes, it is my fault. I should not have mocked you." At that moment, Barrett inquired, "What exactly is this Grand Line that those pirates spoke of? Is it truly as perilous as they claim?" Vick's expression grew solemn. "In the vertical direction at the center of the sphere lies a unique circular oceanic region, renowned as the most enchanting and perilous maritime route in the world, the Grand Line." Vick's eyes shimmered with longing, devoid of any trace of fear. The pirates were not mistaken in their assertions. The Grand Line, with its chaotic geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and atmospheric flows, posed a treacherous environment where every step could lead to peril. The trio gasped in astonishment. In their understanding, while the sea may be ruthless, it still offered some semblance of predictability. With the guidance of a navigator, nautical charts, and a compass, one could nearly avoid calamity, particularly for Akin, a fisherman by trade. The uncertainties represented something profoundly significant. It was truly astonishing that such peculiar waters existed in this world. To navigate through them would undoubtedly invite myriad dangers. Yet, despite his words, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, betraying no fear of the risks ahead. Barrett and Fry were equally captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Perhaps the essence of adventure is inherently woven into the very fabric of humanity. Upon witnessing this scene, Vick let out a light chuckle. There are even more perilous and astonishing phenomena. Noticing the puzzled gazes directed at him by several individuals, he continued, "The great route is flanked by treacherous regions known as the doldrums, an area devoid of wind and currents, a perpetually calm sea, and a veritable haven for sea kings." After surveying the faces of the crowd, he observed their expressions of astonishment. With a significant tone, he remarked, "How intriguing, isn't it?" I was initially taken aback as well. Two closely situated routes, one chaotic and eerie, the other tranquil and serene. Quite fascinating, wouldn't you agree? His voice was imbued with a sense of wonder and an inexplicable depth. This route appeared to have been meticulously designed, yet it seemed entirely natural, devoid of any trace of human intervention, truly a marvel of craftsmanship. It was Fry who first discerned the underlying issue. If that is the case, then the entire sea is divided into 4 segments by the Red Earth continent and the Great Route. We find ourselves in one of those segments. Does that mean our only pathway into the Great Route is through the doldrums? He suddenly grasped the implications. No wonder they say that 8 out of 10 who venture and never return. It remains uncertain whether those who entered truly navigated into the Great Route. For the doldrums are indeed fraught with peril. Vick's conjecture was undoubtedly correct. Indeed, we currently find ourselves in the East Sea. Both entry and exit can traverse the doldrums. Yet there exists a rather ingenious method for entry. Curiously, Fry inquired, what is it? Is it akin to climbing up the Red Earth continent like that fishman? The Red Earth continent shouldn't be too high, right? Akin, however, was utterly speechless at Frey's notion. Observing his demeanor, it was apparent that he was earnestly contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor. Akin possessed some knowledge about the shortcut. It must be the Reverse Mountain. It is said to be a miraculous mountain that can reverse ocean currents. Yes, indeed, it is the Reverse Mountain. Through it, pirate ships are propelled by the reversed currents up to the Red Earth continent, surmounting the Reverse Mountain to reach the other side of the Red Earth continent. The Grand Line. Vick's face was alight with yearning, his voice a mere whisper. Ever since the fateful day 12 years ago, when the pirate King Roger met his end in Low Town of the East Blue, countless pirates, driven by dreams of treasure, power, status, fame, or ambition, have ventured into the Grand Line. This chapter is far from over. Please turn the page to continue reading. His eyes blazed with fervor, and his voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. They clashed with fervor. The strong would rise as great pirates, their names echoing across the seas, ruling over their respective territories. Some would even dare to challenge the formidable sea lords of the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Vick's voice trembled slightly. Despite his attempts to compose himself, a fervor lingered in his gaze. The New World's pirates are being so formidable that even the world government and the Navy dare not confront them lightly. Their renown has long been established. He scrutinized Akin, Barrett, and Free, enunciating each name with deliberate weight. A single pirate flag is sufficient to safeguard a nation as security. Merely uttering their names can instill fear in the hearts of enemies, rendering them hesitant to engage in battle. Vick spoke in one breath, lifting a bottle of rum and downing it in one go. This is the essence of a great pirate. He fell silent, patiently awaiting the moment when these young lads would regain their senses. This is the essence of a great pirate. Ajin's tone was ethereal. Although he had heard scattered tales of the sea, he had never comprehended this world, this vast ocean, so coherently. His heart swayed, and his usually stoic expression faltered, revealing a glimmer of excitement and yearning. While Ajin managed to maintain his composure, Fry and Barrett completely lost theirs. Fry's face flushed with exhilaration, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared at his cup. This is the essence of a great pirate. He was likely already lost in fantasies of conquering the seas and carving out a name for himself. Barrett also ceased his meal, clenching his fists tightly. This is the essence of a great pirate. He fixed his gaze upon Vick, his eyes shimmering with desire. Vick observed the expressions of several individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently coaxed them. Do you wish to become pirates? Chapter 52. Since we have chosen to be pirates, the group was filled with excitement, their hearts racing with fervor, eagerly responding in enthusiastic agreement. However, Vick did not cease his inquiries there. He maintained his cheerful demeanor. But do you know what the average pirate is truly like? The others furrowed their brows, likely recalling the notorious shark pirate crew. Fry cast a glance at Akin, who chose to ignore him. Vick's tone was calm and composed. In this world, there are numerous occupations that are far more secure and leisurely than being a pirate. Yet, why do people still choose this perilous path? Before anyone could respond, he continued on his own. Many embark on this journey fueled by youthful exuberance. Some are driven by a lack of capability or the weight of persecution. Others are simply motivated by the desire for unearned gains. As he observed the three lost in contemplation, his tone remained steady, each query striking the hearts of his listeners like a relentless barrage. So, why do we choose to be pirates? To live a life of uncertainty, where one meal follows another in a constant struggle. To engage in a game of cat and mouse with the Navy while facing the blades of bounty hunters. To risk our very lives for the thrill of a dangerous existence, fraught with unpredictability. Vick's words are laced with irony, his tone devoid of any emotion. What does an ordinary pirate look like? Consider the shark pirate crew. Their captain boasts a bounty on his head, and he has an abundance of subordinates with abilities akin to ours, alongside several formidable lieutenants. Yet, what is the outcome? Vick let out a light scoff, his face adorned with derision. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, allowing for a sumptuous feast and fine wine after the plundering, along with a share of the spoils, albeit diminished by the captain and his officers. However, should luck falter, one could find themselves in the dire straits of having just conquered a village, only to be unable to mourn the loss of comrades before the naval cannons came thundering in pursuit. Such experiences were familiar to a few, making it easy for them to resonate. Barrett and Fry were somewhat indifferent, yet akin, as one being hunted, felt the weight of it acutely. Furrowing his brow, he recalled the less-than-pleasant experiences aboard the pirate ship. The hearts of the three men grew heavy with the shared recollection. Vick, however, spared them no respite. Alas! With ill fortune, they found themselves unable to board the ship and were doomed to perish on the island. Should luck favor them slightly, and they managed to catch the vessel, their fate would be even more dire. Provisions were dwindling, the pursuing soldiers had yet to be evaded, and the irritable officers might very well vent their frustrations upon them. Vick offered a gentle smile, sending shivers down the spines of several onlookers. Yet, this was hardly the most dire of circumstances. Should one find themselves unfortunate enough to encounter a cruel and heartless captain, their only recourse may be to escape in a small boat. Alas, if one is destined to be a pawn, drawing the gaze of those around, they would come to know the agonizing wait for death, a fate worse than death itself. He seemed unsatisfied and added with disdain, even in death, the hard-earned money you amassed would fall into the hands of your enemies. At that moment, Akin's countenance darkened, recalling the harrowing experiences of that day, his expression shifting like the weather. Was he not the unluckiest of the unfortunate, the most miserable among the wretched? Not only was the captain cruel and unfeeling, but those he allied with were equally unreliable, ready to sacrifice him at the critical juncture. Vick remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently touched upon Akin's plight. As he continued to indoctrinate the crowd, every matter must be weighed in terms of gain and loss. If we choose the life of a pirate, we must possess the awareness that we may lose our lives at any moment. Yet, if we gamble our very existence, is this the wretched existence we receive in return? Fury too had lost the fervor of dreaming about the future of piracy, and in a somber tone, he inquired, "Vick, what do you suggest we ought to do?" Vick chuckled, maintaining his composure as he remarked, "Having embraced the life of a pirate, we cannot simply remain inconspicuous minions. The East Sea has long been labeled as the weakest of all seas. Are we truly so insignificant?" He laughed lightly. "Since we have chosen the path of piracy, it is imperative that we aspire to become renowned across the world, just like those formidable pirates of the New World, perhaps even stronger than they." Vick harbored no sense of wrong in setting such a seemingly distant goal. A few others appeared equally resolute. His expression brimmed with confidence. "Given the magnitude of our aspirations, it is imperative that we first acquire sufficient knowledge and skills. With our current capabilities, we cannot aspire to become formidable pirates." Akin wholeheartedly agreed. His years of fishing and a few months of piratical existence had imparted to him a profound understanding of the significance of strength, especially upon the vast seas when facing adversaries as a pirate. At times, power indeed speaks volumes. If the captain possesses overwhelming strength, there would be no need for stealthy retreats. Even if he were to audaciously abandon ship, none would dare utter a word, for they would not wish to become sacrificial pawns on the path to discovery. Even when besieged by the Navy, one could rely on strength to extricate oneself, rather than languishing helplessly, displayed upon the mast of one's own vessel, leaving behind a lifetime of savings as tribute to the enemy that claimed one's life, with one's own head serving as a stepping stone for another's ascent. Akin, without hesitation, nodded and proclaimed, "Captain Vick, you are absolutely right. I can no longer endure the life I once led. Should I have another chance, I would tear those wretched scoundrels apart. Yet, despite the fact that those miscreants robbed me of my only possession, my little fishing boat, rendering me destitute and compelling me to board the ship, they inadvertently led me to encounter Captain Vick. Perhaps it is not merely a matter of fortune or misfortune." Vick chuckled and remarked, "We must first endeavor to enhance our skills. I certainly do not wish to be pursued like a stray dog by a mere naval lieutenant, akin to the fate of the shark pirates, ultimately losing my head." The others nodded in agreement, understanding his sentiment. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. Since we are embarking on a maritime journey, we ought to possess the necessary abilities to navigate the seas, rather than resigning ourselves to be easily preyed upon. Vick pondered for a moment, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. I recall that there is a somewhat renowned dojo in Frost Moon Village of the Goya Kingdom. If my memory serves me correctly, it is called the One Heart Dojo. Vick cast a subtle glance at Akin, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, clearly unfamiliar with the name. We are still in the bloom of youth, endowed with ample energy and time to learn. Moreover, we have already acquired the naval training techniques. And coupled with the swordsmanship imparted by the dojo, it is the perfect opportunity for us to devote ourselves to rigorous practice. The atmosphere there is relatively tranquil. Vick was drawn to that serene place, which seemed almost like a paradise untouched by the tumult of the pirate world. Akin, aware of the Goya Kingdom, nodded in agreement. The Goya Kingdom is a member of the world government and lies in close proximity to a naval base, making it an area rarely frequented by pirates. The villages there have seldom encountered the scourge of piracy, rendering it a remarkably peaceful region. Akin's knowledge of these matters reflected a commendable awareness of current affairs. However, Vick contemplated that this was not the sole reason. The banners of the world's member nations are not infallible. They hold little sway over certain formidable individuals and desperate rogues. More crucially, there are other personal factors at play. The naval hero Garp has left his grandson in Windmill Village, which conveniently lies within the borders of the Goa Kingdom. He frequently visits his grandson. Thus the Navy pays closer attention to that area. Pirates are not foolish. They instinctively understand the dynamics of risk and reward. Consequently, that location is relatively more tranquil. After their discussions, they intended to finish their meal and head to the dock to board a vessel bound for the One Mind Dojo. Suddenly, a hand reached down from above, snatching a fried dumpling from the table. The individual took a bite, wrinkling his brow in distaste. The flavor was rather lacking. It was truly unpalatable. Casually, he discarded the remnants onto the floor. Chapter 53. A dilemma. Barrett was instantly filled with rage. He had profoundly experienced the pangs of hunger and harbored a deep disdain for such atrocious wastefulness, especially when it pertained to his own meal. With a darkened expression, he rose and exclaimed, "If you take it, you must finish it. Why waste food?" The person had already taken a few steps away, only to extend his hand toward another table. The pirates seated there trembled in fear, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Barrett's reproach, they could scarcely believe their ears. The atmosphere around them became palpably tense. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. How audacious! Has he lost his mind? I have never seen anyone speak to Captain Voster in such a manner. Indeed, it seemed that those who had previously crossed paths with Voster would no longer be seen. The last individual he found displeasing had already become fish food. What a novice! Another spectacle was about to unfold. One could only wonder how Voster would handle this situation. He was fortunate, had this occurred at sea. He would undoubtedly be subjected to the grim fate of being dragged beneath the ship. Such horrors are rarely encountered at sea. The proprietor would intervene. For this was a pirate tavern, and disturbances were strictly forbidden. What a meddlesome affair, disrupting everyone's revelry time and again. He was indeed lucky, but once outside, the rules might not apply. Outside, no one would dare impede Voster. Yet, it may not be so simple. Unbeknownst to many, Shark's goo had been captured and was displayed, hanging from the mast at the dock. The shark pirates had perished, and Voster would likely remain subdued for a time. This was indeed significant news. It seemed the seas would enjoy a period of tranquility once more. Vick remained motionless, scrutinizing the figure of Worcester who had turned to face him. This man stood even taller than Barrett, his physique robust and bare-chested. Several short daggers were secured to the harness across his chest, while a flask and flintlock pistol were tucked at his waist. A long knife adorned his back, completing the quintessential pirate ensemble. His unkempt black hair fell haphazardly, and his eyelids drooped slightly, as if he had just awakened from slumber. A nose reddened by drink and a beard braided into two small plaits dangled from his chin. Vick scrutinized him, and he, in turn, assessed Barrett. Upon realizing that this was merely a child who had never even set foot on the sea, his enthusiasm waned significantly. He had no intention of engaging with him further. After all, this was not a pirate game, and he had no time to deal with a mere brat. However, Barrett remained oblivious to his impatience. Although he was seething with anger inside, he managed to restrain himself, merely stating, "Food is a precious resource. Please refrain from wasting it in the future." Wosterton was immediately incensed. "You little brat, are you lecturing me?" He felt an urge to confront him and teach him the consequences of provoking him. Suddenly, sensing the tavern owner's warning glare, he struggled to suppress his fury. His expression was decidedly unfriendly, and his tone was laced with impatience. Are you going to meddle again, boss? This kid instigated trouble first. Observing the other party's indifference only fueled his ire further, and he huffed disdainfully. Don't think you can just interfere in the affairs of your juniors, just because you're an old sea veteran. It's quite bothersome. Despite his words, he remained rooted in place, fully aware that the authority the other wielded was not merely due to his status as an old sea veteran, but rather his own formidable strength. He had heard tales of those who disregarded advice and provoked the boss's authority. They had invariably found themselves embraced by the depths of the ocean. The boss was not one to adhere to any agreements prohibiting disturbances, though it was merely a rumor. Wosterton held it as an undeniable truth. The boss paid no heed to Wosterton's fury and continued, regardless of who you are or what the reason may be. In a pirate tavern, disturbances are strictly forbidden. He reiterated the rules he had undoubtedly stated countless times before, deftly shifting the conversation. He unabashedly scrutinized Wosterton's grim visage, noting that the latter was barely able to contain himself. Only then did he retract his gaze, wearing a smirk that was neither genuinely amused nor entirely derisive. Moreover, Wosterton, have you not heard the news regarding your old acquaintance? Wosterton knew precisely whom the boss referred to, the captain of the shark pirates, Sharkskew. Although he outwardly disdained him, and they often clashed, he was acutely aware that Skew was slightly stronger than he. The corpse of this old friend was now on the verge of being dried out like jerky. The thought of his fate inevitably stirred a sense of sorrowful reflection within Wosterton. He inhaled deeply. He needed to remain cautious for the time being, otherwise. Although he could not adhere to the usual protocols, Wosterton devised his own subtle approach. Gazing at this annoying brat who dared to reprimand him, he suddenly broke into a malicious grin. He took a couple of steps forward and forcefully stomped on the remaining half of the dumpling on the floor, pointing at the mangled morsel. Since you cherish food so dearly, I shall offer you a chance. If you consume this, I shall let you off the hook. What say you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd erupted into uproarious laughter, which soon transformed into a cacophony of taunts. Hurry up, you poor thing. Captain Forster's audacity in making such a request was outrageous, yet it amused me. I wager 100 Bailey that the lad won't eat it. You cheapskate. For such a delightful spectacle, I bet 10,000 Bailey. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. You all shall lose, you rascals. Look at his expression. He appears utterly terrified. This coward is bound to consume that repulsive morsel. What nonsense are you spouting? That is a delicacy, meticulously crafted from Captain Forster's shoe soles, deep-fried dog droppings, which that lad absolutely adores. Ha. I wonder if the owner will intervene this time. Huh? Impossible. Forster has already shown him considerable leniency. Does he truly wish to jeopardize his reputation over such a trivial matter? Do you genuinely believe he is a good person? Look at him now, utterly engrossed. As anticipated, the tavern owner remained indifferent, showing no inclination to intervene. For him, as long as no violence erupted within the tavern, all was acceptable. Life is so dreary, the more such amusements, the better. At that moment, he stood behind the bar, observing with keen interest. Why isn't that lad making a move? Has he been rendered speechless by fear? Hey, lad, what is your name? It's just a matter of eating something. Surely you aren't petrified. Rest assured, we promise not to divulge what you see here today. Just eat it. Dawdling, what a coward. Consume it. Consume it. Forster's lackeys had subtly encircled Barrett's table. Forster stood there with a sinister grin, reveling in the vulnerability of his prey. His gaze slithering over the group like a venomous serpent. Barrett was filled with self-reproach. He had not anticipated causing such a significant disturbance. The surrounding jeers and taunts pierced his ears, leaving him flustered and crimson-faced, an overwhelming urge to apologize consuming him. However, if given another chance, he would still act as he had. Food, his precious food, could not be wasted. This was a conviction he could never abandon. He contemplated consuming the fried morsel to quell the situation, yet feared it would bring shame upon his brother. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself at an impasse. Chapter 54. Could you kindly tell me your name, Captain? At that moment, Vick rose to his feet. Seeing this, Akin and Fry promptly followed suit. The surrounding crowd, anticipating an imminent altercation, erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with some individuals whistling and others stepping back to clear a space for the impending confrontation. One audacious soul even shouted, "We have plenty of blades and bullets here. Don't hesitate, just engage." The boss shot a fierce glare at the provocateur and set aside his current task. He scanned the two troublesome factions, ready to expel anyone who exhibited even the slightest inclination to resort to violence. Vick had no intention of taking action. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, it simply seemed unworthy of his efforts. Ever since he learned that this individual could rival the fearsome Sharkskew, he resolved to keep the peace. Having witnessed Sharkskew's battles, he was acutely aware that he and his companions were no match for such a formidable foe. Although he had consumed a devil fruit, he had yet to harness its powers, rendering his control over them nearly negligible. He and his companions were merely at the level of minions. Even a surprise attack with firearms might not guarantee their opponent's demise. Should fortune favor them and they manage to slay him, they would inevitably fall prey to the surrounding henchmen. If confronted alone, Vick would possess the courage to engage. However, the current circumstances, with the adversary's overwhelming numbers and the presence of reckless onlookers, rendered the situation exceedingly precarious. Not only would they have to fend off the flanking henchmen, but they must also remain vigilant against the unpredictable actions of the spectators. The odds of victory were virtually non-existent. Even if they managed to hold their ground, they could not foresee the reaction of the bar owner, who had a strict policy against disturbances. In summary, until their strength increased, adherence to the rules was imperative. With a party of 4, they could not afford to lose even a single member, regardless of how trivial the insult might seem. Sacrificing one's life over such matters would be an exceedingly unwise transaction. Was it frustrating? Vick felt considerable dissatisfaction. Yet, this was the reality. Patience was, for the time being, the most advantageous course of action for his side. Vick stepped forward, gently patting Barrett's arm in a gesture of reassurance, while subtly signaling to the 3 others to refrain from any rash actions. His expression bore no trace of humiliation or anger. Instead, he wore a faint smile as he advanced a step closer. "We merely need to consume it, and then we shall be free to depart. Am I mistaken, Captain Vorst?" Captain Vorst regarded the blond young man with a mocking gaze. "So, you're their leader?" His scrutinizing eyes traveled up and down Vick with palpable disdain. "Ha ha ha, truly unimpressive. I must say, everyone has heard my words, and they are indeed correct." Vick appeared to be oblivious to the mockery directed at him, choosing to remain silent. With an impassive expression, he picked up the object without a glance and, without hesitation, began to chew it vigorously. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. No one anticipated that someone would endure such humiliation in front of a crowd, especially on behalf of their subordinates. What is paramount in such a lifestyle? Is it not merely the preservation of one's dignity? After such an act, who would still hold him in esteem? As the leader of a small gang, who would choose to follow him? It was likely that even those behind him would abandon him. Yet, it was precisely this unexpected audacity that left everyone astounded. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of bewilderment and disbelief. Had Vick knelt in supplication, weeping and forced to consume the object, the crowd would have erupted in laughter at his cowardice. However, he remained remarkably composed, even sporting a hint of a smile, as though savoring a delectable dish. The spectators found it increasingly difficult to suppress their laughter. In the stillness of the air, the sound of Vick's chewing was distinctly audible. Akin trembled. His gaze directed at Voster, filled with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. Tears welled in his eyes, his hand resting on the grip of his gun. "Vick, please, don't do this. You are the leader. How could you stoop to such a level? I am utterly embarrassed." Voster, initially taken aback, erupted into laughter upon hearing Akin's words, looking down condescendingly at Vick. To be scorned by his own subordinate. What a dismal leader he was. He turned to Akin, his face alight with malicious intent. "Hey, would you care to join my crew?" The subordinate of a worthless leader might as well scrub toilets, ha ha ha. With Voster's laughter, the others joined in, the peculiar atmosphere dissipating. The crowd began to mock Vick in unison. "I was genuinely startled a moment ago. Indeed, who would have thought he would actually go through with it? What a spectacle! How fortunate we are to witness such an amusing scene. The past year has been anything but dull. Even his subordinates look down on him. What a failure. I reckon this is the end for him. He should just return to his pirate games, ha ha ha." Vick remained unperturbed, while Akin's face was awash with tears. It was truly humiliating. Such matters should rightfully fall upon my shoulders. Alas, his voice was drowned out by laughter, heard only by a few nearby. Barrett clenched his fists, keeping his head bowed in silence. He could not allow his brother's efforts to go in vain. Yet, Fry stood with his arms crossed, grinning as if entirely oblivious to the derision surrounding them, showing no concern for Vick's actions. However, there was not a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. The faces around him, those grotesque visages, would be etched in his memory. He would forget not a single one. Vick remained indifferent to his surroundings. He swallowed effortlessly and patted his stomach twice, exclaiming with a smile, Delicious. I am quite satisfied. After Vick finished his meal, he paid no further attention to Worcester. The group made their way directly to the bar. Although Worcester was exceedingly reluctant, he refrained from pursuing the matter any further due to various reasons. With a disinterested wave of his hand, he departed with his companions to indulge in drinks. As the spectators noted his lack of reaction, the lively atmosphere dissipated, and they dispersed to find their own seats, clearing the way. Vick awaited the settlement at the bar, seizing the moment to console Akin. Akin, I never anticipated you to be such a crybaby, so easily moved to tears. He teased lightly before adopting a more earnest tone. I comprehend your feelings, however. It is merely a matter of consuming spoiled food. Is it truly necessary to be so incensed? Observe Fry and Barrett. They remain remarkably composed. Fry huffed in response, his expression betraying his irritation. Who is composed? I am on the verge of losing my temper. I am merely exercising restraint. Knowing my brother wishes to avoid escalating the situation, Vick did not refute, but merely explained to a few individuals. At this juncture, what advantages does combat hold for us? Can we ensure that everyone escapes unscathed? Vick chuckled at himself, acknowledging his own frailty. One must concede to their weaknesses. Each of us harbors the potential to become significant figures in the future. It would indeed be a farce to lose one's life over such trivial adversities in the hands of the unworthy. Vick felt an undeniable sense of humiliation and anger within. Yet such emotions were of no consequence. He held steadfast to his own principles. Even in death, he desired to fall at the hands of a worthy adversary. Barrett remained engulfed in guilt. It is all my fault. I am truly sorry, Brother Vick. It is all to blame on me, he murmured, bowing his head in shame. Vick rubbed his large head, his hair quite prickly, nothing like Fury's soft touch. You are all men now. As long as you believe in your convictions, you must steadfastly uphold them. You are not concerned with others. You are merely attentive to your own sustenance. What is wrong with that? His tone grew somber, his expression grave. This time, we indeed erred, and that flaw lies in our weakness. Being feeble is the original sin. The group, not wishing to linger any longer in that place, prepared to depart after settling the bill. However, the proprietor called out to them, May I inquire your name, Captain? Vick couldn't help but chuckle. Me? I am Hernande Vick, yet I am not the captain. Chapter 55, The One-Minded Dojo. A few individuals arrived at the dock, and dusk was fast approaching. Vick contemplated that given the late hour, it would be quite challenging to secure passage on a ship. However, fortuitously, a merchant vessel was preparing to depart for the One Heart Dojo, tasked with transporting provisions. With Bailey leading the way, the ship's captain, perceiving their numerous bundles as indicative of travelers rather than pirates, allowed them to board without hesitation. The journey was smooth and uneventful, free from any encounters with pirates. As this particular route to the Goya Kingdom was notably secure, the relative safety was attributed to its status as a member of the world government, which deterred marauders from frequenting the area. Upon arriving at Frostmoon Village, Vick quickly struck up an enthusiastic conversation with the sailors resting at the dock, inquiring about the One Heart Dojo. The dojo enjoyed an excellent reputation locally, and its master, Gungshiro, was indeed a person of genuine skill and knowledge. In a world plagued by piracy, the presence of such a dojo brought a sense of security to the villagers, who harbored sincere gratitude and admiration for Gungshiro. Many parents sent their children to study at the One Heart Dojo, with numerous outsiders drawn by its esteemed reputation. Master Gungshiro not only possessed true expertise but also charged remarkably low fees, making education accessible for ordinary families. For those truly impoverished yet diligent and talented, he provided accommodation and sustenance in exchange for light assistance during his leisure time. Gungshiro himself was a substantial landowner, with the One Heart Dojo situated not far from Frostmoon Village, surrounded by expansive rice paddies. These fields, primarily owned by the dojo, yielded a bountiful harvest each year. Therein lies some of the peculiarities of Vick. Vick believed that the merchant ship was there to purchase the grain from the Isin Taoist temple. However, it turned out to be delivering grain to the temple, and it did so every month. Yashikar cultivated his own land, yielding a substantial harvest annually, and he also engaged in extensive acquisition in the surrounding areas. What was his intention? Considering Yashikar's ambiguous connections with the Revolutionary Army, Vick harbored a subtle suspicion. Nevertheless, he felt no concern. Since Yashikar had never revealed any flaws over the years, it indicated that the government had never paid attention to the Isin Taoist temple. Moreover, he and his companions were merely practicing their cultivation here. At least until Zorong set sail, everything would remain tranquil in this place. The group, including Vick, did not linger in the village but accompanied the merchant ship owner to the Isen dojo, nestled on a gentle hill just outside Frostmoon Village. The dojo is enveloped by the surrounding fields that stretch endlessly. The hill is adorned with a series of elegantly arranged structures, each embodying the exquisite simplicity of traditional Japanese courtyards. At the heart of this serene landscape lies a vast courtyard, serving as an outdoor training ground, where numerous wooden posts are entwined with hemp ropes. Typically, this space is utilized for outdoor training and lectures. Presently, faint sounds of calls and shouts resonate from within. After the arrival of Vick and his companions, they were guided into the training hall by a disciple. They traversed the martial arts arena and entered a large room, where two children, accompanied by their parents, were observing as they contemplated enrollment. This indoor training facility was bustling with activity, as a group of young children donned dark green training attire, diligently practicing fundamental sword movements. With each shout, they executed a strike, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and orderly. From the moment he entered, Fry was filled with enthusiasm, eagerly surveying his surroundings. In the central upper area sat a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Undoubtedly, he was Master Gung Shirlang. His features were remarkably gentle, with long, straight black hair tied back in a ponytail. Sporting round glasses, his eyes twinkled with kindness as he wore a gray kimono. With a serene and benevolent demeanor, he watched the children training below. Upon noticing the arrival of prospective enrollees, Gung Shirlang did not rise but merely inclined his head slightly, offering a warm smile before resuming his attentive observation of the children's movements. Seated beside Gung Shirlang was an individual who seemed to be his assistant, likely in his 40s. He had short, neatly combed black hair, with a small lock falling over his forehead. His face bore a dignified and somewhat gaunt appearance, characterized by sharp eyes and thick brows, complemented by a hint of stubble on his lips, exuding a mature elegance. Clad in a deep blue kimono with a dark gray overcoat, he approached with a friendly demeanor upon noticing the newcomers. He observed the group attentively, refraining from speaking immediately, and stood beside them for a moment, allowing them to acknowledge his presence before he inquired, "Are you interested in joining the Isen dojo?" "I am Shushi, the assistant to Master Gung Shirlang." He exchanged glances with the two children and then turned to their parents and Vick's group. "The individual currently assisting with training is also a disciple of our dojo. He joined us as a child and has remained here to work diligently as an adult." The group listened intently. Ordinary training sessions are supervised by me, while he executes the instruction, with Master Gung Shirlang often observing. As for Master Gung's swordsmanship lectures, they are determined by the progress of the majority of students. At that moment, a serious-looking instructor with a bushy beard was present, likely responsible for the training. He had short black hair and a thick beard, dressed in the same dark green sleeveless training outfit as the students, wielding a bamboo sword. He moved about the arena, calling out the rhythm and occasionally correcting the students' erroneous movements. Although the participants were all under 10 years of age, Shushi had no doubts regarding the ages of Vick and his companions. "Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more thrilling." The Isen dojo also accommodates a number of adult students, though they seldom train at the dojo. Occasionally, when Gung Shirlang conducts a public lecture, they make the effort to attend and absorb his teachings. The parents of the two children appeared somewhat hesitant, but the assistant, unfazed by their indecision, gently spoke up. "If you have yet to make a firm decision, our dojo offers a complimentary observation for a day. Furthermore, your children may have the opportunity to wield a sword and experience the joys of kendo." Upon hearing this, Vick felt somewhat peculiar. The One Heart Taoist Temple is indeed remarkably accommodating, almost resembling an interest class from a previous life, even offering a complimentary trial day. Those who come here are undoubtedly drawn to the One Heart Taoist Temple and would not hesitate like the villagers. Vick graciously replied, "No, thank you, Mr. Shioshir. The four of us have come here specifically to pursue our studies, drawn by the illustrious reputation of the Isen Dao Chong and the esteemed name of Master Gung Shirlang." Upon hearing this, Assistant Shioshir politely requested the other members to continue observing, excusing himself for a moment. He then accompanied Vick and his companions to complete the registration process and settle the tuition fees. Once the formalities were concluded, Vick tactfully declined Mr. Shioshir's kind offer for them to temporarily reside at the Isen Daochong. The secrets surrounding Vick are numerous. He cannot afford to dwell beneath the watchful eye of Gung Shirlang. Upon exiting the Isen dojo, Fry, having suppressed his thoughts for quite some time, could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned, Is that Gung Siling's brother truly as formidable as you claim? He appears remarkably lacking in presence, while the elder gentleman beside him exudes far more of a swordsman's authority. Although Akin refrained from voicing his agreement, his expression clearly indicated his concurrence. Barrett, too, was beset by doubts. Could there have been a misidentification? Might that elder gentleman also be one of the assistants? Vick merely chuckled and remarked, that individual must be Gung Siling. As for whether he possesses such remarkable abilities, we shall soon discover for ourselves. After all, it hardly costs us much. You might as well ponder where we shall reside next. Chapter 56. The fundamental footwork of swordsmanship. Frere, having endured considerable hardship in the past, now relished his newfound freedom. With a modest amount of wealth amassed among them, they naturally yearned for a more comfortable existence. He proposed the idea of renting an opulent villa, although Barrett disapproved of Frere's suggestion. Believing that a life of excessive luxury could dull one's resolve, he was nonetheless reluctant to see his brothers continue to suffer. He favored renting a residence of slightly better surroundings, albeit not excessively lavish. Akin, on the other hand, was indifferent to the matter. In his view, since they were embarking on a path of piracy, they were destined to encounter a myriad of environments. Adapting to one's surroundings, he believed, was an essential lesson for any great pirate. Vick is not a masochist who insists on honing his will through arduous conditions. Ultimately, he decisively chose a two-story building, neither too far nor too close to the Isin Dojo, situated at the edge of Frostmoon Village. Vick and Fry resided on the second floor, while Barrett and Akin opted for the ground level. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only beds and tables. It took the group an entire day of shopping before they could finally settle in. As night fell, Vick lay in bed, finding it somewhat difficult to drift into slumber. He reflected on the life he had led since his arrival in this new realm, feeling as though he had been in a constant state of crisis. Never before had he experienced such a profound sense of relaxation and security as he did now. With a deep and calming breath, he exhaled slowly, contemplating the relief of no longer needing to struggle for survival on a daily basis. Soon, he anticipated a period of stability, allowing him to focus intently on his training. The morning at the One Mind Dojo was yet to commence its sessions. Vick and his companions donned the dark green training attire of the dojo, standing out conspicuously among the group of young disciples. Fury, in particular, expressed his disdain for the unattractive uniform, squirming as if there were nails beneath his feet. Indeed, Vick and his peers first had to join these youngsters, who were merely 7 or 8 years old, in learning the fundamental movements under the guidance of Assistant Shushi. Typically, Gung Shiro would not emerge to teach. Rather, these foundational lessons were the responsibility of Shushi. The young disciples curiously scrutinized the newcomers, huddling together and chattering animatedly. At that moment, Shushi entered the room, took his position at the front, and called out loudly, "Attention!" The young disciples quickly separated and stood in formation, while Vick and his companions obediently joined them. Beside Shushi stood a burly man with a thick beard. Upon seeing that everyone was ready, he signaled for the bearded man to prepare as well. Our dojo primarily focuses on the art of swordsmanship, and I trust that those of you who have chosen to be here are well aware of this. Today, we shall begin by elucidating the essential foundation of swordsmanship, footwork. The group around Wei Ku was deeply engrossed, while the younger disciples displayed signs of restlessness, their impatience subtly evident. It was apparent that they had encountered this explanation before. Shosher cleared his throat, and an immediate silence ensued, as if a pin could be heard dropping. In the realm of swordsmanship, footwork is of paramount importance. Whether advancing, retreating, or sidestepping, movement is essential. Footwork, therefore, is the art of movement itself. He cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly. The most fundamental footwork in swordplay is known as jiu-jitsu, commonly referred to as sliding steps, which involve gliding movements with the feet remaining close to the ground. While he elucidated this, the burly man beside him demonstrated for the audience. However, without explicit command, no one moved, standing silently in place to observe. The 4 basic footwork techniques in swordsmanship all derive from the sliding step. Shosher gestured for the burly man to prepare. First was Buzu. In addition to sliding the feet in a jiu-jitsu manner, the sequence of movement and landing position of the feet align with the natural gait of walking. It can be perceived as walking while employing sliding steps. The burly man's demonstration was impeccably executed, his posture remaining upright and remarkably stable. Songzu constitutes the most vital footwork in swordplay, yet it is also perceived as the most challenging for beginners, thus requiring special emphasis. He signaled the burly man to slow his movements, meticulously illustrating each frame of the footwork. In the initial stance, the right foot is positioned forward, with the left foot behind, the heel of the left foot slightly elevated. When commencing forward movement, the front foot is to be moved first. Conversely, when retreating, the rear foot moves first. For lateral movements, one steps first with the right foot to move right, and with the left foot to move left. The burly man glided back and forth, his form almost devoid of fluctuation, reminiscent of gliding across a frozen surface. During the practice of Songzu, when advancing, the front foot must always initiate the movement. In the Jizu technique, however, the rear foot moves first, nearing the position of the front foot, but stopping before surpassing it, followed by a large step forward with the front foot. The burly man demonstrated this by retreating several steps before advancing, yet employing Songzu to withdraw, indicating that this Jizu technique is strictly forward-moving. Kaizu involves stepping sideways to evade an opponent's line of attack. The key lies in stepping along the circumference drawn with the opponent as the center to maintain distance. One's own line of attack must not deviate from the opponent's focal point. The burly man moved back and forth, tracing a perfect arc, his trajectory impeccably executed. The direction of his attacks consistently pointed towards the center of the circle. Xiaoshu signaled the burly man to cease his movements and address the assembly. These are the 4 foundational footwork techniques. Now, we shall commence learning each one individually, performing 100 repetitions for each. Let us begin with Buzu. The disciples below began to execute the step foot movement, and Vick and his companions followed suit, mimicking the observed actions. Xiaoshu and the bearded man each held a bamboo board, patrolling and correcting any irregular movements. Xiaoshu approached Vick, recognizing that they were newcomers. Although they were merely youths, they exhibited remarkable maturity and strong opinions, prompting him to linger a little longer to provide them with supplementary lessons. The folded foot technique is primarily designed to minimize body sway during movement, preventing unnecessary changes in posture. This section is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. It allows the swordsman to stabilize the lower body while freely maneuvering the upper body to execute various actions. He scanned the movements of everyone, furrowing his brow as he addressed Fry. Curly-haired lad, what are you doing? Such a simple step foot and you are swaying all over the place. He assumed Fry was being deliberately careless. Fry's face instantly flushed crimson. Xiaoshu's voice was not quiet, and the surrounding younger disciples could not help but stifle their laughter. With a heavy cough, Xiaoshu commanded their attention. Fry endeavored to follow Xiaoshu's instructions, yet he either struggled to maintain stability or exhibited excessive movement, making little progress for the time being. Xiaoshu shook his head and observed the other's actions. During the sending foot technique, the left heel should not be lifted too high. To be specific, it should be low enough to allow a piece of paper to fit underneath. A skilled swordsman maintains a consistent height with each lift, training this skill to become an instinctive response. As he spoke, he tapped the bamboo stick against Barrett's thigh. When moving left, step with the left foot first. When moving right, lead with the right foot. Do not cross your steps, big guy. Do you wish to trip yourself? Barrett quickly corrected his stance. During the sending foot movement, one can also exert force with the front foot to stabilize the center of gravity during combat. As the foot lands, the rear foot should swiftly advance forward, allowing the body to move quickly ahead using the previously explained sending foot method. Observing that their movements were passable, he continued to instruct. The opening foot can also be utilized for diagonal or lateral body rotations to attack or defend. In summary, while these footwork techniques may appear simple, they are immensely beneficial in actual combat. Whether you can effectively harness their potential in practice will depend on your innate talent and diligence. Chapter 57. Guena. Under the guidance of teacher Xiaoshu, Vick swiftly mastered several steps, grasping the essentials with remarkable ease. To his delight, he discovered that this body possessed not only competent but exceptional athletic potential. Soon, Xiaoshu was nodding in approval with increasing frequency. Akin was no less impressive. Rarely receiving corrections from Xiaoshu, he was diligently striving to attain the stability of a rock and the agility of a dancer, as described by teacher Xiaoshu. Maintaining an upper body that remained utterly still, akin to traversing a frozen lake. Since receiving a few sharp reprimands, Barrett had also shown rapid improvement. Having learned from his past mistakes and not repeating them, he was quickly closing the gap with Akin. However, Vick felt a mix of astonishment and concern as he observed that Fry, usually bright, lively, and full of energy, was making the slowest progress of all. Furthermore, he struggled to grasp these fundamental movements. It was evident that he fully understood the concepts and was earnestly attempting to execute them flawlessly. Yet, his body failed to align with his intentions. resulting in an astonishing clumsiness that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Vick meticulously reminisced about the myriad moments shared in the past, realizing that the exercises they once engaged in were predominantly devoid of technical sophistication and merely focused on brute strength. Consequently, the distinctions among the trio were hardly discernible. However, with the introduction of slightly more intricate movements, it became apparent that Fry was struggling to keep up. His limitations were not intentional, rather, they stemmed from a lack of cognitive development. Upon contemplating this, Vick felt a pang of disquietude. In a world where sufficient martial prowess was essential for attaining corresponding status, how could one expect to succeed without it? Unbeknownst to Fry, his brother's apprehensions loomed large, although he felt a mix of shame and frustration regarding his perceived ineptitude. He remained oblivious to the disparities in their innate talents. Initially, Shushi believed Fry was deliberately causing disruption. After all, it was rare for boys of his age to exhibit such a lack of precision, especially at an age characterized by a proclivity for mischief. Soon, however, he recognized the underlying issue but chose to remain silent, perhaps having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Subsequently, Shushi-sensei elucidated the history of the swordsmanship, demonstrating the proper grip, body posture, fundamental movements, and various combat techniques. Despite the breadth of information he imparted, his explanations were remarkably coherent, with a meticulous breakdown of actions, emphasizing essential skills in their practical applications. The audience listened intently, and most had already grasped the concepts. In the dojo, the majority of disciples were still children. While they practiced with obedient diligence, they could hardly contain their excitement during breaks, eagerly rushing to greet the newcomers. Children naturally gravitate towards older peers, and Vick and his companions possessed a unique charisma that set them apart from adults, making them all the more popular. Although various cliques formed among them based on personality, village, and interests, they diverged from the small circle of Vick and his friends. Fry, Akin, and Barrett clustered around Vick, subtly positioning him as the leader. Such a clearly defined hierarchy within their small group held immense appeal for the younger disciples. They approached Vick and his companions with various tactics to forge friendships, eager to be included. However, Vick and his friends showed little interest in indulging the children in their games, and after several failed attempts, the youngsters' enthusiasm began to wane. Yet, amidst this dynamic, there was one individual who stood apart, Guena, the daughter of the dojo's master, Gungshiro. It was only a few days after his arrival at the dojo that Vick had his first encounter with Guena. Having grown up in the dojo and immersed in the art of swordsmanship for many years, she did not typically train alongside the other disciples. Instead, she dedicated herself to solitary, specialized training, only joining the others during actual combat practice. On that day, Vick and his companions had nearly mastered the techniques of swordplay, and Shushi was prepared to initiate them into their first practical training session, allowing them to broaden their horizons. The disciples of the dojo had already gathered, seated quietly in rows below. Gungshiro was also present, seated at the front with a cheerful demeanor. To his left sat his assistant Shushi, while to his right, below, sat the bearded instructor alongside several adult students. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance, and the door swung open, revealing an individual wielding a sword. To everyone's surprise, it was a girl. Vick heard the hushed exclamation of Fry. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, sporting a short black hairstyle and clad in a white short-sleeved shirt. At that moment, the door swung open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, caressing her crisp short hair as the strands danced in the air. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor was as cold as ice. Noticing the gazes of those around her, her frosty exterior melted away in an instant, revealing an expression of apology. "I apologize for the delay, everyone. I inadvertently lost track of time during my training." Vick finally noticed the stains on her clothing and the beads of sweat on her forehead. "Guena, come here," he called. Guena promptly responded, "Yes, father," and quickly made her way to her designated seat among the disciples. As the duel commenced, 2 students were already engaged in combat. Fry covered his mouth and whispered, "It's quite strange that teacher Gungshiro would allow his daughter to learn swordsmanship. Typically, those sent to the dojo to study martial arts are boys. It is rare for a daughter to be enrolled, and our dojo has no female students." Akin, however, wore a serious expression, casting a cautious glance in Guena's direction. "Do not underestimate her. She is remarkably strong, even stronger than us." Fry, who had been languishing at the bottom of the training hierarchy these past few days, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing that a girl surpassed him and his peers. "How can you be so sure? She looks so frail, she can't possibly be that formidable." Akin recognized that Fry's pride was at play and, with a dismissive glance, chose not to elaborate, confident that the truth would soon reveal itself. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. There's even more excitement ahead. Barrett, however, assumed that his brother truly did not understand and earnestly explained. She was walking just now with a hint of technique, and it appeared quite natural, as if she were unaware of it herself. Fry had indeed noticed this detail but refused to concede verbally. Seeing Barrett's earnest demeanor made him feel foolish, prompting him to shoot his brother an annoyed glare and fall silent. Vick gazed at Guena with great admiration, softly explaining, "Her name is Guena. Her talent in swordsmanship is truly remarkable. She demonstrates a level of dedication that surpasses even that of the dojo disciples. She is exceptionally formidable, and at least in terms of innate ability, the rest of us cannot compare to her." A few individuals from Vick took to the field to test their skills. Although they had only recently arrived, their hands were already stained with blood. The fervor of their battle was entirely distinct from that of the martial arts sections. Such restrained exchanges of skill held some value for them, yet their effectiveness was rather limited. Vick had firmly resolved to refrain from participating in the practice sessions alongside others, choosing instead to focus solely on lessons from Gung Silang. They required more rigorous training and real combat experience. Soon, it was time for the adult disciples to engage in sparring. Most of them had already developed considerable skill and could proudly call themselves swordsmen. Although only 8 years old, Guena was now able to hold her own against the adult disciples. When her turn arrived, she rose with a stoic expression, bowed to her opponent, and initiated the attack. Her opponent, a fully grown young man, clearly struggled to defend himself against the petite 8-year-old girl. The two engaged in an intense exchange, and some younger disciples watched in awe as their peer held her ground against an adult, their faces flushed with excitement. After a considerable time, the young man finally managed to disarm Guena, sending her bamboo sword flying. He exhaled in relief. "Guena, you have grown significantly stronger. At this rate, I may soon find myself unable to match you." The young man, having barely triumphed over Guena, wiped the sweat from his brow and sincerely praised her. Guena glanced at her father's expression, her demeanor softening as she humbly replied, "You flatter me. I still have much more to strive for." Below, the younger disciples chattered animatedly. "Sister Guena is truly remarkable. Even adults are finding it difficult to contend with her. If only I could be that strong. Dream on. Do you think you can work as hard as Guena?" Gung Silang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Guena's progress. Assistant Xiushi was equally astonished by her development. In another 2 years, none of the adults in the dojo will stand a chance against Guena. "Teacher Gung, you truly have a promising successor." However, Gung Silang remained non-committal, lamenting, "Alas, Guena is but a girl." Vick remained captivated by Guena's formidable swordsmanship. He meticulously matched the footwork and sword techniques he had learned from Master Xiushi with Guena's innate talent, finding himself profoundly astonished. Guena had not only integrated all the techniques seamlessly but also displayed a rhythmic control over her breathing while in motion. In combat, she exhibited a keen ability to discern her opponent's intentions, assess the distance of her attacks, and anticipate the potential effects of her strikes. Moreover, she adeptly adapted her skills, fluidly transitioning between them without a hint of awkwardness, fully aware of both her strengths and weaknesses. Although Guena's strength and stamina were inferior to her opponent's, her agility and swordplay were exceptionally refined. In this battle of the underdog against the stronger foe, she utilized her nimble footwork to evade attacks while seizing the opportune moments to strike. Her goal was not to deliver a single decisive blow, but to steadily accumulate damage. Her attacks were executed with precision and decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. Her combat awareness was remarkable, as she consistently maintained control over the flow of the fight. Truly, a genius. Vick's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is truly a pity for such a genius to perish. Initially, Vick held no particularly strong feelings towards Guena. Although Zaro had never triumphed over her, Vick believed it to be the result of various contributing factors, not necessarily indicative of her superiority over Zaro. However, after witnessing her daily battles, he was momentarily astounded. At this moment, Vick firmly believes that Guena's talent is undoubtedly on par with Zaro's. Vick's current physique boasts remarkable talent. While it may not rival the genius of figures like Guena, it surpasses that of ordinary individuals by a considerable margin. He can commit movements to memory after merely observing them once, and his imitations are quite commendable. With just a few repetitions, he can wield these techniques with proficiency, capturing every essential nuance. In contrast, had he been in his previous incarnation, Memorizing actions might have been achievable after a couple of observations, however. Translating thoughts into bodily movement would have necessitated repeated attempts. For his muscles, nerves, and limbs to respond accurately to commands, rigorous practice would be imperative. Mastery of swordsmanship. Although reliant on innate talent, predominantly hinges on repetitive mechanical training during the transition from learning to proficiency, there is simply no room for shortcuts. One cannot expect to master sword techniques and immediately wield them with divine finesse, conjuring sword energy and attaining the stature of a swordmaster. Such delusions are best left to the realm of dreams. Vick and his companions must not only master the art of swordsmanship but also engage in physical conditioning and marksmanship training according to naval training methods. This regimen, far more tedious than the practice of swordplay itself, consists of monotonous and repetitive mechanical exercises. Were it not for their exceptional resolve, ordinary youths would likely have grown impatient long ago. Such training not only hones their swordsmanship and physical prowess but also serves as a formidable test of their willpower. However, Vick and his companions were different. Fry and Barrett had endured the trials of weakness since their childhood, while Akin had come to understand the significance of strength during his time at sea. Vick, on the other hand, possessed the soul of an adult. Initially, the group struggled to complete their training, but Vick showed no mercy. As long as they did not collapse from exhaustion, the training would persist. There were no objections from anyone, and after several attempts, they found themselves able to complete the training effortlessly. Upon witnessing this, Vick promptly added another set. The training progressed smoothly, yet Vick's concerns escalated. This was due to Fry's inexplicable physical condition. They all started from the same baseline, consuming identical nourishment and engaging in the same training regimen. However, Fry had fallen behind the trio's pace. It was not that Fry lacked effort. On the contrary, upon realizing his inferior physical aptitude, he consciously intensified his training to compensate for his shortcomings. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that his natural abilities could be so lacking. Among the group, Barrett originally possessed the greatest strength, Vick the utmost speed, and Akin the best endurance, while Fry seemed comparable to Akin and Vick in terms of strength. Yet now, he found himself significantly outmatched by both, unable to keep up with the training intensity. Although Fry still wore a cheerful facade, he opted to train in solitude. Vick found himself at a loss for words on how to persuade him. To spare him further embarrassment, he acquiesced to his decision. Nevertheless, they continued their practical training together. In pursuit of completing an extensive regimen, Fury would pause just before fainting, unwilling to succumb to unconsciousness and squander precious time. His nights grew increasingly brief as he relentlessly increased his training volume. Through sheer perseverance and the investment of additional time, he managed to accomplish twice the training load of Vick and his companions. Yet, the world, by its very nature, remained starkly unjust. Vick had previously observed the diligence of others, yet remained unperturbed by his own lack of physical prowess, which rendered him rather ineffectual. However, dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further enthralling content. He found it difficult to believe that this individual was as industrious as he claimed. Yet, reality often presents us with inexplicable and unreasonable phenomena. Fry's physical constitution was so inadequate that it resembled a sieve. No matter how hard he exerted himself, his efforts were invariably filtered out. This implies that Fry was not only confronted with a deficiency in athletic coordination, but also constrained by the limitations of his own physical endowment. Vick observed the situation with growing anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Akin and Barrett, who were never particularly loquacious, had recently grown even more taciturn. Everyone was concerned about Fry, but no one knew how to lend their support. Vick had just concluded his research practice on the devil fruit within the confines of his chamber. At this moment, he lay upon his bed, his consciousness immersed in a pristine white void. This expanse exhibited little to no alteration. Vick meticulously scrutinized the display rack, leaving no detail unnoticed. He hoped that this golden opportunity would prove advantageous, allowing him to discover a way to assist Fury. After a considerable time, having yielded nothing, he despondently sank to the ground, muttering to himself. Regardless of whether anyone could hear his words, he yearned to ask if there existed a method to enhance one's aptitude. The last time he had suffered a minor injury, he had wished for healing and, to his astonishment, was presented with Nightingale's focused care, as if his desires had materialized. Yet, this time, when he sought to elevate his brother's capabilities, there was utterly no response. He was convinced that his yearning was 1,000-fold greater than before. Was it truly impossible, or was his approach flawed? Would it be feasible to share half of my innate talent with Fury? I possess a devil fruit. And even if my talent is somewhat lacking, diligent training could render me formidable. Still, the space remained unresponsive. What then should I do? Please, tell me. Reveal the method. Regardless of its feasibility, I must understand the prerequisites. This foolishness is unbearable. His expression oscillated between tears and laughter. As an outsider in this otherworldly realm, he found himself lamenting that he would rather be the one burdened with a worthless constitution. I must be losing my mind. Chapter 59. Battle Beneath the Moonlit Night. I no longer desire Nightingale's focused care, nor do I want that devil fruit. Might there be an alternative elixir? Once ingested, the devil fruit cannot be returned. It infuriates me. This cursed golden opportunity proves utterly useless. A gluttonous creature that only consumes without yielding anything. For heaven's sake, at least return that devil fruit to me. I have yet to utilize it. Vick has begun to speak without restraint, typically meticulous with his words. He now unleashed a torrent of foul language, yet it still failed to assuage his fury, leaving him almost in physical agony. He contemplated attempting to retrieve that accursed devil fruit once more, only to be utterly astonished by the sight before him. What? The shelf stood bare, devoid of any trace of the devil fruit. Vick felt as though he was on the verge of an eruption. The good and the bad. This cursed place specializes in taking things out of context. The devil fruit has vanished. Not even a feather of the miraculous elixir remains. This is not a golden finger. It resembles a virus. Nevertheless, his anger was futile. Vick consoled himself, reasoning that the cursed fruit could not be retrieved anyway. If it vanished, so be it, out of sight, out of mind. Yet, what a calamity. In the past, whether or not he could utilize it, at least it remained within his reach, offering a glimmer of hope. Now, it felt as though everything had come to naught. Just as he contemplated demolishing the place in his frustration, his peripheral vision caught sight of a crystal emanating a soft, ethereal glow, instantly calming him. It seemed he had just declared his disinterest in it, yet it remained here. Thus, Vick was suddenly struck by an exhilarating thought, prompting him to swiftly exit the space. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a tranquil green banana lying upon the bed, its skin adorned with familiar spiral patterns. The devil fruit. Vick was all too familiar with it. This fruit was the elusive treasure of the sea that he had attempted to procure countless times without success. At that moment, as he gazed upon the devil fruit in his hand, a wave of disbelief washed over him. How could it have suddenly become accessible? Instantly, he felt compelled to present it to Fry for consumption. Vick swiftly donned his shoes, preparing to seek out Fury. Just as he reached the threshold, his hand resting upon the door, he paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his mind. It was not that Vick was suddenly reluctant. Rather, he recalled that this particular fruit was not particularly potent within the realm of Zoan-type abilities. Furthermore, the white space had already yielded a singular Nightingale's focused care from it. Vick was uncertain whether the effects of this devil fruit would be compromised and to what extent. If this fruit had indeed lost some of its powers, recklessly consuming it could leave Fry with an additional fatal weakness to water, rendering the endeavor futile. There was also a troubling thought that Vick hesitated to entertain. Given Frey's unfortunate luck, might his potential in developing fruit abilities also be constrained? If Fry were to consume the fruit with high hopes, only to find himself no better than an ordinary individual, it would be akin to delivering another blow to his already fragile state. Even in the absence of such scenarios, would Fry succumb to anxious thoughts about his capabilities? Would he question whether his strength stemmed from his own efforts or the gifts of the devil fruit? If someone like Barrett or Akin were to consume this fruit, would their contributions to the team outweigh his own? In the past, Vick never worried about Fry getting caught in such mental traps. Although intelligent and somewhat resentful, Fry had always been rather carefree and confident in himself. However, the stark contrast of their current circumstances had not only exacerbated the slow enhancement of his abilities but had also shattered Frey's self-assurance, rendering him sensitive and prone to self-doubt. After much contemplation, Vick ultimately decided to store the devil fruit away. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Fry was drenched in sweat, tirelessly practicing sword swings against a tree stump. He had already completed over 1,000 repetitions, and his arm was on the verge of numbness. Suddenly, he halted his movements, pivoted, and assumed a defensive stance, exclaiming, "Who is there? Show yourself." From behind a nearby tree emerged a girl clad in a white short-sleeved shirt. Her flowing hair glimmered ethereally in the moonlight. It was Kuna. Caught off guard by her discovery, she felt a tinge of embarrassment but maintained her composure, replying coolly, "It's me, Kuina." Upon recognizing her, Fry relaxed. He scanned the vicinity and, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" They were at the edge of the woods, not far from the rice fields, yet still a considerable distance from the dojo. Given the late hour, It was quite unusual for a young girl like Kuna to be wandering in this area. Kuina hesitated to respond. Although Fry had been training at the dojo for several months, and they had crossed paths a few times, they were hardly acquaintances. I used to train here, she stammered, pointing at the stump. Fry was taken aback. That stump had not existed prior to his arrival. However, considering himself an adult now, he chose not to expose the girl's fib. Are you going to train here? I'll be off to do other exercises, he said, preparing to leave. Realizing that her deception might drive him away, Kuina felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and quickly called out, "Wait." Frere came to a halt and turned to look at her, awaiting her next words. Kuina, momentarily taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. She had merely called out instinctively, "Why don't we have a duel?" The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Previously, she had only known that Frere's swordsmanship was lacking, while the three companions who had entered the dojo with him had progressed rapidly, gaining a modest reputation within the dojo. While Frere seemed to be stagnant, his ever-cheerful demeanor led her to believe he was simply a slacker, lacking diligence and practice. With her father's disdain for her being a girl weighing heavily on her heart, she had ventured out for a walk to clear her mind, inadvertently stumbling upon Frere in training, only to realize he was indeed quite earnest in his efforts. Now, not only had she encroached upon his training grounds, but she also sought to challenge him, an act that felt undeniably provocative. Yet, having spoken, Kuina felt she could not retract her words. She steeled herself to look at Frere, hoping he would decline her challenge. However, Frere, oblivious to the complexity of her thoughts, readily accepted. After all, how could a man refuse a challenge, even at the risk of defeat? Kuina had initially wished for Frere to turn her down. But now that the duel was set in motion, regardless of his strength, she knew she must respect her opponent and give it her all. With a bamboo sword in hand, Frere stood alert, fully aware of Kuina's formidable prowess. A moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. The night breeze gently caressed them, carrying a slight chill. Kuina's hair was lifted by the wind, brushing across her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Frere swiftly approached, bringing his sword down in a strike. Unfortunately, Kuina was entirely focused, unaffected by external distractions, her attention never wavering from her opponent. With ease, she raised her sword to block, and in their struggle, Frere found himself outmatched. With a powerful thrust, they were both pushed apart. After regaining their footing, they glared fiercely at each other. In unison, they lunged forward, swords clashing with ferocity. Frere's bamboo sword was knocked from his grasp, and he was sent tumbling to the ground. Kuina capitalized on the moment, thrusting forward, the tip of her sword embedding itself into the earth beside Frere, half of its length swallowed by the ground. In just 2 exchanges, the victor had been decided. Chapter 60. I want to ask why too. At that moment, Frere lay on the ground, his body smeared with dirt and grass. Feeling the cold earth beneath him and the scent of soil in the air, he had no desire to rise. Covering his face with his hands to shield his embarrassment from Kuina, he murmured, "Damn it, that was so quick. I can't believe the outcome was determined so swiftly. I am utterly disheartened." Although Kuina had achieved victory, she felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. She gazed into the distance, her expression tranquil, allowing the night breeze to tousle her hair. An inexplicable sorrow surged within her, and her voice bore a tinge of desolation. "I feel an undeniable urge to weep." Fry paused, casting a glance at her. "You are so formidable. You just defeated me. What more could you possibly desire?" Kuina's tone was exceedingly flat, as if she were merely stating a fact. As girls grow up, they inevitably become weaker than boys. "Soon, you will surpass me." Pain and helplessness flickered in her eyes, as though memories were surfacing, her voice taking on an ethereal quality. "Since my birth, my father has always regretted that I am not a boy. For girls cannot become powerful swordsmen and inherit the dojo." Kuina spoke with a calm demeanor, indicating that she saw nothing wrong with this perspective, even seeming to endorse it. One could hardly blame her. After all, this era afforded little leniency towards women, especially those in martial professions like dojo masters. Growing up in such an environment, she had internalized these beliefs, naturally fostering a mindset constrained by the norms of her time. Thus, I have always dressed as a boy, striving to complete rigorous training that even boys find daunting. I yearn to become the strongest swordsman in the world, to earn my father's recognition. To demonstrate that as a girl, I too can be supreme and inherit the dojo. Despite existing in such an era and sharing the common mindset, my love for my father and my desire to prove myself have liberated me from entrenched limitations. With a unique and resolute spirit, her voice no longer remained composed. It quivered with excitement. Her tone rose, imbued with the sharpness characteristic of youth. Yet, today, after I have just defeated the adults in the dojo, my father tells me that girls cannot be the strongest. Guena took a deep breath, her fist clenched tightly. I understand. Of course, I understand. My father has repeated this countless times, and I have heard it just as many. But I am unwilling to accept it. She looked at Fry, a complex mix of envy and jealousy swirling in her gaze. Fry, you are so fortunate, for you are a boy. Why must I be a girl? If I were also a boy. Guena murmured, unable to suppress the urge to lower her head. Her dark, tousled hair cascaded down, obscuring her eyes, rendering her expression indistinguishable. All that could be seen were tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening in the moonlight, pausing briefly on her chin before disappearing into the damp grass below. Guena could not help but emit a faint, almost inaudible sob, carried by the night breeze into Frey's ears. Fry had already risen, retrieving the bamboo sword and gripping it tightly once more. Initially perplexed, the more he listened, the more his anger intensified. Eventually, he could no longer bear it. Consumed by rage, he charged forward, heedless of the consequences, and brought the sword down with brute force. This strike lacked any finesse, relying solely on raw strength, and logically, it should have been impossible to strike Guena. However, at that moment, Guena was engulfed in sorrow from her father's gender discrimination, loathing her own female identity. Caught off guard, she was struck squarely. With a cry of pain, she clutched her shoulder and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, tears splattered. Guena's tear-filled eyes were exposed to the moonlight, her lashes damp and her nose slightly flushed. She stared blankly at Fry, her gaze tinged with reproach, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly attacked her. Yet, Fry showed no sign of remorse or sympathy for Guena's pitiful state. His face, flushed with fury, bore a frown, and his eyes glinted with menace. Observing Guena, who was stunned by his sudden assault, he bellowed, "You bastard, what kind of absurd nonsense are you spouting? You went against me and still complain? Are you trying to boast?" Fry glared fiercely at Guena, utterly dismissive of her inexplicable distress. He could not fathom how someone could be so troublesome and unreasonable. With a talent he could never hope to possess, she dared to utter such words. His voice brimmed with indignation. Why? I want to ask why? Why is the world so unfair? Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well up in Frey's eyes. Why do I exert myself so relentlessly, training with tenfold the effort of others, yet can barely compare to a mere fingertip of theirs? The memory of those in the dojo who scorned his perceived laziness ached within him. Yet, more painful was the realization that no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass those who practiced casually. Those who found ways to slack off even regarded him as one of their kind. Fry felt an unprecedented humiliation, one he could not articulate, and he could only endure it in silence. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Mingming, despite his relentless efforts, could only manage a bitter smile, laced with self-mockery. How absurd it seemed. It was I who felt like weeping in anger. Fury gazed at Guena with bloodshot eyes, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. If only I possessed even a fraction of your talent, or merely the capabilities of an average person, I would be willing to pay any price, be it transforming into a woman, without hesitation. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet he resolutely shook his head, as if to dispel the moisture threatening to spill over. How ridiculous it was for you, blessed with a coveted treasure that incites envy and resentment in others, to lament over the trivial notion that girls are inferior to boys. You even expressed envy towards boys with such foolish words. Fury fixed his gaze upon Guena, articulating each word with precision. Do you have any idea how much I despise myself as a boy? Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Fury turned away. But a single tear glimmered and vanished. Guena, taken aback by Fury's confession, had forgotten her own sorrow. She was astonished to discover that a boy could envy her. Her long-held concerns now appeared utterly ludicrous in his eyes. So what if she was a girl? What if her physical prowess was slightly inferior to that of boys? What did her father's opinions matter? These were mere gaps that could be bridged through diligence. The most terrifying aspect was the futility of effort yielding no reward. The challenges he faced seemed far more insurmountable and despairing than her own. This revelation evoked a profound sense of empathy within Guena. It dawned on her that her worries were insignificant compared to those of others. Unbeknownst to her, countless individuals endured greater suffering in silence. By the time she regained her composure, Fury had already departed. Chapter 61. An uninvited offering in Victor's ignorance, Guena began to harbor a semblance of sympathy for Fury. Consequently, Her perception of Victor and his companions began to shift. Guena subtly approached them, inviting them to train and engage in combat together. Occasionally, she would share snippets of her swordsmanship secrets with them. Vick was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such fortuitous luck could befall him. It is essential to recognize that Guena is a legendary figure within the One Heart Dojo. Though she possesses a kind heart and a lively, amiable disposition, she is often preoccupied with her training, resulting in limited interactions with her disciples. When she does make an appearance, her father's stringent expectations have bred in her a certain bias against males, causing her to maintain an aloof and unapproachable demeanor that instills both reverence and distance among the disciples. Guena herself is singularly focused on becoming a great swordswoman to prove her worth to her father, and she remains largely indifferent to others' perceptions. However, after that fateful night when she and Fry inadvertently shared their innermost thoughts, she found herself yearning to assist this individual who, in many respects, seemed more pitiable than herself. Despite her youth, Guena's swordsmanship is undeniably exceptional, and her reliability is beyond question, since she has somewhat integrated into Vick's small circle. They have all experienced remarkable progress in their swordsmanship, with the exception of Fry, which causes Guena considerable concern. Fry, on the other hand, appears unaffected, smiling cheerfully as if nothing has changed. He treats Guena with an ease that suggests that their previous encounter has been entirely forgotten. Guena, however, lacks his composure. Vick, not being blind to the subtleties of the situation, discerned the underlying issues. Rather than indulging in speculation, he promptly summoned Fry to inquire directly. Speak. What is the situation with Guena? Fry, however, was not one to easily reveal his thoughts, feigning ignorance with an expression of bewilderment, as if he were truly unaware of what Vick was referencing. Huh, you mischievous lad, do you think you can play the fool with me? You know precisely what I am speaking of. Fry maintained a nonchalant demeanor, casually standing there. Perhaps he, like the young ones in those training halls, perceived us as rather impressive. Vick remained silent, merely offering a faint smile as he gazed at him. Fry, initially looking down, finally lifted his head upon hearing a response. He met Vick's gaze, which was both amused and skeptical, and instantly felt a jolt of apprehension. Though Fry had resolved not to confess, Vick's penetrating stare made him feel increasingly uneasy. Ultimately, realizing he could not evade the inquiry, Fry reluctantly began to recount his version of events, albeit a somewhat edited one from his perspective. There was an instance during training when she remarked that girls would inevitably be weaker than boys as they grew up. A statement that infuriated me. Unable to contain my frustration, I ended up striking her and walked away. Observing Vick's incredulous expression, it was evident he found it hard to believe that I could best Guena in a confrontation. It was not that Vick underestimated Fry, rather. It was a stark reality that none among them stood a chance against Guena, especially in the realm of swordsmanship, where they were merely fodder for her prowess. Fry chose not to dwell on Vick's skepticism. After all, he had no way to explain that his attack had been a surprise. With growing impatience, he continued his narrative. Little did I know she would cling to me afterward. At first, I thought she might retaliate. The embarrassment of being defeated twice and witnessing her sob and scream was too much for Fry to bear, and he simply chose to overlook it. Vick could scarcely believe that matters were as straightforward as they seemed. He subtly probed for more information. In just a few exchanges, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Fury appeared despondent and listless, as though life had drained from him. However, Vick was momentarily unable to focus on him. He could only be astonished. He had not anticipated such a small episode between the two. Now, due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, Guena had revealed her innermost feelings to Fry. In the future, even if Zara were to appear, would the two still forge such a profound bond? Vick gazed at Fry with a peculiar expression, utterly unable to fathom how this young man had unwittingly outshone Sauron. Although it was merely a serendipitous occurrence, one could argue that he had inadvertently rendered assistance. Fry wore a look of bewilderment. What kind of assistance was this? Vick smiled. I had high hopes for Guena as well and wished for her to join us. However, she has been training in solitude, and there has been no opportune moment for interaction. Vick felt a surge of joy within him. While he was still contemplating how to recruit Guena, unexpectedly, Fury's reckless actions resulted in the demise of their mentor. In a series of astonishing maneuvers, Guena voluntarily approached them. Reflecting on this, Vick couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, casting a complex gaze towards Fury. What kind of brother am I? Not only has he ambushed a young girl, something that would normally be utterly impossible, but he has also fled in fear of the consequences. only to be confronted by the victim while attempting to feign innocence. Fortunately, Guena is not particularly astute. Instead of holding him accountable, she has taken it upon herself to offer guidance, aiming to enhance the skills of her assailant. This world is becoming increasingly intricate and perplexing. Fury remains blissfully unaware of his brother's sentiments. He can hardly believe his ears, his expression a tumult of confusion and shock. No way, Vick. You can't possibly be interested in her. She is still just a little girl. Vick's expression darkened, as the words seemed oddly unsettling. He shot a displeased glance at Fury. I never intended for her to board the ship at this moment. We are not setting sail imminently. It is merely a matter of securing the crew in advance, reserving. Vick reiterated emphatically several times. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for further reading, as it becomes even more captivating. Moreover, the age difference between you is not substantial. Fry grimaced, clearly unimpressed by this assertion. The reason behind Vick's admiration for the ancient Guena is quite apparent. Most importantly, do you not perceive the extraordinary talent that Guena possesses? Vick swiftly interjected. Is Guena's culinary skill truly exceptional? We are indeed in need of a chef. Moreover, her ability to protect herself is an added advantage. Upon hearing this, Fry fell silent. After all, the culinary prowess of their group was hardly commendable. Better left unspoken. Both he and Akin were nothing short of kitchen assassins, while Vick and Barrett could merely manage to boil water. With a sigh, Vick contemplated the high swordsmanship talent of Guena, realizing that they were indeed in need of a pure swordsman. However, the thought of Fry's circumstances rendered him speechless, compelling him to conceal his emotions deep within. Fortunately, Fry seemed oblivious to his turmoil, allowing Vick to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Fry was preoccupied with other matters. Yet, how could she, the esteemed daughter of a dojo, possibly associate with a band of pirates like themselves? It was merely a fleeting whim, as she remained unaware of their true identities. Vick merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. Yet, within his heart, he felt a flicker of confidence. After all, if Guena truly aspired to transcend her limits, to rise above the constraints of gender and to elevate her swordsmanship, she would undoubtedly not confine herself to a secluded existence in this small locale for the rest of her days. Such a mundane life, devoid of the profound insights born from the dance between life and death, could never suffice to inherit the legacy of Gungshiro. Vick gazed at Fry with a hint of exasperation. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with Guena, for we may very well become companions in the future. I understand, Vick. You are rather verbose. Let us be off, for I am eager to commence my training. Fry chuckled resignedly as he watched Vick depart. After a moment, he turned away, his expression faltering, transforming into one of despondency and anguish. With a fierce blow, he struck the wall. Chapter 62. A desire for rest in the blink of an eye. Vick and his companions had been immersed in the training hall for over half a year. During this period, aside from physical training, Vick had procured an impressive array of books through various means, particularly focusing on navigation. He seized every opportunity to delve into the intricacies of this art. The world was reminiscent of Earth's steam age, where education remained a privilege afforded to only a select few, far from the widespread accessibility of modern compulsory education. Among the group, only Vick is fully literate and possesses a certain level of cultural knowledge. This foundation was established before the upheaval in his family, which was undoubtedly quite affluent. Both Fry and Barrett had regressed from semi-illiteracy to illiteracy. With Vick's temporary remedial efforts upon his arrival, they barely regained their previous semi-literate status. As for Akin, there is no need to elaborate. As a fisherman, he only recognizes a limited number of words found on shop signs, which are confined to his trade, such as fish market, silver mullet, and today's purchases. Moreover, his writing is often riddled with errors, either adding extra strokes or omitting necessary ones. The circumstances of those around them are similarly bleak. Families that have resolved their basic needs, those who can afford a full meal, typically send their children to inexpensive martial arts schools to learn self-defense techniques. Only families of considerable wealth contemplate providing an education for one of their children, and even then, it is merely basic literacy. It is only the nobility and extremely affluent households that consider imparting other skills, such as navigation or medicine. Of course, there are exceptions, such as exceptionally gifted prodigies who receive additional support from their families. Those born into wealthy or noble families, after learning navigation, are unlikely to become pirates unless a significant misfortune occurs, such as the downfall of their noble patron. This is because navigators can invariably secure well-paid and respectable positions wherever they may go, rendering the perilous and unstable life of a pirate unnecessary. Furthermore, navigators hold a crucial position at sea, often regarded as the second-in-command aboard a ship, with every vessel requiring at least one navigator. In this ocean-centric world, with the advent of the Great Pirate Era and the resulting disparity between supply and demand, navigators have become the most sought-after profession, while pirates desperately lack skilled navigators. Lacking human resources, Vick had no choice but to create his own. This is the reason Vick dedicates his time to mastering navigation. It is not merely a matter of possessing sufficient martial power. Understanding navigation is essential for survival on the open sea. In fact, he not only studies himself, but insists that Akin and the others must learn as well. This demand has left Akin and Barrett in despair. One should not assume Akin's background as a fisherman means he understands navigation. It is a highly intricate and profound discipline, encompassing knowledge of ocean currents, wind patterns, and air currents among many other aspects. The seas in the pirate world are notoriously complex and ever-changing, requiring understanding of avian species above the water, fish below, driftwood, seaweed, water coloration, cloud formations, and other ocean-related knowledge. This is a daunting challenge for the two of them. Yet, under Vick's pressure, they grit their teeth and delve into their studies, each session feeling increasingly despondent. Nevertheless, they recognize that this knowledge is fundamental to their survival, and despite slow progress, they dare not slacken their efforts. For regardless of how formidable their martial prowess may be, the sea is an unforgiving adversary, treating all equally. Fry struggles during training but does not relent in his studies, eagerly absorbing various knowledge with a thirst for learning that surpasses even Vick's pace. However, this rapid advancement does little to elevate his spirits. Since taking up swordsmanship over the past 6 months, his innate talent has swiftly become apparent. Among the four, Vick possesses the greatest aptitude, with Akin following closely behind. It is noteworthy that in the original work, Akin was able to cultivate remarkable strength through his endeavors at sea, indicating that his talent is certainly not lacking, and possibly quite high, suggesting that Vick's own gift is indeed commendable. Vick's prowess has seen remarkable advancement, and his development of the bubble fruit has progressed rapidly, yielding significant results. The white space, since the last extraction of the devil fruit, has been able to freely store and retrieve the devil fruits. Vick speculated that this was related to his own enhancement and strength. Akin had not squandered his talent either. Perhaps it was fate that led Akin to choose his unique weapon, the double-handed cane hammers, spoils seized from a petty thug. Akin was utterly enamored with them. Ever since he acquired them, it seemed, whether it was Vick's illusion or not, his enthusiasm for training and the pace of his progress had ascended to a new level. He melded swordsmanship with his own insights, and in conjunction with his beloved weapon, had developed a distinctive fighting style that demonstrated considerable might. The taciturn and honest Barrett possessed slightly inferior talent compared to Akin. He was not particularly fond of the slender bamboo sword, preferring to resolve issues with his fists. He had largely abandoned sword practice and devoted himself entirely to physical training. Although Guena, who had partially integrated into their small circle, still lagged behind Vick and the others in skill, she nonetheless felt the pressure. With increased diligence, her progress was remarkable as she endeavored to transcend the limitations of gender. Conversely, the almost talentless Fry had become a source of concern for Vick. It was important to note that although Fry appeared carefree, he was, in fact, a person of strong self-esteem. Now, he not only ranked last among the four, but also seemed to be a hindrance to their progress. Aside from relying on his intelligence, which had allowed him to rapidly elevate his combat awareness during confrontations with the others, his other attributes progressed at a snail's pace. After being mercilessly defeated by Akin once again, Fry knelt on the ground, gasping for breath and unable to rise. Barrett looked at him with concern and softly inquired, "Fry, are you all right?" Akin and Guena exchanged glances, a flicker of worry evident in their eyes. Fry remained silent for a while, simply breathing heavily. After a moment, he calmed himself, stood up, and with a cheerful grin said to the others, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm just really tired from training lately and wanted to take a break, perhaps a little respite." He seemed to struggle to maintain his smile, but he persevered, adding, "I think I'll take a moment to rest." With that, he turned and walked into the woods. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Vick caught a glimpse of a tear shimmering in the corner of his eye. Yet, he still threatened playfully, "You all better step up your game, or I might just surpass you." Vick remained silent, watching as he walked away, before hastily addressing the others. "Continue your training. I shall go see Fury." He hurriedly pursued him. Akin, Barrett, and Guena stood in place, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Barrett suddenly remarked, "Akin, You should have taken your time to win. 3 rounds were too swift. Akin shot him a cold glance and retorted, and what of you? Your punches were equally merciless. Barrett stammered, unable to articulate a response, finally managing to say, I didn't mean to. I just never have enough time. He faltered. Guena looked at him with exasperation. This oaf would have been better off remaining silent. Chapter 63. Even as weak as I am, I will exert every effort to protect you. Barrett always donned a grave expression when facing Fury. With just a few swift moves, he would knock him to the ground, only to be immediately overtaken by regret and frustration. It was perplexing what thoughts occupied his mind. Noticing Akin and Guena's gazes upon him, Barrett defensively argued, Yet you both never hold back, leaving Fury in a pitiful state. Guena frowned disapprovingly, stating, A swordsman who does not give their all dishonors their opponent. I respect Fury enough to fight with full effort. That applies to anyone, unlike you two. Akin scoffed softly and remarked, Of course it's different. Our respect is for our comrades, while others can meet their demise. His words seemed pointed, hinting that should there be leniency shown, it might invoke his ire. He sighed in worry. That fellow's behavior could not continue. Barrett muttered gloomily, Fury is clever. He will catch up to us. I believe in him. He is merely just temporarily unlucky. Yes, temporarily. Guena tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. With relentless effort, one will surely grow stronger. It remained unclear whether she referred to Fury or herself more. Meanwhile, Vick followed Fury from a distance until they reached the bank of a small river. He observed Fury standing there, tossing stones into the water absent-mindedly. Vick did not approach immediately. Instead, he stood quietly a short distance behind Fury. After a while, Fury's shoulders began to tremble. Initially, he wept silently, but soon he descended into soft sobs. He knelt on the ground, his hands covering his face, unwilling to let anyone witness his vulnerability and despair. Tears cascaded through his fingers, and he murmured softly, Am I truly worthless? His voice was laced with both reluctance and indignation, leaving one to wonder whether he was questioning the world or himself. Vick felt a profound ache in his heart, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him once more. He would rather endure the torment himself than witness Fury in such anguish. In that moment, Vick couldn't help but harbor a sense of resentment towards the world. If only he were in a realm of celestial cultivation, where one might find ethereal treasures to enhance their innate abilities. Suddenly, a familiar tugging sensation emanated from the depths of his consciousness. In a flash of white light, Vick found himself in a realm of purest white. In the upper left corner of the display, a demon fruit emanated a soft, luminous glow. The light suddenly flickered, as if struck by an unseen force, shattering into countless fragments. These shards danced and twirled in the air, forming a miniature vortex of debris. As the whirlwind spun faster, its form became indistinguishable to Vick. When the rotation ceased, the fragments vanished, leaving behind a singular object composed entirely of white crystal. It was a delicate balance scale, gently undulating, its transparent beauty exquisite. Suspended in midair, it slowly rotated, surrounded by a shimmering white light, a truly enchanting sight. Vick quickly examined the information, and certain thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. The scales of judgment, renowned for its absolute fairness, the scales of judgment exist solely to address all injustices in the world. It has the capacity to transcend any shackles of innate talent, compelling the user to rely solely on their own efforts to enhance their strength, rendering all external aids ineffective. The rate of improvement will be determined by the principle of absolute fairness, based on the user's diligence. Once activated, it remains effective for a lifetime, and this action is irreversible. The final interpretation rights belong exclusively to the scales of judgment. In other words, should one utilize the scales of judgment thereafter, neither the devil fruits nor potions designed for training assistants would bear any effect on the user. Furthermore, enhancements through bodily modifications might also prove futile. Regret would not be an option. Vick, however, was already quite satisfied. What Fry now needed was affirmation of his efforts, something to restore his confidence. The scales of judgment were just the remedy for that. Vick could sense that the surrounding white light of the devil fruit had completely dissipated. He was uncertain whether this devil fruit still possessed any effects. Nonetheless, he sincerely expressed his gratitude for this serendipitous space that yielded such treasures. Furthermore, he retracted his previous nonsensical remarks. Both items produced on 2 occasions proved to be exceedingly useful. Vick resolved to diligently gather the devil fruits in the future as a reward for himself. With newfound confidence, Vick understood that his immediate task was not to hand over the scales of judgment to Fry. Instead, he aimed to first solidify Frey's resolve. For this was a path of irrevocable commitment. Vick stepped forward and took a seat beside Frey, remaining silent. He picked up a small pebble and, mimicking Frey's actions, gently tossed it onto the water's surface. After a brief moment, Frey softly spoke, "Brother, why do you not say anything?" This term of endearment had not been uttered in quite some time. Since the incident at the Pirate Tavern, they had all been addressing each other by their names. Vick nonchalantly remarked, "Well, whenever you choose to speak." Frey was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "What if I choose not to speak at all?" Vick picked up a pebble, and with a forceful toss, hurled it into the water. Frey remained silent for a moment before speaking softly, "Am I truly so ineffectual?" "Indeed. It feels as if I am utterly useless." Vick's tone was assertive. Fury clenched his fists tightly. Akin and Barrett had exerted themselves so diligently, yet here you were, so feeble, idly shirking responsibility. Truly, you are utterly useless. This chapter has not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Fury was deeply affected, burdened by months of negativity that had left his spirit exceedingly fragile. He never anticipated that his brother would utter such words, and in that instant, he felt a tempest of anger, sorrow, and a tinge of inferiority. He gazed at his brother's impassive profile, summoning the courage to explain, "But brother, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot catch up to Akin and Barrett, nor can I match you, and not even the ordinary disciples in the dojo surpass me. Perhaps I truly am, as everyone says, a failure." He struggled to articulate that word. Typically, Fury would never concede to his own weakness, merely immersing himself in relentless practice, hoping that his sweat would vindicate him and lead to greater progress. Yet now, hearing such words from his brother, he felt an overwhelming shame as he finally spoke the truth he had long been reluctant to acknowledge. Vick did not look at him, still gazing at the surface of the river. Everyone. Which everyone? Was it me, Akin, or Barrett? Or perhaps Guena? Frey stared blankly, shaking his head. Vick did not even glance at him, speaking in a bland tone. "How could I possibly be unaware of the presence of others? Silly younger brother. Do you not comprehend the principle that the early bird catches the worm? Foolishness dictates that one must exert more effort than others to succeed. Are you truly considering surrender? I would not hesitate to deliver a taste of my love through the force of my fists." Freyr clenched his fists tightly, recalling the dedication he had invested and the results he had garnered. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, he resolutely declared, "I will not, brother, no matter what. Even if I remain weak forever, even if my efforts yield no greater strength than I possess now, I will never give up. Brother, even if I can only improve slightly from my current state, I will persist. Ever since Barrett was injured, I vowed to become stronger, to ensure that such an event never occurs again. Therefore, brother, even if it costs me my life, even as this feeble version of myself, I will exert every ounce of strength to protect you. I am not useless. I refuse to be a waste." Chapter 64. The benefactor of miracles. Freyr expressed his sentiments somewhat incoherently. Vick was deeply moved, yet this was not the moment for sentimentality. He turned to face Frey, striving to steel his heart, his expression decidedly frigid. "Do you understand why you have yet to attain greater strength? It is simply because you do not exert yourself sufficiently. In truth, you have already reached your limits. The training regimen is nearly double that of what Vick and his companions endure. Are you familiar with the land of Wano?" Frey nodded in acknowledgement. "I have heard of it. It is said to be a nation where the art of swordsmanship flourishes abundantly." Vick continued, "In fact, there was once a profession in their country that was as formidable as that of the swordsman, known as the ninja." Frey had never heard of this profession, yet he listened intently. Ninjas possessed a myriad of peculiar ninjutsu techniques, complemented by various physical training exercises. However, physical prowess held little significance in the eyes of a ninja, as the focus primarily rested upon the mastery of ninjutsu. The voice of Vick was soothing, gradually bringing tranquility to Frey's heart as well. There was a person whose lifelong aspiration was to become an exceptional ninja. However, much to his dismay, when tested for his ninjutsu aptitude, it was revealed that he possessed no talent for such skills. Frey let out a soft gasp. Vick cast a glance at him. "Indeed. His plight is far more tragic than yours, for your efforts yield at least some progress. In contrast, he has been deprived of any chance to strive. No matter how fervently he practices, he remains incapable of mastering ninjutsu." Fury etched on his face. He appears deeply troubled by this individual's fate. Do you believe he would relinquish his aspiration to become a ninja? He is not one to easily concede. He is no coward. Thus, he resolutely vowed to become a pure taijutsu ninja. It is essential to note that pure taijutsu ninjas are nearly non-existent among their kind. Even those who primarily train in taijutsu do so out of necessity, as their aptitude for ninjutsu is lacking, compelling them to enhance their combat prowess through taijutsu, albeit with limited effectiveness. In the chaotic fray of varied ninjutsu techniques, relying solely on taijutsu puts one at a significant disadvantage in dire circumstances where ninjutsu is imperative. A moment's lapse can lead to the loss of life. This path is destined to be arduous. Nevertheless, he perseveres. Apart from eating and resting, he dedicates every moment to training, unmatched in diligence and tenacity among all ninjas. Yet, his efforts go unacknowledged by others, due to his utter inability to wield ninjutsu. Confined solely to taijutsu, he is forever relegated to the status of a genin, the lowest rank among ninjas. Thus, some even argue that he cannot be deemed a true ninja, with others mockingly dubbing him the eternal genin. Vick observed the mixture of anger and admiration in his expression. He likely recalled the ridicule and peculiar gazes he had endured in the dojo, feeling a semblance of shared pain. In the face of others' derision, he neither complained nor expressed anger, instead greeting them with a smile, which led many to find him dull and unworthy of their attention. He never contemplated surrender. On the contrary, he exerted himself even more diligently than before. Ultimately, his efforts proved to be fruitful. During a fierce battle, his squad encountered an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, one they could not hope to confront. He resolved to stay behind and face the enemy to cover his teammates' retreat. His comrades harbored little hope, believing that the best outcome would merely be to delay the inevitable. Yet, the result astonished everyone. As a lowly genin, he engaged 7 renowned elite shinobi. Relying solely on his physical prowess, and astonishingly, he succeeded in eliminating 4 of them. The remaining 3, paralyzed by fear, fled in terror. He, however, succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Yet, no one would dare to look down upon this eternal genin ever again. Fury was profoundly stirred by the conclusion of the tale. His eyes sparkled with hope and aspiration, filled with deep admiration and yearning for this true warrior. Therefore, Fury, see that you possess unwavering determination, which is commendable. For in this world, there exist not only those endowed with innate talent, but also those who are driven by sheer perseverance. Vick recounted the experiences of an exceptionally remarkable character from another fervent anime of his previous life, embellishing and refining the tale as he shared it with Fry. Over the past few months, Fry had endured the torment of his dismal talents and abilities. Initially, his uniqueness went unnoticed by those around him. But soon this conspicuous disparity captured the attention of the majority. Individuals like Gungshir Lang and Xiushir, who were somewhat older, possessed a wealth of life experiences and broad knowledge. Their personalities had matured into a steady and thoughtful disposition, allowing them to empathize with others. As a result of their roles as instructors, they exhibited kindness and leniency towards their disciples, including Fry, whom they admired for his diligence, albeit feeling a sense of regret for his futile efforts. They, too, were resigned to the whims of fate. The adult disciples had cultivated relatively mature thoughts and had begun to form their worldviews. They took responsibility for their actions and understood that discussing others unfavorably was inappropriate. Moreover, due to their infrequent presence at the dojo, their knowledge of the actual circumstances was limited, leading to a lack of gossip about Fry, though curiosity still lingered. Occasionally, when they heard various rumors, they would interject with a few remarks. However, the younger disciples were entirely different. Still in their formative years, they were sculpting their perceptions of right and wrong, their judgments clouded and vague. They could not fathom the repercussions of their careless words, nor could they be accountable for such outcomes. Driven by insatiable curiosity, their innocent chatter knew no bounds. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Vick harbored resentment towards the small group's rejection of the masses, feeling aggrieved. He either sought a plausible excuse to console himself or endeavored to uncover the weaknesses of this seemingly cool clique to prove their lack of true merit. Inevitably, Fry's extraordinary condition drew attention like a beacon in the night, instantly making him a topic of fervent discussion among the younger disciples in the dojo. Alas, the discourse was far from flattering, encompassing a variety of unkind remarks. The most prevalent sentiment suggested that Fry was inherently foolish, incapable of learning anything effectively. Despite being older, he struggled to surpass even the younger ones, earning the derisive label of the underachiever. Initially, Fry was enraged by these comments, yet he gradually developed an immunity to them. However, there remained a particularly irksome assertion that pierced deeper. It claimed that Fry was no different from anyone else, merely slothful, a true idler. It was said that his lack of diligence in both study and training was the root of his stagnation and persistent weakness, although Fry was infuriated and deeply aggrieved. His pride forbade him from explaining his relentless efforts to a gaggle of youngsters. Instead, he silently bore the weight of their slander. Vick observed all of this keenly. As the chasm between Fry and his peers widened, he felt increasingly alienated from them. This sense of helplessness, particularly when he realized that no amount of effort could bridge the gap, was utterly despairing. It tormented not only Fry's body but also incessantly eroded his spirit, subtly altering his character. Contemplating this, Vick promptly employed the scale of judgment upon Fry. A burst of white light erupted from Vick's being, transforming into a resplendent little balance that hovered in the air, slowly rotating before piercing into Fry's core. Oblivious to the phenomenon, Fry remained lost in the tale of the formidable figure. What was this person's name? I too aspire to become a strong being like him. Vick shook his head. I do not know. No one knows. Perhaps he is called a miracle, a phenomenon that only favors those who never give up. Chapter 65. What utter fools they are. In the ensuing month, Frey's strength began to soar remarkably, although he still lagged behind Vick and the others. The transformation was akin to the heavens and the earth when compared to his former self. Akin and Jean, though somewhat perplexed, considered this a positive development and did not dwell on it further. However, Gwenna remained skeptical. The elevation in his abilities was far too abrupt, too unexpected, devoid of any forewarning. It was as if the once hopeless and ineffectual individual had, overnight, metamorphosed into a prodigy surpassing the ordinary. You scoundrel! Were you deceiving me all along? Or were you concealing your true strength? Engrossed in the euphoria of his newfound prowess, Fry found it challenging to extricate himself from this blissful state. The sensation was exquisite. The more he exerted himself, the quicker his strength escalated, and as his power grew, so did his determination. This virtuous cycle rekindled the confidence he had long lost. He rolled his eyes at the remark, utterly disinterested in addressing such a foolish inquiry. Vick smiled as he explained, "It is merely a matter of latent potential being unleashed. I was quite feeble in the past. Gwenna, you could dispatch him with a single hand and a mere strike." Gwenna chuckled, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. "Now I can defeat him just as effortlessly. He remains equally weak in my eyes." Fry, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, "Vick, that's an exaggeration. While it's true he was weak before, it doesn't warrant being dispatched so easily. I shall strive even harder in my training and will surely surpass this young lady in due time." Gwenna was the daughter of the esteemed dojo master. At first, Fry and his companions believed that her remarkable talent at such a tender age, combined with her exceptional swordsmanship, marked her as a prodigy. Being the sole daughter of the revered King Shiro, she was also the dojo's only female disciple, with her delicate and charming appearance. The boys of her age in the dojo harbored a certain infatuation for her. They assumed she must possess a haughty demeanor, difficult to approach. Indeed, she often projected an air of aloofness, her expressions frequently cold and indifferent. Thus, Fry dubbed her the young lady. However, as time passed, it became apparent that although Gwenna exhibited a somewhat tomboyish side, her character was refreshingly straightforward and kind-hearted. When approached with genuine inquiries, she would patiently offer guidance, displaying no trace of arrogance. Furthermore, she was exceedingly filial, managing King Shiro's daily needs and possessing exceptional culinary skills. Yet, by this point, the nickname Young Lady had become a habitual moniker for Fry. Their frequent banter rendered any alterations unnecessary. Gwenna disregarded Frey's appellation with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, sneering dismissively, "What nonsense are you spouting? You seem more like the young master." Her gaze swept over Fry's attire, openly expressing her disdain for his ostentatious garb. Frey's style leaned towards formal wear, and with his refined looks, he indeed exuded the aura of a noble scion. "I aspire to become the world's strongest swordsman. How do you intend to defeat me? With that little stick in your hand?" Since his strength had increased and his confidence burgeoned, Fry had opted for a weapon of his preference, a gentleman's cane concealing a hidden blade. Gwenna held this weapon in contempt, deeming it a mere toy for the pampered and delicate. Although Fry wielded the gentleman's cane, he exhibited no chivalry towards women, delivering his biting remarks without hesitation. "Am I mistaken, dear young lady Gwenna?" He mockingly imitated her tone. "You taught me that girls tend to be weaker than boys as they grow up. I shall not forget this lesson." Gwenna was filled with indignation. Ever since she overheard Fry expressing his troubles and envy towards her on that fateful night, she gradually began to accept the reality of being a girl. No longer did she believe that girls would inevitably fall short of boys as they matured. She found newfound confidence within herself, particularly witnessing Fry, who once had a lack of talent. Diligently striving and practicing with relentless determination, she recognized his remarkable progress and growing strength. This solidified her resolve to become the world's foremost swordswoman. Fueled by ambition, she yearned to prove herself to her father and earn his recognition. Now, as Fry resorted to mocking her with foolish words he had once uttered, she felt a mortifying sense of having her past brought to light. Although Guena had come to terms with her inner conflicts, she still resented the notion of her gender being used against her. In a fit of indignation, she scoffed disdainfully and raised her chin in pride, declaring, "A defeated opponent is merely a defeated opponent. For a boy to be so easily vanquished, you should learn to keep your mouth shut and stop babbling. No matter what you say, it cannot alter the fact that you are my defeated foe." Fry, blushing with embarrassment, seized his cane, ready to challenge Guena. This was precisely what Guena desired. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving him battered. Fry, unable to evade her strikes, stubbornly refused to concede, and instead, he retorted with frustration, "Resorting to violence is nothing to boast about. You lack any semblance of femininity. You are nothing but a brute." Guena knocked Fry to the ground, sheathing her bamboo sword, and delivered a casual punch to his head, saying nonchalantly, "I truly apologize. But I am not a lady. A girl like me, who only knows how to use violence, can easily overpower you. If you are unconvinced, then let us have another round." With that, she gazed at Fry provocatively, her hand poised on the hilt of her sword, eager for the next challenge. Barrett, a man of sincerity, observed Fry's predicament with sympathy and felt compelled to intervene. "Miss Guena, Fry has only just begun to improve. He is still quite weak. He means no harm and is merely jesting. Please, do not strike him further." After a moment's thought, he added, "At least do not hit him on the head again." Frey's face turned pale. What sort of remark was that? Did Barrett truly consider him a mere weakling? Did he believe that, as a man, he could only endure Guena's blows? And why add that last remark? Was he insinuating that Fry had only made progress out of fear of being struck down? Oblivious to Frey's turmoil, Barrett continued earnestly, "Fry, Miss Guena, is exceptionally skilled. In the realm of swordsmanship, you cannot hope to defeat her. She is a veritable dragoness of the sword. Well, I cannot hope to win either." Guena had just mocked Fry, feeling a sense of pride from her earlier remarks. Now, however, her forehead was throbbing with tension, her eyes glinting with ferocity, and she spoke through gritted teeth, "A female dragon." Barrett, taken aback by Guena's terrifying expression and perplexed by the context, stammered an explanation. Wick meant a woman whose swordsmanship is as formidable as that of a dragon. It is indeed the highest form of praise. He even displayed a look of envy. Fry, with a darkened expression, inquired, "Does weak chick refer to a man whose swordsmanship is as feeble as that of a chick?" Barrett earnestly corrected him. "It means a man whose strength is as weak as that of a chick." Wick's description is truly incisive. Vick had already slipped away when Barrett was speaking indiscriminately. Akin was utterly speechless. How could Barrett, such a fool, be so easily deceived? Guena and Fry simultaneously shouted, "Shut up. You are the real fool." After their outburst, they paused momentarily, exchanged glances, and huffed in unison, turning their heads away. Fry muttered, "Swordsmanship, female tyrant." Guena retorted without hesitation, "Curly-haired weakling." Akin remarked, "Truly, three fools indeed." Chapter 66, The Dark History of a Pirate's Life as Night Fell. The sound of chirping insects filled the air outside. At this moment, in Gung Si Lang's tea room, the tea in the cups still emitted a delicate steam. Assistant Xiao knelt opposite Gung Si Lang, a smile gracing his face. "Teacher Gung Si Lang, Guena has made tremendous progress recently. She is truly remarkable. I initially thought it would take her 2 years to defeat the adults at the dojo, yet now, most of them are no match for her." Gung Si Lang took a sip of tea with a smile. "Guena is a wonderful child. Her talent is extraordinary, and her training is diligent. It is no surprise she has reached this level. However, this level is still insufficient." Xiao recalled Guena's swordsmanship talent and her relentless training during special sessions, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Guena is the most talented swordsman I have ever encountered. Teacher, your expectations are rather stringent. If Guena continues to progress at her current pace, she will surely inherit your legacy in the future." Gung Si Lang gazed at his teacup, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes remained calm. Female swordsmen face a considerable obstacle. Given the current circumstances, I cannot allow her to inherit the dojo. Upon hearing Gung Si Lang's words, Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that Gung Si Lang had his reasons for such a stance. It was indeed challenging. Teacher Gung Si Lang was unyielding and strict with Guena. Gung Si Lang remained non-committal regarding Xiao Shi's assessment, neither refuting nor agreeing. He poured a bit more tea into his cup. Noticing his quiet demeanor, Xiao Shi decided not to pursue the topic further and instead remarked, recently, Guena seems to be getting quite close to a few new disciples at the dojo, and I am somewhat concerned. Gung Si Lang raised his head, recalling the details. You mean Vick, Akin, Barrett, and Fry, right? I have noticed that Guena treats them differently. However, there should be no significant issues. Xiao Shi appeared hesitant to speak. Observing his demeanor, Gung Si Lang gestured for him to express his thoughts freely. Teacher, you have limited interactions with them and may not have heard the rumors circulating in the village. In fact, they have some issues. Gung Si Lang maintained an impassive demeanor. Yet a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. From the moment they arrived to register, I sensed something amiss about them. A palpable aura that only those who have taken a life could exude. However, as you are well aware, the world is fraught with turmoil. And having committed murder is scarcely a rarity. Moreover, our dojo imposes no stringent requirements upon its disciples, nor does it meddle in their personal affairs. As long as one seeks knowledge, they are welcomed without reservation, and thus I paid little heed to my initial impressions. Xiao Shi inhaled deeply, a shadow passing through his gaze. Shortly after their arrival, several small gangs in the village mysteriously vanished. I wonder if you have taken note of this. The disciple named Jean wields a pair of handheld hammers that belong to one of these gang leaders. Such uncommon weaponry is a rarity, and I have only encountered it once, hence my vivid recollection. While the absence of these petty thugs might be inconsequential, the demise of a small-time jeweler, along with several of his associates, is far more concerning. There were no survivors at the scene, and all valuables had been taken. As I recounted this, Xiao Shi's tone grew grave, and he sipped tea to soothe his throat. Gung Si Lang's expression shifted to one of heightened seriousness. In light of these events, I have observed them closely. Apart from their visits to the dojo and training outdoors, the four of them engage in little else, let alone any means of earning a living, merely consuming their resources in idleness. Since their arrival in Frost Moon Village, they have displayed extravagant spending. Not only have they rented accommodations independently, but their dining expenses have also been exorbitant. You know well that training is a strenuous endeavor. And given their youth and growth spurts, their energy expenditure is considerable. Furthermore, I have noted their practice with firearms, with the origins of their ammunition appearing quite dubious. The financial outlay required for such activities is substantial. Whence do they procure such wealth? Although I possess no concrete evidence, my unease lingers. If Xiao Shi were familiar with clothing brands, he would likely be even more astonished. His implications are unmistakably clear. Should Vick catch wind of these allegations, he would undoubtedly protest vehemently. The two vanquished gangs were hardly populated by innocents. They habitually engaged in unscrupulous dealings. Upon observing Vick and his companions' lavish expenditure and their status as newcomers, they sought to ascertain their whereabouts, intending to prey upon them as unwitting lambs. Yet, they were met with a fierce retaliation from Vick and his comrades. Following this incident, other gangs, witnessing the perilous consequences, refrained from further reckless ventures. The misfortune of the small jeweler was indeed an unforeseen twist. The expenses of Vick and his companions were considerable. They initially intended to exchange their jewelry for Bailey. They aimed to conduct business honestly for once. However, the jeweler, noticing their youth, harbored a sense of disdain. Greed took hold of him, and he schemed to exploit them. Vick was initially caught off guard, as this merchant had a commendable reputation and was well regarded. Unexpectedly, he found himself entangled in such a scheme. Observing the familiarity of those associates, it seemed likely that this was not their first endeavor of this nature. Vick mused. No wonder their reputation was impeccable. Those who dared to leave negative reviews had already met their demise. There was no hesitation. They struck first with unwavering resolve. These ordinary individuals were no match for Vick and his companions, who had previously relied on surprise attacks and sheer numbers. In just a few moments, the matter was resolved. It is worth noting that these recent acts of violence were never Vick's intention. He and his companions were, in fact, the victims. However, outsiders, unaware of the true circumstances, perceived the situation differently. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Vick had also harbored concerns, but fury dismissed them nonchalantly. Vick, we are pirates, after all. It is one thing not to initiate the plunder of others, but to be bullied in such a manner is quite disgraceful. What more do you have to worry about? We are merely defending ourselves. This truly marks a dark chapter in our piratical endeavors. Akin and Barrett wholeheartedly agreed. and Vick, reflecting on their words, decided to cast aside his worries. However, to hear Xiaoshi articulate it so plainly was somewhat unsettling. Kenshiro, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. His demeanor calm as he smiled and inquired, "Did you not venture to their dwelling place, Xiaoshi?" This question revealed that Kenshiro was not a rigid traditionalist, rather. He possessed a keen adaptability. At this, Xiaoshi felt a twinge of embarrassment, a flush of color betraying his discomfort. "Indeed, I have been in the vicinity. But I refrained from entering. For reasons unknown, my instincts warned me that stepping inside could lead to unfavorable consequences." His instincts proved accurate, as Vick had set various traps at all accessible points of the residence. Vick has evolved from his initial state, where he could only generate bubbles through his body, requiring physical contact for control. Now, he possesses the ability to release bubbles from his body and manipulate them from a distance. Furthermore, he has developed a range of additional functionalities. Vick has adorned the windows and doors with warning bubbles. Should anyone intrude, the bubbles will shatter, alerting Vick instantly. Simultaneously, the confinement bubbles within will swell, ensnaring the intruder within. Those trapped inside will find their physical assaults mitigated by the resilient and elastic surface of the bubbles, while even sharp weapons will be resisted for a time. Of course, there are limits to this protection. Yet it suffices to deal with ordinary individuals until Vick and his companions return. To keep his trump card hidden, the only fate awaiting these intruders is silencing them permanently. Chapter 67. Kengshiro's Swordsmanship Lesson. Kenshiro refrained from probing further into the matter. Instead, he remarked, "I observe that those few possess considerable talent and are diligent in their training. Have they not received support from the dojo? If your suspicions hold true, would it not be more convenient to accept the dojo sponsorship directly rather than resorting to such means for financial gain?" Xiaoshi was somewhat taken aback. The support Kenshiro referred to was not merely the provision of meals and tuition waivers, but a genuine investment aimed at cultivating them for personal use. In truth, Xiaoshi himself struggled to comprehend this. He pondered aloud, "I had previously hinted at this matter, yet they seemed disinterested. I even suggested they could reside at the dojo. But they declined, claiming their current finances are sufficient. How peculiar," he mused. Could it truly not be him? After a moment of contemplation, Kenshiro concluded, "It should indeed be him, yet the reasons may not align with your conjectures. There could be deeper circumstances at play." Speaking of which, Guena, since her arrival at the dojo, has not forged close friendships. She must feel quite lonely. Has her resolve intensified under pressure since their arrival? Xiaoshi remained concerned and hesitantly responded, "Kenshiro-sensei, but Guena is still so young, and as a girl, she may be unaware of the treachery of the world. It truly poses a danger." Kenshiro considered this and chose not to counter the concern, nodding with a smile, "Your worry is indeed valid. I shall remain vigilant. Speaking of which, I am to teach a lesson in a few days. Perhaps I shall address that topic." Xiaoshi smiled, both understanding and resigned. "Sensei, you are finally going to teach that again." However, it seems none of this batch of disciples possess the requisite qualities. Kenshiro resumed his cheerful demeanor, imparting a profound message to Xiaoshi. "Xiaoshi, one must not merely gaze at the surface of things. Some wield weapons, while others harbor sharp blades within their hearts. I lack the ability to discern the true nature of others, and do not know if any among them possess such qualities. Yet, without the attempt, how shall one awaken the blade within one's heart?" On this splendid spring day, it was time for Master Gung to deliver his lecture. The disciples of the Isin Taoist temple did not rush to their training. After a hearty breakfast, they gathered in the courtyard. Master Gung was a most amiable individual, and there was no need for the disciples to arrange themselves according to age or seniority. They could sit in small groups with their friends, as long as they neatly formed a circle facing the main hall for the lecture. Vick and his companions arrived early. Guena no longer sat with the adult disciples but joined Vick's group, taking a seat beside Fry. Once everyone was prepared, a serene silence enveloped the gathering. At this moment, Gung Shilang was already within the house at the center of the courtyard. The door stood open, allowing him to gaze outside, almost encompassing the entire scene before him. The interior was suffused with bright light, prompting Gung Shilang to rise and step out, kneeling on the steps of the entrance. Today, he donned a formal gray kimono, distinct from his usual mid-length training attire, cinched at the waist with an obi. This was a loose-fitting, long ceremonial robe that exuded both dignity and elegance. At his waist, he bore a sword. Its hilt and scabbard were white, simple yet unadorned, representing one of the distinguished blades of the Daikate 21, the Wado Ikamanji. After a brief moment, His assistant, Mr. Xiaoshi, approached Gengshi alongside. He stood on the steps, breaking from the customary routine of announcing the class, and instead bellowed, "All disciples, bow." Although taken aback, the assembly promptly rose to their feet and deeply bowed toward their solemnly seated instructor, Gengshi. Once the ceremony concluded, they arranged themselves neatly back into a kneeling position. Vick felt a surge of excitement within him. The relationship between the dojo and its disciples is inherently delicate, tinged with transactional nuances reminiscent of interest classes from a past life. Typically, when King Shiro delivers a lecture, such formalities are unnecessary. This ceremonial etiquette is appropriate when imparting spiritual insights and key knowledge, yet it does not denote an official master-disciple relationship. In essence today, Kung Shiro would not merely address ordinary foundational knowledge and applications of swordsmanship. Rather, he intended to genuinely impart the essence of kendo to the assembly. Some of the more seasoned disciples at the dojo may have encountered similar teachings before, but for the vast majority, this would be their inaugural experience in comprehending the philosophical depths of the sword. Thus, their expressions were earnest and grave, intermingled with a faint thrill and eagerness. Kung Shiro, having received the respectful salutes from everyone, smiled and inclined his head slightly, signaling that he would commence. What, then, is the essence of kendo? Is it merely a skill to triumph over others? A means to bolster one's strength? If one confines oneself solely to technique and tactics, the true path of kendo will forever remain elusive. At this moment, King Shiro's demeanor shifted from his usual gentle smile to a serious countenance, casting a discerning gaze over the assembly. Kendo is not a method of killing, yet it is frequently wielded for such purposes. The practice of kendo transcends the mere enhancement of sword techniques. It is fundamentally a cultivation of the spirit. In combat, what is truly tested is the inner strength of both parties. The foremost principle is to relinquish attachment, to harbor a heart that is unfettered. When confronting an adversary, one must not anchor their heart in any singular place. Rather, it should not dwell in any space or location, for the heart must not be confined to one spot. Through prolonged, monotonous training, one hones their skills, fostering unwavering willpower, focus, audacity, sharp judgment, and a calm, confident demeanor. Possessing a heart that is free from fixation, an authentic heart, a courageous heart, and a tranquil heart, one must remain vigilant, discarding attachment and hesitation, allowing the sword to flow without the heart as pursuit, forgetting all else, placing life and death aside, and simply wielding the blade. The concept of a heart unbound is vital. Only through embracing death can one seek to find life. The sword follows the hand follows the heart follows the principles, and the principles stem from the divine. With an undistracted mind, concentrating one's will. When the hand forgets the heart forgets the principles, and the principles forget the divine. This is the moment of profound insight, a state devoid of sound, color, or transformation. Kendo is the pathway to personal growth. King Shiro paused, surveying his disciples. Among the crowd, some furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. Others scratched their heads in confusion, while some displayed expressions of bewilderment. A few had already begun to glance around, growing impatient with the incomprehensible discourse. Even Vick, despite having received a well-structured education in his previous life and considering his self-learning abilities, comprehension, and logical analysis skills superior to those present, found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. He grasped parts of the discourse but could not fully articulate them. The portions he did not understand left him utterly perplexed. The concept of heart remained elusive, leaving him at a loss. Vick dared to wager that this undoubtedly pertained to the profound principles reminiscent of Zen from a previous life. Such esoteric matters delve into the spiritual realm, unless one possesses an innate and extraordinary comprehension of this domain. It necessitates years of immersion in the guidance of a venerable master to grasp even a fraction of its essence. This is far from imparting wisdom and resolving doubts. It is akin to overwhelming novices in a field where comprehension eludes them. Glancing at those nearby, he found them lacking in understanding even more than himself. Akin to a stoic mask, Akin wore an impassive expression, feigning earnest attentiveness, yet Vick discerned that his mind had already wandered far beyond the present moment. Fry pretended to be deep in thought, his gaze flitting about aimlessly. When their eyes inadvertently met, he quickly averted his gaze, adopting a more composed posture. Barrett appeared utterly vacant, his demeanor devoid of vitality, completely befuddled by the discourse. Then there was the prodigious young genius, Guena, scarcely 9 years old, furrowing her brow as she fixated intently on the ground. Occasionally biting her lip, her hands gripped the handle of her bamboo sword with intense ferocity, embodying a visage of profound grievance. Chapter 68, The pinnacle of swordsmanship, King Shiro's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of disappointment, swiftly masked by composure. He ceased discussing the philosophical underpinnings of swordsmanship and shifted the conversation to the more pressing concern of strength. It is widely acknowledged that anyone capable of wielding a sword and executing techniques may be deemed a swordsman. The majority present had already attained the status of swordsman. Upon hearing this, the assembly rejuvenated, shedding their previous lethargy. However, this classification was rather vague. Some could lift a sword and merely swing it, earning the title of swordsman. Others had mastered all fundamental techniques and could extrapolate from them, crafting their own distinctive signature moves, yet they too were labeled as swordsmen. Exceptional swordsmen could confront 100 foes, while those of lesser skill might falter against untrained commoners. Why then? Is such a vast disparity in strength encompassed within a singular classification of swordsmen? King Shiro rose, eschewing the bamboo sword, and instead grasped the katana, Hidokiri. He approached a wooden post typically used for training, his expression grave. Drawing in a deep breath, he unsheathed the blade with lightning speed, executing a swift strike before standing resolutely with the sword returned to its sheath. Vick failed to comprehend the intricacies of his actions. A diagonal line appeared on the wooden post, and its upper half cascaded down, splitting the post in two. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the disciples below. This was no ordinary piece of timber. It was exceptionally robust, encircled by thick hemp ropes, rendering it even more formidable. Typically, it bore the brunt of the disciples' strikes within the dojo, standing resolute against their assaults. Yet, Gung Sailang exhibited no sign of emotion, his demeanor remaining remarkably calm. He casually pointed to one of the disciples among the crowd. This individual possessed mediocre swordsmanship, adequate, yet not exceptional, falling short in comparison to Gung Sailang's prowess. Called forth. The disciple stood up, somewhat bewildered. Gung Sailang, with a warm smile, addressed him. "It's you, come forward. Take this sword and sever the post as I just did," gesturing towards another nearby wooden post. The disciple hesitated, rooted in place, reluctant to approach. Fully aware of his own limitations and fearing embarrassment should he fail to cleave the post before the watchful eyes of his peers. Fry, of similar stature and skill level, had recently employed the judgment scale and had not yet caught up with Vick and others, leaving him on par with the ordinary disciples of the dojo. He looked down upon the disciple's timidity, recalling how this very individual had previously mocked him. Thus, he raised his hand and boldly proclaimed, "Mr. Gung Sailang, I shall do it." Without awaiting a response, he sprang forward towards Gung Sailang. The hesitant disciple, relieved by Frey's initiative, felt a mix of annoyance yet chose to sit back down. Gung Sailang expressed no dissent, handing Fry the blade, wad, ikamanji. Fry, however, was not inclined to perform a mere demonstration. He found Gung Sailang's previous move utterly exhilarating. Emulating Gung Sailang's earlier posture, he approached the wooden post and, with a nonchalant draw of his sword, delivered a swift strike. Without glancing at the outcome, he immediately sheathed his sword, lifting his chin in a display of bravado. To his astonishment, the post split cleanly in two, the cut remarkably precise. Fry was taken aback, staring incredulously at his hands, pondering if, unbeknownst to him, he had already acquired such formidable strength. The disciples of the dojo were equally astonished, questioning what had transpired. Could it be that this audacious youth was a concealed master? Gung Sailang observed the reactions of the crowd with quiet contemplation. He retrieved the wad, ikamanji, from Fry and handed him a bamboo sword, indicating another wooden post. Once more. "Strike it down as you did before," he instructed. Fry thought to himself, how could this possibly be? However, since he took the initiative to step forward, undeterred, he followed Gung Shiro's command and raised his bamboo sword with all his might to strike the wooden post. Fry truly exerted himself, swinging the sword forcefully against the post, producing a dull thud. The post remained steadfast. Gung Shiro, observing Frey's somewhat embarrassed demeanor, gently remarked, "Well done, you performed admirably. You may return now." He then turned to the crowd with a hint of expectation. "Did you grasp the meaning?" Most of the disciples appeared bewildered, utterly clueless about the implications. Only a few daringly ventured their interpretations, albeit shallowly. "Master Gung Shiro, you are conveying to us that the choice of weapon is of paramount importance to a swordsman. With a formidable blade, even an ordinary swordsman can wield power akin to yours. Yet, a bamboo sword cannot sever." This time, Vick understood. His proficiency in language, honed through countless reading comprehensions, allowed him to analyze meanings and implications that even the author might not have contemplated. The majority present were, regrettably, illiterate. For them to comprehend Gung Shiro's intentions, it would require innate insight, a flash of inspiration. Clearly, they were oblivious to the profound significance behind Gunshiro's actions. While weapons are indeed crucial, the essence of a swordsman lies in their personal cultivation. Absent a superior weapon, one could still be rendered weak. Conversely, a strong individual, even wielding a bamboo sword, remains formidable. Although Gunshiro felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not dismiss the disciples' viewpoints, merely smiling in ambiguity. After a pause, he continued his discourse. Why are swordsmen who only understand the art of slashing and those who possess their own sword techniques both classified as swordsmen? Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more enthralling. Their swordsmanship remains merely conventional slashing, reliant on the sharpness of the weapon and the inherent power of the blade, rather than the strength of the swordsman. Beyond this, there exists a more potent form of slashing, a being superior to swordsmen, known as a sword master, endowed with the ability to sever steel. Above them lies the great sword master, who, even wielding a bamboo sword, can cleave through anything. A renowned blade can only amplify their strength, it does not dictate it. After articulating these thoughts, Gunshiro appeared somewhat disheartened and prepared to depart. Suddenly, Guyaina rose, her youthful face alight with yearning and determination. Is that the pinnacle? Is the great sword master the strongest? Is there no swordsmanship greater than this? Gunshiro regarded Guyaina's resolute expression. His demeanor was grave. Devoid of the gentle warmth he typically exhibited towards other disciples, yet his eyes shimmered with affection. He chose not to respond to Guyaina's inquiry, but instead retrieved a sheet of paper from within the room. Observe this paper closely. Then, casting it into the air, he drew forth the blade of harmony with a mighty shout, forcefully cleaving towards the paper. This was starkly different from his previously casual approach. It was a ferocious strike, the blade slicing through the air with a howling sound, yet upon striking the paper, it yielded no effect whatsoever. The paper, propelled by the swift motion of the blade, ultimately floated gently to the ground. The tension that had once filled the atmosphere dissipated entirely, and the disciples began to chatter amongst themselves. What is this? It didn't even cut through. With such grandeur, I had thought this move to be formidable. Surely, it cannot be mere paper. It must be something extraordinary, right? Yet it appears to be an ordinary sheet of paper. Perhaps the blade merely missed its mark? Gung Sailang paid no heed to the disciples' discussions. He gazed at the tender leaves on the branches and spoke, addressing Guyaina, who stood not far from him. Listen closely, Guyaina. In this world, there exist swordsmen who cannot sever anything. Yet there is one who can slice through steel and even harder substances with the same blade. The essence of the strongest swordsmanship lies in possessing the power to protect what one wishes to safeguard while also being able to sever that which one intends to cut. A sword that harms all it touches is, to me, no sword at all. Do you understand? Chapter 69. The Love of Mountains. After the swordsmanship lesson, there would be no further training, allowing for a half-day of introspection. The dojo was deserted, and the courtyard grew eerily silent. Guyaina remained rooted in place, while Vick and a few others did not depart. When only 5 remained in the arena, Guyaina walked unhurriedly to the well, prompting a startled reaction from Fry. Hey Guyaina, surely you're not considering it? No one has understood yet. Please don't jump into the well. The corners of Vick's mouth twitched. Guyaina, originally dejected, in a fit of exasperation hurled a water ladle, striking Fry squarely on the forehead. You fool, who would jump into the well? Only you failed to comprehend. I have grasped my father's swordsmanship, she declared. Ignoring everything else, she fetched a bucket of water and poured it into the basin. The icy well water splashed onto Guyaina's face, dampening her hair, with a few strands sticking to her fair forehead. With both hands resting on the sides of the basin, she gazed at her reflection in the water. I have seen it. That piece of paper is merely an ordinary sheet. The weapon wielded by my father is none other than the renowned Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great swords, and the blade remained unblemished. I observed it clearly. That paper sustained not a single scratch. My father is a swordsman endowed with the power to sever anything. And I am merely a swordsman reliant on the strength of my weapon. How foolish I am. Proclaiming my ambition to become the strongest swordsman in the world while sitting idly in the dojo, oblivious to the vastness of the world. I have taken pride in defeating a few adults, completely unaware of the formidable power that exists beyond. Tears welled in her eyes, each drop falling into the water, creating tiny ripples, yet her face bore a smile, devoid of despair. Such ignorance on my part, it is no wonder my father is dissatisfied. I had thought he was disappointed solely because I am a girl. The disparity brought about by gender pales in comparison to the chasm in swordsmanship. I have persistently misinterpreted my father's intentions, betraying his earnest efforts. If I cannot overcome such a minor obstacle, how can I ever face greater challenges and strive to become the strongest? With that thought, she struck the water's surface with her fist, shattering her reflection, as if bidding a permanent farewell to the fragile Guena of the past. In that moment, Guena resolved to change. Vick expresses deep sentiment, acknowledging that Kuina's talent is unequivocally on par with Zoro's. With a daughter as exceptional as Kuina, would the devoted master of the dojo, King Shiro, truly forsake his own daughter in favor of passing the dojo's legacy to an outsider like Zoro? Vick found it nearly impossible to believe. He was more inclined to think that Gung Saira had initially intended for Guena to inherit the dojo. His preferential treatment towards Zoro stemmed not merely from admiration for his talent, but primarily aimed at motivating Guena to progress and transcend the limitations imposed by her gender, enabling her to advance further along the path of swordsmanship. After all, within this dojo, there was no one with greater talent or diligence than Guena, who, at merely 10 years of age, had already emerged as the strongest. Such a comfortable atmosphere would undoubtedly squander her innate gifts. Vick contemplated the words that Yields 4 often uttered. It is a pity that Kuina is a girl. He recalled the stark contrast in his demeanor towards Kuina compared to others, the stringent approach to swordsmanship juxtaposed with the tenderness reflected in his gaze. There was undoubtedly an unspoken continuation to his thoughts. It is a pity that Kuina is a girl, he mused, sensing that as a father, he would need to exert even greater effort. Truly, paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain, compelling Kuina to forge ahead despite the burdens she bears. As Vick was lost in thought, Guena suddenly lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Vick, the leader of the small group, her eyes shimmering with intensity. You are pirates, aren't you? This unexpected affirmation caused a palpable tension among Vick and his companions. They were in a sacred dojo, where Gung Shiro had just demonstrated his formidable prowess, and Vick was keen to avoid any conflict with him. Barrett cast a conflicted glance at Vick, seemingly wishing to speak a few words on Guena's behalf. Yet his body remained taut. Free showed no sentimentality, subtly inching closer to Vick. Her gaze towards Guena had begun to turn hostile. Akin was the most direct. His hand already resting on the dual-barreled handgun he had modified, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, glinting dangerously as they passed over Guena. The group was poised for action, awaiting Vick's command. Vick holds a deep admiration for Guena and feels a profound sense of loss at her untimely demise. He had long harbored the desire to recruit her into their group. However, it is still too premature, as the bonds among them have yet to reach that level of intimacy. Vick did not believe that, based on such a trifling friendship, Guena would willingly succumb to the life of a pirate. It is worth noting that when Luffy sought to recruit Zoro, Zoro was already at his wit's end, nearly cornered into despair. Even then, Luffy forcibly enlisted him, establishing a pact that allowed Zoro to board the ship. The timing was not yet ripe, and little did they anticipate such an unforeseen turn of events. Vick is aware of the formidable power of Gung Sailang and understands the dynamics of strength within this world. However, the other three remain oblivious. They recognize Gung Sailang's might, yet they are unaware of its true extent and continue to entertain thoughts of silencing him permanently. Vick found himself in a predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. To eliminate Guena would be tantamount to courting disaster, and Yang Shiro's stance towards the pirates remained ambiguous. All he could do was stubbornly refuse to admit defeat. With a gentle smile, Vick signaled to the others that all was well, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated like melting snow. Guena, what nonsense are you spouting? We are still so young. How could we possibly be pirates? Moreover, pirates are always at sea. Why would they come here to pay for training? Guena had always remained within the dojo, and had never encountered the charged atmosphere they had just experienced. Although this chapter is not concluded, please turn to the next page to continue reading. Nevertheless, her strong character compelled her to maintain a facade of calm, concealing any fear and further solidifying her earlier resolve. Upon hearing Vick speak, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to chastise herself for her perceived weakness, insisting defiantly, "You must be deceiving children. You killed someone in the village, didn't you? You even attempted to take my life just moments ago. I am aware of everything. I overheard father conversing with Mr. Shioshir. Fry and the others are practicing swimming and learning navigation skills. What else could they be if not pirates?" Upon hearing Guena's words, Vick completely relaxed. Since Gung Shiro was already aware of their actions yet had not taken any measures, and could still attend class today without a hint of concern, it suggested he had his own plans and was not troubled by their behavior. Perhaps he was simply astute, having discerned the underlying truths. Moreover, Shiro had an ambiguous connection with the Revolutionary Army. In a certain sense, Vick, as a pirate, could be regarded as an enemy of the Revolutionary Army, regardless of the circumstances. As long as Vick refrained from reckless actions that could jeopardize the One Heart Dojo and harm Guena or its disciples, he believed that Shiro would not be the type to hastily judge individuals based solely on superficial labels. If he were indeed an embodiment of justice, he would show no mercy towards pirates. With his prowess, the pirates of East Blue would have long been eradicated, leaving no room for such bold marauders to roam the seas. Vick's earlier reluctance to provoke conflict was not out of fear of death, but rather a concern of failing before achieving his goals. Thus, he remained calm and untroubled, exhibiting an unprecedented composure. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "So what if it leads to death? I shall have no regrets." Guena was taken aback. She had expected Vick to continue his evasions, prepared with a plethora of arguments to expose him. She was surprised by his straightforward admission. "You not only killed a petty thug but also a jeweler and his associate. Mr. Shio sure suspects you took his belongings." Yet he did not check inside. "Is that true? Why did you do such a thing? Are you in dire need of money? The dojo can assist you. Why refuse?" Since Vick has confirmed his safety, he is now devoid of any reservations. Upon hearing that someone once dared to intrude upon his abode, his gaze turned icy. "Indeed, it was we who orchestrated it. So what? Fortunately, he was wise enough not to trespass into our dwelling uninvited. Otherwise, he would now be a corpse. After all, he has imparted swordsmanship to us, and I must admit, I find it somewhat difficult to take such a drastic measure." Although Vick claimed that he could not bring himself to act, his expression conveyed an entirely different sentiment. If such a situation were to arise, regardless of who it may be, Vick would undoubtedly eliminate them. Trespassing into another's domain was, after all, a blatant provocation of one's very life. This was no mere child's play. Fry held a profound disdain for Guena's naivety and would not deign to explain the intricacies of the matter to outsiders. "Guena, are you feverish? We are pirates. After all, pirates are indeed in need of money. Our existence revolves around plunder and murder." They were courting death, and it was only fitting that they met their end at their hands. Guena gazed at him in disbelief. Barrett felt compelled to elucidate their predicament to Guena. "Miss Guena, it was they who sought to kill us first. We merely acted in self-defense. As for that merchant, we initially intended to sell some gems for belly. Yet he refused to pay and sought our demise. Damn it. Well, taking his wealth was merely incidental." He faltered at the end. Akin was far less courteous than Barrett. His somewhat fearsome appearance became even more ominous as he wore a stern expression. "Barrett, why are you babbling so much? Is it truly necessary for a pirate to have a reason to kill?" He scolded Barrett with discontent before turning to Guena with a menacing sneer. "We have ample funds. Why would we accept charity from the dojo? Even if I were to starve, I would never accept it. Knowing we are pirates, you should swiftly take your leave. Inquire further at your own peril." Upon realizing the truth aligned with her father's suspicions, Guena understood that there were indeed deeper circumstances. These individuals were not the indiscriminate villains they appeared to be. She grew bolder, recalling the joyous moments shared with them over the months. Their relentless training that surpassed her own, and their more vibrant lives compared to those at the dojo. She felt no fear of Akin's threats and found his demeanor rather admirable instead. "You need not worry. Once my father learns the truth, he will not believe Mr. Shio's conjectures. He has already surmised that there is more to this story, and you may continue your studies at Isen Dojo. In truth, our dojo does not concern itself with the backgrounds of its disciples. As long as one seeks knowledge, they are welcomed. It is merely that previous visitors were more subdued. So, do not blame Mr. Shio. He is only concerned for the dojo and for me." Fry rolled his eyes at this remark. "Guena, you could have mentioned this sooner. Why create such a tense atmosphere, making me think we were about to flee again? Besides, what could we possibly do to you? You violent woman? We're just grateful not to be bullying others. Women truly are troublesome." Barrett nodded in agreement, still shaken. Guena looked perplexed. "Do you often flee? Do pirates frequently retreat?" Fry, feeling a sense of regret for his indiscretion, lost face before Guena and muttered, "Of course, we are the ones pursuing others. The enemies flee." Truly foolish, misinterpreting what is spoken. Although Guena remained skeptical, she chose not to press the matter further. Nonetheless, she harbored a lingering concern that this group acted with audacity, bordering on arrogance. "Are you not afraid that others will discover your actions?" Vick chuckled softly, while Fry laughed so heartily that he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his stomach. Barrett also glanced at Guena with a bemused expression. Guena was perplexed by their laughter, yet she understood it was directed at her. Her face flushed crimson with indignation as she glared at the group, striving to compose herself and refrain from engaging with these rascals. Akin, with a mischievous grin, scrutinized Guena with keen interest. We are pirates, Guena. It's our destiny to be known, to let our names echo across the seas. Engaging with formidable foes brings forth daily uncertainty and peril, and even if it leads to our demise, we embrace it without regret. Guena was profoundly stirred by their words. She surveyed each of them, noting their disheveled appearances, yet their eyes were imbued with sincerity and resolve, devoid of any jest. Taking a deep breath, she proclaimed, "Please allow me to join you. A bird confined in a cage cannot fathom the vastness of the world. I yearn to embark on adventures alongside you, to hone my swordsmanship through battles of life and death, and to attain the realm of not striking. I aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman. Even if it leads to my end, I shall have no regrets. I beseech you." With that, she bowed deeply. The group was taken aback, astonished that Guena had boldly expressed her desire to become a pirate with such unwavering determination. However, they refrained from any hasty actions, patiently awaiting Vick's decision. Vick did not dismiss Guena simply because of her tender age. Instead, he earnestly inquired, "Will you not inherit the dojo?" Guena's smile radiated brightly, dispelling the shadows within her heart, and she found herself filled with an unprecedented anticipation for her future. "I believe my father would prefer me to carry on his legacy. After all, we are pirates. One can embark on adventures without necessarily becoming a pirate. Furthermore, will Mr. Gung Shiro acquiesce to your reckless decision?" Guena furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction, hands placed firmly on her hips. "I chose to join you because I find you all agreeable, a bunch of boys, so overly sentimental. Moreover, my decision is not reckless in the slightest. If my father disapproves, I shall simply sneak away." Vick cast her a silent glance and waved his hand casually in agreement. "So be it. From now on, you shall be our chef." Guena exclaimed. "What? Why a chef? I possess formidable combat strength. I should undoubtedly be a warrior." Vick ignored her, feeling exhausted from the day's surprises, and proceeded to train outside the dojo. Akin followed closely behind Vick, lightly tapping Guena's shoulder as a form of greeting. Barrett, slightly embarrassed, flashed a friendly smile at Guena before joining them. Fry wrapped his arm around Guena's shoulder, leading her forward. "Stop standing there foolishly, you violent swordsman chef. You must remember that as a newcomer, you should respect me. You're senior. Let go of me, you curly-haired scoundrel. You were the one who wanted to kill me the most, weren't you? Mark my words. I will chop you down one day." A gentle breeze wafted through, rendering the courtyard eerily quiet. Inside the tea room, Gung Shirlang wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 71. The mightiest of nature in the woods outside the Isen Dojo. Guena, since you have joined us, you must undergo the same rigorous training. The intensity will be quite high, and it may prove challenging for you at first. However, I assure you, I will offer no leniency simply because you are a girl and younger in age. Vick first made it clear to Guena that he wanted to lay his cards on the table. Guena, upon hearing this, responded with an air of confidence, "Of course. Is there any doubt that I would fail? I dedicate myself diligently to my training." Vick regarded Guena with a degree of indifference, his brow furrowing slightly. However, considering her youth in comparison to the others, he felt compelled to reiterate his point. "Guena, this is not akin to your usual training. While your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, it is merely that swordsmanship. Your physical condition does not measure up to any of those present, including Fry, who currently surpasses you by a small margin." Although Guena was reluctant to concede this fact, she could not help but nod in agreement. Over the past month, Fry's progress had been nothing short of extraordinary. Being over 3 years her senior, he had already eclipsed her in terms of physical prowess. Vick noticed her attentive listening and felt quite pleased. He continued, "You typically focus more on honing your swordsmanship, while neglecting your physical conditioning. Being still young, your body has yet to undergo significant growth. Presently, you have already fallen behind in terms of physical fitness. You must exert greater effort. Understand that while swordsmanship is indeed vital in combat, if your physical capabilities do not keep pace, they too will become a vulnerability, leading to your defeat." Vick instructed Fry to inform Guena of his training schedule. Initially, she could follow his regimen with a slight relaxation for adaptation, but after a few days, she would need to adhere strictly to it. Fry promptly and sincerely divulged the details of his training to Guena, who was taken aback by the revelation. She was aware of Frey's relentless dedication, however. Having trained in solitude, she was unaware of the specifics. From the pace of their progress, she could surmise certain aspects, but she was astounded by the sheer intensity of their physical training. Observing the ropes tied between the nearby trees, which had previously puzzled her, she now comprehended their purpose. To think they had completed such an arduous training regimen, and in 2 sets at that. Who could possibly conceive of such a perverse method? Vick explained softly. In the beginning, it wasn't so intense. It was only later that the training volume increased as we became more adept. It merely sounds daunting, Guena. Do not be afraid. Once you acclimate to the training, it becomes manageable. Guena's lips twitched, contemplating that these individuals were indeed extraordinary, which explained their swift progression in strength. Realizing that they would soon be her comrades, she nodded gravely, albeit with a hint of concern. Does this method have a basis? Or did you decide on it arbitrarily? This training won't adversely affect our bodies, will it? Fry was displeased with Guena's skepticism. This is how the Navy trains. Every notable Navy officer began as a foot soldier, enduring similar methods without any detrimental effects. The Navy employs this as a soldier's training regimen. So it must have sound reasoning behind it. Besides, our diet is well balanced. As Vick indicated, it is based on nutritional principles. In short, there is no cause for alarm. You can rest easy. Guena was taken aback, questioning if she had misheard. How do you know the Navy's training methods? Aren't you pirates? Akin shot Guena a sidelong glance. Bluntly reiterating, it's us. What's so strange about it? A casual inquiry with the Navy will yield truthful answers. This training method is common knowledge among all Navy personnel. It's not a closely guarded secret. Guena smiled apologetically at her blunder, reluctantly accepting Akin's explanation. However, Vick soon delivered a jolt of reality. Guena, you must seize this opportunity. We shall not pause for you. Though your talents are exceptional, if misapplied and if you do not diligently train, even the greatest gifts will fade into obscurity. Furthermore, we are on the verge of advancing to the next training phase. It will not solely focus on physical conditioning. Fry was exhilarated at the prospect of the upcoming training. Barrett, who had remained silent until now, glanced at Vick, while Akin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. They were aware that Vick had previously shared a training plan designed to enhance their capabilities. They understood that they were merely laying the groundwork. And no matter how rigorous their current training, they were still just ordinary individuals. Yet, the forthcoming training would be different. They would embark on specialized training aimed at transcending human physical limits to attain extraordinary strength. As Vick paused, Barrett could no longer contain his curiosity. Is the next phase of training the Marine 6 styles you mentioned before? Guena was perplexed by this term, realizing that she seemed to be the only one uninformed. Marine 6 styles? What is that? Barrett patiently elucidated that the Navy's 6th style is a remarkably advanced martial arts training method within the naval forces. If mastered proficiently, one could rival even those possessing the powers of the devil fruits, and defeating such an individual would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Guena was now somewhat taken aback, her mind in a state of shock. Devil fruits, were they not merely figments of legend? She had presumed them to be fictitious. Yet it appeared that such entities genuinely existed in this world. Fry, noticing Guena's bewilderment and lack of understanding, felt a sense of pride and boasted, indeed. We have even vanquished a wielder of a devil fruit. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As he spoke, he glanced at Vick, who remained unresponsive. Vick himself was also a wielder of a devil fruit. Guena stared intently at Vick, unable to discern any differences between him and an ordinary person. Vick was amused by Guena's appearance. Even after consuming the devil fruit, one remains human. What can you discern by gazing at me in such a manner? He paused for a moment. Speaking of which, everyone's understanding of the devil fruit is rather limited. But I happen to possess some knowledge. Since we are on this topic, allow me to share a few insights. Vick paused momentarily to gather his thoughts. Fry muttered softly, recalling that it had been the same last time. How fortuitous it was. Vick pretended not to hear. All the known devil fruits have been broadly categorized into 3 classes. The first class is the most formidable, known as the Logia type, which allows the user to transform their body into natural elements such as fire or smoke. A few of them envisioned that seemed and couldn't help but gasp in awe. It was akin to being superhuman. The Logia type is widely recognized as the strongest among the 3 categories of devil fruits, and there is a reason for that. The most notable characteristic of Logia fruits is their ability to elementalize the body, rendering physical attacks ineffective. For instance, within the Navy, there exists an individual who has consumed the magma fruit, enabling him to transform his body into magma at will. No matter how one strikes, be it with fists, feet, or blades, not only would they fail to harm him, but they would also suffer burns themselves. It was their first encounter with such a formidable and seemingly insurmountable ability, and their expressions darkened. Thus, When faced with such an opponent, the only viable option is to flee. Akin felt a sense of reluctance. Boss Vick? Can't you harm him either? Vick understood that Akin was referring to his fruit ability, questioning whether one ability user could harm another. The answer was no. At least not for the time being. However, Akin did not appear disheartened. Instead, he was filled with excitement, his expression brightening slightly. This indicated that there might be a possibility of inflicting harm in the future, suggesting a glimmer of hope. Surely, there must be a way, right? Otherwise, if consuming a single fruit could render one invincible, what would be the purpose of rigorous training? Everyone would simply seek the fruit instead. Chapter 72. I am also doing this for your benefit indeed. There are methods. After all, nothing in this world is absolutely invincible. With a smile, Vick nodded in affirmation of Akin's statement. Indeed, merely consuming a devil fruit does not bestow invincibility. One must also engage in diligent practice and development. The extent of one's efforts and the direction of one's training significantly influence the potency of one's abilities. He gestured towards himself, indicating that he had only scratched the surface of his potential, his gaze fixed on Akin. He elaborated that the means to contend with the powers of the natural element lies in a force known as Haki, an inherent potential possessed by all humanity. Vick, observing Fury's eagerness to inquire, promptly interjected, I cannot claim to know the precise method. It appears to be intricately linked to one's momentum and willpower. However, it can be attained through diligent practice, and at a certain level, one may awaken to it. To touch upon the essence of a natural type ability is a rare feat, and those who wield such power are exceedingly few amidst the multitude of formidable beings on the Grand Line. Most individuals navigate this path through personal exploration or serendipitous encounters. The awakening process varies significantly from one person to another, and only a select few are fortunate enough to receive one-on-one guidance from a master of Haki and achieve success. Vick has merely begun to graze the threshold of the Navy Sixth style, harboring no delusions about it for the time being. Should he later acquire cultivation notes or guidance from a formidable mentor, coupled with dedicated practice and a modicum of fortune, there might still remain a possibility of awakening. Vick remarked that all of this was intended to broaden a few individuals' understanding of the vastness of the world. He emphasized the importance of recognizing that there are realms beyond their own, not to undermine their confidence, but to encourage humility, observing a hint of dejection among them. Vick stated, if you exert sufficient effort in your training, what is there to fear about achieving your goals? His gaze swept across each person, and upon seeing their spirits lifted, he nodded in satisfaction. Beyond the natural category, the second type pertains to the animal category. Fry and Barrett exchanged knowing glances, both recalling something. Vick and Fitch belong to the animal category, don't they? They aren't particularly formidable. This type of fruit is considered the weakest, isn't it? Vick shook his head. One must not underestimate the strengths and weaknesses of Zoan-type devil fruits simply because of the perceived frailty of Fiki. There are several varieties of Zoan fruits, the standard, the ancient, and the mythical. Fiki must belong to the standard type, for he resembles a dog. Barrett furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed. However, even the standard type is not to be dismissed lightly. We were merely fortunate to have utilized seawater at that time. Fry elucidated to the bewildered Akin and Guena. Those who possess the powers of devil fruits harbor a profound fear of seawater, for upon contact, they become utterly powerless. Guena's expression shifted to one of understanding. She had always found it peculiar that one could gain such power without incurring some form of cost. Now it made sense. She cast a peculiar glance at Vick, sensing that she had uncovered the captain's vulnerability, despite his usual bravado. A pirate captain who cannot swim. How truly amusing. He. Upon Vick's gaze falling upon her, she instinctively averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. All Zoan-type individuals possess the remarkable ability to transform into animals, acquiring all the inherent traits of those creatures. Their physical capabilities are significantly enhanced, rendering them exceptionally proficient in close-quarters combat. He cast a stern glance at Fry and Barrett. Do not allow the shortcomings of Fiki to lead you to underestimate the Zoan class. He is merely an ordinary person who has recently consumed a devil fruit. And we caught him by surprise, employing a tactic of ambush. Vick spoke candidly on the matter. He harbored a profound fear that the two might develop a sense of disdain towards Zoan-type abilities due to their past experience of having killed a power user. This concern was particularly directed towards Fry. Had Fitch undergone a period of rigorous training and gained a certain mastery over his abilities before transforming, none of them would stand a chance against him collectively. Observing Vick's serious demeanor, both individuals nodded gravely. Fry, too, quelled the flicker of indifference that had just begun to surface. Akin pondered for a moment. If that were the case, Could it not be possible that ancient species included dinosaurs, and those legendary creatures were even more formidable? Indeed. Among them were the phoenixes we had read about in childhood fairy tales, renowned for their remarkable regenerative capabilities. The group collectively gasped in astonishment. While the characteristics of nature-type abilities are undoubtedly intricate and wondrous, confronting mythical beings brought about an entirely different sensation. I had truly been like a frog in a well, unaware of the extraordinary phenomena that exist in this world. To think that a lifetime spent in the dojo would lead to such regret. Guena expressed her sentiments with a mixture of nostalgia and gratitude for her choice to venture out to sea. The other members also felt a tumultuous stir within their hearts. Vick certainly harbored a yearning. He continued, the third category is, in fact, the most wondrous of all, the paramecia-type devil fruit. It lacks any unifying characteristics. At this juncture, Vick extended his right hand, from which a translucent bubble emerged. The paramecia-type devil fruits bestow upon their consumers unique abilities, with a vast array of capabilities. It can be said that all fruits, aside from the Logia and Zoan types, can be classified within this category. I have consumed the paramecia-type bubble fruit. Without any discernible movement, the bubble gently ascended into the air. With a snap of his fingers, Vick caused a rupture. Guena was left in a daze. Although she had heard many extraordinary tales moments before, this was her first encounter with such marvels in person. She was astonished to discover that such magical abilities truly existed in the world, feeling akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. After demonstrating briefly, Vick earnestly warned the others. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The powers of the devil fruits are endlessly varied and bewildering. You must exercise caution and never underestimate any ability user. It is best to ascertain the general nature of their powers, otherwise you may suffer great losses. From his palm, a torrent of bubbles surged forth, hurtling towards the group. Fry, Barrett, and Akin were already aware of the effects of the bubbles and hurriedly dodged aside. Only Guena remained oblivious. Her eyes wide with curiosity as the bubbles approached her. She reached out to touch them, her face alight with excitement. What a dreamlike spectacle. It feels like a bubble bath. Wait, what is happening? At first, Guena was entirely enthralled, willingly enveloped by the bubbles. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. By the time she attempted to struggle, it was too late. Help me. I have no strength left. She lay limply on the ground, a look of bewilderment on her face, feeling as though her very essence had been drained. Vick gathered all the foam. This is the consequence of underestimating those with ability. Vick pointed at this negative example with no semblance of compassion. The others displayed expressions of lingering trepidation. Guena, through practical experience, came to understand the truth. I do this for your own good, and I believe you should now be deeply impressed. Guena. Her face was a portrait of disbelief. Why, is it me? She recalled her previous, surreptitious remarks. You were truly petty. Remember this. I will cut you down. Vick cast a fleeting glance at her. He chuckled softly, noting that Guena still radiated vitality. It seemed his abilities were quite lacking and required diligent cultivation. Guena, for your own good, Guena, it would be best for you to lie down and listen. We do not mind at all. The others. Well, she must first be able to rise. Chapter 73. The 6 Styles of the Navy. Once the foam of Vick washes away the power, even after the foam is removed, the lost power will not return immediately. It has been entirely eradicated and can only gradually restore itself over time. Vick disregarded Guena's mournful gaze, maintaining a serious demeanor. Well, that's all for now. Let us discuss the forthcoming training. Guena momentarily set aside her grievances and inquired of Fry, what exactly is the Navy's 6 styles you mentioned earlier? Fry scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I only know the name from Vick. I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. In any case, it is said to be an extremely formidable martial art. Guena rolled her eyes in response. With a smile, Vick elucidated that the 6 styles of the Navy are advanced martial techniques reserved for the elite talents within the naval ranks. As for the other 3 great oceans, I am not particularly well informed. However, regarding our East Sea, I have yet to hear of any commander among the East Sea naval divisions who possesses knowledge of the 6 styles. If there were indeed exceptional naval talents in the East Sea who were granted the opportunity to learn these techniques, they would surely be dispatched to the Navy headquarters on the Grand Line for further training. Guena, now composed, lay there with a blank expression, seemingly indifferent. But why would you know about such a clandestine martial art? Isn't it rather peculiar? Your knowledge seems to extend far beyond what is usual. Vick gazed at Guena with a faint smile, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. I merely possess a smattering of knowledge, she murmured softly, just the surface. It is all inferred from the scattered words of passers-by. Which passerby would be privy to such information? Vick feigned ignorance. Yet the others had grown accustomed to his extensive knowledge. The 6 styles refer to moonwalk, galefoot, iron block, finger gun, paper drawing, and encompass 6 formidable techniques. These martial arts transcend human physical limits, wielding tremendous power. He meticulously shared the principles derived from his recollections of manga with the group. Currently, he lacked effective methods and could only whimsically encourage everyone to engage in rigorous practice. Concerned that the information might seem too succinct or overly complex, Vick elaborated further. The information imparted was limited yet crucial. He motivated the group, asserting that while the Navy undoubtedly possesses established training methodologies, we remain unaware of them. Thus, we must rely on our trial-and-error approach. Although rudimentary, I believe that the Navy's 6 styles were also conceived through human innovation. Unlikely to have had a perfectly refined training regimen from the outset, but rather developed through incremental experimentation. Let us consider ourselves pioneers. We understand the fundamental principles of these techniques, and if predecessors could succeed in their training, why should we not? Despite the conviction in his words, Vick himself felt a twinge of insecurity, lacking the confidence he outwardly projected. It is universally acknowledged that creation is far more challenging than mere learning. Vick was acutely aware of this. He merely hoped to learn 1 or 2 things. For instance, the technique of shave, which is easily appropriated by others. He wished that no one would shy away. As it turned out, Vick's concerns were entirely unfounded. Among those present, who would be daunted by challenges? They were a group not only determined to overcome obstacles but also to conquer them with fervor. If they truly feared difficulties, Fury and Barrett would not have. Knowing the consequences, resolutely sought to escape at such a tender age. Many adults lack their courage and initiative. Akin would not have persevered alone in his struggle for survival until now. Even when faced with deadlocks, he refused to surrender. The hardships of life had not dulled his edges. Guena would not have pursued the most formidable swordsmanship as a woman of perceived weakness, striving to become the greatest swordsman and earn her father's recognition. Only such individuals could earnestly execute Vick's outrageous second-phase training. This was because they possessed an unparalleled confidence in their willpower. At this moment, they were diligently memorizing the Marine 6 styles, envisioning how to unleash them with lethal precision. Fury felt increasingly exhilarated. These 6 techniques were undeniably powerful. The inventor was nothing short of a genius. Although Fury did not outwardly display it, he harbored immense pride. The very fact that he could articulate such admiration indicated profound respect. To conceive of a method to generate explosive reactive force through rapid footfalls on the ground for swift movement in an instant was remarkable. It must have required countless trials. This was precisely the shave. The moonwalk employed a similar principle, utilizing robust leg strength to push against the air, creating a powerful buoyancy. It allowed one to traverse the air as if ascending a staircase. While one could not remain aloft for long, it sufficed in combat. He had always held a fondness for those who worked diligently, generously bestowing compliments. He felt a twinge of shame in comparison. As he contemplated these highly practical techniques, excitement surged within him once more. If he utilized the moonwalk to gain altitude followed by shave for instantaneous movement, could he not achieve aerial teleportation? The mere thought was exhilarating. Guena, too, had an epiphany. The Galefoot generated slashing attacks against opponents by creating a vacuum through an ultra-rapid and powerful kick, resembling the sword aura emitted in swordsmanship. With this in mind, Guena had silently resolved to experiment with whether such high-speed, powerful slashes could form sword energy for long-range attacks. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. If successful, one could effortlessly cleave the target in twain without ever engaging the enemy. Fry's eyes brightened, inspired by Guena's words. The raging foot need not originate solely from the foot to produce a vacuum slash. Perhaps the arm could serve as a handblade as well. Additionally, the finger gun technique, which concentrates the entirety of one's strength into the index finger, allows the digit to harden, wielding a force akin to that of a bullet. Capable of easily penetrating the human body, the underlying principle should apply to various other areas, hardening the fist, the legs, transforming them into a machine gun of fists, delivering high-damage kicks. It could even manifest as a powerful headbutt. The technique of paper drawing is equally fascinating. As it stands in stark contrast to the gathering of power, it requires the body to relinquish all its strength. Astonishingly, it can render the body as light as paper. Such advanced applications of speed and power are truly remarkable. Further contemplation might reveal even more. Fry became increasingly animated, lost in his own imaginative reverie. Meanwhile, Barrett strained to tighten his body, flexing his muscles, and poked his fingers against his chest, frowning in dissatisfaction. He pondered when he might possess the strength of iron block. To infuse one's body with power, bestowing it with the hardness of iron, is no feat for an ordinary physique. He realized he must exert even greater effort. Akin gazed at him, lost in thought, before muttering to himself. Since power can be freely gathered and released within the body, he wondered whether it could be projected externally, forming something akin to armor or adhering to a weapon. Vick was astonished. Akin seemed to be performing extraordinarily, articulating what could only be described as the prowess of the armament Haki. Observing that everyone was deeply engrossed in contemplation, Vick chose not to interrupt and began to ponder the development of his own fruit abilities. As his companions progressed, he felt compelled not to lag behind. Guena, with great difficulty, lifted her gaze to Vick, who was lost in thought. Her initial decision to join Vick's crew stemmed from a herd mentality, without questioning his authority. However, now witnessing his vast knowledge and remarkable resolve, she began to respect him. His willingness to share methods of empowerment to enhance the strength of his comrades further solidified her acknowledgement of his status, though he occasionally exhibited a touch of pettiness. Holding grudges and harboring an inexplicable sense of pride, he was, for the most part, quite dependable. More significantly, Vick treated her with the same regard as he did the others, never viewing her through the lens of gender. This equitable treatment brought Guena immense satisfaction. Chapter 74. Time flies thus. The group embarked on a monotonous yet rigorous training regimen. To Vick's utter astonishment, the speculative training he had previously dismissed began yielding swift results. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of this world, or perhaps the innate physical capabilities of its inhabitants surpassed those of humanity from his previous life. Regardless, shortly after commencing the study of the 6 styles, Vick was the first to master Sarah. This was not merely a testament to Vick's exceptional talent, as there were others who could effortlessly learn by mere observation. Rather, Vick possessed a profound understanding of Sarah, bolstered by countless animated depictions of movements residing in his mind. These dynamic images significantly aided his training, yet could not be shared with others. Furthermore, his relentless dedication to training had already elevated his physical capabilities to the threshold required for grasping the 6 styles. Thus, mastering Sarah was a natural progression. Vick initially felt somewhat unaccustomed to the technique of shave, struggling to maintain his balance and nearly losing his footing. However, he quickly adapted, and after several attempts, he became proficient in its execution. Observing Vick master shave and effortlessly darting through the forest, his companions looked on with envy. Fry gazed at Vick with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Vick, you have learned it. Is this truly the shave from the 6 forms? Your speed is astonishing, almost as though you vanished in an instant." Guena, swinging her sword in an effort to generate sword energy, widened her eyes in amazement, stating, "I can't believe it can actually be mastered. I had my doubts, but it seems that physical techniques can indeed be so extraordinary, allowing one to surpass human limits and achieve such velocity." Fry closely observed Vick's instantaneous movements and remarked, "I just estimated that you can reach approximately 25 meters per second. That speed is remarkably swift for a human." Upon hearing this figure, Akin sighed. If one could maintain such velocity consistently, rather than in brief bursts, it would be truly formidable. I have not heard of anyone from the East Blue achieving such speed. Of course, the East Blue is not devoid of such abilities. Akin simply remains unaware. Vick knows that Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates possesses the skill of rapid movement. Let us not be overly astonished. For while the East Blue is considered the weakest of the 4 seas, it is not without its formidable pirates. Remember, there are always those stronger than oneself, Vick mused. Akin nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Perhaps my lack of awareness is simply due to the fact that those who possess such speed would not readily share their secrets." Vick nodded thoughtfully. He proceeded to demonstrate meticulously to a few individuals. After all, having tangible examples should prove beneficial for the training, as it is undoubtedly simpler than attempting to comprehend a few sentences in isolation. Vick demonstrated to a few individuals, noting that the physical exertion was minimal, which rendered the technique of shave exceptionally practical during combat. As the onlookers observed Vick's demonstration, they began to experiment with it themselves. To Vick's astonishment, Fry proved to be the quickest among them to master the technique, grasping it after only a few attempts. Fry felt a tinge of embarrassment under their gaze, but was nonetheless pleased with his achievement. "I have persistently attempted to learn shave, neglecting the other 6 techniques. Yet I struggled to comprehend it. However, after witnessing your demonstration, Vick, a sudden enlightenment struck me, and I was able to master it after just a couple of tries. Finally, for once, I was not trailing behind, for I was equally exhilarated. Indeed, as my brother had said, my stagnation was solely due to my lack of effort. These individuals around me are equally diligent, and I must remain vigilant. Vick has come to understand that Fury possesses a sharp intellect. Ever since he freed himself from the shackles of his innate talent, his capacity for learning has proven to be remarkably exceptional. His dedication to training is unmatched. He feels compelled to exert himself more than others to attain peace of mind. He harbors a fear that he, lacking in physical prowess and athletic ability, may be left far behind by his peers. This young man bears a psychological burden, yet mastering shave is merely a stepping stone for him. Not long after, the others gradually acquired their skills as well, as it is arguably the most accessible technique among the 6 forms. After Guena mastered it, she found it fascinating and frequently teleported back and forth, even consuming a portion of her sword training time. She felt a bit embarrassed, although she previously grasped the concept. Her resolve had not been fully solidified. It was only after witnessing Vick and the others' demonstrations that she gained true insight. As time swiftly passed, nearly a year had elapsed in training, marking the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Each of them had gradually learned several techniques of the 6 forms. However, Guena had yet to make progress in her training of sword energy. Although it may seem akin to Galefoot, the practical execution is entirely different. In the art of the sword, beyond relentless practice, the most crucial element is comprehension, cultivating one's own swordsmanship. Nevertheless, she made strides by mastering shave and moonwalk, which greatly aided her in combat. Her swordsmanship also advanced significantly, as she developed several techniques. Barrett, blessed with considerable talent and a diligent work ethic, showed promising progress. He placed particular emphasis on the defensive technique Iron Block, dedicating himself to rigorous practice. This dedication is not rooted in a yearning to become a mere human shield. Given the chance to strike, who among the masses would choose to be a punching bag? Moreover, being a young man, Barrett naturally harbors a desire for the visceral thrill of combat. His sacrifices arise not from a longing for glory, but from a sense of responsibility and care for his companions, dedicating himself to the team's success. Vick observed all of this keenly. Though his heart was filled with a mix of emotions, both touched and pained, he nonetheless respected the choices of others. Fortunately, Vick found solace in the fact that, throughout this journey, Barrett gradually began to experience the joy of being protected. In his youth, it was always his brothers who shielded him. Now, it was his turn to offer protection. Barrett had fallen in love with this newfound feeling. However, one aspect left him utterly bemused. He had inadvertently developed a technique he whimsically termed hair projectile, which involved launching his hair as a weapon. Though the technique lacked an official name, Vick felt that the moniker was quite fitting. With his naturally short hair standing upright, when hardened and propelled, it resembled steel needles. The move bore an essence of life restoration, yet a lingering question remained. Could the hair, once launched, grow back? Vick expressed profound skepticism. If this continues, will he not end up bald? As an elder brother, Vick harbored considerable concern for his foolish younger sibling's image and urged Barrett to cease practicing this technique. Although Akin had a commendable idea and coincidentally thought of the concept of armament Haki, he himself was unaware that this was indeed Haki. And it was evident that he had yet to achieve his objective. Manifesting power externally was evidently far more challenging than manipulating it internally, a feat beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, continually fixated on the notion of armament Haki. Vick found himself perplexed. Did this weapon possess some extraordinary significance? Its allure was undeniable. Fortunately, although Akin was steadfast in his pursuits, he remained rational, understanding that the enhancement of his strength was of paramount importance. He did not allow himself to become complacent. Harboring no biases against the other 6 forms, and diligently practiced without pause, perseverance bore fruit. Akin achieved a profound comprehension of 5 of the 6 forms, wielding them with remarkable proficiency. True to his nature, Akin's combat prowess within the squad now ranked just below Vick's. Chapter 75. The Emergence of the Green Algae Head. Vick is enduring great hardships. In addition to his rigorous daily training, he is also devoted to developing the abilities of the bubble fruit, engaging in constant experimentation. This process is exceedingly tedious, yet Vick perseveres, making significant strides in the harnessing of the devil fruit's powers. He has temporarily decided to set aside his exploration of the white space, as ever since the last extraction of luminous points from the zoan-type devil fruit, he has sensed that the radiance of this particular fruit has been exhausted. Thus, he refrains from wasting any further effort. Moreover, Vick allocates time to study navigation skills. While Fry possesses some innate talent in this area, Vick relies on the knowledge and experiences from his previous life to gain a slight advantage. He also organizes the crew to peruse newspapers and stay informed about current events, compiling the news he hears from around them. Each day, he must exert himself with the fervor of a high school senior preparing for a crucial exam. Nevertheless, all these efforts are worthwhile. His strength has surged dramatically. And even without the use of the devil fruit, he stands as the strongest within the group. Consequently, he has earned the unwavering respect and affection of his subordinates. Notably, Fry has managed to master all 6 forms, generously sharing his training insights with others. This achievement is undoubtedly not a stroke of luck, but rather a testament to his hard work. It is evident that although he often presents a jovial demeanor, he has been dedicating himself tirelessly behind the scenes. Additionally, he has developed various combination techniques and variations of the 6 forms, one of which is an impressive display of skill. The situation unfolded one day when Vick was practicing his fruit abilities and marksmanship, just as he typically does. Vick performed a shooting gesture with his fingertips, capable of launching bubbles. Each bubble, no larger than a bullet, possessed a hard surface. When propelled at high speed, it bore the force of a bullet, easily penetrating the human body. Moreover, these bubbles could also serve a cleansing function. However, a single bubble was too minuscule to have significant impact, and Vick typically refrained from adding enhancements. Since mastering this technique, Vick, though still carrying a handgun at his waist, had seldom resorted to its use. He practiced this method regularly, simultaneously enhancing his fruit abilities and honing his marksmanship, truly a twofold benefit. On this day, Fury had just completed a set of training and, during a brief respite, observed Vick from the sidelines. With an envious expression, he admired Vick's stylish bubble gun, wishing he could wield such power himself. After several days of watching intently, an epiphany struck him, leading to the development of his own flamboyant skill, vacuum finger blade. Utilizing the principle of storm kick, he snapped his fingers to create a vacuum, forming a miniature slicing attack for long-range offense. He demonstrated this in real time, effortlessly piercing a stout wooden post and leaving behind a crescent-shaped hollow, its edges frayed by tiny gusts of air. Though the attack's range was limited, Fury's ability to generate air blades by snapping his fingers, coupled with their formidable potency, offered insight into his level of mastery over the 6 styles. The speed and force he exhibited were certainly commendable, solidifying his reputation as a hard-working genius. On another day, Gung Shou was conducting a lesson indoors when a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the boisterous cries of a child. "Is anyone there? Hey, is anyone there? I've come to challenge you. Is there anyone strong? Step forward for a duel." The students, intrigued by the ruckus, glanced outside, some whispering amongst themselves. Gung Shou, amused by the interruption, smiled and said, "Xiu Shi, please bring the child in." His assistant, Xiu Shi, rose to investigate but returned shortly, alone, a bemused smile on his face. "Mr. Gung Shou, that child wishes to see you. He claims he wants to meet the strongest person at the Isen dojo." Gung Shou chuckled at the child's boldness, finding the situation entertaining, and stood to step outside. The disciples, seeing this, eagerly pressed against the door to sneak a peek. Their youthful curiosity piqued as they wondered what the child challenging the dojo's strongest member would be like. A flicker of realization crossed Vick's mind as he began to speculate on the identity of the newcomer. He joined the others at the door, eagerly peering outside. Before them stood Gung Sailang, who, upon catching sight of the child, chuckled heartily and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "What is it that you wish to do upon seeing me?" At that moment, everyone else also beheld the child's appearance. He was clad in a rather worn and aged white short-sleeved shirt, showing signs of considerable wear and dirt. His hair was a disheveled shade of green, and he nonchalantly held a small twig between his lips, exuding an air of carefree indifference. In Victor's heart, he mused, so this is Zaro. Upon encountering a man clad in a gray long-sleeved training outfit, he immediately donned a haughty, yet solemn expression. "I have come to challenge you. Are you the strongest in this dojo? I wish to duel with you." Gung Shiro seemed either amused by the childlike seriousness of his demeanor or found his purpose intriguing, bursting into hearty laughter. Once he calmed, he revealed a warm expression, tinged with humor and nostalgia, and remarked, "A challenge? You have come to issue a challenge?" Such occurrences have been rare of late. In truth, since Victor joined the One Heart Dojo, he had yet to witness a challenge. Perhaps the neighboring martial arts schools were well aware of the dojo's formidable reputation. Zaro, sensing his nonchalance, snorted, emphasizing, "Do not underestimate me simply because I am a child. I am indeed powerful, unmatched in the neighboring village. A voice suddenly rebutted from a young disciple with a watermelon haircut. You're talking nonsense. I am from the neighboring village, and I have never seen you before. Zoro's fib was utterly unconvincing. Momentarily caught off guard by the revelation, Zoro's face flushed, yet he quickly regained his composure and defiantly retorted, Fool. It's the other neighboring village. Gungshiro accepted Zoro's challenge and designated Kuina as his opponent. Kuina took a slight step back with her left foot, wielding her sword with a stoic expression, preparing her stance. Zoro raised both hands, assuming a fierce posture, glaring intently at Kuina. She launched the first attack. And although her opponent appeared weak, Kuina did not underestimate him. She advanced swiftly, delivering a strike that was more of a probe than a genuine assault. Zoro crossed his blades in defense, exerting all his strength to block the blow, only to be forced back several steps by the impact. Observing the openings, Kuina seized the moment and executed a swift downward slice. Zoro's 7 blades, held in hand and mouth, clattered to the ground in a cacophony. He himself toppled over. Although Kuina's strike was decisive, she had shown restraint. Recognizing Zoro's lack of foundation, she merely disarmed him without inflicting any harm. Lying on the ground, Zoro muttered defiantly, Cursed. Unwilling to concede, he scrambled to his feet and grasped 2 bamboo swords. Gungshiro watched with a grin, remaining silent. Noticing Zoro's newfound stance, Kuina inquired, 2-sword style? Have you ever trained in the 2-sword technique before? Zoro glared at the woman who had just bested him, snorted, and replied, No, I have never learned it. Today marks my inaugural encounter with the blade. As I observe, Gungshiro chuckles quietly to himself, pondering. Is it truly your first time wielding a sword? Chapter 76, Strive with all one's might. Gungshiro, as an impartial spectator, begins to perceive the latent talent within Zoro. Merely a novice with the blade, having just been bested by Kuina, he has gleaned valuable lessons from his recent defeat, refining his grip and stance. Though still youthful, Kuina possesses a keen sensitivity to swordsmanship and is vaguely aware of her opponent's burgeoning potential. Yet, being embroiled in the conflict, she does not dwell on such thoughts. Upon learning that it is Zoro's first time with a sword, she furrows her brow in irritation. She is quite impatient with this trivial challenge. Eager to conclude this seemingly futile duel, Zoro, sensing her disdain, vehemently asserts his strength, exclaiming, Beware. I am formidable, and I shall grow even stronger. Kuina remains non-committal, still harboring resentment towards Zoro for his previous dismissive attitude based on her gender. Zoro, perceiving her indifference, is consumed by a mix of indignation and fury. How can I, a strong fighter, be defeated by a mere girl? Upon hearing these words, Zoro felt an ominous shift in the air. While Zoro might not have meant any ill will, he was merely attempting to bolster his own spirits. However, he was oblivious to the sensitive topic that struck a nerve with Kuina. Sure enough, his words ignited a fierce anger within her. Although her expression remained largely unchanged, her eyes blazed with a fury that intensified with each passing moment. Zoro, completely unaware of the brewing storm, charged towards Kuina with swords in hand. She remained rooted in her place, unflinching. As Zoro approached and swung his dual blades, Kuina reacted with lightning speed, delivering a powerful downward strike that connected squarely with Zoro's face. He let out a pained cry. His vision momentarily blurred as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for some time. A prominent red mark was left across his face, yet, remarkably, there was no blood. It was evident that despite her immense anger, Kuina had ultimately shown restraint. The spectators gasped in astonishment, some of the younger disciples even letting out involuntary exclamations. Throughout the encounter, Kuina maintained a composed demeanor, effortlessly securing her victory. With Zoro sprawled on the ground, struggling to regain his composure, Yagyu announced, 1 point, this concludes the match. However, Kuina had no intention of letting him off that easily. She contemplated stepping forward to taunt him, but, glancing at Yagyu, refrained from doing so. This time, Zoro did not stubbornly refuse to concede. He straightforwardly admitted his defeat. Yagyu was quite pleased with Zoro, showering him with praise. Observing their amiable exchange, Kuina felt a surge of irritation. According to their agreement, if Zoro won, he would remove the sign of the One Heart Dojo. If he lost the challenge, he would join their ranks. Yet, the notion was utterly absurd. What difference would it make if he joined? He wouldn't contribute a single belly. Nor was he a person of great renown whose defeat would elevate the dojo's status. Furthermore, being so young, his capacity for labor was limited, and the dojo would have to expend resources to nurture him. In contrast, Kuina felt a greater affinity for the children whom the dojo supported through their own hard work. In this challenge, she realized that she was, in fact, the true loser. Meanwhile, Zoro emerged as the undeniable winner, seemingly at no cost to himself. Yet, as it was her father's decision, she would not go against it, even if she found it unpalatable. Feeling disheartened, Kana turned to leave in silence. At that moment, Zoro spoke up, declaring, "I will train with all my might and surely defeat you one day. My name is Roronoa Zoro, remember it." Kuina turned to him with a cold gaze, resolutely replying, "That day will never come." Guena glanced over at a few individuals, and Vick understood that she wished to leave this place. He stood up, ready to depart. Seeing Zoro still sulking and glaring at Guena's retreating figure, Fry maliciously remarked, "Your name is Zoro, isn't it? Do not underestimate women, even in words, lest you suffer a severe beating." Zoro, grimacing in pain, shot him an angry glare. Vick cast a silent glance at Fury, who chose not to elaborate further and pursued the others. Zoro settled into the dojo. Not only did Gungshiro waive his tuition fees, but he also provided him with sustenance and accommodation, treating him with greater favor than others, allowing him to focus solely on his swordsmanship. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent, envy, and even some distancing from him. Yet Zoro remained unfazed by it all. He spoke no grand proclamations, his sole dedication lay in the path of the sword, and he soon commenced an arduous training regimen, with a bamboo sword in each hand. Zoro relentlessly struck the wooden post, panting heavily. When exhaustion rendered him unable to continue, he sank to the ground, resting against the post for a brief moment. Feeling his strength gradually return, he immediately stood up, exclaiming to himself, "I cannot afford to pause. I must strive even harder." He resumed his strikes. Initially at a swift pace, the two bamboo swords moving like a tempest. However, after countless blows, his arms grew weightless, as though detached from his body. With a shout, he swung forcefully at the wooden post, yet the strike felt feeble, lacking both speed and power. "Ah!" He cried out again, but this time he miscalculated, stumbling and falling. Lying on the ground for a moment, he muttered to himself, "All right. My arms have reached their limit. Next, I must train by running 200 laps around the dojo." This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. He sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water and headed outside to run. Coincidentally, other disciples were also jogging, and without a word, Zoro lifted a child roughly his age onto his shoulders. The child, sporting a watermelon-shaped haircut, screamed in fright, "Zoro, you scared me to death. What are you doing? Let me down." Zoro paid no heed, quickening his pace and sprinting ahead of everyone. "Stop the chatter. Running alone is too easy. I need to carry you to truly challenge myself." The watermelon-haired child, jostled about, felt nauseous. You should carry rocks." Let me down. I'm going to be sick." "Wah." Zoro ignored his pleas. Upon hearing the child's impending sickness, his expression stiffened momentarily. Swiftly, he grasped the child's head, tilting it backward while holding his hair to direct the mouth away from him. Just as he finished preparing, the child vomited, creating a wave-like ripple behind Zoro. Due to his posture, the child coughed repeatedly, and the unpleasant odor carried on the breeze for miles. Zoro, pale-faced, held his breath and ran even faster. After the bout of sickness, the child felt considerably better and looked around in confusion. "Hey, Zoro, where are we? Where are you running to? I can no longer see the dojo, you scoundrel." "Silence. It was your earlier remarks that led me astray. Quickly, tell me which direction leads to the dojo." "Not that way. It is exactly the opposite. How can one be so misguided? Are you truly a fool?" "Wrong again. Pray tell. How do you navigate, wandering aimlessly with no sense of direction?" "Follow the direction of my finger, for heaven's sake. My finger is right before your eyes." "To the left. To the left. I am utterly defeated by your incompetence. Enough of your prattling. Which way is it? Clearly, your instructions were insufficiently clear. And yet, you blame me for the misdirection. Hurry and point out the correct path." That young watermelon-headed boy has already tasted the bitterness of despair at such a tender age, a feeling he will come to know daily. After an indeterminate amount of time spent in this futile endeavor, the two finally returned to the dojo just before Zoro was completely exhausted. "You scoundrel. You made me run for so long. Clearly you are unfamiliar with the surroundings." The watermelon-headed boy, who lives nearby. "Silence. You. With your dreadful sense of direction, fool." At this moment, Zoro had commenced his training in biting strength, tying stones to a rope and gripping it with his teeth while performing squats. This arduous training was indeed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Initially, his gums would bleed, rendering the experience quite torturous and strenuous. Nevertheless, he persevered, and gradually his teeth grew more robust. with relentless effort and earnest study. His innate talent soon became evident. Since the inception of his foundational training, his pace of learning was astonishing. He could master nearly every movement after a single observation, demonstrating an ability to extrapolate from what he had learned. Zaro swiftly distinguished himself among his peers. The discordant voices that once surrounded him began to dissipate. Due to the inherent human tendency to admire strength, many children began to idolize him, perceiving him as a role model and an elder brother, seeing him as the representative of all disciples. Although Kuina had previously excelled beyond her peers, being a girl set her apart, while Zaro emerged as a talent rivaling hers, coupled with a cool demeanor and an air of nonchalance. In the eyes of some junior disciples, he had nearly supplanted Kuina's position. Yet, Zaro remained haunted by his defeat at Kuina's hands. For every inch of progress he made, he would immediately challenge her, often 5 or 6 times a day. This incessant challenge became a source of distress for Kuina. She ceased returning to the dojo for lunch, opting instead to train with Wick and others. They would gather in the woods before dawn and train late into the evening, spending nearly the entire day together. Eventually, Zaro's daily challenges were reduced to just twice. Chapter 77. The defeated should remain silent one day. As they were training, Fry inquired, "Hey, Kuina, is that kid still challenging you every day?" At the mention of this, Kuina furrowed her brow in annoyance and complained, "What a troublesome kid. Ever since I defeated him that day, he has persistently sought to challenge me. He insists on confronting me whenever he makes even the slightest progress, challenging me 5 or 6 times daily. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that boy's mind. It is utterly vexing." Rather than offering comfort, Fry seemed to revel in her predicament. It seems that ever since you decisively defeated him, he has become fixated on you. After all, boys tend to care a great deal about this sort of thing." He then expressed his confusion. "I don't understand why you tolerate such meaningless challenges. If you simply refuse him, he would surely lose interest." Kuina shook her head with a resigned smile. "This is the respect of a swordsman." Just as Fry was about to respond, a voice suddenly interjected, "Kuina, I have grown strong enough. This time, I will surely defeat you." As the two conversed, Zaro suddenly appeared before Kuina, startling them both. Upon recognizing him, Kuina exclaimed in surprise, "Zaro, what are you doing here? Are you following me?" Indeed, Zaro had done just that. Though the notion of tracking someone was a daunting task for one as directionally challenged as he. Since Kuina stopped dining at the dojo, Zaro had been unable to challenge her frequently. Unaware of her training location, he resorted to trailing her after their routine morning sparring sessions. Regrettably, he often found himself lost shortly thereafter, unable to retrace his steps. Despite his misadventures, he always managed to stumble back to the dojo by sheer luck. Yet, Zaro remained undeterred by his failures, his resolve only intensified. At last, on this particular day, accompanied by a well-meaning friend, Watermelon Head, he successfully followed her to their training grounds. At that moment, the Watermelon Head timidly peered out from behind a tree. "I'm sorry, Sister Kuina. We shouldn't have followed you." However, Kuina found this unimportant. "Accept my challenge, Kuina," Zaro declared, oblivious to any wrongdoing. His focus shifting back to the challenge at hand. Kuina, exasperated, rested her forehead on her hand, yet she did not underestimate Zaro's challenge. Although she was unaware of Zoro's training regimen, she could perceive his rapid progress during their daily duels. She had also heard rumors of his remarkable talent. However, no one understood the nature of talent better than Kuina herself, a person of exceptional ability. She knew well that such advancements were not solely the product of innate talent. It was evident that Zaro, as he had mentioned that day, was diligently training with great effort. While Kuina felt that this level of challenge was becoming increasingly meaningless for her, she acknowledged that Zaro would gain some benefit from it. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to accept such frequent challenges. "After this duel, you must refrain from challenging me so often. If you dedicate that time to practicing, you will improve even more and avoid those dismal defeats." With the involvement of Vick, Kuina had indeed grown significantly stronger compared to over a year ago. Rendering their previous mutual progress a thing of the past, she now viewed Zaro more as a junior. Yet Zaro did not heed Kuina's well-intentioned advice. He was prepared. His hands raised with his sword in the starting stance, urging her, "I have become stronger. This time, I will surely win. Once I defeat you, I will no longer challenge you." Kuina, with her kind heart, found her efforts utterly disregarded. Frustration simmered within her, prompting her to refrain from further commentary and show no mercy. It came as no surprise when Zaro faced yet another defeat, falling effortlessly to Kuina's prowess. In a fit of indignation, Zaro slammed his fist into the ground. "Damn it! Why must I lose so swiftly again?" I am destined to become the strongest swordsman in the world. I cannot continue to be bested like this. Guena remained indifferent to Zoro's grievances. After countless challenges, his complaints had long since ceased to evoke any emotion in her. While she was taken aback to discover that Zoro shared her aspiration, his inability to heed her counsel tested her patience. With a cold remark, she retorted, "You remain so weak, Zoro. How can you, a boy, be so feeble?" Guena had not forgotten Zoro's initial offense against her. Glancing at the 2 bamboo swords in his grip, she concluded that even wielding 2 weapons, a weakling remained just that. Without waiting for his reaction, she turned away, intent on resuming her training. Fry quietly commented to Guena, "Even if you wish to drive him away, you needn't speak so harshly. It's rather unkind and could tarnish your reputation." Guena merely maintained her stoic demeanor, offering no reply. Although Zoro clenched his fists in anger, he chose silence, rising to dust himself off. Fry, with a mischievous grin, observed Zoro's predicament, delighting in the unfolding drama. And teased, "This chapter is not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." "Zoro, you've lost again? Did you not claim to be strong?" Zoro ignored Fry's taunts, picking up the 2 bamboo swords with renewed determination. He resolved that next time, he would emerge stronger and challenge Guena once more, vowing not to face defeat again. At that moment, the silent watermelon-headed observer, who had been watching the match, suddenly shouted, "Hey, Guena, is it because you are the daughter of Master Gungshiro that he secretly taught you some extraordinary sword techniques?" He surveyed the surroundings, incredulous. "Training in such a secluded place? That is quite cunning." This does not imply that the watermelon-headed individual possesses a dark psyche, rather. It is merely that the prodigious Guena's prowess starkly contrasts with that of the equally talented Zoro. Furthermore, her clandestine training with a group of aloof and enigmatic individuals inevitably leads to speculation among the younger crowd. Such conjectures are entirely reasonable, and some are even more extravagant and fantastical. Guena felt a surge of indignation upon hearing these remarks. Although her father, King Shiro, could effortlessly defuse such accusations without anger, it does not diminish the gravity of the situation. Publicly questioning a teacher on such matters is a serious allegation, profoundly impacting both the instructor and the student involved. Moreover, King Shiro treats all his students equally, including his own daughter, Guena, without any preferential treatment. Guena holds her father in the highest regard and feels a tumult of anger, injustice, and sorrow on his behalf. Defeated individuals ought to remain silent. The louder they roar, the more ludicrous they appear. Instead of acknowledging her own weaknesses, she unjustly directs her ire towards Zoro due to their shared arrival. "I bet you dream of becoming the strongest in the world, you fool." The watermelon-headed boy hastily offered his apologies, retreating behind a tree in fear upon witnessing Guena's explosive anger. Zoro, however, remained present. As soon as the boy spoke, Zoro felt a pang of urgency, wishing to convey that he harbored no such thoughts. Unfortunately, Guena's words came too swiftly, leaving him a step behind. Embarrassment and shame washed over him, yet he understood he could not simply flee. "Guena, I apologize for such words. I have never thought in that manner." His gaze was filled with sincerity. "I am acutely aware of the techniques you have employed against me. During each training session, I meticulously reflect on every detail of our encounters, seeking ways to emerge victorious. Therefore, I am fully cognizant of all the moves you have executed. They are all fundamental sword techniques taught by Sensei Shushi, with not a single complex maneuver among them." At this juncture, he felt frustration at his own inadequacy, coupled with admiration for her remarkable strength. How infuriating! It is precisely this that makes her even more formidable. After a moment of anger, his gaze hardened with resolve. "However, I shall not surrender. I will train twice as hard, becoming stronger and stronger, to defeat you." Chapter 78. The most unremarkable blonde Guena's anger dissipated significantly upon hearing Zoro's words. She was never one to harbor grudges, especially since the remarks were not made by Zoro. Once her anger subsided, she noticed Zoro's unwavering passion for challenge, leaving her somewhat perplexed. The words she had uttered had no effect on him whatsoever. Instead, they only served to intensify his competitive spirit. Guena found herself bewildered, pondering why he did not challenge Vick instead. Clearly, he is the most formidable disciple of the dojo, appearing even more powerful, and he is a male. Contemplating this, she cast her gaze towards a few individuals training in the distance. Suddenly struck by an inspiration, she feigned generosity and remarked, "Never mind, it is not your concern." Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she encouraged, "Zoro, did you know? The strongest disciple in this dojo is not me, but that blonde one over there." Noticing Zoro's attention was indeed drawn towards the direction she indicated, captivated by the trainees. Kuina felt a surge of joy. However, she observed Zoro's expression was somewhat perplexed, his gaze wavering uncertainly. To her surprise, he looked towards Fry, the very one who had just ridiculed him. Kuina quickly clarified, not the curly-haired one. Zoro's gaze then shifted to the imposing figure of Barrett, who certainly appeared extraordinary. Not the one with the spiky hair either. His eyes finally settled on Vick, wearing an expression of confusion and uncertainty. Indeed, this time he is correct. It is the most unremarkable-looking blonde. He is called Vick. Kuina chuckled softly. Do not be deceived by his seemingly bland appearance. He is, in fact, the strongest. Even if you were to challenge me and emerge victorious, what would it matter? You still would not be the strongest. You might as well confront him directly. Vick, utterly speechless at Guena's taunts, turned to her and remarked, Guena, I heard everything. The phrase that echoed incessantly in his mind was that most unremarkable description of blonde hair. Damn it, what does the most unremarkable blonde hair even mean? Clearly, this was simply the norm for blonde hair. Zoro, however, paid no heed to such trivialities. All he caught was the phrase the strongest. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he cast a look in Vick's direction, brimming with eagerness. Vick found himself ensnared in the most unremarkable aspects of his existence when he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon him. He cast a fleeting glance at the source, shaking his head subtly at Zoro. I am not Kuina, therefore. I must decline. Although Zoro felt a surge of irritation at his demeanor, he realized that his earlier impulse had merely been a fleeting moment. Once the sting of rejection subsided, his desire to duel with Kuina resurfaced. For he was indeed a swordsman destined to become the strongest. Yet, the intensity of this person's gaze was truly infuriating. Do not be overly arrogant, remember? I shall defeat Kuina and then you. Having spent considerable time in this place and completed his challenge, Zoro saw no reason to linger, delivering a parting remark before turning away. Upon noticing Zoro's departure, Watermelon Head immediately followed closely behind, anxious that they might lose each other again. It has been over a year since they arrived at the Isen Dojo, and the group has made significant strides. They have begun to cultivate the strength necessary for self-preservation. Training can be pursued anywhere, and remaining here solely to toil, without purpose would yield little benefit. Vick intends to set sail in the near future, embarking on a brief journey to explore the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. This venture aims to accumulate experience for future excursions along the Grand Line. It is said to be the capital of a member nation of the world government, where he is likely to encounter a wealth of knowledge and information. In this small village, Vick feels almost isolated from the world. Even Kang Shiro scarcely pays attention to the newspapers about the Grand Line, leading a life akin to seclusion. Here, only wanted posters and local tabloids circulate. Only the most shocking global events or widely known news manage to reach this place. However, this state of affairs cannot persist. Resolute in his decision, Vick shared his intentions with a few individuals, primarily with Kuina. The others had no objections, having longed for adventure. Yet, Kuina still needed to obtain King Shiro's approval. The group began preparations to purchase a vessel, acquire nautical charts, compasses, and gather information about the routes, familiarizing themselves with sailors and fishermen, as well as other supplies needed at sea. Since this was merely a short-distance voyage along a frequently traveled route, such information was readily available. However, procuring a ship proved to be more complex than anticipated, presenting several challenges. What? 100 million berries. Why don't they just resort to robbery? At this moment, Fry completely lost his usual composure. His face flushed and his voice raised as he shouted at Barrett while pounding the table. Not yet satisfied, he gulped down a large glass of water, bracing himself for another round. Vick swiftly interrupted the impending roar from him. Enough, Fry. It's not Barrett's fault. Why are you shouting at him? He begrudgingly retrieved a cup and poured some water for Barrett, advising him to refrain from speaking until he had finished drinking. After Barrett shared the information he had gathered, the group fell into despondency. Akin, Fry, and Vick stood nearby, their brows furrowed in concern. Guena was no exception, sighing heavily. Typically, new ships must be custom ordered a year in advance, requiring significant deposits to commence construction. Presently, there are no readily available vessels, even for used ships. The cost begins at no less than 100 million berries. Furthermore, the hulls are often in disrepair, and without extensive renovations, navigation could pose challenges. Financial constraints were not the issue. Upon hearing that staggering figure, Vick had already contemplated his options. Most crucially, this is merely a small village, and one cannot procure a vessel here. The nearest shipyard or rental service is where one must venture for supplies. Moreover, the sanitary conditions on ordinary boats are severely lacking, often devoid of restrooms. Many resort to resolving their needs directly into the sea. The more discerning individuals manage with a bucket than an ounce head, which serves as an unspoken signal known to all at sea. Those below instinctively withdraw, allowing the waste to plunge into the depths. While this may seem distasteful and hard to accept, it is the stark reality. Only naval warships and larger vessels can afford to maintain higher standards. Typical small boats are devoid of such amenities. Vick, no longer troubled by his thoughts, displayed a fierce glint in his eyes as he prepared to undertake his rightful duties. It became evident that ordinary commerce was ill-suited for him. With this realization, he decided to cast aside any further considerations regarding the ship. Instead, he resolved to board a fisherman's small boat to journey to another village. With repeated voyages, he would eventually reach the capital of the Kingdom of Goa. Victor momentarily paused, his expression radiating righteousness, his gaze imbued with a hint of compassion for the plight of others. Should we encounter a vessel besieged by pirates, we would be fulfilling a noble duty, restoring justice and rescuing it from peril. Ideally, it would be a ship armed with cannons. He seemed to elucidate it, his tone suffused with benevolence. Such weapons are far too perilous in the hands of nefarious individuals. We must ensure their safekeeping, which could also be deemed an act of salvation. Guena mused silently. We are pirates too, aren't we? It sounds noble, yet it is merely an act of coercion. Nevertheless, she was now part of the team, and the thought of seizing from pirates, equivalent to acquiring at least 100 million berries, stirred a tempest of excitement within her. She harbored no sympathy for pirates and did not naively believe that all of them were akin to their group, although she silently questioned their motives. Her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil, instead wearing an expression of agreement. Indeed, we are better suited to wielding the vessel. If those pirates are guilty of heinous acts, then we would merely be performing a good deed. She even feigned a sigh, proclaiming, even as pirates, we possess a chivalrous spirit. Frere coughed repeatedly, while the others regarded Guena with astonishment. This transformation was rather abrupt, was it not? Vick was thoroughly pleased. Nodding towards Guena, responded with a shy smile. Now, everything was prepared. The group had been quite open about their activities during this time, rather than being discreet. They were merely awaiting the confrontation with Gung Shiro. Chapter 79. Guena's performance in recent days. Rumors of Vick and his companions embarking on an adventurous journey had spread like wildfire, prompting many disciples to inquire about the situation in various ways. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the sky, a full moon hung above, casting a soft, silvery glow. After finishing their training, Vick and his companions arrived at the Yishin dojo, eager to seek out Gung Sailang. Upon reaching Gung Sailang's tea room, Vick signaled to his companions that he would enter alone. Guena hesitated, wanting to say something, yet chose not to intervene. Vick stood at the entrance of the tea house, poised to speak, when the gentle voice of Gung Shiro resonated from within. Since you are here, please come in. Since Vick had taken a stand here, he refrained from being coy and confidently pushed the door open. Inside, there was only Gung Sailang, seated before a cup of tea, from which delicate wisps of steam were rising. Upon noticing Vick entering and taking a seat opposite him, Gung Sailang exhibited no inclination to offer him a cup of tea. Such behavior is rather discourteous, and it is particularly rare for someone as good-natured as Gung Sailang to act in this manner. This clearly indicates that, at least at this moment, Gung Sailang found Vick quite displeasing. Vick sat calmly opposite King Shiro, their gazes locked in a silent exchange. The atmosphere was imbued with stillness, so profound that the faintest sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Although Vick possessed exceptional mental fortitude, he found himself somewhat breathless under the intense gaze of the formidable King Sailang, who emanated an overwhelming aura. Nonetheless, Vick understood that he could not concede defeat at this moment. He merely endured the pressure with sheer willpower. After a considerable duration, King Sailang showed no signs of relenting. Vick felt that continuing in such a manner was not a viable solution. Passively acquiescing was not his style. He resolved to take the initiative, seizing control of the situation. Thus, under the pressure imposed by Gung Sailang, he poured himself a cup of tea with a demeanor of nonchalance, appearing unfazed and serene. After taking a gentle sip, he met Gung Sailang's somewhat surprised gaze and sincerely expressed, Mr. Gung Sailang, while it may seem rather presumptuous of me to say this, Guena wishes to accompany us on our journey, departing tomorrow. I earnestly hope you will grant your consent. Although Guena mentioned she could sneak away, I am aware that deep down, she does not truly desire to do so, but rather seeks your approval. I have come today specifically to request this on behalf of my subordinate. Gung Sailang, however, disregarded Vick's words and, in a low voice, remarked to himself. What gall you possess, Hernande Vick. Vick was entirely unperturbed, merely smiling. Guena had always been a tenacious child, practicing relentlessly in this dojo since her early years. Although the dojo was bustling with visitors, she had no friends, dedicating herself to solitary training, honing skills that even adults found formidable. Perhaps this is why she exhibited a degree of arrogance. It was at this juncture that Vick and the others arrived. I am immensely grateful to you. For not only did you become her companions, alleviating Guena's solitude, but you also inspired her to train with greater fervor, unwilling to be outmatched by you boys. Gradually, she began to dismantle the barriers faced by female swordsmen. Pausing for a moment, he noticed Vick's rapt attention and continued. I have envisioned her traveling the world to refine her swordsmanship as she matures, yet she is, after all, a girl. Still only 10 years old, far too young and perilous. At this, he let out a soft sigh, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern, the implication unmistakable. Vick could not disclose to her the true reason for wanting to take Guena away, beyond the desire for her to share adventures with her companions. A far more pressing concern loomed. Guena was destined to perish a year hence. Although Vick was aware that the manner of her demise, falling from the attic, was absurd, he remained oblivious to the exact day and lacked the means to avert Guena's fate. While he could advise her to steer clear of the attic, unforeseen circumstances could arise. He could not remain by her side incessantly to prevent her from falling. Moreover, the catalyst for this tragedy, whether it stemmed from the attic, the whetstone, or Zara, was still shrouded in uncertainty. As fate would have it, they were about to set sail, prompting Vick to resolve to remove Guena from this perilous location, keeping her within his protective sight. This was the most prudent course of action he could conceive. As Vick was lost in thought, Gung Silang suddenly sighed softly. I am merely an ordinary father. Without waiting for Vick's response, he swiftly drew his blade and struck at Vick. This blow was akin to the one he delivered while teaching, when he chopped at the wooden stake. It was merely a casual swing of his sword. Since Vick entered, he has never relaxed his vigilance. He understands that although Gung Silang appears amiable as a father, he would never easily permit his daughter to venture out to sea at such a tender age. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for him to make a cautious probe. Vick had long been prepared. He swiftly raised his left hand, and instantly a flawlessly smooth, transparent bubble materialized in his palm, standing defiantly before him. The blade's air slash collided with the bubble, yet it remarkably did not shatter. It was as if it had struck an exceedingly smooth surface, devoid of any friction, only slightly indenting. The air slash was immediately redirected, gliding off the bubble's surface and leaving a scar on the wall beside the room. Vick then skillfully retracted the bubble. This technique, a product of Vick's research, was one he cherished dearly. As the bubble formed in his palm, the surface, caressed by his hand, became exquisitely smooth, possessing a quality akin to that of the slippery fruit, allowing it to deflect attacks. The chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This maneuver proved remarkably effective for defense, though currently, its potency was not very strong, with a relatively low threshold for endurance. Yield Shiro had merely tested it casually, and the air slash's power was minimal. Even if it struck him, it would not inflict serious injury. Observing Vick's display with astonishment, he refrained from further assault. Furrowing his brow as he sought confirmation, a devil fruit? No wonder you dare to speak such words before me. Is this your source of confidence? Vick dared not boast in the presence of Gung Silang. He remained exceedingly humble. It is merely a trivial display of skill, a petty trick. And I beg your pardon for any amusement it may have caused, he added. In truth, our journey is but a nearby excursion. The majority of our time will be devoted to training, and we shall not venture into perilous regions. Moreover, we will not depart from the East Sea. It is merely an opportunity to broaden our horizons and accumulate strength. Gung Silang pondered for a moment before responding, I have some understanding of your abilities. Yet I did not anticipate that you were indeed a person of talent. His gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Vick. Gina is merely a girl without any extraordinary skills. What is it that draws you to her? Do not attempt to placate me with tales of her seeking to join you. Vick let out a sigh of relief upon hearing his words, realizing that Gung Silang had indeed relaxed internally. However, he still harbored some concerns regarding Vick and his companions possibly having ulterior motives. Vick, without any attempt at self-justification, sincerely remarked, Mr. Gung, you are truly too modest. Guena is indeed an exceptionally remarkable individual. The first time I witnessed her in combat against another, I was profoundly astonished by her extraordinary talents. Her innate gifts, diligent efforts, combat intelligence, and intuition are all of the highest caliber. Although she possesses confidence in her abilities, She approaches battle with utmost caution. There is no doubt she is a born swordswoman, and her age should not detract from that fact. As Vick reminisced about his initial viewing of Guena's fight, the emotions he experienced at that time remained vividly etched in his memory. While I admired Guena back then, I had yet to commit to a definitive judgment, as I was uncertain of her true character. Gradually, I discovered that although she may appear aloof, her heart is resolute and upright. Her words might sometimes be sharp, yet they are devoid of malice. She is caring towards the disciples in the dojo and does not consider herself superior simply because she is your daughter. She treats others with respect and possesses a thoughtful disposition. Her character is both candid and generous, never fawning or pretentious. In essence, she is a remarkably amiable person. Vick gazed directly at Gung Sailang, smiling as he inquired, with so many admirable qualities, how can you claim that Guena is not exceptional? Chapter 80. Do take care of your health. Though Gung Sailang had yet to respond, Vick could discern that his spirits had noticeably lifted. After all, no one is indifferent to kind words. Where do you intend to go first? Vick responded promptly, expressing his intention to first venture towards the royal city, which he claimed was thriving with prosperity. He also mentioned the nearby Corbeau mountain range, teeming with formidable beasts that could aid in our cultivation. His tone was casual. Yet Gung Sailang remained unfazed, continuing to inquire, is everything ready? Vick candidly remarked, we are already prepared. We merely intend to travel to the royal city. There are no subsequent plans yet, as we are first arranging to take a boat there. To which Gung Sailang responded with a half-smile. Is it not because we are unable to procure a boat? Vick complimented immediately. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. Vick believed that the next step would be the most common ritual of gifting a ship in the world of pirates. But little did he know that his expectations were overly optimistic. Gung Shiro, with a cheerful smile, remarked, what does your expression convey? Do you truly think that after taking Guena, I would bestow upon you a ship as well? Young man, you are indeed quite the opportunist. With the rudimentary navigation skills of yours, I would be more concerned about you setting sail on your own. Vick disregarded the notion of the ship, as nothing was of greater significance than Guena. He understood that the situation had been settled. Gung Sailang had already consented. Gratefully, he rose and bowed, earnestly assuring, rest assured, I shall protect my subordinates well. Gung Sailang, upon hearing this, merely sighed softly and conceded, I am weary. You may leave now. I hope you will honor your word. Vick stepped out of the tea room and noticed that Guena's eyes were swollen with tears, recognizing her deep emotional response to her father's concern for her. Did you all hear that? Guena gently nodded, touched by her father's affection. In a moment of fluster, she felt compelled to add an unnecessary clarification. Do not misinterpret this. Vick, I am moved solely because of your praise for my numerous virtues. Vick shrugged noncommittally. I shall take it as the truth. However, those words were mere fabrications. The sole reason for taking you away is your culinary prowess. Guena, wiping away her tears, retorted with indignation, you rascals only know how to toy with me. Do not dare to imagine that I will cook for you again. I am a warrior, a warrior. Vick disregarded her clamoring, waving his hand as he said, enough with the emphasis. Perhaps you should contemplate how to bid farewell to Mr. Gung Sailang, for he is quite concerned about you. The group departed amidst laughter and jovial banter, leaving Guena lingering at the doorway, somewhat bashful and uncertain about how to confront her father. The echoes of their raucous laughter still resonated in the air. Vick, is Guena truly as remarkable as you claim? It seems rather exaggerated. I am at least 10 times more formidable than she is. Why do you not praise me? This outburst came from Fry, who was clearly dissatisfied. In terms of navigation skills, you are indeed 10 times more proficient. That is indisputable, Vick replied. Vick, in a state of helplessness, responded perfunctorily. What do you mean by that? What tone is this? Am I lacking in every other aspect? Fury surged within Fry. Vick's insinuation was exceedingly clear. There was no need to further question him and put him in a difficult position, for speaking the truth can be quite hurtful. Akin, mercilessly, delivered a sharp retort. Huh? A mere supporting character. What did you say? Dare to repeat that. Watch me turn you into a swollen mess. He gestured menacingly. How infuriating. You curly-haired scoundrel. Who do you call a supporting character? I possess the prestigious title of Ghost Man, Akin declared with indignation. You are but a mere extra, unrecognizable even on the street. Do you think I fear your self-proclaimed title of Ghost Man? Bring it on. Fry continued to provoke. Please, calm down and cease the quarrel. Barrett timidly interjected. You are the one who self-designated as curly-haired scoundrel, while Ghost Man is a formidable title bestowed upon me by our leader Vick. It is meant to instill fear in those who hear it. ISNT that right, leader Vick? His gaze, however, was fixed on Fry. What? Vick, how could you do this? You are biased. Vick, you too, disappear at once. The following morning, a few individuals, including Vick, boarded a small boat. Preparing to set sail, Vick observed with concern as Guena's gaze wandered around the dock, her expression tinged with melancholy. He gently reassured her. Did you not have enough of a conversation with Mr. Gung Sailang last night? Surely he would prefer to avoid the anguish of parting once more. Guena refused to concede. I am not searching for anyone. I am merely admiring the scenery. With that, she turned to retreat into the ship's cabin. Fry, feigning surprise, exclaimed, Look, it's Mr. Gung Sailang. Guena immediately turned her head, only to find the dock deserted, devoid of any sign of Gung Sailang. Realizing Fry was playing a trick on her, she shot him a fierce glare, her teeth clenched in frustration. One day, I shall have my revenge. Fry, undeterred, laughed heartily. If you wish for Mr. Gung Sailang to see you off, just say so. You haven't forgotten to inform him of the departure time, have you? A blush crept across Guena's cheeks as she realized she had indeed neglected to tell her father the exact time. At that moment, Barrett interjected, Mr. Gung Sailang is here. Guena, exasperated, retorted, one prank is enough. Akin, in a calm tone, suggested, if you doubt it, take a look for yourself. Hesitantly, Guena glanced toward the dock, where, to her astonishment, stood a figure clad in a simple gray kimono, a warm smile gracing his face. Who else could it be but Gung Sailang? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For the past decade, Guena had never left the dojo, nor had she ever spent a night outside its confines. The thought of embarking on a journey and leaving behind her father, with whom she had shared her life, filled her heart with sorrow. The excitement of adventure waned, and tears brimmed in her eyes, which she fought valiantly to hold back. In this moment, Gung Sailang set aside his usual stern demeanor, gazing at Guena with tenderness and concern, a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. Fry watched the poignant exchange between them, feeling a pang of jealousy as he muttered, Why the emotional display? It's not as if it's a matter of life and death. You're merely going away for a little while. You'll be back soon enough. Guena shot him a fierce glare, delivering a playful punch to his forehead as she scolded, Be quiet. The somber atmosphere lightened somewhat with this interruption. Guena solemnly assured Gung Sailang, Father, I promise I will not neglect my swordsmanship while I am away. When you see me again, I will have grown stronger. However, Gung Sailang did not speak of swordsmanship at that moment. Instead, he regarded Guena's resolute face and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, Guena, you have grown. He then turned to Vick, speaking earnestly, I entrust Guena to your care. Vick immediately assured, Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to safeguard my companions. The ship's owner was already urging them on, and the group hastily composed themselves, ready to set sail. As the vessel weighed anchor, Gungshiro suddenly remarked, Guena, please do not fall ill. Tears streamed down Guena's face in an instant. Yet, she did not turn around but, with her back to Gungshiro, drew her sword, Wad Ikamanji, and held it aloft, solemnly performing a swordsman's salute. Thus began their journey through the East Sea. Chapter 81. Windmill Village. The captain of this ship was named Jackson, a revelation that startled Vick upon hearing it. Having spent many years making a living at sea, he bore skin of a brown hue rivaling even that of Akin. His hair was somewhat tousled, secured with a black bandana, and his gaunt cheeks framed ordinary features, with faint wrinkles on his forehead suggesting he was in his 40s. Fry sought his guidance daily, inundating him with questions about navigation, which left Jackson quite overwhelmed. Vick sat on the deck, feeling somewhat bored. Noticing his approach, he inquired, Captain Jackson, could you tell me how far we are from Windmill Village? Vick recalled that on the map of the Pirate King world, Frost Moon Village and Windmill Village both belonged to the territory of the Goa Kingdom. They were situated on the same continent. However, Frost Moon Village was relatively distant from the royal capital of Goa, while Windmill Village was much closer, following the coastline. One could travel directly from Frost Moon Village to Windmill Village. Captain Jackson, bewildered by Vick's inquiry, looked utterly perplexed and asked, Windmill Village? Which Windmill Village are you referring to? Vick was perplexed by his inquiry. Could it be that there are numerous windmill villages here? It is, after all, the windmill village within the realm of the Kingdom of Goya, situated near its capital. Captain Jackson appeared even more bewildered, his expression darkening as he said, Vick, I see you all are quite particular in your discussions. That curly-haired lad, when inquiring about navigation techniques, spoke so eloquently that he left me utterly confounded. I had thought you possessed considerable knowledge, yet it seems you are merely novices who have never ventured beyond your doorstep, in the vicinity of the royal city. Nearly every village boasts an abundance of windmills. It is inconceivable for there to be a village named Windmill Village. How would one even distinguish it if that were the case? Vick, undeterred by superstition, questioned, even if there are windmills, surely their designs cannot be identical? Captain Jackson was momentarily taken aback by Vick's inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Vick with a bemused expression, disinclined to elaborate further. You shall understand in due time. Vick could not inquire further and, feeling rather despondent, decided to seek solace in a game of cards with Fury and the others. Jackson's vessel did not venture far on this voyage. It anchored merely at a village 2 villages away. Consequently, Vick and his companions had to transfer to various other boats. Indeed, within a couple of days, they arrived at the first village adorned with grand windmills, Green Village. Upon encountering the windmill at the village entrance, Vick was utterly exhilarated. It bore an astonishing resemblance to the windmill depicted at the entrance of Luffy's village in the comic, and not far from the village entrance stood a quaint tavern. Vick eagerly made his way to the tavern to see the woman rumored to have an affair with the red-haired Shanks. Upon entering, disappointment washed over him. Although the tavern owner was indeed a woman of captivating allure, she was over 30 and already had a child. It was unequivocally impossible for her to be the one they sought. The group spent a day resting there, before continuing their journey by small boat the following day. Time and again, the village proved to be remarkably akin to what Captain Jackson had described. Not only did the windmills appear indistinguishable, but each village also boasted a quaint tavern near its entrance. Upon arriving at yet another village with a windmill, Vick found himself less astonished. He and his companions decided to dine at the local tavern, intending to stay for a day before resuming their voyage to the royal city. They were now quite close. As Vick had just placed his order, the food had yet to arrive, and he engaged in a casual conversation with the female proprietor. This enchanting green-haired beauty expressed her astonishment upon hearing about their destination, the capital of the Kingdom of Goya. With a gentle encouragement, she remarked, "You are quite impressive, venturing out to explore the world at such a young age." She did not doubt Vick's maturity, as the group's stature was quite notable. Aside from Fry, who appeared rather youthful, and Goena, who clearly looked like a child, the rest of them bore a striking resemblance to adults. Vick cast a gentle glance at the few individuals beside him, who appeared rather bored, and smiled, saying, "It isn't quite accurate to say I'm venturing out alone. We are companions, able to look after one another. I am already 16. The barmaid exhibited a look of yearning. When I was younger, I too dreamed of embarking on adventures, yet I have never realized that wish." Fry interjected, "Beautiful sister, you are still quite youthful. Why not join us?" The barmaid blushed slightly, but she soon responded with a smile, "Where could I possibly go? I must tend to the tavern. However, I have visited the capital of the Goya Kingdom. It is a bustling place, albeit with strict regulations. When do you plan to depart?" Vick replied, "I intend to take a day of rest today and set sail tomorrow. However, I am uncertain if there are any vessels available." The proprietress, taken aback by his words, inquired with curiosity, "Are you planning to travel by boat? I had assumed you would traverse the land, considering how formidable you all appear." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the weapons secured at the waists of Vick and his companions. Upon hearing this, Vick immediately sensed there was more to the story and inquired with a smile, "We had no idea how to get there. We assumed we had to travel by sea. So, it is indeed possible to go directly overland?" The proprietress, evidently a kind-hearted individual, generously shared her knowledge, explaining in detail, "Indeed, walking is actually a shorter route. If you are in good health, you could set off from here to the royal city in the morning, enjoy some leisure, and return by evening." Vick was taken aback. Had they come so close already? Without navigation, he was utterly oblivious to his precise location. The female proprietor observed the group, her expression one of bemusement. It was evident they were newcomers, having never traversed this particular land route. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. From this point, one must journey northward, scaling the heights of Colbo Mountain, and after a considerable distance, the royal city will come into view. Should you be willing to part with some belly, you might consider hiring 1 or 2 seasoned guides to lead the way, thus alleviating the fear of becoming lost. Suddenly, the female proprietor paused, noticing that the attire of the group bore a common insignia. Initially, she had not scrutinized their garments closely, but now it became apparent. These were the clothes of a prestigious brand, with each short-sleeved shirt costing no less than 10,000 belly. Moreover, the curly-haired young man was adorned in an opulent black wool cloak that exuded sophistication. A twinge of regret struck her for having suggested this route. For it was clear that, at least financially, This group did not belong to the common folk. Furthermore, the path would ultimately lead them through the terminal of uncertainty, leaving her uncertain of their willingness to proceed. Vick observed her hesitation, her expression marred by inner turmoil, with her brows furrowed tightly together. If there are any further considerations, please do not hesitate to share. We are all disciples of Yisan Daochang, recently emerged to seek experience, and there remains much we do not comprehend. We would greatly appreciate your guidance. The female proprietor, having heard of Yisan Daochang's esteemed reputation, recognized that the temple had previously purchased provisions in her village. With his earnest words, she felt compelled to respond gently. In truth, if you take the route through Kalpo Mountain, you will encounter an area that is rather unsavory. It is somewhat filthy and chaotic, and may not be particularly welcoming to individuals dressed as you are. Consequently, many prefer to traverse by sea. I apologize for intruding upon your choice of path. Her words were delivered with subtlety, as if she were reluctant to speak ill of others. Despite the possibility that they might be unscrupulous individuals, Vick understood and blurted out, "Is it the final destination of uncertainty? No matter, I still owe you my gratitude. Let us traverse that path. Should troubles arise, we shall entrust their resolution to the one who incites them." He cast a sidelong glance at Fury. Indeed, Fury had once again donned that ostentatious cloak of his, which had been relegated to the depths of his wardrobe for nearly 2 years. A burden he had borne with considerable patience. Moreover, he was adorned in a dazzling manner. The others had also changed out of their training attire, opting for the casual garments they had purchased earlier. Akin, too, wore an outfit that bore a striking resemblance to the one he had donned at the outset, suggesting a profound affection for that particular ensemble. Guena, having been raised in a boyish fashion, found little distinction between her everyday wear and training clothes, both consisting merely of a simple white short-sleeve shirt. Chapter 82. Red Hair. Vick was contemplating inquiring with his female boss about where he might find accommodation for the night when a cacophony of laughter and merriment suddenly approached from outside. As a multitude of voices drew nearer, Vick pondered whether a large merchant vessel had docked, allowing the sailors to disembark and take a respite. In a fleeting moment, these individuals had already entered. Vick promptly dismissed his initial conjecture. This group of individuals possessed a strikingly distinctive appearance, exuding an air of audacity and composure as they engaged in raucous laughter and conversation, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Dressed in an eclectic array of garments, they bore no semblance of a uniform. Their bodies were adorned with an assortment of peculiar tattoos, and they wielded an impressive variety of finely crafted weaponry. It was evident that no merchant ship would be equipped in such a manner. Undoubtedly, they were a band of pirates. At that moment, they had entered the tavern and taken their seats at a table, vociferously calling out to the barmaid, "Bring us ale and meat." The lovely barmaid, beaming with genuine delight rather than a forced smile, promptly responded affirmatively and turned to fetch their orders. Vick was both intrigued and perplexed. Firstly, he wondered how the kingdom of Gaia could harbor such audacious pirates, and secondly, he was curious about the proprietress's demeanor towards them. Typically, ordinary folk would find themselves at odds with pirates. The ease with which they coexisted was indeed remarkable, especially in the East Sea, where Vick had only witnessed plundering and destruction, never having heard of such a band of pirates before. However, with the assurance of his own strength, he remained unperturbed. At that moment, several platters of food had been served, and the group continued to sit calmly, indulging in their meal. Guena, witnessing this scene for the first time and observing so many pirates, couldn't help but glance over with curiosity, though she maintained her composure, her eyes darting about without making any overt movements. Suddenly, one rotund pirate, gnawing on a greasy leg of meat, bellowed, "What has taken the captain so long? Have they sunk to the bottom of the sea?" Another pirate, sporting round sunglasses and a bushy beard, retorted, "Why the fuss? It's better if they don't come. We can finish all the drinks ourselves." Ha ha. With that, he lifted a barrel of wine and began to gulp it down, the liquid streaming down his beard, soaking it thoroughly. Guena was utterly astonished, her gaze fixed on his throat as he managed to empty the entire barrel without a hint of inebriation. Inspired, Guena took a hefty sip of her juice, seemingly sharing in the bearded pirate's bravado, letting out a long sigh. Fry, with a dismissive pout, feigned indifference, saying, "Most of it spilled outside. What's there to be amazed about? I could do that too someday." Since they were still growing and not in special circumstances, Vick had imposed limits on their alcohol consumption, allowing only moderate drinking for enjoyment. It was only he and Akin who indulged in hearty drinks. Fry, of course, was dissatisfied with this arrangement, casting a sidelong glance at Vick. Vick remained indifferent. Nearby, A pirate in a striped shirt exclaimed in surprise after Big Beard finished his drink. "You scoundrel, that was my drink." Unperturbed, Big Beard waved dismissively and retorted, "Enough of your prattle, it was clearly my drink." "It's mine now." Infuriated, the pirate in stripes was incited by another pirate nearby, who urged, "He drank your drink, so why not drink his? Let us see what he has to say about it." "Ha ha, just drink and enjoy." Upon hearing this, the striped pirate eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Seizing the opportunity while Big Beard was distracted, he grabbed a nearby barrel of liquor and began to gulp it down. Observing this, Big Beard rushed over to snatch it back. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the drink, each taking turns to sip, creating a raucous atmosphere filled with laughter. The others joined in, raising their goblets and indulging in merriment, oblivious to the joy surrounding them. Amidst the laughter, a pirate wrapped in a floral turban at a table close to Vick remarked, "It seems there are some unfamiliar faces over there. I haven't seen them in the village before." The others chimed in with curiosity. "Wow, there really are people over there. Who are they? They must be outsiders. I've never seen them before. What could they want here? They won't do anything to our pirate crew, will they? We are pirates, after all. What could we possibly fear from them? Perhaps they are just children. Maybe they are pirates like us. Haha, let us just go seize their treasures." At first glance, they don't seem like pirates. Have you already had too much to drink? Hand over that drink. The group exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the absurdity of their situation. Fry remarked in disbelief, "They've been here for quite some time. Surely they couldn't have just noticed us now." Akin, downing a hefty mug of ale, growled, "Damn it. Is it because we are still obscure figures that we are being overlooked like this? It's utterly humiliating." Fry, with a mocking gaze, retorted, "You've had your fair share of embarrassment. Your face is nearly unrecognizable from it." Akin's forehead twitched with anger, and he restrained himself from shouting, "What did you just say, you scoundrel? Do you have no sense of shame?" As they continued their banter, another figure pushed through the door, and Vick surmised that this newcomer was likely the captain they had been discussing. He lifted his gaze and was instantly taken aback. The person before him had a well-proportioned physique, adorned with a straw hat tied with a red ribbon, clad in a white shirt with all buttons undone. The hem tucked into a red sash around his waist, he revealed a chest of solid muscle. His brown trousers hung loosely, with the legs casually rolled up. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. He wore a pair of flip-flops, and his eclectic attire appeared somewhat mismatched yet surprisingly harmonious and carefree. A knife was sheathed at his waist, his left hand resting upon its hilt. Although his features held a certain rugged charm, marked by 3 scars above his left eye and a stubbled jawline, a friendly smile adorned his face. The blend of nonchalance and wildness exuded a distinctive aura. Most notably, he possessed a mane of striking red hair. Vick felt as though he had been completely frozen in place. How could this be possible? When did the red-haired Shanks arrive in the East Sea? What a remarkable twist of fate, to find himself in such a vast expanse of Windmill Village, and to coincidentally encounter Shanks in Luffy's village. At this moment, Vick fixed his gaze upon Shanks, motionless, his expression somewhat rigid, and his eyes exhibiting a hint of vacancy. The others undoubtedly sensed his peculiarity, finding it quite perplexing. They glanced at this individual, noting that his appearance was considerably more ordinary than that of his crew. What has happened to Vick? Akin, sitting beside Vick, immediately tugged at his sleeve discreetly. Vick suddenly regained his senses and noticed that the red-haired man had also turned his attention towards them. Observing Vick in a daze, he burst into hearty laughter. "Hey, do you realize you've startled the other patrons? Perhaps you should tone it down a bit." His crew erupted in laughter at this. "Captain, it's clear this fellow was frightened by you. Isn't it? Have you unleashed your imposing aura again?" The red-haired man understood that he was referring to his conqueror's Haki, which he had not consciously exerted. However, he could tell that Vick was indeed intimidated. So he responded with a smile, "My apologies for inadvertently frightening you, young man. As a gesture of goodwill, allow me to treat you to a drink." With that, he picked up a bottle of liquor from a nearby table and tossed it towards Vick. Vick instinctively reached out to catch it. At this moment, he had regained his composure and smiled at the red-haired man, saying, "This is not your fault. I was merely lost in thought over some trivial matters. However, I certainly will not be returning this drink. Thank you kindly." The red-haired man was delighted by this response, bursting into hearty laughter, appreciating Vick's straightforwardness. He proclaimed loudly, "Bring more wine. And meat. Plenty of meat. Let us feast." Chapter 83. We are not untrained, as the table was laden with food and drink. Ready for a joyous gathering, a villager suddenly burst into the tavern. The crowd fell silent, puzzled by the interruption. The red-haired man, unfazed by the intrusion, smiled warmly and inquired, "Do not rush. What has happened? Speak slowly." The villager, panting heavily, urgently exclaimed, "It's bad news. Luffy has climbed aboard a pirate ship." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The red-haired man chuckled. "I thought it was something serious. It's just Luffy again. He has climbed onto the pirate ship. No need for concern. He will come down shortly." Yet, the villager did not seem reassured and continued anxiously, "He is climbing to the bow. If he falls from that height, it would be disastrous. He cannot swim." Although the red-haired man did not perceive any real danger, he nonetheless followed the villager to the dock, with the crew of pirates trailing behind. The tavern's owner, visibly worried, wore an apologetic smile and softly said, "I am sorry, dear guests. That child, Luffy, is from our village, and I am quite concerned. I must step out for a moment. Please feel free to stay here." "It is perfectly fine if I am not present." Vick was acutely aware of the impending events. However, Freya, Akin, and the others were utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to the circumstances. Vick was undoubtedly intrigued by Luffy, and with the opportunity for close observation at hand, he would not let it pass. He smiled and remarked, "Though I am uncertain of what has transpired, it seems a child is in peril, and we share your concern. Allow us to accompany you. Perhaps we can be of assistance." The tavern owner, unsuspecting of any ulterior motives, led them to the dock. There, they beheld a grand vessel moored at the port, towering even higher than the nearby three-story buildings. Its sides were adorned with numerous cannons, numbering in the dozens. Although the sails were furled, a pirate flag fluttered defiantly at the stern. The flag, with its ominous black background and white skull, bore a somewhat fearsome visage, with two crossed swords positioned behind the skull. Notably, the skull was marked by 3 distinct scars over its left eye, indicative of the captain's pride in these battle wounds. This was none other than the red-haired Shanks' pirate ship, the Red Force. The sight left them all in awe, Vick included. It was the largest sailing ship he had ever encountered, and a pirate ship at that. Gazing at the billowing pirate flag, Vick felt a surge of excitement. What an impressive vessel. How wonderful it would be if this were our ship, mused Fry, suddenly struck by a glint of mischief as he observed the retreating figures of the pirates. Vick almost instantly surmised what this young man intended to do, nearly bursting into laughter. Glancing at the others, he noted that Barrett was clenching his fists, eager to engage. Akin's eyes glinted with menace, his gaze upon the ship betraying an unsettling intent. Fortunately, Guena stood apart from the rest, her demeanor markedly different. Vick felt a slight sense of comfort. Although Guena was also quite touched, she hesitated. This, perhaps, was not quite right. Before Vick could exhale in relief, he heard her continue, "I just treated the captain to a drink. Sigh, it's truly a dilemma. I can't shake off the feeling of being somewhat embarrassed." "Vick, so it turns out you were merely feeling shy. Listen closely, you few, do not entertain any thoughts of seizing this vessel." Akin furrowed his brow, gazing longingly at the ship. "Why not, Boss Vick? This ship is perfectly suited for us." Barrett also expressed a sense of reluctance. "Indeed. This vessel must be worth over 100 million berries." Fry assumed Vick was concerned about their numerical disadvantage against the larger group. "Vick, rest assured. Even if they are many, they are no match for us." He twirled his cane with a flourish. "We are not without our skills." Barrett flexed his muscles in agreement. Akin's hand had already found its way to his waist. Guena offered words of comfort to Vick. "If you feel a pang of guilt and find it difficult to act, we can simply not be too harsh with them. After all, we only desire the ship." After a brief pause, she added, "You could also invite that captain for a drink. The sea can be perilous. Assisting them to shore could be seen as a benevolent act." She bit her lip, concluding, "At worst, we can repay them slowly once we acquire wealth." "Vick, is this an issue that cannot be addressed? Is it a matter of finances? Are you still inclined to impose excessively upon others?" Vick inhaled deeply, nearly driven to madness by these scoundrels whose eyes were solely fixated on the ship. Just as he contemplated reforming these individuals, a small boy stood atop the dragon's head at the bow of the pirate ship, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt. His black hair tousled and appearing no older than 7 or 8, he wielded a sharp little knife. At that moment, Shanks and his crew had already positioned themselves on the deck, and with a tone of exasperation, he inquired, "Luffy, what exactly do you intend to do?" The surrounding pirates dismissed the matter entirely, while Shanks remained nonchalant. It was evident that such a scene had unfolded more than once. The villagers gathered at the dock were still on edge, anxiously watching him perched so high, fearful he might tumble and injure himself. The knife in his hand only added to their trepidation. An elderly man below shouted in distress, "Luffy, come down. Who told you to stand up there? What if you fall? He donned a short-sleeved shirt adorned with coconut tree patterns, striped shorts, and a matching headscarf, resembling a vacationer from a tropical paradise. However, Luffy, with his back turned, paid no heed to the warning, fixated instead on Shanks and the band of pirates, declaring, "I want to set sail with you. I'm not joking around this time. I'm truly furious. I'll show you." Shanks, thinking he was merely jesting again, laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. "Did you hear that? Luffy is really angry." Haha. The other pirates joined in, unabashedly howling with laughter. "Luffy's just being funny again. It's true, he's been eager to set sail multiple times. But he's too young for us to take along. I don't mind, but the captain certainly won't agree," one remarked with a chuckle. "Huh. The captain loves that little brat. He always teases him. I wonder what kind of trick he is up to this time. He is quite the entertaining little fellow." The old man, incensed, stomped his feet. "Luffy, I absolutely will not allow you to become a pirate. It would bring disgrace to the entire village. Dismiss that thought at once." Luffy stood atop the dragon's head, his face flushed with embarrassment from the laughter, too enraged to heed the old man's words. He glared at Shanks, who continued to chuckle uncontrollably. Eventually, Shanks ceased his laughter but remained unconcerned, treating it as a mere jest, and teased Luffy, "Then prove it. But I want to take responsibility for the consequences." Chapter 84. Heartfelt gesture. The old man, upon hearing the commotion, began to jump up and down in agitation, pointing at Shanks and exclaiming, "Cease your nonsense. Do you not see the knife in his hand? What if he injures himself? Hurry and bring him down." He then raised his voice towards Luffy, urging, "Luffy, discard that knife at once. Children should not handle such things." The barmaid was equally frantic, albeit powerless, pacing in circles and perspiring profusely from her forehead. Luffy, fueled by the pirates' discussions, felt his anger surge, his blood boiling. No one anticipated that this seemingly young child would exhibit such determination. Faced with their ridicule, he said nothing and thrust the small knife towards his own cheek. In an instant, the blade pierced his flesh, just beneath his left eye. The pirates were taken aback, astonished by the unexpected turn of events, their voices rising in alarm. Shanks momentarily froze, and by the time he rushed forward to seize the knife, it had already cut through the skin, blood trickling down. Shanks discarded the knife and brought Luffy down to the deck to assess his wound. Luffy, slow to react, finally registered the pain and shouted, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This is unbearable." Shanks, exasperated, yelled, "You fool. What on earth were you thinking?" At that moment, two figures suddenly dashed onto the deck, racing swiftly towards Shanks and Luffy. The onlookers were bewildered, gazing in confusion at the newcomers. These two were the unfamiliar faces encountered earlier in the tavern, now wearing peculiar smiles and approaching with an enigmatic gait, closing the distance to Shanks in no time. Unbeknownst to Vick, both Fury and Akin had vanished before his very eyes, suggesting that they had not relinquished their intentions at all. Vick unleashed his utmost speed, exerting every ounce of strength to pursue relentlessly. The onlookers beheld two young men sprinting vigorously side by side, when suddenly, another individual joined the fray from behind. This newcomer was no less formidable than the two in front. In fact, his pace seemed to surpass theirs. Yet, he appeared somewhat overly exuberant, his face flushed with excitement. Fury and Akin raced alongside each other, both well aware of the principle that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king, charging directly towards the captain. What a splendid opportunity this was. The captain, at that moment, was languid and entirely unguarded. He looked over in bewilderment, showing no signs of reaction whatsoever. The two were overwhelmed with joy, as if they could already envision the pirate ship beckoning to them. As the distance diminished, Akin's hand reached for the cane at his waist. Fury, equally eager, seemed intent on initiating with a vacuum finger blade, wanting to make a prelude. His hand was already raised, aimed at Shanks, fingers curled together in anticipation. Vacuum finger. With two resounding impacts of flesh colliding, a series of splashes followed. Vick let out a gentle sigh, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. He noticed Shanks and the other pirates staring intently at him, their expressions laced with skepticism. Vick slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards Shanks, his thumb and index finger pressed together. A friendly smile graced his lips, forming a heart shape. Meanwhile, Fury and Barrett were still splashing about in the water. Both were excellent swimmers, and it wasn't long before they emerged onto the shore, their clothes drenched and dripping. Their expressions were filled with resentment. What was going on? Why did Vick kick me? What was so terrifying about that red-haired fellow? Barrett was wringing out Fury's cloak beside him. You should say less. Vick must have his reasons for acting this way. In truth, even the dimmest among them had come to realize that the situation was far from simple, especially since even Barrett had caught on. Fury, however, continued to complain reflexively. Oh, if only we could have fought back. It feels such a pity. Akin, who had remained silent until now, finally murmured, how embarrassing. Guena chuckled lightly. All right. Let us head over to Vick. That child seems to be injured. Initially, Guena felt a twinge of anxiety, but observing the pirates' nonchalant demeanor, she noted that they weren't angered by the child's provocation. The villagers showed no fear towards them, instead appearing somewhat affectionate. Their behavior resembled a chaotic concern, akin to being at a loss with a mischievous child. Guena gradually calmed down. The others, however, were entirely unconcerned about the strangers. Fury and Akin were more focused on the captain. At that moment, the bar owner hurried over, a medical kit in hand. Vick was engaged in lively conversation with the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident. He even expressed concern for Luffy, showering him with warm inquiries. Although a few individuals harbored lingering doubts, the atmosphere remained amicable and undisturbed. Shanks had begun to reprimand Luffy incessantly, observing Shanks and the others chastising Luffy. The female proprietor promptly set down the medical kit and approached him gently to tend to his wounds. Despite his small stature, Luffy exhibited considerable strength, and the injury was quite severe. The bright red flesh was exposed, prominently displayed on his face, creating a rather gruesome sight. She initially attended to the wound with care, stitching it up with 2 delicate sutures before finally applying a small piece of gauze and securing it with a band-aid. Once she had completed her ministrations, she reproached him with a hint of exasperation. Luffy, you must promise me not to act recklessly in the future. Hurting yourself like this is unacceptable. Regrettably. Her tone was overly gentle, and her smile was disarming, causing Luffy to take her words lightly. Despite grimacing in pain, he feigned indifference and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I'm fine, I promise. Afterward, he rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry and yearning for meat, clearly unperturbed by the earlier commotion. The female proprietor sighed, yet found it difficult to chastise him further, opting instead to say softly, All right, Luffy, come with me. I will prepare a meal for you. Although her original intention had not been fulfilled, she found some solace in witnessing the amusing spectacle. Fry and the others were bewildered by Luffy's behavior, particularly Fry. Why would he do such a thing? Is he foolish? Does he think he must harm himself to prove something? That is utterly ridiculous. Kuina chimed in, exasperated. This child is far too mischievous, attempting to join the pirates in such a reckless manner, causing everyone unnecessary worry. Her tone shifted to a more composed one, as she stated matter-of-factly that boys often entertain such peculiar ideas in their youth. The group collectively felt the impact of her words. Akin shot her a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, so what if he wants to join the pirates? We are pirates too. Kuina replied with a hint of bitterness. How can we be compared to pirates? We don't even have a pirate ship. Look at theirs. It's enormous. Surely, it couldn't have been purchased. It must have been seized. It appeared that Kuina had yet to reconcile her feelings regarding the ship. Upon the mention of the vessel, Vick became flustered and swiftly shifted the topic. We didn't even finish our meal before rushing over here. I'm starving. We've already paid. So let us hurry and eat. Chapter 85. Boss, another round, please. After addressing the unforeseen incident, the group returned to the tavern to continue their revelry. Shanks raised his glass high and proclaimed, To my comrades, let us toast to Luffy's bravery and to our grand adventure ahead. The pirates raised their goblets in unison, their voices resonating with exuberance as they gathered in clusters, reveling in merriment, feasting on meat, and partaking in libations. Raise your glasses. Drink to your heart's content. One exclaimed, Where's the wine? We are running low. Bring forth more. Another called out, Hey, that piece of meat is mine. Do not snatch it away. Enough of your prattle. It is undoubtedly mine, came the retort. Come now, let us not squabble over such trivial matters. I shall gladly share my portion with you. As Vick and his companions discovered that the table was fully occupied, they were left with no option but to take seats at the bar. There, Shanks was also seated, with Luffy positioned to his right. Only 2 or 3 seats separated the two groups. The female proprietor, noticing that the food belonging to Vick and his companions had been carelessly consumed by the pirates who had taken their places, appeared genuinely apologetic. With her hands clasped together and a face full of regret, she said, I sincerely apologize, everyone, for interrupting your meal and allowing your food to be taken. Allow me to prepare another serving for you. This one will be on me. I am truly sorry. Afterward, she presented several bottles of wine. You may call me Makino. Please accept a few drinks as an apology. I hope you won't refuse. She poured a glass of juice for Kuina and gently placed it before her, saying, "Children should only drink juice. Alcohol is not for you." Given that Vick and his companions were all quite tall, with the shortest among them, Fry, standing at 1.7 meters and dressed in a relatively mature fashion, while Cuisine was still a petite girl, not even 1.5 meters tall, clad in children's attire. It was understandable that Makino treated her differently. Despite her icy demeanor, Cuisine's youthful innocence was evident, and she had no desire for alcohol. Appreciating Makino's gentle nature, she refrained from contesting the assertion about her being a child, politely thanked her, and took a small sip of the juice. Before long, Makino returned with the food for the group. She kindly informed them that she would be stepping away for a moment, assuring them that they should not hesitate to call for her if needed. As they indulged in their meal, lively discussions ensued. Meanwhile, Luffy suddenly pointed at Cuisine, exclaiming, "Shanks, you're really stingy. Saying such things, I'm not a little kid. Look at him, he is just a child too, and he is a pirate." He cast a mournful glance at Shanks after his outburst. Shanks' gaze flickered momentarily. He had already taken note of the group. Casting a casual glance at Fry and Akin before his eyes drifted to Vick. Although the leader had made efforts to conceal his intentions, no one was foolish enough to overlook the aggressive demeanor of the two youths. While the reasons behind their actions remained unclear, they had not exhibited any malice after being deterred, and Shanks chose to act as if nothing had transpired. Nonetheless, their method of movement had piqued his curiosity. If memory served him correctly, how could there be individuals with such advanced martial arts skills in this obscure village in the East Blue? They certainly did not appear to be part of the Navy. Shanks felt a sense of intrigue, but maintained a composed exterior. Upon hearing Luffy's words, he smiled warmly and responded, "No means no. You are far too young. You must wait at least another 10 years before you can set sail. Besides, they might not even be pirates." Luffy expressed his profound dissatisfaction with their explanation, directing his voice towards Vick and the others as he loudly inquired, "Who are you? Are you pirates?" Cuisine had already felt irked when the little brat pointed at him and uttered such words. "So what if we are?" He emphasized the term little brat with disdain. Vick found it amusing to see Cuisine in such a foul mood. "Luffy, even though we are pirates." Before Luffy could revel in the moment, Vick swiftly changed his tone. "However, with your current abilities, aspiring to be a pirate is quite naive. Wouldn't you agree?" Luffy furrowed his brows, filled with indignation. "What did you just say?" Vick gazed at the diminutive Luffy, an inexplicable feeling stirring within him. To put it succinctly, "You are not akin to Cuisine. You are still far too weak. No pirate would desire to take you aboard." Cuisine scoffed, a sly and mocking smile gracing her lips. "Little brat, you must at least be able to easily defeat an adult. If you cannot even manage such a simple task, how do you expect to set sail? Will you charge about like a wild boar?" Her words were sharp, her gaze scrutinizing Luffy's frail form, rendering her meaning unmistakable. Luffy, incensed by her scrutiny, immediately erupted in fury. "When it comes to fighting, I am no pushover," he declared defiantly, gesturing with his fists to demonstrate. "I have undergone special training. My punches are as powerful as bullets." Fry could not suppress a laugh. "You truly have a way with words. Judging by your appearance, one would hardly expect such prowess." His remark was not without merit, for Luffy had yet to possess fists as formidable as firearms. Overhearing Luffy's bold declaration, Shanks shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "With your current state, do you truly aspire to be a pirate? A landlubber is a perilous liability for a pirate." Luffy detected the mockery in Shanks' tone and retorted, "Even if I am a landlubber, as long as I don't fall into the sea, it will be fine." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading the captivating content. Surprisingly, Vick and the others refrained from mocking Luffy this time, instead expressing their agreement. This little brat is not entirely wrong. As long as the red-haired captain possesses formidable strength, not being able to swim is of little consequence. Besides, there are so many people on the ship. Shanks remained non-committal, responding with a casual, "Oh, is that so?" Akin, dissatisfied with Shanks' attitude, retorted coldly, "Hey, what kind of tone is that?" Vick was savoring a piece of meat. He did not take offense at Shanks' demeanor. Instead, he gently shook his head, casting a soothing glance at the few who were somewhat irked. He was not mistaken. In battles where strength disparities were starkly defined, such matters held little weight. However, should the two parties be closely matched, or even evenly matched, a lack of swimming ability and an aversion to the sea would indeed constitute a significant and potentially fatal weakness. Shanks merely sipped his drink, wearing a faint smile. Luffy, on the other hand, was unconcerned with such nuances. He felt slightly disoriented yet remained fixated on Shanks. "You miser, Shanks," he thought, feeling a tinge of grievance. After all, he had already demonstrated his courage, yet he still bore the weight of his injuries. If others could do it, why could he not? Kuina, as someone else's counterpart, found it quite displeasing to hear Luffy speak in such a manner. Nevertheless, she chose not to engage further with a mere child, opting instead to huff in a manner that betrayed her pride. Vick chuckled. Luffy, while strength is undoubtedly important, it is not everything. He took a swig of his drink. Kuina has already made her resolution. Perhaps it would be best for you to wait until you have matured before discussing further. Kuina's expression softened slightly. Vick, upon noticing her, gently nudged the juice in front of her. Do not be disheartened. Drink the juice. Should it prove insufficient, I shall procure more. Kuina instinctively replied, Oh, thank you. Only after responding did she realize, and immediately, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she shot Vick an irate glare. Is he treating me like a child? She slammed her palm on the table. Boss, another glass, please. Chapter 86. A Shanks-like warning after teasing Kuina, Vick lowered his voice, adopting an exceptionally serious tone as he quietly addressed the others. Do not underestimate this group, particularly that red-haired captain. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of prior events. Recalling their previous covetous glances at the red-haired pirate ship, Vick added with palpable concern, Absolutely. Under no circumstances should you entertain thoughts of that vessel again. Understood. Although the others had already internalized this warning, Fry remained nonchalant. Understood, Vick. You have reiterated this several times. Vick's frustration was palpable. Did you hear what I said? You still wish to confront a group alone? I can't help but recall Fury's nonchalant expression at that moment. As for Akin, Barrett, and Kuina, though they did not voice it, their thoughts mirrored Fury's sentiments quite closely. Vick was both amused and exasperated. I happen to know a bit about that captain, and he is far from ordinary. He alone could take on several of our groups. Although Vick's words seemed somewhat exaggerated, the seriousness etched on his face made the others take heed. Akin, with a solemn expression, assured him, Rest assured, Vick. I have come to understand that anyone capable of navigating such a large vessel on the sea must be extraordinary. Vick, did you just realize that? Fry is utterly aware of his transgressions, overly confident in himself. Akin simply succumbed to the fervor of the moment. By now, the pirates had indulged themselves in revelry. Several of them swaying together in merriment within the tavern. After an indeterminate passage of time, a sudden chill enveloped Vick and his companions, though it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. At that moment, a peculiar stillness settled around the bar. Aside from those still languidly drinking at their tables, the majority of the pirates seemed momentarily frozen, as if a pause button had been pressed. Then they heard Shanks' voice, deep and devoid of his usual jovial demeanor. He spoke with a gravity that weighed heavily in the air, saying, That means someone must disembark, although it was merely a straightforward statement. The expressions of the pirates stiffened momentarily. Even those who were so inebriated they had lost their bearings felt a flicker of clarity. Akin, his expression grave, uncertainly remarked, Vick, did you sense that? I felt a hint of danger just now. Fry concurred. I felt it too. It seems that Captain is indeed as formidable as you suggested, Vick. Vick remained unperturbed, leisurely savoring a piece of red bean cake, affirming the sentiments of the two individuals. Indeed, there had been an aura earlier, one I have previously mentioned, a manifestation of the formidable conqueror's Haki. However, it dissipated swiftly and was not directed at us, so there is no need for concern. Barrett silently nodded, casting a glance of reverence at the profile of the red-haired figure. Kuina, on the other hand, rubbed her arms, still shaken. I felt a chill run down my spine just moments ago. It was utterly terrifying. She then inquired, somewhat perplexed, why must one person disembark whenever another boards? Their vessel is so vast. Is there a stipulated limit on the number of crew members in a pirate crew? Fry cast a disdainful glance at Kuina. Are you truly that Na'vi? That was clearly a warning, a cautionary note. Anyone daring enough to bring a child aboard must be prepared to disembark themselves. As he spoke, he scrutinized Kuina from head to toe. You are remarkably fortunate, encountering us without disdain for your youth. You ought to be perpetually grateful. Now, relinquish that piece of meat to your elder. Kuina shot him an annoyed glare, hastily stuffing the meat into her mouth, defiantly meeting Fry's gaze. Vick also concurred with Fry's conjecture. The ocean is perilous and ruthless. Possessing merely the courage to inflict wounds upon oneself is of little consequence. What truly matters is the strength to conquer the sea, for the ocean does not distinguish between young and old. His venture into the waters now amounts to a mere invitation to demise. Kuina, seemingly enlightened yet perplexed, inquired, So, does this imply that the captain is, in fact, a good person? Vick nodded noncommittally, ambiguously stating, perhaps. At that moment, the pirates had already regained their composure, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Casually linking arms and heading off to drink. Luffy, gazing at their retreating figures, called out in frustration, "Hey, wait. Weren't you supposed to help me?" Just then, a man with long black hair tied in a ponytail halted Luffy. He was Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he leisurely struck a match, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled a plume of smoke, observing the young boy before him. "Luffy, do try to understand the captain's feelings." At that moment, Makino emerged from behind with a barrel of. She first greeted Shanks and his crew before approaching Vick to refill his drink. "How about it? Do you need anything else? Feel free to ask for food if you desire." "Not at the moment. These dishes are quite delectable," Vick replied. Vick feigned confusion once more. The pirates truly appeared to be quite jovial, seemingly coexisting harmoniously with the villagers. Machino offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, they have always been this cheerful," she reflected. "About a year ago, when they first arrived, we were quite startled, for encounters with pirates are rare in this area, let alone with a crew of such magnitude." She seemed to drift into reminiscence, her voice remaining soft. "However, we later discovered that Shanks and his companions are genuinely kind-hearted individuals. It turns out that not all pirates are malevolent." Vick nodded in agreement, reflecting his understanding. "Indeed, we were just taken aback by the villagers seeking his assistance." Machino smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, her smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of regret and sadness. "It is said that after their return this time, they will venture out to sea a couple more times before departing from here." With that, she let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Luffy approached the bar. After Machino delivered a barrel of drinks to the rowdy pirates' table, she turned to Luffy with a cheerful smile and asked, "What would you like to eat, Luffy?" Instantly captivated by the prospect of food, Luffy, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Then I'll have a treasure rice bowl." Shanks teased him, saying, "You dare mention treasure rice bowls? It seems you're merely indulging without paying." Luffy retorted, "That's not true. When I become a pirate and find the treasure, I'll pay you back." Machino's earlier look of mild disappointment had vanished. She smiled gently as she retrieved a piece of paper from beneath the counter. The paper, slightly tattered, bore the crookedly written characters for treasure. Skillfully, she drew a line across it and said with a grin, "Luffy, I look forward to your performance." As the group engaged in casual banter, laughter echoed among the pirates. Suddenly, the tavern door was kicked open, one of the doors flying off its hinges and landing several feet away. The previously lively atmosphere was abruptly shattered, plunging the room into silence as all eyes turned toward the newcomer. Several individuals, including Vick, paused their meal and glanced towards the entrance. Only Shanks remained unperturbed, continuing to savor his food, the clinking of his spoon against the plate resonating distinctly in the stillness of the air. A man entered, insincerely uttering, "I apologize for the interruption." Chapter 87. Do not engage. The tavern was enveloped in profound silence, with only the man's brash voice reverberating through the atmosphere. Yet, Marquino did not respond to his rudeness with indifference. Instead, he maintained a warm smile and greeted, "Welcome, esteemed guest." Vick lounged on his chair, his feet propped up, casually leaning against the bar while holding a fork in one hand. He had yet to cease his meal, his gaze audaciously surveying the newcomer. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with a long black trench coat draped over him, featuring a broad yellow and black twisted stripe on one side. His feet were adorned with black leather boots, the trouser legs tightly bound and tucked into the boot shafts, while a long knife dangled at his waist. His black hair was parted down the middle, with two strands of bangs framing his forehead, and a small bun secured at the back of his head. His eyes were half open, resembling someone who had just awoken. A neatly trimmed short beard adorned his lips, and a cross-shaped scar marked his right brow. At that moment, he stood arrogantly in the center of the doorway, one hand in his pocket and the other stroking his beard. Upon noticing the multitude within the tavern, he scanned the room and boasted, "Oh, so this place is filled with pirates." His gaze fell upon a rotund man gnawing on a piece of meat the size of his own face. Grease smeared across his visage. "This is the most ridiculous face I have ever seen." The attention of the patrons was almost entirely drawn to the newcomer, while Vick deliberately observed Luffy's movements. As anticipated, he saw Luffy open a small treasure chest, and upon discovering an unfamiliar fruit inside, he curiously took it out and bit into it. This must be the rubber fruit that Luffy had consumed. It was a purple, round fruit adorned with spiral patterns all over its surface. Vick noticed Luffy slightly furrow his brow, seemingly detecting an unpleasant taste, yet he continued to eat it with enthusiasm. The newcomer, seeing that all eyes were upon him, confidently approached the bar, followed by his entourage. They strutted in, chins raised, nostrils flared, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. The leader reached the bar, resting one hand on the surface, and addressing the tavern owner, Magino, he declared, "We are mountain bandits." His other hand stroked his beard with a sinister smile. "We are not here to cause trouble. We have come to purchase some liquor. Bring me 10 barrels. Magino, feeling the weight of the leader's gaze, began to sweat and nervously replied, "I'm terribly sorry. We have just run out of stock." The mountain bandit leader's expression immediately soured upon hearing this. He surveyed the tables and questioned, "What do you mean? This is peculiar. The liquor is all gone? What are these pirates drinking then?" He glared at Magino with malice. "Are they drinking water?" Though frightened, Magino mustered his composure and gently reiterated, "I apologize. But I have already stated that this is all we have. The tavern's supplies have been completely depleted." However, the mountain bandit leader was relentless. Spotting 2 barrels of liquor beside Vick at the bar and pointing at them. "Huh, are there not still these? These 2 have yet to be opened, have they not?" Upon observing the direction of his finger, Marquino furrowed his brow. "These 2 barrels have already been sold. I cannot sell them to you." He was uncertain whether the man genuinely desired to purchase the wine or was merely seeking a confrontation. "What? Are you saying you would sell to others but refuse to sell to me?" Marquino was utterly at a loss for words, his expression filled with distress. He glanced at Vick and then at the bandit, unsure of how to proceed. Vick was currently engaged in slicing meat, initially believing that a farcical scene would unfold, hardly paying it any mind. Little did he know that the flames of conflict would soon engulf him. His subordinates were relentless in their actions as he nonchalantly remarked, "I cannot part with these 2 barrels of wine. My sincerest apologies." Despite his words, there was no hint of regret in his tone. At that moment, the bandit leader stood beside Vick, squinting as he scrutinized his opponent, lost in his own thoughts. "What did you say?" "I must have misheard." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Shanks, unable to bear the unfolding situation, did not wish to assist the bandit but was reluctant to put Marquino in a difficult position over such a trivial matter. He also wanted to prevent the bandit from finding an excuse to cause a ruckus in the tavern. "My deepest apologies. It appears we have consumed all the wine. I am truly sorry." As he spoke, he picked up the last remaining bottle of wine from his table and offered it to the bandit leader, saying, "If it is not too much trouble, you may have this bottle. It remains unopened." While others were oblivious to Shank's true identity, Vick was well aware. As a notorious pirate renowned throughout the Grand Line, Shanks had yet to earn the title of a Yonko, yet his strength was nearly on par with one. To humbly apologize and offer compensation to an obscure bandit leader over such a trivial issue, especially when it was not his fault, was an act of considerable restraint. However, the bandit leader was unaware of the honor he had received and scoffed at the offer. He thought to himself, "These ruffians think too little of me. Do they believe they can appease me with a mere bottle of wine?" Particularly, their leader, that insolent youth, seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Had he been wise, perhaps the bandit would have shown him mercy. Thus, he wasted no time in raising his right hand to seize the wine bottle Shanks had extended. And with a swift motion, he swung to the left. The bottle shattered against Vick's head, striking him near the temple. Glass shards flew, and wine splattered all over Vick. Sliding down his cheek, it fell upon him. Marquino widened his eyes in fear, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. The mountain bandits displayed their menacing expressions, erupting into malicious laughter. Meanwhile, the pirates observed the unfolding events with stoic faces, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around them. Luffy gaped in astonishment, momentarily abandoning his fruit. Shanks furrowed his brow, his hand still poised in a half-grasp around the bottle. Akin and Fry immediately rose, positioning themselves protectively on either side of Vick Barrett. Barely able to contain his fury, was about to step forward when Fry restrained him. Gueno had her hand poised on the hilt of her sword, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The bandit leader stood with one hand in his pocket, the other clutching a shattered bottle neck, with liquid steadily dripping from the jagged edge onto the ground. Noticing the lack of impulsive actions from the group, Akin approached Vick and quietly inquired, "Boss Vick, how do you feel? Are you all right?" "Not great." Vick replied amidst the turmoil, "You all stay back. Let me handle this." In an instant, a sharp pain surged through him, followed by a relentless ache. In Vick's heart, a singular question lingered. Why? Why was it not Shanks who bore the brunt of the blow, but himself instead? Even if it had been Shanks, it would have merely been an act of spilling wine. Yet he, on the other hand, had genuinely received a blow to the head, an unprecedented occurrence in both this life and the last. He felt a fleeting whiteness before his eyes, and a dizziness began to envelop him. Vick set down the dinner knife in his right hand, gently caressing his forehead, and after a moment, he began to feel somewhat better. Suddenly, a whiff of metallic blood permeated the air, and he noticed a damp warmth at his fingertips. Vick placed his right hand before him, stained with a vivid crimson hue. Blood flowed forth. Chapter 88. I am not cut out for this. As Vick grappled with his unease due to the actions of the bandits, a menacing voice pierced the air. What do you take me for? How dare you look down upon me? A mere bottle of wine is hardly sufficient to quench my thirst. With that, the bandit leader hurled the broken neck of a bottle to the ground. You, lad, if only you had been more sensible earlier, I might have spared some effort. He couldn't help but scoff at the wary stance of the group before him. What are you planning? I am truly terrified. Guena, unable to contain herself any longer, gripped the hilt of her sword in anger. Hey, you scoundrel, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? We've already stated that we are out of stock. Yet you persist relentlessly. Those 2 barrels of wine are our reserves. Upon hearing someone dare to challenge him, the bandit leader turned his gaze towards Guena. A look of disdain crossed his face as he observed her. I thought it was someone of consequence. Turns out it is merely a child. Only a child would be so ignorant and lack any sense of reverence. He cast a pitying glance at Guena. You, little one, possess quite the audacity. Do you even know who I am? The bandit leader surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone. He noticed a red-haired fellow who seemed thoroughly intimidated. Sitting silently in his chair, the man he had previously beaten, now bloodied and battered, appeared barely conscious, his head bowed and a hand pressed to his forehead. The bold child glared back at him, but to the bandit, she was nothing more than a trivial nuisance, unworthy of concern. As for those timid lads who merely watched him with trepidation, they were hardly worth his attention. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the tension. Who are you? Barrett gazed at the bandit with a serious expression, as if he intended to etch the man's image into his memory. Fry and Akin also turned their emotionless gaze towards him. The bandit, reveling in his arrogance, produced a wanted poster and displayed it to the crowd. Behold this. My head is valued at 8 million berries. Sensing the gravity of their expressions, he felt a swell of pride. I am a first-class fugitive, having slain 56 individuals, all of whom were fools like you. The poster bore the name, Sig Berries. He then directed his attention towards Vick. Did you hear that? Next time, be more vigilant. Do not assume that being on a mountain and someone else at sea will keep you from crossing paths. We shall take these 2 barrels of wine. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to proceed. The subordinates, understanding his intent, approached the barrels beside Vick with a chuckle. It hurt so much. Vick whispered softly. Although the tavern was exceptionally quiet, his voice was too faint for Sig to comprehend. What did you say? Are you begging for mercy? He chuckled, a teasing glint in his eyes. Had I known this would be the case, I would have acted differently from the outset. You should have shown such awareness sooner. My friend, Vick gently retrieved the last shard of the shattered bottle that had fallen into his collar. With a slight pressure of his finger, the glass tip shattered beneath his touch. Since you plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you, he remarked, as the voice of the bandit continued to clamor incessantly. Vick rose to his feet, parting Akin in fury, as he advanced towards Sig step by step. His golden hair bore a section that had been dyed crimson. With blood trickling slowly from his forehead, it coursed down his cheek and chin, leaving behind distinct trails of crimson. Vick stood before Sig, gazing intently into his eyes. 2 lackeys approaching to move the barrels of wine noticed this scene, one of them brandishing his knife menacingly. You better step aside quickly. My blade does not discern between friend and foe. Vick did not even glance at him, remaining utterly silent, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he subtly raised his left hand. In an instant, a glimmer of silver flashed by. The small henchman abruptly froze and then collapsed with a thud. Upon closer inspection, one could see a silver utensil embedded in his neck, indistinguishable as either a knife or a fork. The entirety of it was driven deep into his throat, leaving only the handle quivering faintly. The henchman, still oblivious to the calamity that had befallen him, wore a bewildered expression as he desperately clasped his neck with both hands. Blood swiftly stained his palms, gushing forth between his fingers. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, the man on the ground was twitching slightly, breathing shallowly. Perhaps in the next heartbeat, he would become a lifeless corpse. Another henchman, petrified by this sudden turn of events, stumbled backward, gazing at Vick with fear etched across his face. Marquino let out a brief shriek, only to immediately cover her mouth, turning her head slightly away. unable to bear the sight. In that tense moment, one could hear a pin drop. Yet, Vick seemed oblivious to it all. I exclaimed, "It truly hurts a great deal." Vick's finger jabbed into Sig's shoulder, his head still spinning. "I'm feeling quite unwell, yet you continue to clamor incessantly, barking like a mad dog." His finger poked repeatedly at Sig's shoulder. I had intended to exercise a modicum of restraint, considering this is Miss Margino's domain, but his gaze sharpened. I am not cut from the same cloth. Initially taken aback by his subordinate's unexpected predicament, Sig had not intended to commit murder here. He merely sought to teach a lesson. Overwhelmed by Vick's imposing presence, he found himself momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his composure, a colossal fist loomed before him. Sig was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the table behind him. The table splintered in two, scattering cups and dishes across the floor. The mountain bandits hastily drew their blades, preparing to charge. Yet, Akin, Fry, Barrett, and Goena stood resolutely in their path, blocking their advance. "You lowly scum should refrain from meddling. Why not simply stay put instead of inviting trouble? You bastard! Seeking death." Sig clambered up from the debris. His face marred by a substantial bruise, swollen and discolored. His lip was split, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression was ominously dark. A chilling glare directed at Vick. "How dare you treat me this way? You are doomed." Witnessing Sig's fury, Vick scoffed. "Goodness, what a racket." He nonchalantly cleared his ears. "It seems you are the one courting death, mountain bandit. If you choose to strike at me, be prepared for the consequences. Disrupting others' enjoyment is truly vexing." Sig could hardly believe his ears. He had ruled this area with impunity for so long that it had been ages since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. The abruptness of the insult left him momentarily bewildered. Bewilderment soon morphed into rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fury palpable as his countenance darkened to a near-drenched hue. Yet, the insufferable blonde scoundrel continued. "How annoying. The floor is all dirty now, and you've disrupted everyone's enjoyment. What a downer. I shall have to trouble Miss Margino to clean this up." Upon hearing Vick's remarks at such a moment, Margino hastily waved her hands in alarm. I apologize. It's quite all right. I will clean up promptly. It's no trouble at all." As she spoke, she reached for tools to tidy up. Sig, having remained silent for too long, could no longer contain himself. He drew the blade at his waist and charged directly at Vick. Vick did not retreat in the slightest. He extended his left hand, deftly seizing the blade, and with a forceful twist, the blade shattered into two pieces instantaneously. Chapter 89. It felt as though my blood would run dry. Sig was utterly astonished by this unforeseen spectacle, his eyes widening in disbelief. The mountain bandits were equally taken aback, clutching their weapons in a state of vigilance, too intimidated to advance. Indeed, they found themselves unable to approach. Vick let out a cold chuckle and delivered a kick to Sig's abdomen. Sig tumbled to the ground, skidding a short distance, his half-drawn knife already abandoned on the floor. Before he could catch his breath, Vick advanced, seizing Sig by the collar and unleashing a powerful punch. Sig's chin shot up, tilting to the side. As a bloody tooth flew from his mouth, rolling on the ground before coming to a halt. He was utterly powerless to retaliate. "You hit me so hard. Do you have any idea how painful it is to be struck in the head?" Vick's expression was imbued with such sincerity. "Do you not desire a drink? Allow me to treat you to a drink as a gesture of farewell. It would suffice to fulfill your wish." At that moment, even Sig, in his naivety, comprehended that this farewell was far from a mere literal interpretation. He could scarcely attend to the pain coursing through his body. No. I do not wish for it any longer." Vick remained unfazed. "No, you must," he declared, as he seized a nearby bottle of wine and forcefully struck it against Sig's head. The liquid drenched him from head to toe, and a stream of blood trickled down from his hair. The shattered glass also inflicted a wound upon Vick's hand, yet he paid it no heed. Vick gently released his grip, and with a resounding thud, Sig fell to the ground. The bandits, witnessing Sig lying there motionless, a pool of blood forming around his head, were utterly terrified. They brandished their knives at Vick, yet none dared to advance. To Vick's surprise, although Shanks preferred to avoid a ruckus in the tavern, he refrained from intervening throughout the entire ordeal. The request for a favor seemed to linger in the air. However, upon further reflection, Vick found himself at ease. For this incident was far more grave than merely spilling a drink. Vick observed the sight of Marquino precariously supporting herself against the bar, and a twinge of regret washed over him. After all, this was her domain. He had acted impulsively, taking a life within these very walls. It seemed that ever since his arrival in this world, his propensity for violence had only intensified, while his sense of law and morality had grown increasingly tenuous. Now, with his anger dissipated, he gazed at the tragic figure of Sig crumpled on the floor, then turned his attention to Marquino's anxious and worried countenance. Vick softened his expression. With a hint of impatience, he glanced at the frightened bandits surrounding him. What were they so afraid of? Sig had merely lost consciousness. With a swift kick, he sent Sig tumbling, landing precisely beside the unfortunate subordinate who had met the barrel of the gun. Get moving. Next time, I won't be so lenient, he warned. The bandits, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily hoisted Sig in the body of their companion and made a swift exit. They hurriedly scoured the corners to clean the blood-stained floor, mindful that this ruthless figure had once expressed disdain for a dirty floor. What if he lost his temper again? Once the bandits had departed, Marquino dared to approach. Despite the fear evident in her eyes, she gently inquired, Vick, are you all right? Does your head still ache? Vick grimaced, completely devoid of the ferocity he had displayed moments ago. Ah, it hurts. How could it not hurt? This is excruciating, he exclaimed, his voice rising. Guena, quickly, Guena. Tend to my wounds. I feel as though I might bleed out. Guena swiftly began to attend to Vick's injuries. Ah, be gentle, Guena, it really hurts. She huffed in annoyance, applying a bit more pressure, which elicited more cries of pain from Vick. Why don't you just die from the pain already? You're so picky. Shanks chuckled heartily, and the atmosphere lightened instantly. Laughter erupted among the group. I never expected you would let that mountain bandit go, Shanks remarked. Taking a sip of his drink, Vick felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. I never intended to resort to violence in such a place, after all. This is a tavern. He offered a sheepish smile to Marquino. Forgive me, Miss Marquino, I acted rather impulsively just now. Marquino, in her usual good-natured manner, waved her hand dismissively. It's quite all right. They were indeed a bit excessive. Vick, are you certain your injury is not a concern? Vick offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, Guena possesses exceptional skills. She is quite experienced. Guena pouted, yet her hands moved with great delicacy. Hey, Captain, you ought to provide me with 3 allowances. I am currently serving as a part-time chef, ship's doctor, and combatant. Vick seemed to suddenly recall something. A look of deep regret etched upon his face. Speaking of this, we must compensate for the tavern's losses. He glanced around. Although only one table was shattered, the scene was still a chaotic mess. It appeared our team's funds would once again dwindle. Barrett wore an expression akin to mourning, for this meant a reduction in his allowance. Given Barrett's penchant for sweets, he had devoted nearly all his pocket money to purchasing confections. Often, he found himself short on funds, resorting to borrowing from others. And now he was burdened with considerable debt. The deduction from his allowance meant bidding farewell to many of his beloved treats, though temporary. This realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, an exclamation erupted from the side. Luffy's arm was still clasped in Shanks' hand. Yet he had taken several steps away, his entire arm elongated by 2 or 3 meters. Shanks stood momentarily stunned. The tavern's pirates were so taken aback by the spectacle that they nearly spewed their drinks, their eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. Shanks, drenched in sweat, muttered in disbelief, "Your arm has been stretched." Fury and his companions were equally astonished, with Fury exclaiming in alarm before quickly silencing himself. Luffy, finally processing the situation, turned to look back, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. He was drenched in sweat from fright, crying out, "What on earth is happening?" The rotund figure with green vertical stripes reacted the quickest, hastily checking the small chest containing the devil fruit. To his astonishment, it was completely empty. And he shouted in disbelief, "It's gone." The assembled pirates echoed in unison. "What?" he declared loudly. "The rubber fruit we seized from the enemy's ship has vanished." Panic coursed through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With swift motions, he pulled out a small notebook, sketching a round fruit adorned with purple spirals, showing it to Luffy. "Luffy, did you eat this fruit?" Luffy readily confessed, "Yes. I mistook it for a snack, but it tasted terrible." In a fit of exasperation, Shanks grasped Luffy's face, urging, "Spit it out, quickly." Due to his transformation into a rubber man, Luffy's mouth stretched wide. That was the rubber fruit, also known as the devil fruit, a treasure of the seas. Consuming it would render one's body entirely rubber, forever barring them from swimming. At that moment, Luffy was unconcerned about the implications of becoming rubber. But upon hearing he could no longer swim, he collapsed in despair, exclaiming, "No way. This can't be happening." His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Shanks, driven to fury, shouted, "You fool." At this moment, Vick approached Luffy, pinching his face. He stretched it and then released, causing it to spring back with a delightful pop. He exclaimed in astonishment, "You've truly transformed into rubber. It's utterly marvelous. This is not a voluntary change, but rather a constant state of being rubber. Does it hurt? Luffy earnestly shook his head. Not at all. He continued to tug and pull at his own body, delighting in the experience, nearly forgetting his inability to swim. Chapter 90. The cowardly Vick. Shanks shook his head in exasperation from the side. This fool, do you not remember that you cannot swim? Luffy's actions came to a complete halt, and for a moment, he felt utterly disheartened. Vick shrugged and remarked, what does it matter if you cannot swim? After all, you never could swim to begin with. Luffy's eyes widened in realization as he clenched his right fist against his left palm. Oh, that's right. I never could swim. But as long as I master the skill of not falling into the sea, isn't that sufficient? Besides, I have a group of exceptionally skilled swimming companions. Luffy's expression swiftly transformed, changing faster than the turning of a page. Exactly. As long as I don't fall into the sea, I can always count on my friends to save me. However, Fry maliciously frightened him, saying, Kid, your body is so peculiar right now. It could fetch a handsome price if sold. Luffy's face turned pale. How dare you think of selling me? Witness my pistol punch, he declared, launching a punch. At that moment, he struggled to control his strength, causing his arm to elongate excessively, rendering it soft and lacking in power. Fry grasped his arm and shook it, chuckling. What is this? So feeble. You dare call that a pistol punch? Let us see if your fist can truly be as formidable as a bullet before you make such claims. The surrounding pirates erupted in laughter at Luffy's embarrassment. Kuina, exasperated, interjected, Fry, do refrain from intimidating the child. She then turned to Luffy with a gentle smile, assuring him, he was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. Luffy, feeling relieved yet still uncertain, asked Kuina, is that true, big brother? Fry laughed so hard that he nearly spat out his drink. And Vick and the others struggled to contain their amusement. Kuina's forehead pulsed with anger as she quickly suppressed her gentle demeanor, glaring at the innocent-looking child before her. Gritting her teeth, I was not joking. Vick stifled a laugh and addressed the bewildered Luffy and his companions, saying, this is not your brother. Kuina is indeed a girl. Luffy, entirely oblivious to the concept of subtlety, immediately cast a glance towards Kuina's chest, which was the sole distinction he recognized between himself and Makino. Upon witnessing his gaze, Kuina's irritation intensified, yet she refrained from admonishing a child, simply letting out a huff of disdain. The pirates, having heard Vick's explanation and observed Luffy's actions, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, filling the tavern with even more merriment. At this moment, Vick sat beside Shanks, observing with amusement as several individuals engaged in playful banter and frolicked with Luffy. Shanks handed him a glass of wine, and Vick took a sip. What is your name? Young man? How did you come to be here? Vick took a sip of his drink, remaining unfazed by Shanks' probing. I am Vick, a pirate, though I have yet to set sail. The ambience around him was both tranquil and inviting, a splendid place indeed. Shanks erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, you speak the truth. I am Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, and I too am a pirate. With a contemplative expression, Shanks murmured to himself, Vick? That name strikes a chord. It seems familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. Vick did not dwell on the matter, regarding it with indifference. We have yet to set sail. While it is true that my crew is formidable, they have yet to establish a reputation. How could you have heard of them? It must merely be a case of mistaken identity. Shanks pondered for a considerable time, but failed to recall, expressing his frustration. Is that so? Perhaps. At this moment, the first mate, sensing Shanks' inability to remember, interjected appropriately. Captain, when we first arrived in the East Blue, we indeed heard the name Vick. He was referred to by pirates as Cowardly Vick, and that was at least a year ago. The red-haired captain appeared to recollect, his right fist striking his left palm. Now that you mention it, I remember. Allow me to introduce my first mate, Ben Beckman. I rely entirely on him. He continued, stating, it is said that he was publicly compelled to consume food that had been trampled by a pirate, too fearful to resist. At this moment, Akin, Barrett, and Fry cast menacing glances at Shanks, while Guena remained oblivious to the unfolding tension. Vick remained unchanged, listening with a smile. The red-haired individual was oblivious to the glances exchanged among the group, still lost in thought. His full name seemed to be Hernande Vick. Vick interjected. Shanks clapped his hands and exclaimed, indeed, that must be the name. He then looked at Vick with a playful expression and asked, could it possibly be you? It was evident that he meant no harm and was merely jesting. Yet, such coincidences do exist in this world. Akin, leaning against the bar and standing beside Vick, had refrained from interjecting, casually sipping his drink. At this moment, however, he could no longer hold back. "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. What on earth do you wish to convey?" The situation was far from what it appeared. Beckman had already noticed Atkins' unusual demeanor beside Vick. Yet he chose not to interrupt the captain's words. Shanks, sensing something amiss, expressed his surprise. "Hey, could it really be that coincidental? Are you truly that Vick?" Vick shrugged helplessly, seemingly unfazed by Shanks' candid inquiry. "If the rumors you speak of are true, I might indeed be that Vick." Shanks promptly responded with a smile. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Apologies, but I can discern that you are not a coward. Vick casually remarked. Those rumors are not entirely unfounded. I indeed acted in such a manner, for I was too feeble at the time to confront them. Vick candidly acknowledged his cowardice without any sense of shame. It was indeed a privilege. He never anticipated that such a trivial matter would grant him such notoriety. Just look at my subordinates, their eyes wide with envy. They are utterly envious of me. Upon hearing Vick's words, Akin was infuriated. Vick, how can you say that? It is not at all like that. Who would envy such a reputation? Don't you care even a little? It's truly disgraceful. Fury shot a glance at him. Retorting bitterly, you are the one who should feel ashamed. Vick is not ashamed in the slightest. It's all Barrett's fault. With that, he kicked Barrett harshly. Barrett lowered his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Vick said to Fry, why are you blaming him? Rumors can also be truths. What is there to deny? Guena roughly understood the situation, yet she found it hard to believe that Vick would act in such a manner without reason. Vick does not truly lack concern. Nor is he entirely devoid of anger. Rather, he had anticipated this all along. Such matters would inevitably come to light and be ridiculed. Yet, he cannot express it thus. He must earnestly explain to the others. You are overthinking this. I am actually quite pleased. The others gazed at him with expressions of bewilderment, convinced that he had lost his mind from frustration. If I were to live my life in obscurity, then I would indeed deserve the moniker of Timid Vick, and there would be little to complain about. Vick turned a blind eye to the gazes of several individuals. However, if we were to achieve great renown in the future, this incident would serve as a true testament to my endurance in the face of humiliation. Those who spread my ill repute would merely become the small-minded detractors, contrasting against my extraordinary backdrop. Chapter 91. The Captain's Delight upon hearing his words. It indeed seemed to hold some truth. Guena wore an expression that conveyed her understanding. She had anticipated that this fellow would not remain indifferent. How cunning he truly was. Thus, what harm could come from temporarily bearing such a tarnished reputation? It even brought joy to others. Why should I be concerned? I implore you all to refrain from making such a fuss. With that, he urged the group to indulge in merriment, discouraging them from hovering around him. After a brief moment of hesitation, the others were unceremoniously shooed away by Vick. Shanks erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, You are exceedingly clever. Beckman also smiled, remarking, What a remarkable statement. You are indeed impressive, entirely unlike the rumors that precede you. Vick chuckled and said, Although I just mentioned that, it was merely to appear impressive. In truth, I still harbor some concern within. Vick's smile became even more endearing. If I were to discover the source of such tedious gossip, I would ensure they were unrecognizable by my own hand. Shanks burst into hearty laughter, slapping the table. At that moment, however, Luffy turned to Vick and inquired, Hey, are you truly the timid Vick? Vick, why is it that even Luffy is aware of this? Has this message truly become so widely known? How perplexing. Previously, he thought you were impressive for defeating that detestable mountain bandit. It appears that, like Shanks and his crew, you are merely cowards. It seems he has not departed yet. Patiently awaiting to pose this question, Vick chuckled as he pinched his cheek. Do you really think that fighting is impressive? Luffy responded with an air of certainty. Of course it is. When someone is bullied, one must retaliate with fists. He seemed to recall the disdainful expressions of the mountain bandits tormenting Miss Makino earlier that day. He also remembered how Shanks had kindly invited them for drinks, only for them to strike Vick with a bottle when he refused to serve them. His small fist clenched tightly, embodying a righteous indignation. It was one thing for Shanks to remain indifferent, but Vick had eventually fought back. Yet, the revelation that he had once been such a person was truly disheartening. Vick remained unmoved. It is indeed true that I am a coward. However, Shanks is anything but. Although we both share a history devoid of physical confrontation, the essence of our natures is entirely distinct. Vick's expression turned serious. My refusal to act is a sign of weakness, while Shanks' restraint is a mark of superiority. Do you understand? Luffy, merely 7 years old, was utterly perplexed by this notion. He wriggled free from Vick's grasp, exclaiming, I don't want to play with you anymore. As he watched Luffy depart, Shanks chuckled and remarked, Luffy is still just a little kid. Where are you headed? Are you off to seek adventure at sea? Vick shook his head and said, No. We do indeed wish to embark on an adventure. Our ultimate goal is the Grand Line, but the time is not yet ripe. As he spoke, he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Moreover, we currently lack a pirate ship. Shanks sighed. The Grand Line. It is a place of great intrigue, yet also a graveyard for pirates. You must tread carefully. Vick chuckled and remarked, Indeed, there is a certain peril. The vanquished often serve as sustenance for the victors. He then shifted his tone, inquiring, You must have arrived here from the Grand Line, am I correct? The red-haired one responded in astonishment, Wow, you can discern that. Perhaps we traversed from another sea altogether. Vick continued to smile. The renowned red-haired Shanks, a notorious pirate with a formidable reputation even in the New World. Who among us is unaware of his name? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized you instantly. Vick pondered the prowess of those endowed with the powers of the fruit of face in the world of pirates. Shanks, with a curious glance, inquired of Beckman beside him. Have I truly become so renowned that even a lad from the East Blue, who has never ventured beyond the sea, is aware of my reputation? Vick disregarded the skepticism evident in their tone, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. Might it be possible to procure the nautical charts of the Grand Line? He added, somewhat bashfully, that perhaps on the next voyage, they could also bring along their navigator. Whatever the requirements, he would endeavor to fulfill them. Delaying until a later time was also an option. For Vick to articulate such a request, he had indeed grown quite audacious. However, having encountered Shanks and seized the opportunity, Vick could hardly let it slip away. To Vick's surprise, Shanks readily agreed, saying, Certainly, we do possess navigational charts. And providing you with a copy is no trouble at all. Teaching you the art of navigation is not a significant challenge. He felt a twinge of concern. However, Vick, I find myself in need of a favor from you. Beckman, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief, utterly astounded by the captain's generosity. Vick was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected surprise, rendered speechless. Perhaps what held such significance for Vick and his companions truly mattered little to Shanks. After a moment of contemplation, Shanks' eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. Indeed, would you be so kind as to safeguard our village while we embark on our journey at sea? They have graciously sheltered us for so long, and we find ourselves unable to repay their kindness. Moreover, there is Luffy. One can only wonder what mischief he might unleash next. Vick comprehends instantly. Perhaps Shanks harbors some concerns regarding the bandits of today. Vick promptly declared, Then it's settled. He immediately gestured for Fry to step forward and introduced him to Shanks. This is our ship's future navigator, Fry. For now, he is merely a theorist. I leave him in your capable hands, so please do not hesitate. He then addressed Fry, the next time Captain Shanks and his crew set sail, you must accompany them. I have entrusted him with your nautical education. He was apprehensive that the young lad might cause trouble. Make sure to learn diligently from their navigator. No mischief allowed. If I find out that you have been slacking off, I shall certainly give you a thorough reprimand upon your return. Although Fry was somewhat reluctant to part from his companions, the prospect of setting sail stirred excitement within him, and he nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Vick, with my keen intellect, mastering anything will be a breeze. Meanwhile, Ben Beckman cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes reflecting the disdain of the most astute individual in the realm of pirates. Vick gave him a light slap and admonished, Do not speak recklessly. Upon acquiring the nautical charts, Vick and his companions prepared to depart from the tavern. They intended to temporarily settle in Windmill Village, seeking refuge in the homes of the villagers. As they strolled along, their conversation flowed, accompanied by Guena's playful banter. Oh, Vick. I never imagined you could be so cool. The group had already divulged everything to Guena. However, Captain, you truly have been rather mistreated, haven't you? Haha, Guena. You seem to have plenty of free time. Your physical training has doubled. No need to thank me. How petty of you. There's no need to be so dramatic. I am merely investing my efforts in your development because I value you. After the departure of Vick and his companions, Beckman took a puff of his cigarette and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked to Shanks, Captain, you are rather generous, aren't you? Shanks, unfazed, replied, What does it matter? It's merely a nautical chart. We possess several copies. Sharing one poses no issue. Besides, Vick is indeed quite intriguing, and his companions are not without merit either. Beckman, resigned, could only concede, Very well. As long as it brings you joy, Captain. Chapter 92. Mount Corbo. The group busied themselves throughout the afternoon, finally arranging their quarters to satisfaction. As dusk fell, Kuina sat at the table, pinning a letter to Yasaku. Fry, sneaking a glance, was promptly shushed by Kuina. He complained, "Kuina, let me see what you've written." "I have plenty to convey to teacher Yasaku as well." Kuina remained indifferent. "Then you ought to write your own letter," she suggested. Fry pouted. "It won't even reach the teacher, so what's the point? You must let me see yours. After all, you will read your own letter." Kuina, already feeling a sense of regret, became even more irate at his words and abruptly tucked the letter away, huffing, "I won't let you see it. Not even if I burn it." Vick observed the two engaged in a playful quarrel and remarked, "Do tone it down, stop teasing Guena incessantly." Although this world boasts the enchanting phenomenon of newsbirds, capable of delivering newspapers to every corner of the ocean, the flow of information remains rather cumbersome. Communication between individuals is exceedingly inconvenient. The telephone bug is a luxury, not universally possessed, and none among Vick's group can claim ownership. Furthermore, the concept of a post office is non-existent, let alone the role of dedicated couriers. The meager rewards for delivering messages at sea, coupled with the substantial risks involved, render it an unviable endeavor. Thus, for ordinary folk wishing to exchange information, the only recourse is to rely on acquaintances to make the journey on their behalf. At that moment, Vick and his companions found themselves devoid of means to communicate with Gungshiro, nor was there a merchant ship available for incidental transport. They could only pen letters for their own solace. A king was diligently tending to his weaponry, while Barrett wore a furrowed brow, calculating the number of days he would be deprived of sweets. Vick reclined on the sofa, honing his ability to control his powers. Today, he had encountered the crimson-haired Captain Shanks, a notorious pirate from the Grand Line's New World. Fry found it utterly astonishing, realizing the value of his internship had suddenly elevated. The New World? He is entirely different from the Grand Pirates I had envisioned. The others nodded in agreement. Do not underestimate him. This red-haired captain was once a crew member aboard Roger's ship in his youth. A collective gasp echoed among the group. Vick's hand traced a few lines on the ground, sketching a rudimentary straw hat. He chuckled, "For some of you might think that this identity is quite impressive, yet it does not necessarily signify anything substantial." Vick's gaze swept over the fidgety Fry, his finger tapping on the straw hat drawn on the ground. "Have you all noticed the straw hat he is wearing today?" A look of confusion spread across their faces, for indeed, the hat was utterly ordinary. Fry chuckled and said, "Vick, spare us the roundabout talk. Does that straw hat hold any symbolic significance, or is it some sort of special token?" Vick gazed at Fry with admiration, stating, "Correct. That is the straw hat of the Pirate King, Roger." The others were taken aback, for such a distinctly iconic item represented a significance far beyond that of an ordinary object. Vick sighed and remarked, "Those who can inherit Rogers will possess unparalleled strength. Not only do they wield the Conqueror's Haki, but their armament Haki and observation Haki are formidable as well." Noticing the puzzled expressions of his companions, Vick elaborated, "Armament Haki enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, allowing one to touch the corporeal forms of those with Logia-type Devil Fruit powers. Observation Haki enables the prediction of an opponent's next moves and positions. With diligent training, we too may aspire to attain such prowess." He cast a reproachful glance at Akin and Fry. "I trust you now understand the folly of your actions today." Still entertaining thoughts of confronting the captain of that ship, the group displayed fleeting expressions of trepidation, quickly transforming into a fervent desire for the immense power of Haki. Vick deftly shifted the conversation. "Tomorrow, we shall first venture to the city of Goa." Guena's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for until now, she had only glimpsed quaint villages and had yet to witness the splendor of a grand metropolis, naturally igniting her curiosity. The following morning, the group rose early, completing their morning routines with enthusiasm. "The weather today is simply splendid." Vick exclaimed that it was a splendidly sunny day. After finishing their breakfast, the group set off towards the kingdom of Goya. They traversed the forest behind the house and ventured into the Kolbo Mountains. The Kolbo Mountains are a range of undulating peaks, largely untouched by human presence, resembling a primordial forest. The trees are exceedingly dense, and wild beasts roam freely, while venomous creatures abound. The mountain paths are rugged and treacherous, and the terrain is strikingly unique, characterized by sheer cliffs and ravines. Were it not for their commendable skills, they might not have navigated through swiftly. After yet another unfortunate encounter, in which Fry crushed a venomous snake underfoot, he grew rather impatient. "What on earth? Why is this mountain so troublesome? Is that wretched woman deliberately deceiving us? These creatures constantly hinder our progress, delaying our ascent. It has been so long, and we have yet to reach the summit. When shall we finally ascend?" Guena was indignant at Fry's coarse reference to Marquino, for she held a fond impression of that gentle older sister. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Miss Marquino possibly deceive us? Vick furrowed his brow, yet he remarked, "Do not complain. We have only been walking for a mere 20 minutes, and we are already nearing the summit." I can discern it faintly. Despite Vick's words, a hint of impatience lingered in his tone. Along the journey, they had encountered formidable creatures such as pythons, colossal deer, wild boars, and long-haired water buffaloes, all of which were large specimens, exceeding their earthly counterparts by at least threefold. Whether herbivorous or carnivorous, these beings exhibited a remarkable degree of aggression. Although vanquishing them posed no significant challenge, Vick was not there to hunt. The meat could not be transported by just a few, leaving it behind in the mountains. By the time they returned at night, it would have been completely devoured by other animals, rendering such an endeavor unprofitable. Engaging in such fruitless labor for the benefit of others was a task none were inclined to undertake. After a while, they arrived at a pool of water, where 8 or 9 crocodiles floated lazily, their backs barely breaking the surface, resembling nothing more than a few moss-covered stones. Vick, disinclined to engage further, contemplated his somewhat meager purse and addressed his companions. "We must hunt 2 crocodiles. Their skins can be exchanged for money, and our remaining coins are dwindling." Guena, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward first and declared, "Excellent, let me take the lead." Vick immediately stopped her. "Guena, this time you must refrain from engaging. How could a crocodile hide, once marred by a blade, still fetch a handsome price?" He then turned to the others. "Akin, you and Barrett shall proceed." Akin wielded a blunt weapon, perfectly suited for dealing with crocodiles, while Barrett preferred to use his fists, ensuring the integrity of the hide. That rascal Fry, with his sharp weaponry and penchant for unleashing slicing air blades, was utterly useless in this scenario. Upon hearing this, Akin said little. He swiftly leaped onto the crocodile's back. The creature bucked violently, attempting to dislodge him and devour him. Yet Akin remained steadfast, securing his grip on its body, no matter how it thrashed about. With his other hand, he struck down fiercely, delivering a series of heavy blows to the creature's skull. The crocodile let out a furious roar, thrashing even more vigorously. Undeterred, Akin clung tightly, continuing his relentless assault. Eventually, the crocodile emitted a low growl and lay still in the water. Observing this, Akin seized its tail and flung it toward the shore. Chapter 93, The Handling Station for Uncertain Entities. Meanwhile, Barrett was equally undeterred. He waded into the water, and a nearby crocodile, sensing an easy meal, swiftly approached him. As it drew near, it opened its gaping maw and lunged forward with alarming speed. Barrett stood firm, fists clenched, gathering his strength. The crocodile's massive jaws were mere inches from him, allowing Barrett to catch a whiff of its foul stench. Focusing his mind, he steadied his breath and unleashed a powerful right punch, striking the crocodile's open upper jaw with mighty force. The blow sent the creature tumbling backward, crashing into the water with even greater velocity, its feet flailing in the air, exposing its pale belly. White brain matter floated in the water, indicating that it was lifeless. Barrett hoisted the crocodile and strode ashore, where 2 magnificent specimens lay upon the ground, perfectly preserved. The group chose not to process the carcasses, opting instead to sell them whole, allowing the first shop to handle the rest. Vick nodded in satisfaction. "We must also generate income. We cannot merely consume without producing." Some individuals indulge in luxuries several times over while others remain oblivious to their responsibility of creating wealth for the team. Upon hearing this, Barrett withdrew slightly, for he was indeed the most indulgent among them, with a penchant for desserts that could be considered a luxury. The true connoisseur of extravagance, Fry, remained unfazed, seemingly ignoring the remark. His demeanor was composed, not betraying any embarrassment as he nonchalantly toyed with the gemstone ring on his finger. Fry was greatly influenced by his past. He not only reveled in wearing fine garments but also had an affinity for opulent accessories, although he held a disdain for the aristocracy. His attire bore a hint of noble flair, though perhaps calling him noble would be an overstatement. New money would be a more fitting description, one he readily embraced in terms of aesthetic. At that moment, he adorned himself with 4 rings of various gemstones, each glimmering in the light. His shirt was embellished with exquisite diamond cufflinks, and his cane was adorned with gold-edged gemstones. In short, he was utterly captivated by all things that sparkled. Having earned some extra income, the group prepared to continue their journey, with Barrett dutifully shouldering 2 crocodiles. At that moment, Guena remarked, "It seems there is a path over there." While the others were preoccupied, she had taken the liberty to observe her surroundings and had vaguely spotted a small trail. They ventured in that direction and, indeed, discovered a winding forest path leading into the distance. This path was evidently well-trodden, with a relatively even surface. One end led up the mountain, obscured by trees, while the other appeared to descend towards the windmill village below. Guena glanced pointedly at Fry and said, "It seems we were mistaken. There was a path all along. It was our failure to locate it that made our journey so arduous. Let us take this route back." Fry merely scoffed and ignored her. Akin gazed into the distance. "Do you see over there? Is that not a house?" Guena followed his gaze and asserted confidently, "It must be. Although I cannot see the house itself, there is smoke. That cannot be fire. It must be cooking smoke, without a doubt." Vick also glanced in that direction and indeed spotted a column of white smoke gracefully ascending towards the heavens. It seemed that someone resided in that area, likely partaking in breakfast at this hour. Fred exclaimed, "In such perilous mountains, there are still individuals dwelling at the summit. Could it possibly be the lair of bandits?" Vick thought to himself, "You have indeed guessed correctly. If all goes as planned, it should be the dwelling of the bandits known as Dayton." Guena exclaimed in astonishment, "Bandits? Are they the very ruffians who caused a commotion yesterday?" Vick, unwilling to squander any more time, declared, "All right, let us hasten our journey, regardless of who is involved. It matters not to us." The group, without further delay, resumed their rapid descent down the familiar path. Meanwhile, in the cabin atop the mountain, Dayton was brushing her teeth when she curiously inquired of her companion, "Dogula, did you hear anything? It seems as if I discerned voices." Dogula promptly shook her head, asserting, "Impossible. This mountain is far too perilous for anyone to venture here." Dayton, perplexed, shrugged off her doubts and chose not to dwell on them. On the other side, Vick and his companions had scarcely taken a few steps before they reached the summit. The descent was significantly easier than the ascent for the group. Surrounding them were towering trees, ancient and robust, their trunks exceedingly thick. The area was a verdant paradise, adorned with blooming flowers, a veritable Eden, if not for the lurking menace of wild beasts. Before long, they reached the base of the mountain, where Guena, somewhat uncertain, asked her companions, "Hey, have any of you detected a peculiar odor? It's rather unpleasant." She wrinkled her nose as she spoke. The others took a moment to sniff the air, and Akin, frowning, remarked, "Indeed, there is an offensive scent, reminiscent of many items piled together and decaying." Fry rolled his eyes, quipping, "Why not just say it's a garbage heap?" He then added, hesitantly, "We haven't tea straight off course, have we? This odor seems to intensify the further we go. It can't possibly lead to a refuse collection site." Scratching his head in uncertainty, he glanced at the sun and the treetops, turning in a circle with a furrowed brow. "No doubt about it. We have been heading north all along. I cannot possibly be mistaken about this," Vick remarked. "The direction is not amiss. Ahead lies the royal city of the Goya kingdom. Do you recall what Miss Machino referred to as the terminus of uncertainty? It is just before us." After a brief walk, the group stood mesmerized by the scene that unfolded before them. They beheld an enormous refuse dump, haphazardly piled with an array of waste, the sheer volume and variety of which were unlike anything they had ever encountered. The stench was overpowering, and sporadic fires erupted in certain areas, with thick smoke enveloping the surroundings, obscuring the sky. Fry perched upon a sturdy branch, gazing into the distance. Where the royal city was now visible, the Goya kingdom was governed by strict regulations, with a rigid class hierarchy. The innermost circle housed the royal palace, accessible solely to the royal family. Surrounding it was the noble district, where only the aristocracy was permitted to reside. Beyond the noble district lay the central street, where the majority of the populace dwelled, representing the most prosperous area of the entire Goya kingdom. The outskirts of the central street were known as the border town, a realm of chaos where rogues and miscreants congregated. Yet, this was not the most tumultuous locale. The terminus of uncertainty beyond it was a lawless expanse plagued by disease and crime. Akin was visiting this place for the first time and could scarcely believe that this was indeed the Goya kingdom. He had previously heard tales of its immaculate environment, celebrated as the most beautiful nation of the Eastern Sea, and had longed to see it. Fry, observing the makeshift dwellings constructed from the refuse, scoffed. "It is precisely because the nation has gathered its refuse, both human and material, and cast it beyond its borders that it appears pristine and beautiful within. What a cruel deception it is, indeed." Although Vick had anticipated this scene, he was nonetheless taken aback by the rare sight before him. The final destination of uncertainty had become a dumping ground for refuse, a collection point for all that was deemed unwanted, be it objects or individuals. Twice a day, refuse from across the kingdom was discarded here, and the residents, far from expressing anger at the heaps of garbage, found joy in it. They referred to rummaging through the refuse as treasure hunting, relying on these discarded items for sustenance, often venturing into town to sell valuables they unearthed. The air was thick with smoke, rendering it difficult for a few individuals to discern their surroundings. They could only navigate northward by instinct. Scattered at intervals were dilapidated shanties erected by the inhabitants. Living in such conditions, their fervor for life was palpable, though the shanties were poorly constructed. While quality building materials were readily available, no one had the inclination to adorn their abodes. Most residents donned garments in somber hues of gray and brown, tattered and grimy. Their spirits seemingly diminished. They were preoccupied with sifting through the refuse for valuables to sell in the town. Chapter 94. The claim to treasure. A man with shoulder-length black hair, clad in a filthy short-sleeved shirt, muttered to himself as he rummaged, "Treasure, treasure. Is there anything of worth?" Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, unearthing a string of necklaces. In a moment of excitement, he instinctively lifted it and shouted, "I found it. It's treasure." Several nearby individuals turned their attention to him. The necklace, composed of lustrous pearls, gleamed strikingly in his rough, soiled hands, each bead emanating a captivating glow. Instantly ignited by greed, they surged forward, clamoring, "Give it to me. Hand it over." The fortunate finder, filled with both anger and panic, retorted, "This is mine. I discovered it first. Don't touch me, you scoundrels." As he attempted to flee, a few blocked his path, one of whom urged, "Hand it over, and I will help you trade it for Bailey in town." Of course, the fortunate one dismissed this deceitful offer, shouting back, "Who would give you anything?" He strained to break free, desperate to escape the scene. The pursuers yelled, "Don't run," and relentlessly chased after him. He had barely taken a few steps when one of his assailants caught up, forcing him to hastily retaliate. However, a single punch felled him, sending the necklace flying from his grasp. The assailant, seeing his opponent incapacitated, triumphantly declared, "You should have complied. Had you yielded sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer." The fortunate one, having been knocked to the ground, glared resentfully at the man but remained silent, gritting his teeth. After delivering a harsh remark, the victor approached to retrieve a necklace that had fallen, only to find that it rested at the feet of a child who was picking it up. With a disingenuous smile, the man approached and threatened the child, saying, "Listen here, if you know what's good for you, hand over that necklace." The child, who was none other than Guena, was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Confused by the unfriendly demeanor of the large man, she felt a surge of displeasure. However, believing the necklace to belong to him, she instinctively began to hand it over. Seeing her action, Fry swiftly